Couple of Monday night games yesterday. I hope that this is the end of the multi-Monday slate, whatever that is. I really hope it's too hard to keep up with. But you had an uglier game in the early one between the Titans and the Dolphins. The Dolphins just can't find a way to get quarterback play in there, and the Titans can't either. I mean, Will Levis had a very Will Levis-like interception. And Mason Rudolph came in between the two teams in that game. You thought passing yards were hard to come by in Denver and New York. Those two teams combined for 180. Not a pleasant watch in that
Tua
game.
Tagovailoa.
Well, they miss him a lot, and he was on the sideline. Looks like he should be back after this stint on IR, but God, did they sorely need him back, because without him, that offense does nothing. I mean, you can have Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill has 4 catches for 23 yards. Yuck. Later game, if your end offense was way more your speed, those two teams combined for over 70 points. And here's something I don't understand, by the way. So I had no idea that this was the case. I don't know how many times this has happened in NFL history. So Detroit had Goff, who went 18 for 18 in the game. Didn't throw an incompletion. They also had St. Brown, who threw a pass to Goff in the end zone that was completed. So they were, as a team, 19 of 19. But I always forget the final number. Perfect passer rating in the NFL is 158.3. Can you explain this one to me, Nelly? Jared Goff was 18 of 18 for 292 yards and 2 touchdowns, didn't have an incompletion, and his passer rating was less than perfect? Isn't that a perfect game?
I have no idea how that stat works, honestly. I couldn't tell you.
But I'm just saying, like, on principle, if you don't throw an incompletion and you almost throw for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns, that feels like it should be a perfect game, right? Passer rating wise. And somehow it wasn't. I don't know. Obviously, that did not happen in the Broncos game because passing was hard on Sunday. But in watching, if you watch the late game between the Lions and the Seahawks, you see a few things that those teams have that the Broncos don't, right? And it's not, I'm not even talking about quarterback play. I think that's going to come. What I saw in that game was DK Metcalf, who's an absolute monster. And I saw Jameson Williams, who is like a 4.2 speed guy. And I saw rushing attacks from both teams that were just really difficult to stop between Kenneth Walker and Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. You know, that's the skill position stuff on offense of the Broncos right now that is not there. And it's going to take at least another draft and free agency and probably 2 of those, if you're lucky, to get close to something like that. You know, we put all this on quarterback, and last week was difficult, like condition-wise, and that's why I kind of crumpled up the paper and threw it out the window. Like, I'm not going to put too much stock in a game where the conditions were obviously a giant factor, and I know they were, and it wasn't just affecting Bo Nix, it was affecting one of the greatest quarterbacks I've ever seen, and Aaron Rodgers too. So I'm not judging so much on that. But, you know, I came in with a question today, and maybe we can get to this in a little bit, of who's got a better shot to make the playoffs, the Broncos or the Buffs? And I do think it's more of a difficult question. The Buffs are probably going to have to win the Big 12. That is not a guarantee. A lot of teams you're fighting against. But the Broncos need to finish somewhere in the 10-win range. And is that possible? I think it is with the defense that they have. Like, it's a very, very outside shot. But it's certainly not. Look, you're 2-2 through a month playing against some good teams. Like, you can do that on a pretty regular basis. But the thing is, you know, if Nix had a DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and JSN and Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, then it would make it a lot more palatable.
Jackson Smith, Nugujuba.
If they had, just for reference, by the way, we all think that Laviska Shenault's a pretty good player. Now, he hasn't had a stellar NFL career, but he's pretty talented. He's on the Seahawks. He just doesn't play. No, if he had the cast the Lions had, where you had Jameson Williams and Laporta and St. Brown, Tim Patrick got in the mix last night for Detroit. He had 2 catches for 52 yards. If they had Gibbs, if they had Montgomery, it's a different type of story. It's a lot easier to paint with good brushes, okay? But there's something to the idea that if you have a good enough defense like the Broncos have that's going to be able to keep you in games, you just need to do enough. And one texter says, I think there's a 0% chance the Broncos make the playoffs, so even though it's low, CU has a higher chance. Another one says neither will make the playoffs. I don't know. You guys tell me. If I had to choose, I think the Buffs have the better shot. The Buffs are going to be favored, at least as of now, they're favored in every game outside of their next one for the rest of their schedule. So let's just say all of that plays itself out as predicted. Well, that would mean the Buffs go 10-2. That's going to put them in the Big 12 championship game. And if you're in that, if you win that, you're in the playoff. That is far from an impossibility. It's actually in context of, most teams in college football, it's a pretty damn decent chance, actually. And then on the Broncos side, here's what's really interesting. So I didn't think, if you gave me a percentage chance the Broncos go 2-2 after starting 0-2, I would have given that a 0% chance. But somehow they won at the Bucs in pretty dominant fashion, and they won a slogfest against the Jets. But now you have the Raiders and Chargers at home. The Saints on the road, where the Saints don't look nearly like the team who started the season, as they've lost 2 in a row. And then you have the Panthers at home. Your next 4 games, could you go 2-2? Yeah, I think you pretty easily could go 2-2. The question would be, can you get to 3-1? And then after that, it's at Baltimore and at the Chiefs. Good luck with those 2 games. But maybe you find some confidence and Nix is playing better. I don't think this is impossibilities anymore. It's become at least part of the conversation. But in doing so, you need guys around Nix to step up if you want to be remotely in that conversation 5 weeks from now. And that's why I was encouraged in the second half of last week, or the second half of Sunday. At least you saw a little bit of burst there from Javonte Williams, which was sorely needed. Javonte, if he can run the football at, a 4.5-yard clip and get you 80 yards on the ground a game, it's going to do a lot for your offense. It opens up a lot more play action. It gives you a little bit more of a comfort level of putting you in third and manageables. That stuff's going to help. And I guess the 0% chance of the Broncos to make the playoffs, if you're one of those guys, is this all kind of based upon the idea that you just think quarterback play is going to be so bad that you can't overcome it? It's been a weird sort of roller coaster that we've been riding with Bo Nix. First 2 weeks, really bad. Third week, pretty good. And this last week, I don't know what to do with that game. It would be like if Nix went out there and went 25 of 26 with 5 touchdowns. You'd kind of be like, all right, I don't think he's that guy either. So what do you do with that game? I mean, the negative part of him going out in the middle of a monsoon and having a tough time throwing the football, I can't put too much stock in it. Next week, it's Raiders at home. You're feeling a little bit of the home crowd vibe. The temperature's going to be, about 80 degrees, I would assume. And my guess is you aren't going to have torrential rain. It's going to be a lot easier to judge in a game like that. But as far as surrounding talent and skill position, guys, if you were watching Seattle and Detroit, it's like, yeah, you don't have some of what they have, which is we need a play to happen. Who's the monster that we throw the ball to? And both of those teams go, we got a few options. I'm not sure you have one. I mean, the one for sure right now is going to be Tim Patrick, but not Tim Patrick, Courtland Sutton. But if Courtland Sutton was on either one of those teams, what option is he? Like if you're Seattle, it's DK and Kenneth Walker are 1A, 1B. Tyler Lockett's probably next on that list. And I think you might throw JSN before Courtland Sutton. Maybe.
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
For Detroit, it's like, yeah, it's St. Brown. It's Laporta. It's Gibbs. It's Montgomery. Did you see that play by Montgomery yesterday, Nelly, where he catches the ball in the flat and he takes an absolute wallop? And the dude who hit him looked like he ran into a brick wall, and then Montgomery takes off for another 30 yards.
You could hear the pad smack when that guy hit him. On that play, he was basically one of those old Nokia phones. Just unbreakable. You could chuck him against the wall. You could run over him with a car. He's not breaking. That play was insane.
I was just trying to figure out on that play in particular. You catch the ball like that, and he's standing still. He has no momentum going in any direction. This guy is coming, I think it was Witherspoon, 1,000,000 miles an hour with his head down looking to make the highlight reel hit. And what ends up happening is Montgomery doesn't move, and Witherspoon looks like he got hit with like a catapult. You ever seen the movie? It was one of the first Jackass movies where they were walking through a hallway and they had the giant hand that they would let go and it'd go like this.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Like that's what it looked like he got hit with.
Absolutely.
But I'm like, Montgomery was standing still. But it's just like you without those kind of options, offense is going to be harder to come by. And so all of this, I think, can be graded on a curve.
And by the way, I found out why Jared Goff didn't get a perfect passer rating. Some people were saying it has to do with the number of attempts. He was too shy. That actually applies to a different statistic. His game can't be ruled among the completion percentage leaders of all time because he didn't hit the minimum of at least 20 attempts.
Oh.
So that's a separate thing. For his passer rating, one of the things that they factor in is touchdowns per attempt. So you figure 18 pass attempts, 2 touchdowns. That's 1 touchdown
per 9 throws.
Per 9 throws. If that was a higher ratio, like I have a calculator actually up here, a passer rating calculator from Pro Football Reference. If I change his attempts or his completions, his rating it's not really affected much. But if I go up to 3 touchdowns on 18 pass attempts and completions, then he has a perfect passer rating. Because then that would be 1 touchdown per 6 throws.
Right.
This thing is
does
crazy,
it matter
though.
if he caught one?
Right, I know. I guess, what's his catcher rating as a quarterback?
Yeah, that offense from Detroit was humming last night. They really were. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shaker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. Can somebody explain to me what's so crazy about CU having at least a as decent shot as anybody else in the Big 12 at making the college football playoff? Somebody's going to make it from this conference. It's an automatic bid. What's so crazy about CU being right up there with anybody else? They're at the top of the conference. Outside of BYU, who is unbeaten so far, nobody has a better record right now than CU does. So explain it to me. You feel like they got a 0% chance, neither's going to make the playoffs? State your case. Because I'll state mine. They have the best quarterback in the country. They have the best player in the country. And their defense actually looks like a unit that can get some stops. They're running the football a little bit better. Their offensive line is protecting a little bit better. Like, I don't want to say that the running game and O-line are great. But they've improved since week 1. And their defense, especially in the second half, has been lights out. Like, they have not given up more than 7 points in a second half the entire season through 5 games. Like, we're almost at the halfway point here. That's not a small sample size. They played against some good opponents. Even their FCS school they played was a good opponent. So state the case. I'm telling you that CU has as good a shot to make the college football playoff of any team in the Big 12. Why am I wrong? For all the people that are doubting that. Like, I don't think that you're going to have this this behemoth rising from the Big 12 that's going to stand as this giant impediment in CU's way. Like, you're going to get a Big 12 champion, and they're going to make the postseason. And go through the Big 12. Kansas State looks pretty good, but they got their doors blown off by BYU. And maybe I'm not taking BYU seriously enough. Maybe this is a mistake on my part. Because BYU has done nothing but just keep pace as best they can. Like, through 5 games, BYU, here's what their games look like. They beat Southern Illinois 41-13. But then they beat SMU 18-15. 20-point win over Wyoming. 29-point win over Kansas State. And then they eked out a 6-point win against Baylor. That doesn't sound like a team that is unbeatable. Just talked about Kansas State. Pretty good, but pretty Jekyll and Hyde. And you'll get a look at them in a week. Just beat UCF, so that hasn't been a problem. TCU isn't scaring anybody. Texas Tech is not scaring anybody. Neither is Cincinnati. Kansas is 1-4 this year. You already beat Baylor. Oklahoma State has now lost 2 games, both of them Big 12 games, yes, against tougher opponents, but still. No, Iowa State's unbeaten. Don't know if I totally buy the Iowa State thing. I think it's a really good win that they went into Iowa and beat them, but Iowa also has no offense. Like, I'm not looking at a single team here that stands as this giant holy bleep sort of Hulk that is going to stop them from reaching their goals. Like, I think if CU keeps playing this style and this brand of football, they got a really good shot. Texture says, I understand this as a radio talking point. Right now, you're not wrong, but CU will prove you wrong in time. I'm going to need a little bit more than that. I'm going to need a little bit more than, yeah, but just trust me, bro. You'll see. I need a little bit more of an argument than trust me, bro. Like, give me actual football reasons as to why.
Isn't that what our job is? Trust me, bro. Bo Nix is the real deal.
Well, I try and give you some sort of statistical or cognitive reasoning behind my arguments. I wouldn't just say, like, the Broncos are making the Super Bowl, and you go, well, why do you think that? And I go, well, I just do.
Because I said so.
Yeah.
As long as you're under my roof, young man, you'll go by my rules.
If I had to make an argument, which I never would, of why the Broncos are winning the Super Bowl, I would point to their defense is so good that they will make up for whatever ills the offense doesn't have. And I mean, it would be stupid for me to say that, but you would have to say something. And so here's what I'll give you on CU. The Big 12 is not very good. CU is as good as any team in that conference. You line them up hat on hat, you are going to have the most elite players in that game no matter who you're facing off against. Texture says, LOL, look at last year, started off good, then went to the crapper. I'm telling you the team's different. Their defense was awful last season. They aren't awful anymore. They had no improvement from week 1 to week 5 last year. They have this year. They've gotten better in some categories. Not saying great, but they've gotten better at running the football. They've gotten better on the offensive line protecting the quarterback. Like, I'm trying to have the counter debate here. And I don't want to make the argument for you guys. Because I do this. I think about the opposite side too. And the arguments against it. But bottom line is, I don't think this is crazy at all. Like, I don't know, Nelly. Somebody's got to have this somewhere. Percentage chances to make the playoff and stuff like that. It's probably on ESPN's FPI website. If you could, as we're discussing this, try and find me something that'll give you at least a look. Like for the Broncos making the playoff thing, because that's what I kind of opened up the show with, was who's got the better shot. Like the Broncos aren't out of it, but I could give you tons of reasons as to why they won't. Quarterback play with a rookie has looked awful 3 of the 4 weeks so far this season. The offense doesn't have enough skill position talent to make up for some deficits if the defense has a bad game. You play in a division that features Patrick Mahomes. You still have some really tough games on the schedule left. And the AFC is loaded with talent.
Right now, the Buffaloes have a 13.1% chance of making the playoffs.
Dude, that's a good number. If I told you 5 weeks into the season, 13.5% chance that they make the postseason, the college football playoff, you'd be doing cartwheels. Like, who is surrounding them in that 13.5% chance range?
Let's see some other teams around them. Right now, I think it's sorted by, let me sort. I need the Mojo.
Yep,
right above them is SMU.
Okay.
Are also around 13. LSU is about 14.5. Let's see, below the Buffs, right below them, you got the Washington State Cougs, 12.3. And the Aggies, Texas A&M at 12.1.
Okay.
That's kind of their cluster there. I'm looking at, let's see, percentage for the Broncos. Do you want the playoffs, the Super Bowl? What do you want?
I'm assuming the Broncos are like, even though they're 2-2.
Well, as it stands right now, to make the playoffs, they have a 20% chance.
Yeah, that's probably right for now.
To win their division, only 2.3.
I would put that closer to 0.
To make the Super Bowl, they have a 0.8% chance to make it and a 0.3% chance to win it. But still, a 20% chance for the Broncos to make the playoffs, a 1-in-5 shot. I think at the beginning of the season, if I told you that through the first 4 weeks of the season, the Broncos had a 20% chance to make the playoffs, you'd tell me I was crazy.
So I don't understand this text here. Texture says, this is exactly why nobody takes you serious, Brett. CU just dog-walked a team that was a 14-point favorite. They've shown that they've gotten better each week. Wait, so does he agree with me? That sounds like an argument for the pro
I'm
of
confused.
CU, which I'm making that argument too. So are you...
You don't believe?
I'm telling you, I kind of do believe, actually. I kind of do believe this team is different this year and a lot better. Like, I'm telling you right now, this is a given, okay? I'm done with this conversation. CU's getting to a bowl game. That's happening. It's just how much farther can they go beyond that? Yeah, I'm very confused by that text. If nobody's taking me seriously, then they can't take you seriously because you're saying what I'm saying.
Something like that. My favorite is the text we get where they just say, Brett, you're wrong. Well, what were we talking about? What are you wrong about?
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute. But again, there's a lot of reasons I can tell you why the Broncos will not make the playoffs, and I don't think that they will. This level of defense is going to keep them in games, but it's not going to be able to happen enough to which they're winning like 10. Just don't see it. The Buffs, I buy it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I could totally buy it. Like, CU has improved. What I was questioning last year, and this is where I'll give Prime some credit. I have been basically up until this point right now totally questioning whether Dion could actually coach. I knew he could recruit. I knew he could motivate. I knew he could be good for the cameras. I knew all that stuff. Didn't know if he could be an actual coach. Like when you get in the middle of a game and you need the X's and O's to happen, can you make it work? And I think over the last couple of weeks where I've seen improvement in a lot of categories, especially last week, Gus Malzahn would be the first one to tell you he got outcoached. And I give him credit for that. Like I'm seeing improvement, which I did not see at all last year. CU was the exact same team in week 1 that they were in week 12. And that can't happen. You have to be getting better as the season goes along. If you're getting worse, the only way that you can stomach that is if you have like a Dolphin situation right now. Like, if you lose a very important piece to your team, especially a quarterback, then yeah, things are going to be different. It's going to be a lot harder to judge. Texture says, you wouldn't be having this debate if it wasn't for a Hail Mary. Think about what kind of a difference the Hail Mary makes. You're right. But here's the thing, they did get that. Yeah,
do you know the comedian Jimmy Carr?
I do, yeah.
That British comedian.
Guy.
Yeah, he has this joke that I always think of where people tell him, they go, oh, you got married to this woman and women only like you because you're so rich. Like, you don't look good. They just like you for your money. And then Jimmy Carr says, yeah, but I have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about? I do agree that you can look at these moments that affect the trajectory of a season where if that Hail Mary doesn't get caught, or I've also heard people say that the receiver who dropped the pass right before the Hail Mary.
Shepard.
Yeah. If he catches that, there is a defender right there. There's probably a good chance he doesn't get to the end zone and then the clock just runs out. So it actually may have benefited the Buffs that he dropped it and then they could take a shot at the end zone. But yeah, there are all these moments where if that doesn't happen and then they lose this heartbreaker to Baylor in the rain at home, we're talking about a completely different scenario here. But I'm happy we're not.
In college football, Nelly, this is twofold because the record really matters because if you lose, it's insanely difficult to get people to overcome that unless you play in the SEC. But they can't overcome the L's, okay? So it matters a lot. But mostly what I'm talking about here is, do I believe that team is as good or better than other teams in the conference? My answer is yes. Despite a Hail Mary needed to beat one of them. Yes, I believe they're that good. Just because Raheem Moore jumps too early, does that mean the Broncos that year weren't a Super Bowl caliber team? They totally were. But one play can make a difference like that. You can go back and point to a lot of those things over the course of, how about this? Remember when Kevin Durant was playing for the Nets and they assembled that super team and his toe was on the line for that 3? What if it was 2 inches farther back? Maybe they go on to win a title. Who knows? The thing is, it wasn't. But does that change how good you felt like the team was? No. The Chiefs right now, they're 4-0. If not for Isaiah Likely's toenail being out of bounds in week 1, they're 3-1. Are they a worse football team? No, they're the same team. That's what I'm trying to get at. I just believe the Buffs are better. Better than last year and as good as anybody else in this conference. The one team I have real questions about when they're operating at their peak is the team that they play next. Kansas State is really good when they're operating at their highest capacity. When they're running the football like they did last week against Oklahoma State. You know, that Giddens had like 187 yards on like 10 carries. When they're doing that, then I don't know if anybody in the Big 12 is better. But goodness, man.
You mind if I quickly address a good question we
Sure.
got on the text line? This is from Dan. Dan, he said, "Good morning, fellas. Programming question. Is 92.5 airing the Nuggets preseason game Friday morning instead of your show?" And Dan,
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
the game actually tips off at 10 a.m. Mountain Time in Abu Dhabi, so that will be airing on 9:50 a.m.
Yep.
alongside Dempsey and Company. So, hey, put one ear on Dempsey and Coach, put the other ear on the Nuggets on our AM sister station. But, of course, if the Nuggets go to Abu Dhabi, you know we're going to have every second of that game.
That's going to give me some of those COVID vibes that we had where, like, me, Vic, and Moj would do a show, and then our show would end, and the Nuggets would be on. And you're like, huh?
That was so weird, man.
Wasn't it?
That was the weirdest thing. Yeah.
Like 10 a.m. games during COVID? It was actually like, look, COVID wasn't cool, but having games that early was kind of cool. It's just like, oh, I get something right smack dab in the middle of the day. Fun.
That was actually really cool. When I was in India back in January and February, the place where I was 12 and a half hours ahead of Denver. They do some of those split time zones.
Yep.
So if the Nuggets were playing, I don't know, the Portland Trailblazers, and it was a 7 p.m. tip-off here in Denver, that was 7:30 a.m. for me the next morning. So there were a couple times where I'd be sitting at the hotel eating breakfast, looking at my phone going, oh, look at that. Nuggets are up at the half at like 8:30 in the morning. It was awesome.
The first time I went to so before I moved here, I was only central. I've only lived in the central time zone and the eastern time zone. But I went to California. It was on a Saturday morning at an early flight. So my flight got in at like 7:30. And I took a scooter along the beach, stopped by this bar, and the doors were open. So I just sat down. It was 9 a.m. and I look up at the TVs and college football was on. And I go, oh yeah, this time zone thing is funky over here. People are drinking coffee and we got games on. And I actually loved it. I was like, the earlier you can start, the better.
Meanwhile, one time I was in the Eastern time zone during NFL season.
Oh, it's brutal.
And I was checking my phone. I go, Monday Night Football starts at 8:20.
Yeah, I don't know how those guys do it. I don't know how they do it.
What?
It is the worst time zone for sports that exists.
I have to wait till like 1 p.m. for the earliest NFL games to kick off. What is this?
By the way, if you want an early football game, well, guess what? Those international games are back next week. It's Jets and Vikings at 7:30 in the morning on Sunday. Be sure to set your lineups early. 303-504-0925. Let's get to college football stock up, stock down next. All right, it's that time of the week. Nelly, hit me with that music, please. It is college football stock up, stock down, and we do it every single week following the college football weekend. We start with the quarterback, stock up. Cade Klubnik, quarterback out of Clemson. So he had a little bit of hype to him going into Clemson. Didn't quite get it immediately. But outside of a big loss to Georgia in week 1, he's been pretty amazing. Beat Stanford badly this past weekend, had 255 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a pick. But he's got 12 touchdowns and 2 picks on the year, and Clemson is scoring 50 points a game the last 3 weeks. Clemson's one of those teams that, like, when they lose early, you just want to cast them off to the side. But if he can continue to play this way, they'll keep climbing the top 25 charts again, and they'll be climbing the top of the ACC again, and probably be right there for a college football playoff appearance. But if he continues to play that way, he's going to put him in good position. So Cade Klubnik, he gets the stock up. Let's go stock down. Here's Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. Jackson Dart, 361 yards, which sounds good. But this was in a loss to Kentucky. When you're the number 6 team in the country, 261 yards. 261 yards, 1 touchdown, and no picks. But it was a loss to Kentucky. Kentucky went into that game 2-2 on the year. Ole Miss undefeated, number 6 in the country. Jackson Dart's always one of those guys. It's like beginning of the year, Heisman talk. Is he going to be in the conversation? And this is just a loss you can't afford. Like, the SEC is too good to have losses like this. You know what? Georgia's going to be A-okay with that loss to Alabama because it was close, and it was Bama. It was 2 versus 4. It was not a Kentucky team that was hoping and praying to just squeak out victories throughout the year. Now, remember, Kentucky did give Georgia problems just a couple of weeks ago, as Georgia only beat them by 1 in this low-scoring 13-12 game. Like, they got a good defense. But you would hope, if you're the quarterback of a team that is number 6 in the country, you can overcome some of that stuff. You know, Ole Miss has done a pretty good job of beating up on nobodies. Their wins this year, Furman, Middle Tennessee State, Wake Forest, and Georgia Southern, play Kentucky and they lose. The rest of their schedule, just the next few weeks, it's at South Carolina, at LSU, Oklahoma at home, at Arkansas, Georgia after that. Like, they got a tough stretch coming up. And maybe that game served as a, Ole Miss isn't as good as we thought. But Jackson Dart, he gets a stock down. Let's go Big 12 team stock up. Yeah, it's CU. That's a big-time win. You're a 14-point dog on the road at Florida, and you win 48-21. Like, you don't just beat them, you obliterate them. Each week I see improvement out of that team in the areas that I need to, which is the running game. Looks like you can actually, if you need to run the football a little bit, looks like they're capable of doing that now. Offensive line looks a little bit better. Defense, pretty solid. You know, for Big 12 standards, pretty solid defense in that conference. And really good at the second half. You know, we can talk on and on about Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, but hey, man, like, they're 2 of the best players in the country, and they're surrounded by some other guys who can play a little bit. Like, when you see dudes like Shepard making a full extension diving catch, the argument for me is they're as good as anybody in the Big 12 right now. Until further notice, you consider them with all those other pretty good teams in the Big 12 at the top of the heap. So they get the stock up. Let's go Big 12 team stock down. It's Utah, and it's tough because I know Cam Rising is out, but Isaac Wilson, the younger brother of Zach Wilson, is not good. Like, Utah can't find a way to, first of all, score a lot of points right now, and secondly, just hang on to the football. So since Isaac Wilson took over in Utah, this was just a few weeks ago, so he's gotten playing time in each of these games, but since Cam Rising is out, he's thrown 5 picks in 3 weeks. He's got 6 touchdowns and 6 interceptions on the year. He looks exactly like his brother, but he kind of plays like his brother. And I mean that in the sense of, like, is capable of the big play, but is also capable of throwing the ball directly into the stomach of somebody with an opposing jersey. And it's happened quite a bit so far, at least early in this season. Maybe he can get better. He's a young kid. But without Cam Rising, Utah's going to struggle. Their defense is always going to play well, but in that game last week against Arizona, they lose 23-10. It gives them their first loss of the year. I think they might see a lot more games like that coming their way without Cam Rising. National team, stock up. Yeah, it's Bama. I mean, that's a hell of a win over Georgia. And Milroe looks vastly improved at quarterback. Remember, he was benched at one point last season, came back in, improved throughout the second half of the year, and now looks like he's just getting better and better and better. Ryan Williams is the best wide receiver in the country, and he's 17 years old, which is pretty damn amazing. They got a really good secondary group. Here's the thing. I was talking to a Bama fan yesterday, and he said he called his brother during that game, and he goes, man, can you believe we almost blew a 28-point lead? It's like, no, dude. You did blow a 28-point lead. That did happen. You're just – what's so impressive about it is a lot of teams, especially playing against a team like Georgia, when they score that touchdown to go up 34-33, how many teams can just come back and in one play, the lead's back in your favor? Like immediately. And that's the talent of a guy like Ryan Williams, man. That's what he can do. But they are for sure getting the stock up. Let's go stock down. Yeah, it's Ole Miss. Again, number 6 in the country. You lose 20-17 to Kentucky. They got a lot harder games on their schedule coming up where I think that this game might have exposed some things and some deficiencies from that team where they can have trouble getting the football going against good defenses. And this is one of those, you're facing adversity like Bama was. Are you able to counterpunch? Hell, Georgia was facing adversity. They counterpunched. They got punched last. I didn't see a lot of fight back from Ole Miss. And as they get into the tougher part of the SEC schedule, I think you'll see that they're going to regress to the rest of the pack. Probably still a top 25 team, but not like top 10 level, top 25 team. Heisman stock up. Ashton Jeanty. If you watch, just look at his highlight reel from the game last week. And you can say, yeah, well, he was playing against so-and-so. Don't care. Like, Wazoo's a decent enough football team. He had 26 carries for 259 yards and 4 touchdowns. Remarkably, he's had on the year a 259-yard game, a 127-yard game that was last week on only 11 carries, and he would have had way more than that had he not been pulled at halftime because they were playing Portland State. The week before that, in a loss, 37-34 to Oregon, he had 192 yards and 3 touchdowns. And in their opening game of the season, 267 yards and 6 touchdowns, bringing his total on the year through 4 games to 82 carries, 845 yards, and 13 touchdowns for an average of 10.3 a carry. It's remarkable to watch this guy. Again, go back and look at his highlight reel against Washington State. They couldn't tackle him. They had him wrapped up multiple times, and then 40 yards later, he's in the end zone. I don't know where he came from. I don't know why I didn't hear of this guy beforehand. He had a good year last year, but he's next level this season. Like last year, he had 1,300 yards on 6 yards a carry and 14 touchdowns. He's got 13 TDs already. So if there is any running back who's going to win the Heisman Trophy again and he keeps this pace and it's not him, then nobody's winning it. But also there's that guy Travis Hunter that's there, who's also doing something we've never seen before. Just a wild year for the top end of the guys in college football. Let's go Heisman stock down. No, this one's going to be weird. I didn't want to go Jackson Dart again and beat up on Ole Miss enough. I actually think it's Shedeur because of this. He had this amazing game last week, but I think Travis Hunter's going to eat away at his votes. His teammate's going to take from him. And typically you'd go with the quarterback, but when it comes to Travis Hunter doing what he's doing, I think he's just going to steal enough away from Shedeur that it's going to make it really difficult for him to finish at the top. And it sucks because he's having an amazing season, but just as a byproduct of that guy being your teammate, I think he eats some votes away from you. So let's go to upset of the week.
You play to win the game.
Again, it's Ole Miss, obviously. Number 6 team loses, but I'm going to give this to Bama for the comeback. For being down with 2 minutes left and trying not to sit there and sulk and coming back and winning that game, I thought was remarkable. So there you go. That's college football stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the college football weekend, and you can watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. You can save more at Safeway, receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway for You member every day. Earn points, redeem exclusive offers. So download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Seattle's got to make a stop.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to throw it back to Goff. Who had that on the bingo card? Touchdown Lions. Earmark that. Here is a completion to Jamison Williams. He is gone. Touchdown Lions. 70 yards.
Yeah, well, I just gave the game ball to somebody else, so I feel awful right now. Yeah. No, I knew he played a heck of a game. I did not realize he was perfect. I did not know he was literally 18 for 18.
Live from the D.
You could just say Detroit.
That's what I said.
You said the D.
Detroit.
Am I being punked?
The D.
2 Monday night games yesterday. I hope that's the last of them. I really do. I don't like the simulcast 2 games on at once thing. It drives me nuts.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's really dumb.
But
But
inefficient.
here's the good thing. If the only game they had last night was Tennessee and Miami, I'm sure they're glad that Seattle-Detroit was on because that game was actually watchable, as Tennessee and Miami was not. If you thought that the Broncos and Jets was a little bit of a slog offensively, how does 180 combined passing yards sound to you in that Tennessee and Miami game between Tyler Huntley and Mason Rudolph?
Well, let me go back to the 2 games, Moshe, because you're in the business, so am I. Television value. There is nothing more valuable on television today than a National Football League game. Nothing. It is the most valuable entity in all of television.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where Amazon devotes billions for Thursday night. All right? These networks are throwing the pocketbook. So why would you dilute the product when one property, one game is worth so much money on a Thursday, on a Monday? Why would you put 2 at the same time? I just don't understand it.
Is it so they can say, like, the family of network thing? You combine the ratings and then you say, oh, well, ESPN and ABC tallied 29 million viewers. Is that why they do it?
We had Adam Schefter on the show a week ago. We asked Adam Schefter, who represents ESPN. He did not know the answer.
Yeah.
The insider for ESPN did not know the answer why they put 2 games on at the same time. You know what I think it is? I think they just have too much inventory. And they don't know what else to do with it.
Could be. You know, on top of that, you know, in watching the Seahawks and Lions game, which was a lot more fun because there was a lot more offense, I had that feeling again where I'm like, gosh, the Broncos don't have a lot of those, do they? They don't have a lot of those DK Metcalf, Kenneth Walker, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jamison Williams guys. You know what I mean?
Jahmyr Gibbs, bro.
Oh, he's amazing.
Watching those Detroit running backs, wow.
That I know that everybody, like, the highlight reel of last night is that throwback pass to Goff in the end zone. Where I'm like, all right, cool little gimmick, whatever. The most impressive play between both games last night. Did you guys see David Montgomery catch that ball in the flat?
Yes.
Standing still, has a defender running full speed into him, and the defender looked like he ran into a brick wall. Montgomery didn't.
Let's hold on a second. Describe it correctly. He fell backwards onto his own butt.
He ripped backwards.
Yes.
Like whiplash almost.
Yes.
And then Montgomery takes the ball for another 40 yards.
Well, he also, I think, he broke another tackle. He broke a tackle, squirmed his way free, and then took off to the left. And ran it for about 40 more yards.
But how does he not move when he gets hit like that?
I don't know.
Full speed, 200-pound guy, and he doesn't move.
I don't know how that happens.
That's crazy.
This is the same David Montgomery, Vic, who week before got stacked up at the line of scrimmage, and
floated.
His offensive line picked him up, and the defensive line tried to pick him up and stop him and push him backwards, and the offensive line won the battle, and it was like a phalanx. Down the field as Montgomery was in midair before they finally dropped him on the ground like a little newborn.
But I was trying to count yesterday, Vic, how many players on the field in Detroit between the Seahawks and the Lions, if you just took whatever player, put them on the Broncos, would be their best offensive skill position player? Because I think I could get to like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Like Metcalf, St. Brown, Kenneth Walker, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Tyler Lockett, probably.
How about Laporta?
Laporta.
I mean, you talk
Smith
about this
and Jigba,
this young tight
or as
end.
our friend Mad Dog Russo would say.
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Bro, your boy
Hey.
was 18 for 18.
Yeah.
He did not miss a pass. He did not miss a pass. And listening to Dan Campbell handed out the game ball and forgot that his quarterback was perfect on the night. Did not miss a pass.
Technically, the lines were 19 of 19 because St. Brown completed his
That
pass.
is
too.
correct.
And that pass was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
The poor linebacker, you see him waving his arms in the air like, oh, don't I know it's coming? I can't get to it.
That was a
It was
fun
pretty
game.
awesome. Yeah, it was really
somebody
fun.
answers why I ask why do they have 2 Monday night games, and somebody says, and it's a great answer because I agree with the answer, but let me tell you why it's not accurate. Because if one of those games is a blowout, you get a chance to watch another game. That's why. Great. Why don't they do that every Monday night then? They only do it for select Monday nights.
Probably don't have enough.
What do you mean? You could do this every week if you wanted to. If you wanted to. If the answer is that answer right there, if one game's a blowout, you get a chance to watch the other one. Why don't they doublehead every Monday night if that's the reason?
Well, don't they only get allotted a certain amount of games?
If that's the reason, then why don't you get a doubleheader on Thursday nights?
Vic, you'd have to get inside the boardroom.
That's probably a scheduling
of
nightmare.
ABC,
The
ESPN,
answer
Disney, and
is
find
simple.
out.
It's dumb. The
I
answer
agree.
is simple. It's dumb.
Okay,
Stop doing that.
fine, it's dumb.
Stop doing that. Hell, put a game on Tuesday night.
What are you worried about? You had the multi-view going on last
I know.
night.
I'm watching it fine. And as I'm watching the multi-view via Fubo and Apple TV, I'm saying to myself,
Self.
if
I'm
these
saying to
were on-
myself,
Self.
self.
if these were on separate platforms, separate streaming apps, how would I do this? How would I watch both?
You would need 2 TVs. That's how.
Two
Or-
TVs
or
rolling
do
at
what
the
I
same
did.
time.
I had a TV and a laptop.
I saw your tweet or whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it, where you're asking for smart young people to come up
Invent
with a plan.
something.
Invent something.
What are you guys waiting for? Smart young people. Invent stuff.
So what he wants
My
is
people invented the wheel. Invent something.
people didn't invent the wheel.
We invented fire.
You didn't even invent pasta.
What are you waiting for?
Or tomatoes.
Smart young people. Let's go.
You did invent the Coliseum, though, and that was pretty rad.
If I want to go from the Peacock to Netflix, back to Paramount, jump over to Prime, watch. Do you know how long it takes to do all of
Yeah,
that?
it feels like an insurance seminar.
Yeah.
Yes, because you got to get out. Then not only that, but my TV asks me who's watching.
I know.
Well, what do you mean? Who gives a rat's ass who's watching?
Oh, that one's not as
is
bad.
it Mark? Is it the Bear? Is it Brookie? Is it somebody? I mean,
That one's not nearly as bad as you go to the other one and then you click let's just say it's Apple TV.
Mhm.
You click it and it goes, can you verify this?
Oh.
And you got to scan the QR code and
Yeah.
you got to put the password in and you're like, oh my God, this is the same TV I've been using forever.
I know. And then it says, "Do you want to watch it live? Do you want to die?" No, I want to sit here with my teeth
Let
in
me
my
ask you
mouth.
this. Have you ever done this? Have you ever gone
Come on,
into a
man.
game like it's middle of the second quarter and you turn it on and you're thinking you're watching the second quarter and it starts from the very beginning. You're
Yeah.
like, huh, it's still 0-0 the second quarter.
I've made a
And you
mistake.
sit there watching for a while. You're like, wait a minute. What is going on here?
I mean, our habits will change as we get
No,
more used to
there's
bouncing
no-
around.
there-
I know
no.
you were in one last night. I know you were. I saw
young people, those of you who are young, get off your ass and invent something.
Can I ask a technical question, by the way? Because Vic, I actually didn't know this happened until after the game either. I was kind of like Dan Campbell, where I didn't know that Goff didn't have an incompletion on the day. But the highest passer rating that you can get in the NFL, what's that number again? Is it 158.3?
Is it 150?
158.3.
Okay.
So Goff was 18 of 18 for 292 yards and 2 touchdowns. He did not have a perfect passer rating, and I just don't know how that's possible.
It's 155.8.
Wait, excuse me?
Yeah, I don't. What did he get downgraded for in no
Did he throw a pick?
incompletions? He didn't throw an incompletion, Vic.
Oh, that's true.
Well,
Wait,
did his Sports Illustrated model girlfriend dump him?
hold on a
Because they
second.
might have said,
They
you know
actually
what?
just got
Knock
married.
it- Oh, they did?
Yes.
This
Well,
is
maybe
where
that's why they downgrade. I don't know.
this is where math is a liar. Math, you lie.
Nelly said it had to do something with the amount of touchdowns per attempt that he had one
No.
every 9 throws.
No, we're not playing
That
these
if it was
games.
one every
No.
like 6 or 7,
No.
then it would
Nope.
have been
Now,
perfect.
Nelly, that's a bit nitpicking, ain't
no.
it? I mean,
Nelly,
come on.
call passer rating guy. That's
Absolutely. No, I have the Pro Football Reference calculator up, and you can change pass attempts, completions, touchdowns, and the only thing that gets it to move up is if you increase the touchdowns per attempt.
So wait
So
a minute.
if he
wait a
had
minute.
three, if he had 3 touchdown passes, he would have been perfect.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Well, St. Brown threw a touchdown. He was 1 of 1 for 7 yards and a TD, and his rating was 135.4.
No, I got his rating as
So he's
Yeah,
throwing
exactly,
a touchdown.
yeah.
He's throwing a touchdown every time he throws the football.
But that's only because but I don't know how that works. But when you look at the team passer rating, it is 158.3.
What the hell's going on here?
Those two don't add up to
you're
158
stupid.
or average out.
That's
I
the
know,
second thing
it's
that
dumb.
doesn't make sense
Yeah.
today. By the way, we got a text from Johnny B, and we appreciate our texters for enlightening us because we're not very smart. And, in television, we should know this answer. This person obviously did the research. We ask, why does ESPN run double headers the first couple weeks of Monday Night Football? Why? This person has the answer. The real answer is CBS and Fox only have the rights to a certain number of games per week. On weeks where there are no bye weeks, there are 2 extra games. 1 extra game gets awarded to ABC on Monday night. Fine. I don't mind that. Great. But why does ABC and ESPN, which has 2 networks to carry these games, why do they have to put them side by side?
Yeah.
Start one game at 4 and another game at 7.
Yeah.
You're ESPN. What else do you got? Bowling? Start the first game at 4 and the second game at 7.
It is a really weird timing part, too.
It's dumb.
Yeah.
It's not weird. It's dumb. Just say it. You're dumb.
I agree.
They only play once a week. When you're talking about like the National Hockey League and the national broadcasts, they have started to stagger. In fact, we've had games where we don't drop the puck until 8 o'clock. Well, why is that? Well, because the national guys, they have the first game and they are blah, 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 and you can't be in their window and, enough of that stuff.
303-504-0925. We're going to
Wait.
talk to Jake Plummer here soon.
Good. I want to talk
At
to Jake.
7:30.
I got a conundrum, Vic, and I need your help.
Oh, I'm so thankful that you want to talk to Jake.
I do want to talk to Jake badly. Love Jake Plummer. I'm on a text thread. It has nothing to do with Lions football at all. It has to do with family dynamics. I'm on a text thread with Brett and his brother and his father regarding the Lions games.
I can't do Lions radio for 3 hours.
We're
I
not,
can't either.
We're not doing Lions radio, but I am in communication throughout the course of said game with both T. Willie and Nolan. And this guy over here is in full Hibes mode, right? In fact, I said to him, wake up, Brett. Stop being a kitty cat. We're all right.
I don't text
understand.
during the game. Like, I don't know why this is so hard for you to understand. I watch the game. I don't text during it.
Mark, we've already gone through this. You are an over communicator. You over text, you overshare.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us just want to watch the games.
Okay.
That's the problem. He just wants to watch a football
I
game.
just want to watch
He doesn't
it.
care to exchange ideas on what's happening next week with you on the text chain.
Okay. Well, yeah, but Troy said he loved me last night. So this is, I think I'm getting, the problem is I think I'm getting to be more of a favorite son than Brett is.
Troy said he loved you?
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't tell me that.
I said, I'd lay the points blank Seattle. They haven't done anything. And he says, that's why I love you. Seattle list is pretty, injury list is pretty bad too.
You know what? He's just like, he's giving a kid candy. It's like, I think your team's going to win. Oh, thanks, man. Love you.
Yeah. Love you. Now shut up. Can we watch the game?
Yeah.
That's what it
no.
was. Yeah, that's what it was. It was like,
I'm like the third Kane son. The son that Troy always wanted, that actually wanted to enjoy the game with him, not hibernate in his basement.
Do you have the alternate text chain between you, your son, your brother, and your dad? Where your dad says,
I do have
"Can
that.
you shut that guy up?"
303-504-0925. Jake Plummer joins us in 15 minutes. Stick
Right
around.
home.
That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. And if you guys still don't recognize that tone, you should, because it means there's a chance for you to win some cash. Because Tulatero is the favorite lottery app of many where you can participate in games such as Mega Millions, Powerball, and Lucky for Life. And if you download that Tulatero app and register with the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to try your hand in the Mega Millions tonight, which is $93 million. So download the Tulatero app and use that code MAGIC for that free credit to play in your first lottery game. Download Tulatero, Tulotero, and use that code MAGIC. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. All right, Jake Plummer joins us in a few minutes, and we can ask him, hey, man, what do you do if it's raining outside and you need to throw the ball? Because that's it's a problem. At least last week it was. I don't know if it's going to be permanently a problem. I don't know if you guys caught the same thing I did. I get a lot of tweets yesterday saying, you guys do know that he played in Oregon and he can play in the rain. I was like, okay, but just didn't look that great last week. That's all I'm saying. So we'll talk to Jake
Let's do
Plummer
drills
about that.
that say it won't rain.
I would love to do those.
Absolutely. Hey, we got to acknowledge something. Again, yesterday was tough around these parts after the passing of Dikembe Mutombo. And Vic, Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle, the hit king, has passed away at the age of 83. Not in the Hall of Fame. I don't know that he'll ever get in to the Hall of Fame. You can't write the history of baseball without Pete Rose in it. But you're talking about a guy who was far. I said yesterday, Bretsky, far from a perfect human being. I've interviewed him on multiple occasions. Try to imagine in your head what Pete Rose would be like if you're interviewing him, right? But he was a perfect ball player. I mean, he was a perfect Major League Baseball player.
Let me ask the question, because it's awful to see what transpired, and we still don't know the cause of his death. We don't know what it was.
We don't.
83 years old. Will Pete Rose be remembered? And right now, may not be the right time to ask. Maybe in 20 years, 30 years. Will he be remembered for the gambling and the suspension and the, more than suspension, lifetime ban? Will he be remembered for that? Or will he be remembered for 4-2-5-6?
Well, when I mentioned the name Shoeless Joe Jackson, what do you think? What's the first thing that comes into your
Gambling.
head? Right. Even though they can't prove that he took any money and he hit over 300 in the series and so on and so forth, he was implicated in the Black Sox scandal and was banned for life.
They had it yesterday in the bottom line scroll on ESPN. It was Pete Rose, banned for life for gambling, dies at, I forget what the age was, but that's how they had like the small heading in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I think he's going to be more remembered for that, unfortunately. But
I was lucky enough when I was a kid to see him play. And it was when I was a little kid watching those old Cincinnati Reds and then the Philadelphia Phillies and whatnot, I was a little tiny kid. It was a big deal to be able to see Pete Rose play the game of baseball. It was a big deal to see Johnny bench, right?
sure.
It was like, oh my, I mean, these are like the biggest heroes on the planet, the biggest stars you could ever imagine. And it's just, I don't know, man. I don't even know how to this morning. I think it's unfair to categorize him as, embattled and banned for life, that sort of thing. The guy was one of the greatest baseball players in the history of the game.
All right, so if given the choice, if you're the commissioner right now, would you put him in the Hall of Fame?
Well, again, like him or hate him or whatever the reason, he's gone now, okay? So
you put his name in the Hall of Fame.
This whole banishing for life, is it a punishment to the player, or are you just trying to punish the guy while he's still alive so that he's not getting in while he's still alive?
Let me ask
are you trying to, set a precedent for the rest of time?
Let me ask it a better way. Is Shoeless Joe Jackson's name in the Hall of Fame?
It is not.
Well, there's your answer.
Can you write the game of baseball without Shoeless Joe Jackson?
No.
Yeah, you can't do that with a bunch of people.
But it doesn't mean they belong in the Hall of Fame. Now, I'm split here. Do I think that baseball deserves to put some of these guys in the Hall? Do I think we can go down the line? Is Roger Clemens a Hall of Famer? Is Barry Bonds a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Of course, the Hall of Famers. I mean, let's not be stupid. But where do you draw that line? You draw it at steroids? You draw it at gambling? Who comes up with the line of morality that keeps guys in or out?
Miserable baseball writers.
Well, I think.
What is that line of morality?
If you go back to the commissioners when they held all of the power, not only the commissioners, but the presidents of each league. The president, they had a president of the American League and a president of the National League, and then you had the commissioner. They wielded so much power. If you went back and you looked at some people who are in the Hall of Fame and you look at their lives and careers, they weren't exactly angels and saints. You know what I mean?
It's never been that way.
Agreed. So I don't know. I mean, it was a quote lifetime ban. Well, his lifetime is over. So now what do? I don't know the answer to that, Vic. I really don't.
We're going to talk to Jake Plummer here in just a few minutes. Just quickly, I had people in the appetizer screaming at me either positively or negatively because there is there's a thought I have on CU that I want to get to a little bit later in the show. I said CU has as good a shot as anybody in the Big 12 of winning that conference and making the college football playoff. And kind of how this stemmed the conversation or the question was, who has a better shot, even if you think they're minimal, to zero? Who has the better shot of making the playoffs? Is it CU or is it the Broncos? Broncos are 500 through 4 weeks. Their schedule does get easier from here. Their next 3 of 4 games are at home against easier opponents. CU, by the way, is now right there in the thick of things, almost halfway through the college football season with one loss that's not a conference loss. And literally, I don't think there's any team that you could say definitively in the Big 12 is better than they are right now. Now, do they have deficiencies? Sure, but so do a bunch of teams.
Yeah, I don't know for a fact. I think BYU's pretty damn good.
BYU's got like a 3-point win against Sam Houston or something.
There is there's one of those
they're pretty good
odds-making services that comes up with percentages of chances of winning the Big 12. And the Buffs' chances were not good at the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think they stand right now as being undefeated? Okay, yeah, because I've got it. Yeah.
2.
No.
Number 2.
No, they're not number 2.
Not according
to what I'm reading here. And then I'm reading from one of these. What the hell's the name?
So
of
it's
this
to
thing?
win the Big 12. You
To
said?
win the Big 12.
I'd say 25%.
No, 9%. They're the sixth
best.
highest odds to win
We had
the Big 12.
the second best odds yesterday,
That was
right?
the ESPN FPI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's still early.
Uh-huh.
It's still hard to tell.
Here was the argument that I made just quickly before we get to Jake was out of all the teams in the Big 12, a lot of them are pretty good teams. And I think that CU's in that category. And we'll get a lot better answer, I think, next week when they take on Kansas State. Kansas State might be, when they're operating at their peak, Kansas State, I think, is the best team in the conference, but they had that weird BYU game where they're Jekyll and Hyde.
There's no dominant Big 12
Nope.
team. That's the thing. That's why it's there for the taking. And that's why that might be a good wager to bet on Colorado this year.
Well, and-
there is
and
no
again-
dominant team at all.
Vic, I'll go back to College Game Day. And they're talking about the Big 12. They say it's not tall. I'll reiterate, not tall. Like you're not stacked with, some of these big teams at the top and then crap at the bottom and so on. But they said it's wide, where there's a lot of teams that could upset another team and so on and so forth. That they've got a lot of teams sort of in the middle there that can go and snatch you. But there's a lot of dichotomy inside this conference. Brett, can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
You take Texas Tech. It's a 4-1 football team. Just beat Cincinnati in a shootout over the weekend. They've played 5 games. Okay, they've played 5. Points for this season are 208. Points against are 172. That's a 4-1 football team. And then you take a team like Iowa State. They're unbeaten, 4-0. Their points for, you ready for this? 113. And points against, in 4 games, points against, 29. And you're like, okay, so, I mean, what style is going to beat what style when it comes down to it? Because Iowa State, the Cyclones, number 16 in the country, are get in the trenches and slog it out like pigs. That's what they do. They don't score hardly at all, but they don't give up anything, including to Iowa, which maybe is easier than we thought. But anyway, the point is that they've only given up 29 points all year long. So as this season goes on, I'm sure these things will start to even out a little bit. But, Vic, that's what makes this conference, in my opinion, so difficult to handicap.
You know what's crazy? So if I ask you guys on the surface again, and we'll get into more detail on this in a second, better chance to make the playoffs, that CU makes the college football playoff or the Broncos make the NFL playoffs? Which would you say?
The 12-team playoff?
Yeah.
Or the Broncos make the NFL playoffs?
Correct.
Oh. That means that
Essentially, you're saying CU wins the Big 12.
Yeah, CU would have to win the Big 12
I'm going to say the Broncos.
and the Big 12 championship.
I'm going to say the Broncos getting in is the more viable option, even if it's not that viable.
Now,
how about this?
If you ask me, CU making a bowl game, that's pretty much assured at this point.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
So let's get back into this in a little bit, but let's jump out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we're joined by Snake. Jake Plummer joins the show.
Hey.
Oh, Jake, did you draw that over your right shoulder? That looks nice. Is that your latest offering there from art class?
Yeah, I'm really advancing my art skills, getting better at going into the monster realm.
Is it?
So
Okay.
yeah, that's my son Winston. So
Nicely
I'll
done.
be capping on Winston's work. That was his stuff when he was about 4 or 5 years old. So I see that in the morning. It makes me smile.
There
Hey,
you go.
can we
man.
start this off, Jake? First of all, we're so happy to have you on. We miss you. We miss your musk.
Yeah.
Can you tell us? We had a lot to say about Bo Nix gripping the ball in the rain. How difficult was it for you when it rained, and what did you notice him doing that he could have done better?
Yeah, it's hard. It's one of those things. Some guys just have it. They can grip the ball. Doesn't bother them. For me, I hated it because I don't know if you guys noticed the difference in the balls now that they're dark chocolatey brown. Back in the day, they were not like that. They are almost kind of pink looking, the leather, and they'd come right out of the wrapper sometimes. And the kicker's job was to like condition them for the quarterbacks. So you'd wipe that stuff off. And there were games where, I licked my finger before a play and I'd have like a little pink outline of like this weird, like almost like they put a shine on it or something. And so any moisture on that, and it was hard as hell to throw the ball. So I hated it. In fact, against Philly in Denver, one time in the rain, we were driving down. It was a key drive, and I screamed over at Chris, the equipment guy. I was like, I need my glove. And so I put the glove on during a drive, got the ball, threw a slant, was able to get it to the right receiver and for a big play to get us in position to win the game. So I felt, though, watching Bo, it was a struggle, and I could see his frustration. The one thing he did that no one's probably talked about is that when he didn't take a lot of risks with his throws because he knew, like, I'm not accurate right now. His misses were good misses, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like he threw the ball high and away.
Yeah.
He threw it low and down. He gave the guys a chance on a few of them, but some of them was just awful. Second half, different story. I don't know what happened, but he came out and he made some big time throws against a guy, hey, let's be real. You're a rookie and you're playing against Aaron Rodgers, a guy that you've watched as a kid and gone, oh my God, that's what I want to be like. He ripped the ball a few times and looked really, really good. I thought he played excellent for the conditions on the road, 2 road games in a row. But like I said, his misses were good misses to me. He did that in one of the games earlier in the year. He missed on a 3rd down throw down near the goal line. He missed outside and away. He gave his receiver a chance, but he didn't take that risk of possibly throwing a pick 6 down there that close. So yeah, I thought he played excellent.
On top of that, Jake, just overall the assessment through 4 games for this rookie, I mean, it's been a little bit roller coaster. He had the really good game in Tampa, but what's the assessment so far?
Bo's run game is good. He's got some running backs back there because right now, everything's Bo. So the Bo's play calling is great. Anyway, I think he's shown me that it doesn't matter what's going to happen. It's like, I'm here. This has been my dream. If I have a sucky half, I'm going to come out and play better in the second half. If I have a bad game, which he had some bad games early, I'm going to work hard, come back, do what the coaches want me to do. I'm sure, the guys around him are seeing his work ethic and his ability to bounce back. He's just a competitor. You can see it. He wants it, and he's out there playing hard, and that really is all that I want to see. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have growing pains. You're going to do some stupid stuff as a rookie. That's just part of it. But remember, the kid played a lot of games in college, so he has experience. It's now just finding out how fast the game is, what that real fine line is between a completion or a bat down or an incompletion and an interception. Because, the incompletions in college, they're coming back at you now if you're not careful where you make that ball be incomplete. Like that's why I focus on, like, his misses have been really good, like smart and thought out. Plus that throw to Cortland Sutton, that deep dig late in the game, that was huge, man. That was like, if we see more of that, which I've seen the last couple of weeks with the play calling, and now you add the running backs, that running game, Williams and McLaughlin, those guys were, they were hitting it and going downhill. I mean, that's a potent mix on an offense with not only those 2 running backs, the ball's going downfield now, and then Bo being able to go out and get some extra yardage. I think he's done well. He's progressed. Let's all just hold off on the Super Bowl predictions now, because he's still got a lot to go, a lot of room to improve. Let's just get to the playoffs, right? Let's just keep winning one at a time. But I like what I see, and I'm a believer.
There's always a time when the light bulb goes on for a guy, right? Whatever sport it may be. I see it in hockey all the time, and the light bulb went on for that guy, and now he's a player. When did the light bulb go on for you, and how long do you think it takes a guy like Nix to have it where you walk in, you say, I can't believe I learned that much from game 1 to game 11 or season number 2?
Yeah, it's hard to say when that actually happened for me. I mean, I know that being in the league, it was a learning process for me in my rookie year. I didn't come into the league like these young kids come into it now with the whole entire package and the knowledge they have of the game. They're taught from, 8th grade on how to dissect defenses and fronts and all that. I mean, I was learning that stuff when I got to the league. I learned a lot in college on technique, and I also learned how to read the defenses we were seeing at that level. But when I got to the league, it was just a whole new ball game. There were moments when it clicked where it was just like, okay, I'm seeing this. And that was probably my second year. We struggled early in 98, and then we turned it on in the second half of that season. We went no huddle. It was good for me. It was good for Mark Trestman because we were calling plays like that. We were just up to the line of scrimmage. We were rolling. There was no time to second guess if this was the call or should we go with this call or, it's 3rd and 7. And we were just calling the plays and making them. And it was beautiful. We went on and won the last 4 games, cardiac cards, made it to the playoffs. And then you're thinking, oh, I'm here, I got it. And then I get a thumb injury and have a horrible year the next year. Man, my worst season in the NFL, threw 27 picks. Of those 27, probably at least 17 of those picks were completions with my thumb being healthy because I just couldn't get it into the windows. I couldn't make it happen. But I kept playing, kept forcing myself to go. And that's where I learned a lesson, take a break if you're injured. Take a minute to sit back and heal up because you're such an important part of this team as the quarterback. But it was never really easy. There were games with the Broncos. I remember I didn't even get hit. It was like, wow, I maybe got hit twice today because the run game was downhill, was killing it. Our play action was killing it. And we were just a well-oiled, very, very polished offense, just killing it. And that's when it was really a lot of fun, winning all those games and making it to the playoffs with a real possibility to go to the Super Bowl.
Hey, Jake Plummer's joining us this morning. Whatever happened to Ashley Lilly? You ever keep in contact with him, by the way?
I don't know where he's at. His name surfaced a while back, and I think maybe I heard he was coaching, possibly. I don't know, but yeah, he was. Yeah, he was fun.
He would run that deep slant. He'd go down the middle of the field. You'd run that play action, and he'd be there every time. By the way, we had Bradley Van Pelt on the show a couple weeks ago, and I felt I felt so bad for BVP the year he backed you up. Because you never left the game. You never gave him playing time. The poor guy would just sit on the sideline waiting to play, and he never took any snaps because you never left the game.
And that guy was ahead of his time. If you look at now, the athletes, they're allowing the growth cycle of these athletes to come in and play quarterback. Man, you'd put him back there like he could truck you running the ball. He could throw it anywhere, and he was a hell of a leader. Guys just gravitated towards him. So, BVP, man, we had some fun together.
I'm sure you did.
He's a great dude. Yeah. He really is.
Great guy.
You know what? Just quickly for you, Jake, one thing that really helps rookie quarterbacks, young quarterbacks, is a good defense. And this Broncos defense through 4 weeks, I think, is arguably the best in the NFL so far. What have you noticed from them? I mean, they lose Justin Simmons, they lose Josie Jewell from last year, and they just keep rolling. Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's having a good scheme. Vance Joseph's a good coach. He knows what to do. He's been a head coach before. I think getting the right personnel in there, and you don't have to have superstars on a defense, but you got to have 11 guys that all work together and fly to the ball. Believe in each other, know that each one's going to do their job. And you see that. We lose a starting linebacker, Singleton, and you don't miss a beat. And that's the sign of not only good coaching and players preparing well, but also you got to tip your hat to the GM and to the scouts and to the organization for having the bodies there and having quality backups that are fighting for time. And when they get their opportunity, there's no letdown. I really like what they're doing. I mean, I think the front line, That Zach Allen cat seemed to be
Stud.
Rodgers' best friend, man.
Yeah.
He was all over him. And you got to love that. When that happens, then that opens up the gate for those DBs to get their hands on the ball. And once you get the hands on the ball, then all of a sudden now, you're seeing turnovers. And that's what I like, is a defense that's creating turnovers. They're ball hawking, they're coming up, they're putting a shoulder pad on the ball. That's fun. That's exciting. And I think, the whole team, even special teams, is playing well. And that's a sign of just, players believing, coaches putting in that work and the time, and everybody believing in the schemes. And we're seeing that happen. So two road wins on the road against two quality teams. We don't want to jump the gun and get too excited, because they're coming home now, and it's going to be popping for the Raiders game. And I'm excited to have a chance to watch in person Bo, get after it. And here at home, where everyone I think is starting to believe.
I love it. Hey, by the way, real quick on the Zach Allen, anytime you have a nose tackle with one of those mechanical elbow things, man, I don't, even as a quarterback, you see like bionics, he's got this stuff going on in the thing. I'm like, that guy's probably pretty tough. Maybe his arm would fall off if that thing wasn't attached, but here he comes at you. It's crazy.
And he's using it as a weapon, too.
Yep,
He's using that to get in there. And
bam, bam. Oh, yeah.
Can I say one more thing, Jake, that I appreciate about you? You're still a wire headphone guy. I like I like that. Like, too many people are going wireless headphones. I still appreciate a good wire on this thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I want
mic
that
attached?
Bluetooth coursing through my head. I did it for a while.
Yeah.
I like the wire, man. So looks like Vic's got a wire.
I got
too.
double wire, dude. Yeah, I got.
That's because he doesn't know how to
skull.
use Bluetooth, not because he prefers it. Trust me.
That's true.
Hey, how's business, by the way? You busy?
It's going well. It's a constant climb, just educating people.
Yeah.
Understand, letting them know, one, that we're not trying to sell them psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah.
They're non-psychoactive. They're legal. It's like a food group. So yeah, we're doing well. It's been a fun journey. We're continuing to get more and more people that want to be active, mind and body, to try out our functional mushrooms, whether that's our capsules. With our replenishing sleep capsule is our #1 seller. So, I venture to guess that the three of you probably maybe struggle a little bit with your sleep. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's good. Mine's good. I still take the replenishing sleep because it's a chance for my body to recover while I'm sleeping. My dreams are vivid and outstanding, and I would look forward to a good night's sleep. So we're doing well. Anybody out there that's wondering what I'm talking about Umbo. Umbo Functional Mushrooms, a local company here, started in Colorado with my buddy Dale Jolly and Rashad Evans, former UFC Hall of Famer. And you can check us out at getumbo.com. We have a newsletter if you want to sign up. That's the best way for you to learn, because I don't have time in the few minutes we're going to talk about it to explain what this beautiful kingdom can do. I call it a queendom for our bodies, as beneficial to our systems and adaptogen properties they have to help us just function better and take your health in your own hands. So check it out, sign up for the newsletter, get our functional mushroom playbook. And if you're interested in trying to order some stuff, Get Umbo 15 is a good code to use for a 15% discount. So yeah, it's fun. This is a journey that I never thought I would be on, but when you can help somebody heal, whether that's sleeping a little bit better, having a little more energy during the day, it's a really powerful thing to have that as the job that I'm doing, to spread the word, to channel this, ancient knowledge from these beautiful organisms to share with the people. So check us out at getumbo.com.
Jake, thanks for a few minutes this morning. Real quick, 10 seconds. If you put the three of us, me, Brett, and Mark, in a ring with Rashad Evans, you think we could take him down? 3 against 1.
I'm not going to answer that, Vic. Listen, you better have your teeth sharpened up and be ready to chew his leg off.
Yeah, I will bite the hell out of him.
He's going to whoop all 3 of your asses pretty quick.
You got enough teeth, you can do it, dude.
Thank you,
He
Jake.
might even just have you all come down, sit down, and like breathe and meditate, though. And then, you'd be like in his trance.
All right.
Right on.
Exactly.
Thanks, buddy.
Jake, you're the best.
See you, buddy.
Great to see you guys. Peace.
All right, man.
Love and mushrooms.
Yeah, there you go. Jake Plummer. Join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Back after this.
Hey guys, it's 2024, and it's time to get serious about your body and about your own health, mentally and physically. You know, I've been with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time, and of course, I've dealt with low testosterone, and they're really helping me. But there are a lot of guys who go there because of erectile dysfunction, and you need the right treatment specifically for your situation because every case is different, and I've learned about this. If you're dealing with some form of ED, don't be embarrassed about it. Seriously, don't put off any treatment any longer. Get back in the game. Be physically better, but be mentally better because it's going to change everything. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatment success over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men are living better lives, and you can do that as well. Their staff are total experts. Your initial visit's just $99, and you'll get a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then the entire blood work and the appointment is totally free, but I'm telling you, it's going to work. So call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations in Colorado. Take care of it. Do something about it. Do not be embarrassed. Be bold and say, I'm going to fix my life. I'm going to fix my erectile dysfunction. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The ball's going downfield now, and then Bo being able to go out and get some extra yardage. You know, I think he's done well. He's progressed. Let's all just hold off on the Super Bowl predictions now, because, you know, he's still got a lot to go, a lot of room to improve. Let's just get to the playoffs, right? Let's just keep winning one at a time. But I like what I see, and I'm a believer.
I'm a believer.
That was Jake Plummer who joined us last segment. Now, he actually made a good point and something I didn't consider. There is such a thing as throwing like a good incompletion. And if you can't trust your accuracy for the day, put the ball in an area that only your wide receiver gets it so it doesn't go the other direction.
Well, you
especially in a game like that.
Agreed.
Where last thing you want to do is put them in good field position.
Agreed. Also, when you have a wide open in the end zone, you don't have to throw it where only he can get it. Okay,
that is true.
So I'm just saying that throw scared me. Now again, Cortland Sutton came down with it. Terrific job. Don't get me wrong, but that throw did scare me. But he's talking about the deep dig. That was a really good throw. It was a big time throw when the Broncos needed it the most for a big first down.
Hey, did you notice that the play clock expired?
It did. It was down to double zeros, and they didn't blow the whistle. In fact, who was calling the game? Was it Ian Eagle?
I can't remember.
I think it was Ian Eagle.
Yeah, it was Ian Eagle.
Yeah, Ian even said play clock is down to double zeros. They don't throw the flag. Here's the snap. And I'm like,
that's
okay.
American sports broadcaster Ian Eagle to you.
Oh, that's right.
Throwback to last year.
He said it on the air, didn't he?
He did.
I'm American sports broadcaster Ian Eagle.
Hey, you hear that, Moj? I asked him to say one thing on the air once, and he did it immediately. I have to ask you 80,000 times before you say something.
Well,
He did it to a national audience,
audience with millions of
great.
viewers.
He will always have my undevoted love and attention. But I will say this. My first game will be October 12th when the Columbus Blue Jackets come to town, right? Second game of the season for the Avs. If you want me to say something that night, something appropriate, not something stupid, because what you guys want me to say are like, but where Terry keeps the burritos and stuff like that. It's just dumb stuff.
Well, you said that on your own, actually.
Oh, yeah, I guess I did.
So you used an example of something extreme, and you did it yourself.
That was Terry's burrito shelf, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
That was good, though.
Yeah.
I do want to get back to this playoff question. There's a lot of people texting in. I just looked this up, by the way. Believe it or not, according to NFL.com, what do you think they put the Broncos' playoff probability at percentage-wise?
2-2 through 4 games. 3 of the 4 are on the road against tough competition. As we look at it now, the schedule, those are good teams.
Yeah.
Those are really good teams, right? I would put their playoff odds at 32%.
I would say it's somewhere probably around 27.
47%.
Oh,
Wow.
You're kidding me.
Just for context, by the way, the Chargers are at 43.
They're 2-2.
The Raiders are at 12.
They're
You know
also
what?
2-2.
You know what?
I'm trying to figure out why that is.
You know what? These next 2 weeks will give us a better understanding of
sure.
what they are, because they're against those 2 teams you're tied with in the division. A team this week, mind you, all right, we're talking about, it's Raiders week. Raider week used to mean something around these parts, by the way. And I hate to be a yesteryear guy, but for longtime Bronco fans, if I told you it's Raider week, all right, it would elicit it. You would feel it. It's Raider week, dude. It doesn't carry the same feeling anymore.
You know what? It should. You haven't beat them in forever.
It's been 4 years. Brett, it's been 4 years. 8 straight. Combine 8 and 4, 84 years. That's how long it's been since you've beaten the Raiders. Not since they moved to Vegas.
84 years.
Yes, not since they moved to Vegas. It doesn't carry the same feeling as it did in years past, but it should, because you haven't beaten this team.
Yeah.
I can't believe that old lady threw it into the water.
I know, dude.
What a
You know,
bee.
think about what you could have done for her family for years to come. Generational wealth for her
Why are
family.
you so selfish, Rose?
That is a selfish move.
God, that's
all because you're
selfish.
in love with the dude?
Ooh, Leonardo DiCaprio drew me naked. Ooh, let me throw this freaking $1 billion diamond into the drink. Anyway, sorry about that, but I just can't believe she did that. Vic, the law of averages will tell you that the Broncos are going to beat the Raiders this year. Now, whether it's this coming week, by the way, we're in Raider week. You know, there was a time, Nelly, get the granddad's happy hour out. Fine with me. I don't give a rat's crap because everybody should be able to commiserate with this.
Can you make it a quick granddad happy hour?
Yeah.
Can we make it a granddad happy minute?
Happy second.
You don't tell Granddad.
Granddad
what to
doesn't
make
get
quick.
happy minutes all that often anymore, so hurry up.
There was a time around these parts when Raider Week meant something.
Does that drink
Yeah.
There was a time when we'd get a car and have people hit it with a sledgehammer. There was a time when all you wanted to do was beat those flippin' Raiders
I remember
and
going
get
into the
revenge
locker
for
room.
Shanny and so on and so forth.
Going into the locker room and asking Broncos, what do you hate most about the Raiders? And they would all have a story. What's there to hate now? Because the team's moved a couple times. I mean, how do you hate them? They've beaten you 8 straight. How do
Okay,
you,
I'm done.
how do you, they've
I'm
owned
done.
you.
I'm done.
I think it makes it really easy to hate him if that happens.
The
Really
hate's
easy.
not the same.
No, it's not. They always had your number, right?
Well, both teams were pretty good back in the day, too.
They screwed Mike Shanahan out of a lot of money. Al Davis himself.
Well, a lot more to talk about the Raiders coming up.
If somebody screwed you out of money, you know what I would do? I would fight for you.
You owe me money.
I owe you nothing.
You owe me. Vic, ask him why he owes me money.
Why does he owe you money?
Because Mosier's not allowed to speak until he beats me in golf. That's why.
Did he beat you?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Dude, he played out of his gourd.
Where did you guys end up playing?
We played Broken T.
Oh, and how badly did you beat him?
No, he beat me.
Oh,
No,
how
I-
badly did you beat
for
him?
the first time ever. Like a stroke.
That
Yeah.
has to be.
It hurts. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
He played out of his gourd.
That's never happened to me. I've never lost to him in golf. So I don't know what that feels like, but I imagine it would feel
Right,
just.
let's go to break.
I'd be repressed.
Enough. Nelly, thank you.
generally speaking, when you win a game, there's probably 30, 40 different factors. I thought how we tackled helped us win. I thought our ability to run the football in the second half helped us win. Do I think it made more sense for us to stay on the Eastern time zone and have less travel? Yes. And so now, where does that rank into all the other? But I think that it's not an unusual schedule. In fact, it's fairly unusual we hadn't done that.
Sean Payton on the Monday Zoom presser.
Defense played its butt off.
Yeah, they did.
We got to Aaron Rodgers repeatedly. We made him limp. Our coverage was great. We tackled like fiends. Oh, by the way, Bo hit a big dig route, and he got one to Cortland in the end zone.
Go ahead, Vic.
I made a comment yesterday on the show, and it actually went viral. Somebody picked it up and put it on Twitter and asked people to comment on it. Now, I want to re-ask the question because it was not meant to be, well, I guess it came off that way. It was not meant to be a knock on Bo Nix.
Right.
It was more a way of propping up Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
That was my way of saying Shedeur Sanders as a can't-miss prospect in the NFL. I made the following comment, and I want to get your reaction a couple days later. I said, I think the Broncos would be better off right now if Shedeur Sanders were the quarterback for this team than Bo Nix. And that may sound like I'm ripping Bo Nix, but I'm the same guy who said Bo Nix is going to be just fine. It's more me saying Shedeur Sanders is not fine. He's great.
Yeah.
He's great. So if I ask you that question right now, what is your answer?
Here's the difficulty, Vic. When you say right now, is it just like, oh, he had training camp to get everything together and learn the offense?
Well, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
you put him in the system.
Just
If I
sure.
gave you the future, if I said right now you're able to swap quarterbacks and you're taking this guy, would you do that?
Yeah, I think I would.
Would you do that, Moshe?
Yeah, I think I would.
Okay. So
Wait,
why?
listen, when I watch,
So why is my question so crazy then? Why are
I don't
why
think
are
it's
people
crazy.
falling off the deep end saying how dare you? I'm not knocking Bo as much as I'm propping Shedeur.
I think that's why. When you read it, because I think I saw the same thing you did. When you read it out of sort of the context of our conversation, it sounds that way.
It does, but
that Bo is bad and Shedeur is good. When what you're really saying is Bo is fine, Shedeur is just really, really good.
Yeah, what I'm really saying is Jay Cutler's fine, Peyton Manning's better.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm not calling each of them those. I'm just giving you my comp.
Right.
I look at it, I've already seen Shedeur Sanders this season make throws that I don't think Bo Nix can make yet or has made yet. That's absolutely fair to say. The rolling to your left against your body type of situation is superb out of Shedeur Sanders. So I get where you're coming from. I mean, it's the excitement level as well that he brings to the table for his college football team and he'll bring for a professional football team. It's not completely unreasonable to say that. It's just that Bo Nix is in the learning process still. And you know what, Brett? Maybe those throws are coming. I think once the entire package clicks, for Jake Plummer, he said for him, it wasn't until really year number 2 where he really started to click and felt like he had it all down, right? We'll see. I don't know, but I would like to see that ball pushed downfield on occasion as we go on throughout the course of this year.
Well, and I think it's going to look, you saw some of that against Tampa, and then you had a monsoon in New York the following week.
Correct.
So, you get the Raiders at home. It's an early forecast, but what I see is sunny and 80 degrees. Like, I think you're going to get a pretty good weather day where it's kind of you pick whatever offense you want to run that day against the Raiders. Now, I said this about CU.
There's no way Gardner Minshew walks in here and wins, is there?
Oh,
why are you playing that game?
You do this every year.
Aiden O'Connell did that twice last year.
Until the Denver Broncos can prove they can beat the silver and black, until the final score has Denver on top, you should never ask that question. Because for
that is a dub.
Straight times you ask such questions. And 8 straight times they've proven you wrong. 8 straight.
Aiden O'Connell can't walk in here and beat them twice, can he? Oh, that's right. He did already. And he's the backup now. Does that answer your question?
Can I prove your point for you?
Mhm.
I was at the video roulette machine some weeks ago, and black had come up 7 times in a row.
Can't come up again.
6 times in a row.
No way.
So what do? I bet on red. It's
Mhm.
black.
Yep.
So then I put twice as much money down on red.
Yeah.
Comes up black. Now that's 8 in a row.
Well, definitely not anymore.
I double that up.
Yeah.
Black again.
Yep. Well, that definitely can't happen a 10th time.
I take the rest of the money out of my pocket and I put it on red. It came up black 10 straight. 10 straight times.
Well, Mosier, 11 is just a statistical anomaly.
I
It's
didn't
not
have
gonna
any money
happen
left.
again.
But I stood there with my
Yeah.
jaw on the floor, and 2 other dudes were playing, and they were putting it all on red. And guess what?
What's that, Mosier?
It came up black again 11 straight times. I swear to God.
No.
I had to go back and tell the bear where, and she says, "Where's all your money?" It was only like $120 anyway. She's like, "Where's your $120 that you were allotted?"
I've made an oopsie.
What is the spread this weekend?
2.5,
3
2.5,
points.
3. Yeah.
So it's a push game because it's a home game, right? Broncos are favored, correct?
Pretty
are.
much.
So it's a
They-
push game.
I don't think that they factor in 3 points for home field. I know that's like a thing that people go with. I don't
And
think
that's
it's
the way
true.
it should be.
But the law
If-
of averages, Vic, there's no way that black can come up 12 straight times.
If you're
It
walking,
just it can't happen. So
Okay.
the Broncos have to win one of these freaking games.
It could come up green. Maybe it's a tie
Yeah, I know,
coming up.
0 coming up. Then you put a gun in your mouth and you call it a day. You say, you know what? The Lord is against me today. I'm going to go to the buffet.
if you're a Broncos fan and you're walking into this game thinking that the Broncos got all the momentum and the Broncos are going to beat the Raiders and there's no way about it, don't even think twice about it, you are so sadly mistaken. You are so sadly mistaken. 2 things. Number 1, the Broncos got to prove they can win consistently at home. When's the last time home field actually meant something for the Denver Broncos?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Anybody?
It's been
It's
a
been
minute.
a while.
It's been over 8 years since home field meant anything to this franchise. It used to be where you came into this place and you just put down the L. Just write it down.
Right.
Write it down. Put the L down and let's get the hell out of Dodge. That's not the case. That's number 1. Number 2, for some reason, that team has been a problem. That specific team, that color scheme has been a problem. So you can't look at this weekend's game and say, "Oh yeah, nope, no issues."
It opened at
You can't do that.
It opened at -1.5 and went to 3. So clearly all the wise guys have been putting their bread down on the Broncos. Have you seen the over-under in this game?
Probably not great. I'm going to guess 38.5.
Vic,
No.
it's 36.5.
So they expect what a scoring rendition that we saw Sunday in New York.
The only game that has a lower over-under, for contrast, the Cardinals at the Niners is 50.5.
Yeah.
The only other game that's lower at 35.5
Bro,
is the stupid Dolphins at the stupid
the
Patriots.
Raiders just won a game where they didn't have their 2 best players.
I know.
They're missing Crosby and Devontae Adams, and they won the game somehow, some way.
What's the story this week?
It's because it's Cleveland.
But they still won the
No,
game.
I get it. Yeah.
Hey, Cleveland, didn't the Broncos lose to Cleveland last year? Do I recall that, or did they beat Cleveland?
Hold on. Hold, please. Last year, they played Cleveland on November 26th, and they won 29-12.
Okay.
There you go.
Like I said, didn't the Broncos beat Cleveland last year? All I'm saying is I'm not taking anything for granted.
Devontae's questionable.
All right.
Crosby is questionable.
It's the Raiders, and until you beat them, don't come at me with any, oh, yeah, sure thing. But these next 2 weeks.
There's no way.
That is a dub.
There's no way.
There's no way what?
There's no way Gardner Minshew and that merry band of misfits is coming in here and beating this team.
You want to put something on it?
No, I don't want to put anything on
And
it.
I'm not betting against the Broncos. I would never do that. I want to bet your health. If the Broncos don't win, you're no longer allowed to drink soda in the mornings during the show for a week. Is that fair?
If the Broncos win?
If the Broncos don't win, if the Raiders win, you have to forego
Absolutely.
your soda
No
addiction
problem.
for 1 week.
No problem. Broncos are winning this game.
Okay.
They're going to win 3 in a row. They're going to be a 3-2 football team, and then we'll see what their little odds say as they move on through the course of the year. They're going to
You
win
can
this
write
game.
this down. Hell, record this.
Listen, I went from wondering if they were going to win before week 7 or 8 to now thinking, you know what? They might be 5-3, 6-2. I feel pretty good.
From the text line 4344, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for always making my morning. Got some bad news regarding my health yesterday. You put a smile on my face. All should be okay, but it'll be a tough couple of months. Hey,
Sorry
man,
to hear that.
best of luck to you, my man. Best of luck. Really pulling for you, but thank you very much for listening to the show. Appreciate that you do have a smile on your face, because Mosier's going to have a smile on his face
When the Broncos win.
I hope they do.
It doesn't sound like you hope they do.
Of course I do. They've won. I mean, listen, guys.
No, he
Vic,
doesn't
listen,
like your laissez-faire attitude
I don't
that
like,
this game
I
is
never
like.
like your lies. I never like your attitude that it's a foregone conclusion. I hate it, because if you were to tell me, there's two ways to look at the Broncos so far. If you were to say, Vic, 3 out of 4 on the road, 2 of those 3 road games are 11 a.m. starts on the East Coast, and they're all against pretty good defenses. Would you take 2 and 2? You're damn right I'd take 2 and 2. The rookie quarterback? You're damn right. And so, Vic, now the next 2 games are at home. Think about that. You can really build off that. Is it the next 2 or 3 at home?
2.
Okay, next 2 are at home. Great. When's the last time the Broncos proved that they are the kings of their castles? When's the last time they've come home and said, we're going to dominate at home? They don't do that anymore.
This season has just been ass backwards for a month. The 2 games that you
Yeah,
probably
you're
should have.
supposed to say bass backwards.
Whatever. The 2 games that you probably had the best chance to win were Seattle and Pittsburgh to start the year, and you didn't.
Somebody says,
The
what is Vic putting up for the soda bet? Nothing. It's all Mosier. It's Mosier's arrogance.
I'm not
Mosier's-
being arrogant. I just think that the Raiders aren't good enough to beat you 9 times in a row. They're not. They simply aren't. Kansas City wiped you out for what? Was it 14, 15 straight? How many straight was it against Kansas City?
Mosier convinced me. I'm
15,
putting
I
my
believe.
car on black again.
Jesus.
I mean, come on, man. Are you serious? Are
Yeah.
you playing a role here?
No, I'm serious. The Raiders aren't good enough, dude. I've watched their football team. They're not good enough to come in here and win their 9th straight.
Who else did they beat? Didn't they go on the road and beat Baltimore?
They did.
So
Pretty good
let me
win.
get this straight.
They also got their asses
let me
kicked at
get
home
this
against
straight.
Carolina.
Let me get this straight.
Okay.
This is a team that went on the road and beat Baltimore.
That
That
team
beat Baltimore.
with that guy.
And you're telling me that there's no chance they can come into Denver and beat the Broncos?
Andy Dalton also took them to the woodshed.
Okay.
And embarrassed them in their big
You
anteater jumbo nest crap thing, whatever that thing is.
All right. Well,
So, I mean, look.
we can break this down more as we go along. Got to get to a break. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now, and that Circus Sports app. Just talking about Broncos and Raiders. You want an early look at the lines this weekend? 2.5 points. The Broncos are favored this weekend at home against the Raiders. You also have 37 on the over-under. Keep this in mind, by the way. Today, 2:30. That's the start of the MLB wild card. That's right, MLB playoffs here, and you can find all of it on the Circus Sportsbook. Series prices. You can bet the first 5 innings. Anything you want. Odds to win the World Series is there. Download the Circus Sportsbook right now. Best odds in the game. You won't find them anywhere else better than the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, something interesting. I was reading an article this morning. Welcome back, everybody, to the show. Sorry, Brett. You were playing with something over there.
Just hitting my microphone on button.
Well,
Playing with
that's,
that.
That's
You
what I
were
was playing with.
you were playing with it though. You weren't just putting it on. You were playing with it.
I just pushed it.
You only need to touch it once, buddy.
I just pushed it.
Okay.
Playing around there.
Chicago Bulls guard Lonzo Ball declared on Media Day on Monday that he's planning on being back for Game 1 of the season.
That's great news if you're a Landeskog and Avalanche fan.
Now, again, he hasn't played in 2.5 years. Gabe has been off, well, almost that long.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really remarkable the kind of the paths that they've shared.
Yeah.
With torn meniscus and surgery and rehab, and then another little thing to get some debris out, and then that doesn't work, and then, okay, you got to go in and you got to get all the meniscus out, right? All that cartilage. And then you got to find a dead guy that fits, right? And then you got to put the dead guy in that in you. It's where the tibia comes off the bottom of the knee, right? And the fibula's right there. And you got to put that in there, then you got to reconnect everything. It's a really complicated deal. Either way, I don't know what Gabe's situation is, but Lonzo Ball is going to theoretically give it a go for Game 1. Hopefully, he says that's the plan that he's on. So that's kind of good news.
And according to Gabe, I asked him, I said, have you been in contact with Lonzo Ball? They've exchanged texts.
Yeah.
They've communicated over the course of the last few months. I don't know how extensive those communications have been, but when you figure you're the only two pro athletes in this situation, you're going to compare and contrast, right? You have
I think
to.
I think they went to the same dude and everything else. Yeah. Now, you couldn't share the same dead guy. Or, no, it has to be the both right knee. Okay.
No, it has to be your ball.
Huh?
What? What?
Tommy boy. He's trying to go through the bowl line.
Oh,
I can stick my head up.
Yeah, okay, butcher's. Okay, yeah. I know it has to be your bowl. Hey, I just got God, it's such a great line, wasn't it?
I don't get it.
Well, I can get a good look at a T-bone steak by sticking my head.
Oh, I got you.
Okay,
But it's got to be your ball.
no, but well, which leg was Lonzo Ball on? Because Gabe was right leg.
All right, I don't know.
So could you theoretically take the same dead guy and put him into both of them?
I have no idea. We have one doctor in here, and he is clueless on this. I can tell by looking at his face.
No idea. Either way, the Avs back in action tonight. Preseason game number 5. Preseason game number 5. Yeah. I was at the game the other night.
Tell us about that goal, that
Cal Ritchie
Cal
goal.
Ritchie goal, because I saw the replay. If you missed it, Brett, breakaway. He feigns a slap shot.
By the way, the pass out of the zone was sick.
Yeah, who threw that? Who?
I'm trying to remember. Let me take a look.
Go ahead, Vic. Keep talking.
He feigns a slap
Well, it was
shot.
Malinsky. It was
Malinsky,
Malinsky.
of course.
Grandstrom sent it to Malinsky, and he sends a headman pass up. Malinsky had a hell of a game. He had a beautiful goal of his own.
Wasn't I in the
like
middle
him.
of trying to
Sorry.
describe this?
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
He feigns a slap shot. He raises his stick like way up here, like he's going to slap it over the
No,
goalie's
that's not
shoulder.
what happened. He feigned a wrist shot, like he
Okay.
was just going to snap it top shelf.
All right, you go ahead and describe it.
He faked. You're not clapping one dude from 15 feet away from 10 feet away from the net.
I
coming
do
at
it on
full
Shell
speed.
all the time.
All right, and so he feigned a wrister, and then what?
And then he got the goalie to bite, and he took it to his backhand and put it into a half-empty net. It was sick.
Now,
But he's got that kind of
How old
ability
is
in his
he?
hands. 19.
Yeah.
so he just sort of waved the stick over the puck, and the goalie totally bit on it hard. We're looking at it right now on Twitch and on Altitude TV. And I guess my immediate reaction would be, that's beautiful. But then I'm saying to myself, God, save that for the shootout when you need it.
Oh, I'm sure he's probably got a lot up his sleeve.
Yeah.
What I guess I don't know what listen, asking a 19-year-old to come in, Coach Bednar even alluded to it. He's got a lot of game to work on. He says some of his stuff looks NHL ready. I mean, that play right there was sick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gorgeous skill. But playing in the National Hockey League, I've seen a lot of guys, and I'm not saying that Richie's going to be this, but Vic, even doing like CHL games back in the day when the Eagles were in the C, okay? some guys could skate and shoot like an NHL player, no problem. But they had complete lack of awareness on the ice.
Yeah.
They didn't know where to be. They didn't know how to be. They couldn't include their teammates.
Right.
Some guys had a hell of a slapper and they were in perfect position all the time, but they were slow as molasses.
Sure.
So there's a reason that they're not at the highest level. Yeah. Now, my point is this: is you got to work on everything. You got to work on your defensive game, right? You've got to work on ice awareness. You've got to. There's so many things that go into being in the National Hockey League. Not just, hey, you can score 6 goals on a breakaway. That's all I'm saying. And I think this kid is going to be a definite big-time NHLer. I just don't know when.
Eventually.
Jeff wants to know if you know what group is playing tonight.
I don't know yet at all. I'm going to morning skate today, though. Yeah, that reminds me. I'll be bugging out about 9.
No, you won't.
No.
9.
No, you won't.
40?
No, you won't.
9:50?
Actually,
That's
you won't.
really not part of the plan today.
You're going to take about a month off after today. I think you can make it to the end of the show.
I don't know who's going tonight. At the ideal third line, Ross Colton with Miles Wood and Logan O'Connor. That was your top line a couple games ago against Utah. Okay. And then they were looking at all, and then Sammy G was on the back end. Shillington was on the back end. They were just getting a good look at a lot of young guys. Malinsky played, I thought, pretty well. Kelly Rosen played.
So you can check that out tonight. How about this? I got a very basic question for you. Because I know that there's been some serious checkout on a certain sport that goes on during the summer. 2:30 today, we get our first wild card game, though. MLB playoffs start today.
That game yesterday was absolute bonkers.
Well, listen, what you have is, I think, a really fun slate of wild card matchups. It's Detroit. If you guys did you guys see Detroit's story this year? They had I think it was 0.2% chance back in, was it July?
Mm-hmm.
What were they, 2 games under?
I mean, they were awful.
Yeah.
And then go on this magical run to make the postseason. They're going to play Houston today at 2:30.
But should you get into the postseason
I'm sorry,
with
that's going to be 12:30 our time.
86 wins? Come on, man.
Dude, the Arizona Diamondbacks rode that wave all the way to the World Series last year. They did the same thing.
Yeah, they did.
Why's your face like that? That's a scary sight.
That's a weird thing with baseball, by the way. Baseball is one of those sports, like, if you're hot at the end of the regular season, it helps in the postseason. It's not like there's a reset. They just go. Kansas City, Baltimore, I think, is a really interesting matchup in the AL side, too.
Houston won their division. How bad is the AL West? Houston won the division with 88 wins.
Yeah,
Dude, that's baseball, though. Again, you can sneak into the postseason. Just sneak in. Just and you can go to the World Series.
Well, and you guys remember the Mets at the beginning of the season were a joke, and then they got hot, too, and they're playing at 3:30 today.
The fact that they got
against the Brewers.
It's sort of a minor miracle.
Isn't it so crazy, though? I will watch playoff baseball, but I didn't watch regular season baseball that much. I really had no interest in regular season baseball.
Playoff baseball is fun, though.
But now you're exactly right. Now it's like, okay, who is this guy? I got to learn the game again.
Well, I'll tell you
why
this.
isn't Chris Sale pitching for Atlanta?
Back spasms.
Is that what that is?
Mm-hmm.
If I had to pick, you want to do your predictions, who was in the World Series? I'm not going total chalk. I think the Yankees are going to get there in the AL. They're just look at their lineup, dude, and it's just like, what the hell do you do?
Well,
Judge,
it's
Stanton,
easy to say
Soto.
that, though. It's easy to say it, but isn't it something how when the playoffs come around and you got the big spenders, the Yankees and the Dodgers, and everybody's look at Shohei, look at what they've done, and then somehow, some way, one of these little engines that sneaks into the playoffs finds a way to pull off the upset.
Well, this isn't a little engine that could, but I think Philly's coming out of the NL. Philly's good, man. Really good.
I think it's wide open.
It is. I would love to see a Tigers get there, or I'd love to see like a Royals again, or a Baltimore, or somebody like that.
I do not want to see the Dodgers get there. And by the way, Kershaw has a toe. He's got a toe situation.
So,
I mean, hold on a second, man. You're a pitcher in Major League Baseball. Oh, my God, my toe. Oh, my God, Victor's toe. It's not like you and your bunion. It's as big as a whale.
You know what? I'm not even going to do it.
Do what?
What?
When your job revolves around complete and utter accuracy.
Yeah. Every inch of your
and
body
something
matters.
hurts.
Yeah.
Like your toe that you land on for a plant leg, it can make a difference. That's all I'm saying.
By the way,
but you guys are going to say baseball players are wusses.
No, I don't
and-
disagree, but for having a guy have
Speaking
a toe,
of toes, hey, Nelly, do you have the exchange between Chad Ochocinco
Oh, I got it.
and
I got
Prime?
it for you.
Okay, this is one of the funniest things I've heard all week. So, Chad Ochocinco does the show with Shannon Sharp. What's that show called?
The
Nightcap.
nightcap.
And of course, Prime is on the show. And they're talking about Travis Hunter and how he would do. And Chad Ochocinco had some stuff to say. Just listen to this exchange, and the toes come up at the end of this exchange. It's hilarious.
And the kind of teacher I am, I don't do it by with words. I put the cleats on and actually show. So I come out there, I route Travis up, and then I lock him up.
Yeah, but what if I get mad that you routed Travis up and I put my cleats on?
You can't do no 8 toes, man.
See what I'm saying? I knew you was gonna say that. I set you up for that. I ain't think you was gonna take the bait. Y'all ain't no good. Y'all, you know what? I'm bye. I'm done. I'm done. Bye. Y'all ain't.
He hung up on him.
He hung up on him, yeah.
That was so good.
Video has
that
stopped.
Was so funny. That was so good. I mean, that was awesome. You know, it's so
Ochocinco's one
refreshing.
of the funniest professional athletes that I've ever seen.
You know
I
what?
swear.
You know what? Prime's taken on a lot of heat. And some of it he's taken it on himself for whatever. But it's so fun to watch him have fun and smile. And I love it. This is what it should be. It's just sports.
Yeah.
Have fun. That was hilarious.
You know, everybody has something. Vic, your prostate's gone. We know that. We talked about it. My Achilles blew up and my gallbladder decided to check out.
Yep.
Okay. You still have all your parts intact, right?
You got everything?
At this moment, I have
Nelly,
everything.
have you lost anything over the years?
HIPAA, sucker.
God, Nelly.
No, as far as I know, I still got all my body
What about
parts.
your tonsils? Oh, my tonsils are gone too.
That's 2 things.
Yeah.
I have
12 years old.
Yeah. I still have my tonsils, but that gallbladder said, adios, amigo. And so, if a guy loses a couple toes, it's okay to make fun of it, right? If you're friends with him, if a guy's missing a digit or something.
I think if I said that
it's
to
only
Dion, it's a
funny.
little bit different vibe.
Right.
It's only funny. And the fact that Dion can have fun with it. Listen, if you saw Dion's leg, and he's shown it publicly.
Yeah.
That dude went through hell and back. All right? The fact that he's walking on the sideline is very impressive. And the fact that he can poke fun at himself and have fun with his friends, man, kudos to him.
Would
that
you
was
ever,
hilarious.
On the set, would you ever go, hey, Alex Smith, let me see your
Huh?
Because Alex Smith's leg, dude.
Oh, yeah, it still looks insane.
It still looks horrible. It looks like a horrific wound.
This is the same thing we always talk about. If you
Yeah,
know
I don't-
somebody
I don't-
well enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, I was thinking about something.
Yeah, there's got to be a line drawn. I mean, there's only certain things you could say.
Well, yeah.
On the subject of Travis Hunter, does his level of play make it impossible for Shedeur to win the Heisman? Because Travis is just going to eat away these votes from Shedeur. Like, Shedeur could easily put up a season that could get him close to that.
Do you want to hear my hot take on that? Because I didn't want to throw this hot take out there, given all the hot takes that I've been spewing of late.
Yeah.
I mean, too many hot takes, you saturate the market. As good as Travis Hunter is, and I believe he's the best player in college football. He's the best player in college football. He is not the most important player on his team. Shedeur Sanders is.
Sure.
Yeah. Is that a hot take or is that a
Just
a
by
normal
nature
take?
of the position, yeah.
So, Shedeur has a bad game. They lose.
Although I will argue, when Travis Hunter was gone last year, that's when the season went down
Yeah.
too.
Are you?
I
You're
agree.
saying that Shedeur is better at his position than
No,
Travis is?
not
no,
what I said.
not better, more important. And he's right.
I
Well,
said,
the quarterback is, of course, the quarterback is always more important.
well, I'm just saying because he plays at a certain level that if Shedeur's not Shedeur, they're not winning. Travis Hunter can have the greatest game in the history of football, and they could lose that game. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
They
sure
could-
they would both like it, but I'm not sure that it's. Is it a challenge between the two?
By
I'll
the
say
way-
this. I think the offense for the Buffaloes, especially obviously at Central Florida, Shadour's not focused on Travis as much. He's spreading the ball around to other guys a lot. It makes that offense way, way more effective than trying. And listen, I like Travis getting 12 targets a game and 100+ yards receiving. That's all well and good. But when you spread it around and you look for everybody else, that's when that offense really starts humming. So I don't know who's going to win.
I mean, he's right. I'm just saying, I think that because Travis is going to get those votes, I think it's going to take away from Shadour's chances. Like, I saw some top 10 Heisman candidate stuff, and Shadour's not on the list, and he probably would be had Travis Hunter played for, Washington, right? Because he's going to get more attention.
Well, I mean, like Jalen Milroe is taking the lead after that big win over Georgia, the quarterback for Alabama, whom we all like very much. Apparently, he's the number one guy. Travis Hunter's right there. They're throwing the Boise State running back in the mix.
Dude,
that guy deserves to be.
Have you seen him play?
Yes.
You can't tackle him.
I know, and he's only a little guy.
He reminds me of Barry Sanders.
Yeah, he's a short guy, but he's a thick guy.
But you can't tackle him.
He's a total stud. Yeah.
Mark, you can't.
I know.
Mark, guys try to tackle him, and they can't tackle him.
Can I be on the record right now? Nelly, I admit, I could not tackle
Ashton
Jonte from Boise State. I couldn't do it.
Mike,
I also couldn't tackle Derrick Henry.
Coach Sanford had a stat in the last game.
All these other guys, Dylan Gabriel, get out of here.
In the last game, Jante, is that how you pronounce it? Jante or Jante?
Jante.
He forced 17 missed tackles in one game.
Yeah. I watched.
17 in one game.
I watched.
Brett, you can't tackle him.
Yeah, I know. I saw that highlight reel, and I'm just like, what?
What is going on?
What is this? Why are you so slippery? What is that?
Calm down. Settle down so I can get to you.
He does it in, like, he'll make you miss and he'll run you over at the same time. I don't get it. It's like a guy is juked and also trucked on the same move.
By the way, who was the player last night in one of those two games that got tackled, landed on the defender?
That was
Kenneth Walker.
That was Kenneth Walker.
What was going on there?
So
he
gets
never
tackled
touched the ground.
initially. He rolls on the linebacker, so he gets back up, and then the linebacker's like, oh, you're still not down? And then he, like, flips him, and then here's the thing. If his helmet was on the turf, he should have been down, right? Isn't a helmet?
I think it's an elbow or a knee.
So you can hit the top of your helmet on the ground, and that's not down? Because that's what happened on the second one where he did, like, a flip.
Yeah, but to have the presence of mind to know that you didn't touch the turf yet, that you're on this guy's belly.
He looked like what's her face from the breaker, the break dancer from the Olympics. What's her name?
Ray Gun, yeah.
Just going full ray gun on top of a linebacker.
So last thing.
5468 says, Mosier, you could not tackle Vic. Mosier, we're going to, during this break, I'm going to take 3 runs at you. I want to see if you can bring me down.
You don't want me to bring you down.
I'm going to take 3 runs in the hallway.
Hey, Bretsky.
Real
quick. Utah State, Hawaii, UNLV, San Diego State, Nevada, San Jose. This kid from Boise State, he's already got 13 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He could finish with 50.
Moshe, I don't want to hurt
2,000
you.
yards.
Just settle down, Spritle.
303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. One price, one
I don't know
person,
if you want
1
one of these
hour.
big
Down.
knees in the face.
Back after
Spritle.
this.
8183 says, Mosier could not tackle my 7-year-old nephew. Mosier, you're not going to take that, are you?
How big's a nephew?
I don't know. Genetics, dude. These kids are big. Remember that 12-year-old kid we saw that
The 12-year-old, yeah, how
that had like muscle on top of muscle?
Oh yeah.
wasn't he like 6'6"? I mean, something crazy.
Yeah, I don't like how large like 10-year-olds are being.
Nah.
Like, I don't like that at all.
Not cool, dude. Yeah, genetics, calm her down.
When we were kids,
Look at
when
you.
I was a kid. The biggest that you saw as far as variance between ages was, I still remember when I played Team Puerto Rico when I was 11 years old, and they had mustaches. And I thought, okay, those are grown men, but they didn't look physically as imposing.
It wasn't imposing. They
Yeah.
weren't in these training rooms doing the muscle work that they're doing now. You know, we called the Valor Ralston Valley game, Coach Sanford and I. And at the stadium downstairs, they have the weight room. This weight room is bigger than any weight room. I mean, it's huge.
Yeah.
High school weight room, right? Football weight room. I'm sitting in there going, no wonder these kids are all jacked. Look at what they have.
Right.
You know what was a big deal when we were kids, Moj? If you were in high school and another team had, it was a big deal then, it's not now. If anybody could dunk, it was like a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, oh, hey, that team's got so-and-so, they can dunk. Everybody can dunk now in high school, pretty much.
I was a kid, 12 years old. Our all-star team won the regionals. It was really cool. Oh, we were a kick-butt team, right? We were great. Bunch of kids having fun. We go down to San Francisco, California, play these other teams. Here comes a 12-year-old, 6'2", with a stash.
Yep.
Throwing, like, to me, it looked like 90. I don't know how hard it was, but nobody on our team could throw that hard, right? 1, 2, 3, sit down. Sit down. I'm like, this kid's like 18. They got these guys, and these guys. So here I am pitching,
throwing 62.
Dude, those balls, they're in orbit. Like they hit him to the next field. All this kind of like, damn. I mean, that was a reality check. Now I don't know if those kids were legit the same age as us, but ain't nobody on my team looked like anybody on their team.
Can I give you guys?
So times it doesn't change, Brett.
Can I reset the question from earlier? Because I don't think we totally answered this. As of right now.
What's the question?
I'm getting there. As of right now, better chance to make the playoffs. The Buffs making the college football playoff, or the Broncos making the NFL playoffs?
Dude, that's a tough question.
It really is.
That's why I asked it.
You're basically saying CU has to win the Big 12.
Yeah. Is it a better chance they win the Big 12 or the Broncos win, I would assume 10 games?
The Broncos.
I think it's the
Think
Broncos
so?
as well.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, in 3 weeks.
Winning the Big 12 is not going to be easy, although I think the Buffs
There's
can
10
do it.
wins.
Yeah, but come on. You know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
You know, Moshe, he knows what he's doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm asking a question. What are you alleging?
You're doing the thing.
You're doing the thing.
What is the thing?
Yeah, the thing you always do.
What is the thing that
Trying
I
to
always
be all
do?
smart. Hey, watch this. I'll ask him a left field question and try and come off smart or something. It's just
Brett, let me answer this like an
Usually
adult.
when you ask a question and the answer is that's a pretty tough question, that means it's a good question.
Let me answer this like an adult, please.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
The correct answer is the Broncos at this moment. Now, my opinion on that could change because the Colorado Buffaloes have a bye week this week. Then they'll be home against Kansas State. If they can beat a top 20 team at home, I don't care even where it is, but if they beat a top 20 team, they're not favored against that team, correct?
Nope.
Not yet?
Nope.
Who does K-State have next week? Or this week, I should say.
I'll look it up for you. Continue with your point.
So they have a bye week as well. So both teams have a bye week coming into that game. If they can beat K-State and then go on the road at Arizona and win, and all of a sudden we're talking about a 6-1 team getting ready to play host to the Cincinnati Bearcats.
Yep.
My opinion may change. If they continue to be dynamic offensively the way they were the last couple of wins, spreading the ball around, Shedeur gets better protection. You can see things coming together for them, right? You can see the offensive line coming together better, can't you? Can you see the running game starting to tick it up a
Yes.
notch? Do you see the defense starting to lock it down even more? Okay, so if they progress this way, Brett, and they get more quality wins inside the Big 12, ask me on October 20th after they play at Arizona.
Nope, I'm going to ask you now.
Right now, it's the Broncos.
Well,
But my opinion could change.
Here, I agree with you. Right now, I think the Broncos have a better shot. But let me just say, is there any team right now in the Big 12 that you would say is definitively, for sure, better than CU? Any team? Right now, currently, this moment, better than the Buffs? Boom.
In the Big 12?
I don't think there's a single one.
I don't know. I don't think so. It's hard to tell. I mean, how good is Iowa State really?
Well, they're sloggers, Vic. They're mutters. As
There's
Adam
no
Schefter would
dominant
say.
team. Kansas State's not a dominant team.
But-
they
but-
proved that they can lay down when they laid down 1 week.
Yep.
But
Texas Tech barely beat Abilene Christian.
Kansas State's, here's the thing about Kansas State, too. They have the ability to run you into the ground with the football. Their running game's really good. Passing game is iffy. And their defense isn't that great. Like, CU is going to be able to put up some points next week. But the bottom line is, there's not a single team in this conference that I can say is better than CU right now. And with that,
Hold on a second, Brett. Please stop.
Mhm.
There's also a lot of teams that I can't say the Buffs are better than.
sure.
I don't know that they're better than BYU. Here are the teams I don't know that they're better than.
Man, BYU is...
Here's who they are better than. Kansas, Houston, Baylor, whom they beat, UCF, who they beat. Are they better than Texas Tech? I don't know.
Yeah.
They're also 4-1 and just beat Cincinnati in a shootout. Are they better than Cincinnati? I don't know. They
Yes.
seem kind of a middle-of-the-pack team, Cincinnati does. And I saw them play live. Are they better than Oklahoma State? That's a 3-2 football team. I can't say that they are.
I don't know why Mike Gundy, he has this really good running back in Ollie Gordon, and he just doesn't give him the ball enough.
That's crazy. I know. I can't say that they're better than Iowa State. Do they have a better offense? You're damn right they do. But Iowa State's defense is no joke, bro. They
Okay.
are no joke.
Let's hope what happened last year doesn't happen this year with CU. Because what happened last year, they had some momentum built, right? We're on our way to a bowl game. They're up big on Stanford at halftime at home.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened?
Well, everything changed.
Yeah, the season came crashing down is what happened.
Here's my take on that. This team feels different because of this. CU was the same team in week 1 as they were in week 12. The exact same. It was like, unless Shedeur threw for 400 yards and Travis Hunter had 3 touchdowns, they weren't winning. And the games in which they did that, they pretty much won. To your point, Moj, they've gotten better in the categories they were bad in. Their defense already is better than last year.
Sure it is.
No question about it. Now, how good are they? I don't know, but they're way better than last
Their
year.
second half defense, it's kind of like Brett Kane on the tee. You know how you take your baseball swing sometimes?
Don't let the locomotive heat up, baby.
That's my point. And you locomotive it right into the trees.
Yeah.
And then you hit another one, you pipe it 320 down the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
That's the Buffalo's defense. That first guy, he might throw it into the trees or drop it in the pond, whatever. The second guy, he's right down the middle, 320. I'm telling you, the second half Buffalo's defense is great. If they could do some of that in the first.
But that's one aspect.
Ooh, baby.
We know the passing game works. When they get protection's gotten better as the season's gone along. They're actually able to run the ball occasionally, which they haven't been able to do, I think, in the entire Deion Sanders era. They haven't ran the football. They're doing that now at a decent enough level. Probably not great, but decent enough.
They're over 100 yards.
Like, the team is getting incrementally better, I feel like, each game that goes on. And I think that stuff matters. So you continue to go along that sort of line. And yes, how do you deal with adversity? Well, let's see. You were down against Baylor. You found a way to come back and win. You're a 14-point dog heading into this game at UCF. Supposed to be a tough game. You win it. Dominantly.
I came across, after beating Baylor the way they did, part of me was like, that was pretty lucky. A lot of things had to break their way. Lucky. But maybe it was a springboard to more than just luck.
Yeah.
Maybe it was hell, we're never out of a game. We can beat anybody. To a degree. But maybe that game vaulted them more than anything.
I think it could.
Certainly, Vic, within the Big 12, I completely agree with you. I think that they are in any game in the Big 12. Any game with that offense and the way they can move the ball.
303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. And when we come back, take a look around the league. The weekend that was in the NFL next. How about we take a look around the league and what was the weekend in the NFL? Falcons and Saints, a 58-yard field goal from Hyungwoo Koo gets the victory for the Falcons as they go to 2-2. Now, the Saints, after having that blistering start where they put up 90 points in the first 2 weeks of the football season, not quite the same anymore.
Yeah,
They've
what
come
are
back
the
to earth.
Saints? I mean, I think we were all in on the Saints and Derek Carr and what they've done, and then all of a sudden, 2 straight L's and things change. They've got the same record as your Denver Broncos.
Yes, they do, as do the Falcons.
Their 2 losses, though, are by a combined, 4 points?
Yeah.
So they're probably still right in there, especially in that division. We'll see.
Well, both of those teams fighting for the NFC South along with the Bucs, but both those teams 2-2 to start the season. Surprised by this, even with the amount of injuries that the Rams had, I thought they'd be able to go into Chicago and win that football game. They did not. Bears win 24-18, despite the fact that, Caleb Williams still not stellar so far, missing a lot of passes. Did finish with 157 yards and a touchdown, but the
He's
Bears
2-2. They'll take it.
2-2. Yep.
They're singing the same song that we as Bronco fans are singing. Rookie quarterback 2-2. Hell yeah.
I thought for a minute that Stafford would be able to keep that together, but they're 1-3 to start this year. They're going to have some tough sledding.
They got some weapons out.
A lot.
Serious weapons.
Yeah.
So, next game, can I say something before we get to it? As we get to it? Well, slap me on the butt and call me Judy. The Minnesota Vikings are 4-0.
Yeah, the return game for Jordan Love. He looked a little rusty at the beginning of that game, but I don't know what it is about the Minnesota Vikings and Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold, but my God, man, they're legit. Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, these guys making plays. Aaron Jones has been a huge help to their running game from last year where they had Alexander Madison. Vikings look good. Now, they almost blew it. I mean, Green Bay came back in the fourth quarter and made it an actual football game. But goodness, the Vikings look good.
But how about Aaron Jones all those years in Green Bay? All those years.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes to play for the Vikings.
He's got the coolest shades in the world, too.
He does. He really does. I for some reason, I just can't get behind the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, if they do this,
dude, they could be 14-0, and I'd be like, I don't know,
because we've seen this story before. We saw it with Kirk Cousins. We've seen it so many times with the Vikings.
Who's that knucklehead kicker?
Who? Morton Anderson?
No, the one
Anderson?
No, the one that missed the field goal.
Gary Anderson.
No, Blair Walsh.
Blair Walsh.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about the knucklehead Vikings kicker that missed that field goal the year that the Broncos beat the Falcons in the Super Bowl, and it was supposed to be the Vikings.
Take your pick. They've had a lot of them over the years.
Vikings 4-0, Packers 2-2. Ironically, the Packers are 0-2 in games that Jordan Love plays, and 2-0 in games that Malik Willis plays, but Jordan Love has looked way better than Malik Willis. It's very strange. Steelers dealt their first loss of the season to the Colts as Joe Flacco came in for an injured Anthony Richardson, and somehow this is just what Joe Flacco does now. He just plays the old backup veteran role, and if he gets in the game, they win. He did this in Cleveland last year, too.
Vic, where was Joe Flacco? What was he doing before Cleveland signed him last year?
Nothing. He was doing nothing. And they signed him in the middle of the season.
I mean, but was he coaching? Was he hanging out playing Parcheesi?
I remember reading the story. He was doing, I think he was partially coaching or who knows? He's in the NFL.
Was he doing the shopping at Costco? I mean, what was he doing?
Taste testing at Costco?
You know what the biggest difference was when he went in the game, though? And I don't want to say this is like a total indictment on Anthony Richardson. Their best offensive player outside of Jonathan Taylor is Michael Pittman. He has not done anything in the first 3 weeks. Flacco gets in, and he's got a 100-yard game all of a sudden.
Hey, side question.
He's like a veteran point guard who runs the offense the way the coach wants him to run the offense.
How do you feel about taste testing at Costco?
We'll do whatever they want me to taste.
Here's my opinion on that. I'm glad you brought it up. I think the people doing the working the booths, they've gotten a little too pushy. Listen, sometimes I don't want that. I quit trying to slam that down my throat. I don't want it.
The difference is, and this is an automatic, if that person's got a good attitude behind that taste testing thing, I'm like, I'm in. Sometimes you get salty ones that don't want to be there, and I'm like, well, I'm not trying your food now. How's that sound?
Here's the thing. They push some stuff on they probably don't want to try. But if you've got the jalapeno bratwurst sliced up.
Oh, yeah. That's an automatic.
My God. I'm like, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to avoid all the other taste testers, but I'm going to sit here and have a meal.
Mosher's going to come back with a fake mustache.
Absolutely. And where do you keep the fake mustaches in this joint? No, I feel kind of bad, though, because I'm like, oh, no, thank you. Like, they want you to buy it, right? I feel kind of guilty if I don't buy something from the taste test.
I don't at all. I'm
You
like,
don't?
thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Colts 2-2, Steelers 3-1. The Bucks beat the Eagles, and I want to let you guys know how bad this was. At one point during this Bucks and Eagles game, the same Buccaneers team that was held to virtually nothing by the Broncos the week prior, by the way, they were outgaining the Eagles in yards 255-0 at one point in that game.
Can I ask a deeper question? Will Russell Wilson's calf ever be good enough to play football again?
Oh, I think that Fields got the start because they were undefeated. I don't know what's going to happen now after the Steelers' loss, because they largely lost the game because Justin Fields had a couple stupid turnovers, including that fumble. Did you guys see that? Where it's like, what are you doing? Ran 20 yards backwards, fell down, dropped the ball. Yuck.
Brett, I wasn't watching the game, but they flashed it on the screen. Yeah, at one point, 255 total yards from scrimmage for the Buccaneers.
To 0.
For the Eagles, 0. Now, Sirianni, his seat is so hot.
Yeah.
Like, if you touched his butt, you'd have to put a Band-Aid on your hand.
Just for context, by the way, they barely eked out that victory week 1 against the Packers that was in Brazil. And they barely beat the Saints 15-12 on a 80-yard run by Saquon in the fourth quarter.
All of a sudden, Jalen Hurts looks so mortal,
Yeah.
it's not even funny.
Tell me how that made you feel about the Denver defense, though, when 1 week Baker Mayfield can't run for his life. He's running around for his life. And then the next week against the Eagles, he's just picking them apart.
Yep.
What does that tell you about the Denver D?
That they're pretty damn good.
I think it's a combo. I think they're really damn good, and I think that the Buccaneers were too full of themselves going into that game. If they played this week, it's probably going to be a different story. That's all I'm saying.
Bucks 3-1, Eagles 2-2. This was my lock of the week. I said take the Bengals -5.5 against the Panthers on the road, and they won by 10, 34-24. The Bengals offense looks right again. Like, Burrow looks right. Jamar Chase back involved in the offense. T. Higgins catching passes. They're running the football well. Their defense is really questionable, though. They've given up a lot of points this year.
I agree. It's not been the same. And I think defensively, remember when they had it all dialed in? Who's that D coordinator that heck makes it all work? And he's been struggle busting it since then. Italian guy. Can't remember his name.
Bengals defensive coordinator.
Italian guy?
Yeah.
Lou Anarumo?
That's exactly right.
Hey, Lou Anarumo. Huh?
Lou!
Hey.
Their defense got to
You
pick
want
it
a
up.
defense too? Call Big Lou. hey, Big Lou's just like you. He needs a defense too. Hey.
Is that a real laugh?
That's a commercial.
Yeah.
That's one of the commercials we
He's
hear.
on
What's that
wife
for?
3 too. You know?
Is that, yeah.
Well, the life insurance. Hey, your new trophy wife need a life policy. Call Big Lou. Right?
That's true. He's bragging that he's on his third wife.
Right. Not only that, but like, hey, you need another life insurance policy? Hey, call Big Lou. He's on meds too. Okay, well, Lou's as screwed up as I am, so that's great news. Take my money.
Well, they've given up 26, 38, and 24 points in 3 consecutive weeks. They got to figure that out, but they're 1-3,
There
and
was
so
no
are
way.
the Panthers.
Brett, it was a great lock by you because there's no way the Bengals, that team,
was going to go 0-4 against the Panthers?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's so funny when driving into Cincinnati with the Uber a couple weeks ago, week and a half ago, whatever. And you're going over the bridge, you're going over the Ohio River, and the stadium's right there, and they just practice right next to the overpass.
You've said that 1,000 times. Okay.
I'm like, they need some goods, man. They're too good for that.
Texans win 24-20 in a weird game that wasn't very fun to watch over the Jags. So the Texans are now 3-1, but they don't look quite the same as last year. And the Jags 0-4. I think we played the audio yesterday. Doug Peterson was he was almost pissed that somebody asked him about his job security, and it's like, well, you're 0-4 and your quarterback looks terrible. Yeah, you should.
And I think we asked too much of the Texans. I mean, last year they surprised a lot of people. We expect them to make that move. I mean, they're 3-1 for crying out loud. Maybe it takes a little more time, but they're 3-1 at the end of the day.
I watched some of that game. Trevor Lawrence is broken in some regard, and I don't know how or why it happened. But again, like I said before, he just misses guys that he shouldn't be missing. It's crazy.
Texans 3-1, Jags 0-4. The Commanders under Jaden Daniels go on the road to Arizona and, I mean, crush the Cardinals 42-14.
I
as
have to
Jaden
say,
Daniels he looks remarkable.
He has exceeded all expectations for me. I didn't think he was going to be this good. Certainly not right away. I didn't. Yep. I know he was the Heisman winner, and I know he came in with a lot of fanfare. I had no idea he was going to be this good. For a rookie to go on the road and go 26 of 30?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Again, the stat yesterday from Adam Schefter, he has more scoring drives than incompletions this year, which is insane for a rookie through 4 weeks.
I know what I saw a week and a half ago, 2 games ago against the Bengals. It was no joke, bro. I mean, and people are like, I said, he's going to be the best quarterback in this draft. Mark my words.
So Commanders 3-1, Cards 1-3 on the year. Niners do what you expect, play at home, and beat the Patriots 30-13. Patriots kind of a mess. Niners, they're beat up, but when you're playing that, they'll be okay.
How about McCaffrey's legs? Not one, but 2.
Tendonitis.
He's got tendonitis in both. That's got to be a genetic thing. Tendonitis in both Achilles, because that's just it has to be. You don't just develop tendonitis in both Achilles, do you?
It won't affect them against the Patriots. I think it might affect them a little bit farther down the road against some better teams. But they're 2-2 now on the year. The Patriots 1-3.
I told you Dr. Bergam just gave me a shot yesterday in my elbow, right?
Yeah.
My old man had tennis elbow on both elbows from playing golf.
I get that all the time.
And I've got, growing up, when I got to a certain age, I got tendonitis in both elbows. It's got to be genetic. Has to be.
Raiders find a way to win at home against Cleveland, as Cleveland just is a mess. I don't understand it. I feel like they should be better. They're hoping to get Nick Chubb back sometime soon, as they've opened up his 21-day practice window. But the Raiders win 20-16 over the Browns, so the Raiders back to 500.
You know who is catching the football, though, there?
Jerry
Jeudy. He's basically their leading receiver every week.
Yep. 6 catches for 72 yards this past weekend.
Not a great game, but he's leading him anyway.
Raiders 2-2, Browns 1-3. The Chiefs win 17-10 over the Chargers, as it's another controversial kind of ending to that game. Moshe, you're shaking your head. Go ahead, Moshe, speak.
The Chiefs have got some horseshoe buried someplace. That's all I know.
They win close games, man. That's a skill. That's not luck. They've done it now for many years.
Last week it should have been a PI.
They win close games, though.
I know they do.
The heartbeat slows, right?
Chiefs, one of the final unbeaten teams in the NFL at 4-0. The Chargers now 2-2.
Did you see Herbert beating his helmet up?
Oh, he's sick of losing, especially
I don't blame
the Chiefs. And then the Sunday night game was the Ravens and Bills. Thought that'd be a great game. The Ravens just waxed them. Derrick Henry ran for 200 yards in that game. And
how does a man that size break away from the pack like that and nobody can keep? That's just amazing to me.
Yeah,
that to me, that defies physics more than anything I've seen in the National Football League. What was more impressive? The Ryan Williams pirouette, double pirouette in the Alabama-Georgia game, or Big Henry doing what he did?
What? Not to mention, by the way,
they're both beautiful, Vic.
Just to let people know, Derrick Henry is that big and still moves that fast, yes. He's also 30, which is like 50 in running back years, and he's still doing this.
I just, every time I watch him do that, I'm like, how does Tennessee even say bye-bye?
Because
how do you do it?
They didn't want to pay that much money to a running back for a team that stinks.
No, you're right. Okay, well, they stink, but they got a win last night.
Well, over a more stinky Dolphins team without Tua.
Miami sucks.
Yeah.
They got booed. You see them get booed at halftime?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what people expect, man. Like, obviously, their quarterbacks are just terrible. Like, awful.
Go get Zach Wilson.
Suppose you could.
I watched
Tagovailoa.
I watched Adam last night, Adam Schefter, and they are very serious on the set.
But I don't think they're trading for a quarterback because they think Tua's coming. Yeah,
they think Tua's coming back.
Yeah,
I know that sounds crazy to all of us, but
Tua's coming.
Dude, oh golly!
But Titans,
it's not my life.
Titans win 31-12, and then the Lions beat the Seahawks 42-29, and that was the weekend that was in the NFL. Back after this.
Hey, I have an idea.
Okay.
And it's not my idea because a lot of people have posed this idea. I just want to put it on the air. In honor of the late, great Dikembe Mutombo, passed away yesterday at the age of 58, tragic brain cancer. A lot of people have thrown this out there. We're renaming all of our mountains, it seems. A lot of them are getting renamed in the Rocky Mountain area. Is it more fitting than ever to name one of these mountains that we're choosing to rename Mount Mutombo?
I mean, it'd be great.
Why
wouldn't
we do that?
Awesome.
Why wouldn't we do that? Give me a valid reason, because they're being renamed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mount Blue Sky instead of Mount Evans.
Mm-hmm.
What sounds better, Mount Blue Sky or Mount Mutombo?
Mount Mutombo. Blue Sky's too vague. No.
Tallest mountain in Colorado, Mount Mutombo.
Although I like Mount Blue Sky because it sounds like Mr. Blue Sky, which is a song that I love.
Is that why they've called it that? I don't understand the reasoning.
No.
Yeah, whatever. Mount Mutombo. Hey,
I think it's an awesome idea.
Going to Mount Mutombo today. You are? Yeah. Going to write it.
I think it would be fantastic.
How do we do this? What action? What do we do?
I reached the peak of Mount Mutombo.
That's pretty awesome.
No, I'm dead serious. Like somebody out there.
And then there's a Mutombo statue at the very top of the mountain? How cool would that be?
With the finger? And I understand sports is just, fantasy land. We have fun. But sometimes the association between sports and community is deeper. And this is a good man who did a lot for the community and continued to do a lot after his career, not only for this community, but for the continent of Africa. He spoke 9 languages, Mose. Did you know this?
He's an amazing guy. Vic, I don't think the problem is Dikembe Mutombo has been out of Denver, Colorado for almost 30 years.
Well, bring him back on a mountain.
Well, I would love it. I would love to say I'd love to say Mount Mutombo. It's fun to say. But the thing is that I think even our lawmakers, we have to have lawmakers who listen to this program, do we not? Hey, any barristers, that's lawyer. Lawmakers. Capital peeps. I know you're out there.
You suits.
Hey, suits. I know you're out there.
And I know a lot of you listen to this show because you're sports fans. So
that's what I'm saying. Are you
right,
sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Get the gavel. Get the gavel. Let's go. Hit the gavel. Let's go. I'm gonna start this proposition.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye. On
the
this
session
day
to order.
forward, what's the proper terminology used in one of those meetings?
The Militia for Water for Colorado
proposes one of our peaks be renamed Mount Mutombo.
So shall it be said? So shall it be done?
So next time you guys gather at the place downtown, get it done.
A big pointy thing. All you hang out there at the pointy place.
We haven't had a good decorum lately, by the way.
By the way, what sounds more intimidating for the state's tallest mountain? What's like, hey, man, we're going to Mount Blue Sky. Or, hey, man, we're going to Mount Mutombo.
What about Mount Bleep You? What about that?
Mount Go Blank Yourself? Okay. Are you sure? Oh, hold on a second. How tall is Pikes Peak?
Evans is taller. Dude, I know my Colorado geography. Don't jack it.
It's 14-1. I think Mount Elbert is the tallest.
Is it?
Yeah.
Elbert's taller than Evans? I thought Evans was the tallest.
What's Mount Massive? What's that?
Wait, give me the exact. Is that serious? Is Elbert taller than Evans?
Mount Elbert is the tallest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's that?
Well, kind of like this one, Mount Massive.
Yeah, I know. He just said that.
Sorry, I was looking things up.
I mean, we got all these damn mountains, and you know my thoughts on mountains. I mean, what do we do? We got all these mountains, and we can't give one of them Mutombo's name?
It goes Elbert Massive, Harvard, Blanca Peak,
This is somebody who listens to
La
the show.
Plata Peak.
This is somebody who listens to the show 9173, Mount Bend over and I'll show you.
Hey, dude. Mount Blue Sky, formerly Mount Evans, is the 12th highest peak in the state. 12th highest.
It is?
Yes.
Did it shrink?
At 14,271. Elbert is at 14,440, so it's 130 feet shorter, essentially.
Mount Harvard, La Plata Peak,
Mhm.
Blanca Peak. What is that? What the
Vic,
heck is that?
you're
Moj, what is this?
literally
Come here.
uneducated.
What is this?
It's crazy.
What is Uncompagre? What is
I
that?
think it's Uncompagre.
Un-
I think it's Uncompagre Peak.
Well, the last four letters are AHGR. The hell is that?
Agre.
Okay.
All right. U.S. Department of Interior is where we need to go, apparently. U.S. Department of Interior. As a Colorado native, I really don't care that much about the mountains as many Coloradans do. So
Vic's gonna. Here's Vic's case. All right, listen, Interior. What's up? It's Vic. Listen, I don't give a rat's rip about mountains. All right, but these people do.
Yeah.
And they ski on them,
And they ski on them, they hike them, and they take
and
their
they go look
dog.
at leaves like a bunch of wax.
They get lost
They
sometimes.
like, hey, oh, by the way, my wife's friends are coming in this week.
Yeah. Oh, you
tell me. Hey,
No,
hold on.
No way.
Hey, Brett. Tell me what Mosier would do in this situation. Tell me what Mosier would do and what I would do.
Okay.
All right. Just so she says to me, "Hey, Laura and Kim coming in. We're thinking Friday, Saturday. We're gonna go up and see the turning of the colors. Do you want to come with us?"
You would say no. There's
no
sports.
never came out. No never came out of my mouth. No never. I just walked away.
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
Now Mosier
would go, no, bro, I have to go look at the colors change this weekend. I have to.
You know you would. You know you'd go. It's okay. I wish I had a softer spot in my heart. I wish I were more like you. I'm not proud that I'm abrasive. I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud that I'm set in my ways and I refuse to go look at leaves like a whack. I'm not proud of it. Spend 3 hours driving there because of the traffic and then just getting off of my car and saying, wow, look, leaves, and then turning right around for 3 hours.
I did hear that there have been some scuffles up in the mountains regarding people trying to get to look at leaves, and there's too many people, and then we have some throwdowns. Have you heard about that? Imagine trying to relax to go look at the foliage turn color. If you've never done it, it's actually very beautiful. Okay,
it is pretty.
But then you start hooking right on the side of the road. You're just going at it with some dude.
Why would you be fighting?
Because the traffic and people are trying to get through and da-da-da-da-da. And apparently it's created some angst and some anger. We've got 117 peaks in Colorado.
I need to understand.
10,000 feet or more. We can name one of those Mount Matumbo.
I actually think we
Some
should
of these are
rename
dumb.
all of these after athletes in Denver. Mount Matumbo, Mount Joker,
It would
Mount
make-
Elway.
It would make it a lot easier
Mount
for us.
Faku.
That's South Table Mesa by my house.
Mount Faku.
In all honesty, I'm not poking fun. To each his own. I'm not a judgmental person. Yeah. Why would somebody get in their car and drive far away to look at leaves?
It is pretty. Like, it's pretty.
So what? There's a lot of things that are pretty.
Well, you can
that are
appreciate
5 minutes
beauty.
away.
Like what?
The golf course.
Hey, honestly, Brent, I've got aspens in my yard. Let's go outside, take a little look-see.
I mean, what are we
and
doing?
They're a pain in the butt to clean up, by the way. Those aspens get everywhere. Those round leaves, they stick in things, man. They stuck. They suck.
What are we doing?
What is something that people would not know about you that would be surprising that you enjoy?
What are you talking about?
Like something you enjoy that people would never have guessed about Vic Lombardi.
Gangster rap.
A warm bath.
I would not have guessed that. Mr. 5-second shower guy likes to take a long soak. That's what you're saying?
Long bubble bath.
I see, and that's something that I love. You know why I like a long hot shower?
Yeah.
Is because it stays that temperature. I'm not messing with. You get in the tub and
but
like
you-
initially it's fine, and then it's like 30 seconds later it's room temp and it
You got to
sucks.
manipulate it, brother. You got a little
I'm not
slow
doing all that.
stream going and
Not
make it
doing
extra.
all that.
Okay, you're making fun of me, or you're trying to call me old and uncivil. I'm asking you. Would you partake in leaf peeping, is what they call it? Would you partake in that? A Saturday afternoon, college football Saturday. Would you do it?
No, not during college football Saturday.
Would you do it at any day?
Oh, don't
Come
give
on,
me
dude.
that crap. When Jamal Cale is a little bit older and you're
No,
white,
I think I would under the right circumstances. Like if it's already on my way, like if you tell me, hey, we're gonna go to Idaho Springs or something like that, hit up a brewery, go to the what's Bojo's? Is that what's there? That pizza
Yeah,
joint?
that's
Bojo's
nice.
is
great.
Then I do that on the way to something
I
like
wish,
that.
and when I say this, I speak out of insecurity. I wish I were more in touch with that kind of stuff. I'm just not built that way, partially because I'm colorblind.
But I wouldn't. Here's what I'm saying. I wouldn't go look at the leaves and come home. There would have to be other things that were happening
I
that
would
day.
rather look at like videotape of my own golf swing for 8 hours straight, or anybody's golf swing, than get in a car and go look at aspens. There are so many things I'd rather do. I would rather operate a wheelbarrow full of rocks and just move rocks from one yard to another.
Okay, hang on. If you lived in California, like you just moved there, and they said, hey, 30 minutes away, you can see this really cool spot where there's like whales. Would you go do that?
Yeah. Yes.
you don't want to see a whale? Hey, dude, when baby Jamal Cale is old
I guess,
enough,
yeah, I saw,
and
I've
Lindsay-
seen him.
And your beautiful wife says, hey, listen, we're going to go to the mountains as a family, and we're going to take photos in front of the family photo in front of the trees.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing?
Oh, I just had to do the
You know
family
what's
photo
cool?
thing.
Yeah.
You know what's cool? Have you been to the Royal Gorge?
I actually haven't been there yet.
See, now you look down and you're like, poop yourself because it's hot. You're up there.
Dude, I can only walk onto that bridge
Yeah,
about
that's scary.
About
But-
50 feet, and then I'm right back.
The reason stuff like
It's
that is
scary.
it elicits, like you feel it. You're like, oh my God, I could die here. Oh my God. Like, look at this. But when you're looking at a leaf, what does that do?
Texture says, why does Vic not want to go see the leaves turn gray?
See, now you're being...
You're racist.
Get off our show!
It is true. For the thing that's like, what's so beautiful about it, it's all the colors. And Vic's like, they're different shades.
I don't see
You know
them.
what's funny? I was watching that, what's the name of the running back from Boise?
Jonte.
Okay. Watching that game, and Boise's wearing blue uniforms on the blue turf. And I literally watching it going, I don't know where anybody is. I would not be
It
able
does
to
feel
play
like
in
a
this.
cheat. Feels like a cheat.
That is a cheat. They,
I mean,
they do that on purpose.
They're camouflaged.
From the 7110, how about Mount You Want Cat?
I take
this. See, this texter is right down my 3081. It took me 4 hours to get home from Fair Play on Sunday. Blank leaf peepers. Yes, they're just taking up traffic time. Yes, 100%. Just get on the internet. It's the same color. You don't need to go there.
The 8327 says, get some gummies.
Sunday traffic was insane up
So what do you do?
Golden
You-
Gate Canyon for leaf peepers.
It
Yes,
is. It is. Insane.
I think they should pay a tax. If you're going up there just to look at leaves, there should be a toll booth. What are you doing? Why are you here? We're looking at leaves. $100.
Excuse me, officer. Can you prove that, please?
$100. $100. And you got a kayak, that's an extra $300.
What else of the things you don't enjoy? You got golf bags? We actually give you $50. Yeah. What is this, a golf trip? Oh, sir.
Yeah,
please,
you're good.
Take this gift card to the pro shop.
If you got a set of irons in your car, man, here's some Starbucks as well. Have fun. Oh, my God.
303-504-0925.
So Mount Mutombo, we'll get that underway. Don't worry about it. No leaf peepers allowed at Mount Mutombo. Did you guys read that the Zags made it official? Gonzaga is joining the pack? Pack whatever.
Yeah. It's still like, I think it's a decent idea because they have some pretty good basketball schools in there so far. You could become
having
a
them-
basketball conference.
They'll have a natural rival already in Washington State. Spokane and Pullman aren't far away from each other.
By the way, so This is from On3 Sports. The SEC and Big Ten are looking to each have 4 automatic bids to the playoff when the next contract begins in 2026. What do we think about that?
I think it's crap.
I do too.
You know, I think
It's like you're already going to get the benefit.
Vic, you're going to get me to a point where I'm with you. You are going to get me to a point where I say, hey, you know what, Big Ten and SEC, just go play with yourselves. Go sit in the corner and play with yourselves, and then let everybody else have their own
I
other
told you
championship.
that's where it's going.
It's just stupid.
But that's where it's going.
Well, they just want so much. I mean, they're takers is what they are.
Well, the SEC.
We need 4 teams. Like Mississippi just got their butts kicked at home by Kentucky. Come on, man. Don't give me this crap.
The SEC sees itself as the superior conference.
Well, it is.
And the Big Ten is right behind it.
It's right there. Yes.
So there's no lies being told.
That's why with this 12-team thing, man, I want to see some upsets so bad this year. I want to see some 8 through 10 get on it, man.
I do too.
Tell me, answer this question, and this will tell you all you need to know about superiority in college football. What percentage chances do you put on a non-SEC or Big Ten team winning the national championship?
I would say it's probably at 7%. Somebody gets hot, goes crazy.
Miami would probably be the best bet at this point.
Clemson, maybe.
Somebody gets hot, somebody gets crazy. They start really racking up the wins.
And there's your answer. That's why they think the way they think. I know. I'm just telling you. There's your answer.
You don't get your automatic bids. You basically have 4 automatic bids, by the way, between your. Actually, you probably have like 8 automatic bids every single year. But you guys calm down. Need to put that in a contract. It's like you get the benefit already.
It sounds so hoggish.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that they don't bring in the money and the ratings because people want to see them play. They do. Absolutely.
Like they're basically saying
But I mean, how much more do you need and want? And are you willing to kill the rest of college football to have you 24 schools or 32 schools be it?
I'll tell you exactly what
and
this is.
And screw Vandy and Purdue and everybody else too. You're not immune from this.
This is exactly like when the Lakers won the championship in the bubble and LeBron's got the microphone and he goes, and I want my damn respect too. It's like, who are you talking to? Who's the person not giving you respect? What's happening here? Like, I want to know the exact person. If you say Skip Bayless, he's exempt, okay? Because he's just a talking head jackass. Anybody else who does not give you respect, because that's what they're saying. Give us respect. Give us 4 automatic bids. You have it. You're going to have 8 teams in this thing. What more do you want from me? 303-504-0925. You can get in touch with us anywhere on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Fact checker next.
Hey guys, it's 2024, and it's time to get serious about your body and about your own health, mentally and physically. You know, I've been with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time, and of course, I've dealt with low testosterone, and they're really helping me. But there are a lot of guys who go there because of erectile dysfunction, and you need the right treatment specifically for your situation because every case is different, and I've learned about this. If you're dealing with some form of ED, don't be embarrassed about it. Seriously, don't put off any treatment any longer. Get back in the game. Be physically better, but be mentally better because it's going to change everything. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatment success over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men are living better lives, and you can do that as well. Their staff are total experts. Your initial visit's just $99, and you'll get a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then the entire blood work and the appointment is totally free, but I'm telling you, it's going to work. So call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations in Colorado. Take care of it. Do something about it. Do not be embarrassed. Be bold and say, I'm going to fix my life. I'm going to fix my erectile dysfunction. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, I gotta get the skate, boys.
Okay.
I'll be seeing you.
You say that as if like you want me to say, oh no, don't leave us, Moj. How will we survive without
Take that
you?
L on the way out.
Oh my God. What will we do?
Okay, so then we're in total agreement.
So you know what the difference is between you and me, both of you?
Mm-hmm.
See, like, you guys just kind of look at me and say, I got something I have to do that I don't really have to do, but I'm going to say I have to do, and so I'm going to leave early. Like, I got a golf tournament at 10 o'clock on Friday, and it takes me 30 minutes to get there, and I'm just going to show up late because I have a commitment to this radio show and these listeners.
Well, I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to be around. Let's do whatever you want to do.
And Moj is sitting here. He's going to take a month off after today.
What do you mean a month off?
He's taking off
I'm
a
taking
full
a
month.
month.
What do you mean taking a month?
He's
talk
having
to
a
you-
baby.
I'll talk to you in November.
I'm confused by this.
It's not quite a month, but he's going to be off for a while.
I talked to HR, and for the time when I had Brooke,
Yep.
I got screwed.
He's getting back paid
Because you didn't
on
get
that.
your 3 months?
I didn't get my 3 months. That's almost 20 years ago.
Well, they owe me 9 months.
Yeah, you weren't an employee at the time of your kid's birth, though.
I was employed by someone, so
Well, yeah,
someone's
well, you
giving me
better
9
go-
months.
You better get back to Channel 4 and say, give me my months.
So he's going to be gone, and now he wants to cut out just 15 minutes early
Okay.
because something big is happening at Skate, Moj. The thing, Moj leaves for Skate, and we say, what did you see? And he goes, I don't know.
Nothing. Yeah. We ask him pertinent hockey questions. How ready is this guy? Oh, I don't know.
Read the Vic. You and I let me cover. Read this exchange between myself and Vic's wife. Go ahead, read that.
Well, why are you talking to my wife?
Because I'm trying to find out about leaves, bro.
Oh.
You're being a jerk about it.
And what's the exchange?
Your wife is pretty funny, dude.
Can you read it?
No, not the end. You can't. No.
Read it.
No, I can't. No. Here, give it to me. Give it back. Give it back.
He said
Read the
something-
damn exchange.
He said something of, what are you wearing right now? Is that what you said?
No. It's funny. It was about the leaves. And she said, no, he would never go do the leaves ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just Vic won't go do leaves. He's just an anti-leaf person. Anyway,
I have to rake leaves. Why would I go look at them?
yeah, raking leaves stinks.
Oh, you raking. Just mow them.
Well,
Well, I
dude,
do.
because
I
I,
do.
have,
I actually do mow
I have an
mine.
electric mower.
So what? You
It'll,
can do it
it'll,
too.
it'll barely pick up a piece of
No,
grass.
it's
let alone
it's
leaf.
actually healthy for the grass. It mulches them up. You mulch them up and leave them on the grass.
It won't even. It's not even powerful enough to suck up the leaves.
Well, you don't have a very good mower, though.
That's
Get
a
a better
crap
Yeah, no
mower.
kidding.
That's,
It's
that's
crap.
a you problem. Get
You're
a better
right.
one.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude, I need a gas mower again. I
Dude.
need to find one.
Dude, I put such a good mow on my yard yesterday. When I went to go interview Chauncey Billups' father last week, Ray Billups,
Mhm.
I said to him, I said, Ray, you just did your lawn, didn't you? He goes, yep. I go, that's a good cut. He was so proud of it. He edged it too with the old-fashioned edger.
Oh yeah,
It was so good.
I'm sure it looked awesome.
So good.
Was that part of your interview?
Well, I mean, that's my version of leaf peeping. For those of you that say I'm not one with nature, I'm one with my yard, my lawn. I'm one with that. And if that sucker's got to look good, I care about my greens, not the greens up in the mountains. You can have it.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, I'm going to be buzzing out. But are you guys going to get into the Raiders this week? Are we going to do anything that?
No, Moj, I don't think we'll talk about it at all.
No, but I mean, Brett? It used to be a thing around these parts. Raider Week was a big week. It was important. It was more important. It mattered, and it just feels like over time, Vic, that goes away.
Well, look, there's a responsibility on these two teams to make the game interesting, right? You have to be
I
good.
agree.
Neither team has been good for a long time. Long time. So when that happens, yeah, rivalry not the same, feel not the same. But you know what? What if the Broncos rattle off 3 straight dubs? What if they do come back home this weekend, get their first win over the Raiders since they moved to Las Vegas, and we're talking about a team that's won 3 straight?
Yeah, I was going to say one at a time. Achieve something you haven't done in 4 years first, and that is beat the Raiders. Something that Mark Mosier believes will be easy. And
I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it
How
has
much
to
do
change eventually.
I understand. How much can I guarantee you this? Sunday's game is going to be a dog fight. No matter which way it turns.
Yeah.
A dog fight. If you're looking for pretty, you ain't going to see it Sunday.
Was it last year? Brett, how many years ago did he feel it in his loins that the Broncos were going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs?
I think he said it every year for the last 4 years.
And it finally came true.
And it finally happened. Yeah.
So that you didn't really believe it in your loins. You didn't really feel it. You were just thinking the law of averages has to catch up, and the Broncos are going to beat the Chiefs at some point for whatever reason. Crazy bounces, dumb plays, idiotic turnovers. Whatever the case may be, the Broncos are going to win a football game because they are professionals, even if they're big-time underdogs.
By the way,
that's how I feel about this game against the Raiders.
I don't know what to make of this, but the get-in price for this game is $113. That is the highest left on the Broncos schedule, with the exception of at Kansas City and at Vegas later in the year.
There is a little bit left. The pulse of Bronco Raiders and the rivalry, some of it remains. People like watching that game. Number 2, it's going to be a beautiful afternoon in Denver, Colorado. Why wouldn't you go to that game that afternoon? Number 3, and this is the worst part, this hurts my heart. There are a ton of Raider fans among us.
Is the truth.
Did you hear what I just said? There are a ton, and I grew up with them. The rebels in the family, Denver natives who are Raider fans. Hey, look at you, rebel.
Yep.
You know who you are. You're always the rebels. Where you from? Denver. Why are you a Raider fan? Huh.
You know those people, Brett? Yeah. They say,
I see them everywhere.
Hey, where you from? Arvada? Why are you a Raider fan? Cuz?
Yeah. I still, as we sit here today, I'm kind of shocked every time I look at this, and I'm like, the Broncos are actually 2-2. This isn't fake. This isn't something that's made up in my head. Like, they started 0-2 with losses to Seattle and Pittsburgh, and then went on the road at Tampa and at the Jets to get 2 wins consecutively. It just is, it's not mathing correctly upstairs. And I'm telling you, in the same way we talked about perhaps CU with their win over Baylor, and you steal one, right? Should have lost the game, you steal one. That provides a springboard, maybe a little bit more confidence. Maybe that bled into that UCF game where you just trounced a team that was a 14-point favorite over you. Maybe the Jets can feel the same. Feels like you kind of stole that one, right? Like, you didn't play well on offense at all, and you win 10-9. You get a missed field goal at the end of the game to kind of bury things. Like, maybe.
It is amazing the tonic that a W gives you and the way you look at the outlook of a season. If that final kick is made by Greg the Leg and it goes between the uprights, what is our tone this week? What are we talking about? What are we? We're referring to some of the mistakes.
The defense gave him a chance again, and the offense blew, and they couldn't get anything going.
Even the outlook of this week, the season, it changes everything. But because a kick drifts to the right, and to be fair, the Broncos missed a similar kick.
Yep.
But therein lies the difference between our tone. Not just the record, our tone week to week.
Okay, how about this one, Vic? Greg the Leg hits the kick. There's 49 seconds left on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, I know, but given the conditions and
let's just say, could you feel even better if then Nick somehow found 3 passes that got you to the 30-yard line?
Of course.
And then you win the football game that way.
Yeah.
Like, part of me, I take it back. No part of me wanted this, but part of me did.
You want to see him.
I wanted to see if he could do something on the last drive if he had to. I was curious.
You are very curious about him being in a position sometime.
I want
to have to come back and see if he's really truly able to do it.
And
not as a baby either. I mean, as he grows through this season.
Yeah, Jake Plummer referenced that. We had Jake Plummer on earlier. If you missed it, get to the podcast. He was great. He referenced a game he had when he played for the Cardinals where he had to come from behind and win that game as a rookie. And I wanted to ask him, is that necessary? Do you have to put that on your resume to know you're there? Yeah, those memories we're looking for, those moments. Is that a necessary moment? To prove you can do that.
Well, yeah, you're eventually going to have to do that. I mean,
Every quarterback has to do that at some point,
and
right?
especially when you want to be an elite quarterback in this league, you're going to have to do that quite a bit to win football games.
Well, the craziest thing is the most elite quarterback does it all the time. In fact, he doesn't not do it. Number 15 doesn't not do it.
Yeah.
Was that double negative? He does it all the time.
That's why I was so curious, like, those two stops, and I get it, one of them was a missed field goal, but still, two stops from the Broncos defense from Aaron Rodgers in that type of field position to not allow him to do that exact thing is incredibly impressive for the caliber of quarterback on the other side and the fact that we can all agree Aaron Rodgers was starting to look like Aaron Rodgers towards the end of that game, right? He was hitting a couple of passes that were like, yep, that looks like him again, and not monsoon slop fest Aaron Rodgers. Couple minutes here. Let's get to a fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We were talking with Jake Plummer earlier, and you guys were chatting about Bradley Van Pelt and when he was the backup for Plummer. And Raj actually texted me afterwards, and he said that during that chunk of the interview, Mosier did a classic forced media laugh. So I went and grabbed it, and we can decide if this falls into that category.
Oh, BVP, man. We had some fun together.
I'm sure you did. Whoa. Whoa, that was over the top.
That was to
No, apologize.
that was to you. That's what you said.
No, apologize.
That was real. That wasn't fake.
Let's hear it again. Hear it again.
Oh, BVP, man. We had some fun together.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sure you did. All right, Moj.
Man,
Come
a little
on.
heavy.
Come
A
on,
little heavy
Moj.
on that guy.
Little hard. That was unnecessary.
I have kind of a fact checker. I don't know what this means. This is from Legion Hoops, but they have given credit to DNVR Nuggets. Michael Malone on the growth of the international game. Quote, I don't know what country Joel Embiid is going to play for. What does that mean?
I was right in front of him when he gave that answer. He was talking about the Olympics and how the international game has grown, and he just, in a joking manner, said, he's got Cameroon, France, and the U.S., and he played for
teams
US.
are so good that he can
pick and choose. Yeah.
I gotcha.
That's a Mosher. From now on, just random laughter over anything. Go ahead, Mosher.
It does make me laugh. When you do that, it does make me laugh. It does.
Yeah. Mosier can't wait to get out of here. I can smell the vacation days oozing off of you.
No,
right
I'm going
now.
to skate, you big dork.
Yeah, and then what are you doing?
Are you seriously on vacation? I was not aware of this.
I'm out for the next month. I told you that.
How is this possible? You have hockey season.
I'm going to be doing hockey only. No more show till November. You didn't know that? Ask Kevin.
Is this real?
It's not quite true, but it's close.
Missed that
iTunes, Spotify,
wonderful laugh of
Spreaker,
yours?
Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great weekend.
He's a great dude. Yeah. He really is.
And they've been good again tonight. Seattle's got to make a stop. Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to throw it back to Goff. Who had that on the bingo card? Touchdown Lions. It's a well-designed play. The action in the backfield gets everybody flowing. Trevis Gibson, number 50, he kind of sees it, but he sees it late.
And Lindor gets under one to center field. Harris going back near the wall, and it's out of here. Linsanity again. Francisco Lindor flips the script with a 2-run homer, and the Mets go in front 8-7. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. Producer after my own heart on a 2K Tuesday. Dempsey and Company is the program. I'm your host, Alex Rynham. You guys know me better as Raj, with KJ Granderson behind the glass, and my partner, my co-host, the namesake of the program. He's Christopher A. Dempsey. What is up, brother?
You know, if you're just listening to, which you are because it's a radio show, you can literally see the smile on Raj's face. Like, you can feel it through the speakers. It's so wide right now because what a night for you, Raj. What a night.
You can watch the show on the Safeway Twitch stream, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, or you can go to the AltitudeSportsRadio.com website, and we're right there on the homepage too, so you can see my dumb-looking face. I promise I will not be an overbearing Met fan today.
Do it.
No, I can't because, see, this is the thing, and we've got so much to get into, right? Like, a perfection night from Jared Goff was unbelievable what he did. Didn't miss a pass, a reception touchdown. The only thing that he did negative was that he got sacked a couple of times. Like, bummer. Everything else was flawless for Detroit.
Yeah.
And they put up over 40 yet again. The Lions look every piece the part of an NFC champion.
They're the best offense in the NFL.
I think they might be, man.
Yeah,
and they had one game where they decided to throw the ball way too many times, and Campbell learned from it, and now he throws the ball 18 times. Goff goes 100%, and they walk all over the Seahawks last night, 42-29. So we've got to talk about that. We're going to get into Pete Rose, who passes away at 83. It was a very sad day in sports yesterday. Certainly here in Denver with Dikembe Mutombo and Pete Rose. We've got drama in the National Hockey League when it comes to goaltending, and I have a question for you guys out there. If it should affect the Avs or not. We're going to talk about how Michael Porter Jr. looks going into the preseason, thicker than he's ever been as a Nugget, and that excites not only me, but certainly you, Chris Dempsey.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball was unbelievable yesterday. Game 161 in the middle of the day between the Mets and the Braves, which it's a great rivalry. I know I've got a little bit of a bias here being a born and bred Met fan.
Mm-hmm.
I never let myself get excited or for a minute think that they were actually going to get it done because, as we've talked about many times this year, I thought both the Rockies and the Mets were going to lose 100 games this year. And the Mets somehow turn around, they get into the playoffs. They might get swept out of the wild card series. That's the reason why I'm not going to be an overbearing fan right now. But I hope and I pray that my Rockies fandom can feel this one day. My heart rate went through the roof at like I don't even know what time. It was probably like 1:30 yesterday afternoon. I was watching it in our boss's office. Through the roof.
Yep.
I got a notification on my phone because my stress level was way higher than it normally is at 1:30 in the afternoon because I had to work out early in the morning or late at night after the show.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
They were like, "Are you working out right now?" It's like, no, I'm sitting down on.
Would you like to record this workout?
I hope to God that Rockies fans are able sooner rather than later to feel something like that. To feel that when you didn't think that your team had a single shot at getting in, that they take a lead and then they go down.
They're going down.
Oh yeah, it was 3-0 in the seventh.
Oh yeah.
3-0 top 8. They score 6 runs in the top of the 8th.
Yep.
I think they're going to win. Up 6-3. They bring in Edwin Diaz.
Yep.
Timmy Trumpets. And
then what
all
happened?
that crap, and then he blows it like a trumpet. They go down 7-6.
Yep.
Francisco Lindor steps in, hits a 2-run bomb.
Yes.
I think they're going to blow it again. They keep Diaz in. He throws 40 pitches, almost blows it in the 9th.
But then he
and
didn't.
they win the game. I hope to God that Rockies fans are able to feel something like that.
2007 is about the only time that you got
Yes.
that, and you know what, they had to win almost pretty much every game.
I think it was 22 of 23 down the stretch
in the season. Yeah, and it really is amazing, man. I was thinking about you. I was watching it, and I just thought, man, Raj is. There's no way his heart rate is anything lower than like 110.
I was ecstatic, dude. It was in like the 140s, 150s. What a game! And again, if you even take out my blood fandom, amazing theater for
it was a
Major
great
League.
game.
Everyone else had been done. This is the last 2 games because of the hurricane, and it decides the fate of 2 bitter rivals, and then
the Arizona Diamondbacks,
who get booted, and the Diamondbacks had every chance to get in. Chris Sale gets scratched from start number 2, the guy who's probably going to win the NL Cy Young this year. Back spasms, he can't start, and then they throw some kid, Gord or Heath, I don't even know the kid's name, and he goes like 6 innings, 1 hit.
Yeah,
and the Diamondbacks are out, which as both a Met and a Rocky fan, best case scenario.
Yeah,
screw the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, if you're the Diamondbacks, though, the Mets didn't care about winning that game at all, and so it's that's what was probably too bad for the Diamondbacks, and I'm sure they'll look back at maybe a game or 2 that got away from them that they probably should have won, and they wouldn't have been in that situation. But once the Mets won the first game, they didn't care about the second game. And then did you see both teams congratulating each other on the field?
With each other on the field.
So now if you're a Diamondbacks fan, you're like, oh, okay.
Something stinks.
What is this? Yeah.
Something stinks.
Right.
Hours after Pete Rose falls, they go, are things being fixed right now? After hour Pete kicks the bucket.
Yeah.
Come on, what's going on?
Yeah.
The reason why I'm not going to be an overbearing fan, and I will not do that to you guys, is because the reason why I bring up my Mets fandom all the time is because I feel it's so similar to being a Rockies fan. You look at things and you go, this is why we can't have expensive things. This is why we don't deserve to get into the playoffs or compete for a pennant or, God forbid, win a World Series. You get something exciting every 10 years, it feels like, right? And the 1986 World Series was the Miracle Mets, right? Like, you gotta believe. So I think Miracle Mets were 1969, but same thing. 86 was a miracle. You had to find a way to get there. And then 20 years of crap. 2006, the Andy Chavez catch. You think you're going to win the thing, and then Yadier Molina blows it open with a 2-run bomb. The reason why I'm not going to be that type of fan today is because, as a Rockies fan, it's the same thing. I'm not scared. No, I'm resigned to my fate. Just like I was with the Rockies when they made the playoffs in back-to-back seasons, but got bounced out in the wild card round 6 years ago, right?
Yep.
As a Rocky fan, I went, well, this is awesome. I got very excited, but I never let myself get to the point where I expected them to win. I expect the Mets to get swept in the first round, just like I have every single time with the Rockies.
What if they don't?
But that's the thing that keeps me coming back like an addict to both of those teams, is that when they get in, when the Rockies eventually get in here,
you never know.
You never know. And it will be so much different than an Avalanche Stanley Cup or a Western Conference Championship. So much different than a Broncos AFC title. So much different now that the Nuggets are at the top. And I see Keith goes, not going to be an overbearing fan, but a 4-minute Mets discussion. No, this is a Rockies discussion. Nuance. Pay attention, Keith. Keep up. When the Rockies get there, it'll be exactly as cathartic as the Nuggets championship was, because you'll never expect it. Not only will you not expect it, you will expect the complete opposite. You will expect collapse. And when they get it done, it'll be like the second coming of that Nuggets title. You'll never forget it.
I think you're right about that at the end of the day. The thing that the Rockies have going for them that the Nuggets really never did was the Rockies have been to the World Series. And the Nuggets had never even been to the NBA Finals, much less won the NBA Finals. But if the Rockies ever do this, and it is a situation where they get into the playoffs and we're all just on pins and needles waiting to see what might happen, hoping that they might be able to get themselves back to a World Series and then win it. Like, I'm just going to say, Rocktober, what was that, 2007?
2007. Unforgettable.
In this city, I've been through a lot of teams winning their first. Every single one of them, actually. Every single one of them winning their first title, and what that did for this city. In Rocktober, they didn't even win the thing, and just the energy pulsating through Denver because the Rockies just kept winning games and got themselves to the World Series. It was one of the most fun times in sports, period, end of story in this city. And they didn't even win it. So if there's a year that they get back and win it, I can only imagine how energized this city is going to be. Because I think even as we all know that football is the most popular sport forever and always in this country, like baseball's still the national pastime. And I
don't know if it can still hold that, man. And I'm a baseball guy. Baseball's got a niche.
Like I understand. I know you're going to nuance this conversation out and be like, well, football's a favorite sport, so it's the national pastime. I got that, but I'm just calling football the favorite sport. Baseball had the national pastime because it holds a place in people's hearts. And whether more people watch it now or not, which they don't, it's still the national pastime, which is why in a city that didn't even have baseball in it, Major League Baseball in it, for the vast majority of its existence, can go crazy for a team that made it to the World Series, that didn't even win it. And so to kind of echo how you started this, which is you want this for Rockies fans because we did get a little taste of it. We did get a little taste of it, but now they just have to find a year where you can finish a la the Arizona Diamondbacks or something like that, or at least get there and give us a reason to believe and be happy again about a baseball team. Baseball is nostalgic for a reason.
I hope to God they get there one day, because again, it will not be me hoping that they can get it done. It will be me actively thinking something is going to screw up. They're going to have a 9-day layover, right? The 333 text it in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. If not for the 9-day layoff, they have a chance at beating the Red Sox. And you guys have heard me say this all the time. It's a sweep, and I look at that sweep and I go, I know I feel like the Lakers. I get it. I feel like the Lakers, and hey, that was a good effort. LA, you
was the best sweep in the history.
Best sweep in the history of the
most
NBA.
Competitive sweep.
I know I sound like that, but I always look back at that 2007 World Series and go, outside of Game 1, when you got the doors blown off of you, you had a lead in the 7th inning or later of every one of those 3 subsequent losses. And I look at that Rockies team, I go, dude, I'd do it. Like, my question to you guys right now, would you trade...
Yeah, let's hear it.
Would you trade another McKinnon-era Stanley Cup or a Jokic-era championship for one Rockies World Series in the next 5 years? Would you make that trade? You guarantee that the Nuggets or the Avs, you can choose one of the two,
have 0 champion, like the Nuggets go from 1 to 0?
No. You don't get another. You get your 1, but you do not get another. You don't confirm it. That's I always talk about it. Both of those teams have to confirm their championship. Would you trade the chance to confirm the title for a Rockies World Series?
Yeah, I think I would.
I'm telling you, I would do it. It would be unforgettable. And I'm an Avs guy.
Yeah.
Like, I do the Avs post-game show.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would trade an Avs Stanley Cup for it.
Yeah, I'd do it.
It means that much.
Yeah,
it's the only team that doesn't have a win.
Yeah.
The only team.
So let's get them one.
He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryanemi. On the other side, if I gave you the roadmap to 2-2 through the first 4 weeks for the Broncos and 4-1 through the first 5 weeks for the CU Buffs, you knew everything that happened. If I gave you that roadmap in the middle of August, would you still take it? That on the other side. 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Get those requests in, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line, where you guys are rolling off about whether or not you would trade another Stanley Cup or Larry O'Brien in the current eras for the Avs and Nuggets for a World Series title for the Rockies in the next 5 years. You guys can also use that number to text in your favorite 90s and 2000s song requests. KJ will play them throughout the day here. Alex Ryanemi alongside Chris Dempsey. Demps, what's up?
Just getting people texting me, actually texting me about this answer as well. There's so much. Okay, Rockies fans, let's level today. Let's put you on the couch. Put you on the couch. This is a therapy session because a great many of you are letting your feelings about ownership color whether you want this team to win a title, given the parameters that Raj has set out.
The poll is about 60% no to 40% yes, meaning that like no, you would not trade an Avs or a Nuggets title for a Rockies title, and the vast majority of those no's, at least on the text line, are ownership based.
Ownership based. Let's just get through that, people. What we want is the title. We don't have to worry about anybody else. Just worry about celebrating for a team that you actually do like. You like the team. We celebrated Charlie Blackmon because we like him and we like the Rockies. We want that organization to win.
Is that I don't know if you're celebrating winning there. You're celebrating a guy that was not part of much winning.
No, you're celebrating. Yeah, no, I'm just linking them together. I'm just linking your actual love for the players and the team superseding anything else. And that's how you have to think about the title for the Rockies. Now, look, if you're just such a staunch Avs or Nuggets fan that you're saying, no, I'm not taking a title from either one of those organizations ever give it to the Rockies, okay, that's a different conversation. But I think we're all Denver sports fans too.
I guess my other question is, if you're an all Denver sports fan, right? So like your favorite baseball, hockey, football, basketball teams are all here in the Mile High City. Rockies, Broncos, Avs, Nuggets. Do you feel, all Denver sports fan, that a missing Rockies title is a hole that you need to fill? Because that's a legit question.
Yeah, it is.
I felt... you don't, KJ. That's okay. You don't feel as though it's missing.
Why, KJ?
Because the Rockies have been so irrelevant for so long that it doesn't matter. Like I don't think
weren't the Nuggets that way for so many years?
You could make that case, but I think Carmelo created a world where people saw a chance for a championship.
Okay.
Outside of 2007, I don't know if the Rockies have had that for a sustained stretch. And because of that, I think that has hurt the Rockies. So as of right now, as it currently stands, I don't think you can realistically say that there's a hole in your heart because the Rockies don't have one. I mean, if they create a sustained winning, successful stretch where you're like, man, like if they would have just got one during that stretch, like maybe I would change. But that just has not been the case, unfortunately.
You know what's interesting about that, Raj, is the Rocktober 2007. I wonder if people, how did we think about the Rockies at that time? Because they did go on the run of all runs to even get into the postseason, right? So it wasn't a team that you necessarily even saw coming for the vast majority of that season. And then they got hot fire, right? Catch hot fire. You get into the playoffs, you get to the World Series, you lose the World Series. But if you thought that was just a fluke, then that feeds exactly to what KJ is saying right there, which is, I mean, you never really thought that this organization was really legit in the first place. So, and then you have such a prolonged span of time where you're just kind of like, well, I just think they're never going to win. And then you write that out of your heart. And so when we ask this question, you're like, no, not really. I don't feel like anything's missing because you never thought it was possible in the first place, and you have put that so far away.
It's a great point. Had the Tulo, Ubaldo, Matt Holliday era Rockies in the mid to late 2000s extended those runs into the early 2010s, not even win one, but be in the ALDS 4 times, and then NLCS once or twice, and maybe you win another one of those, or you're competitive in at least both of those 2 NLCS championship experiences, then you start to get in that mindset of like, oh yeah, Melo on the Nuggets, like they're knocking on the door. They're not the Lakers, but they're there. So if that's where it changed for you, KJ, that Melo made the Nuggets relevant, therefore you felt as though the Nuggets championship missing from your mantle was a hole you needed to fill. The Rockies have never had that. They've never had the sustained success where you get those one-offs. You get 2007, and then you get 2017, and then you get nothing else. That would change it. If maybe this new young core makes the playoffs 5 out of 7 years, then the conversation switches to, well, now I need a Rockies title.
Yeah, because it looks like that.
Let me ask you guys this real quick. If the Rockies get a World Series title, does that make Denver this much better of a sports town?
Yes.
You think so?
No, I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying. I know where you're going with this. Like how much is that? How much does that really matter if the Rockies get a title? I think
nationally it doesn't.
I think it would matter a lot. And certainly in Denver, obviously, because now every major franchise has a title. And then you could probably just add the Rockies right back into a franchise that we're all now actively rooting for. We love them. They got a title. Now we're riding with them forever and always. And I think that, Raj, you brought up the Nuggets in this conversation. And, after the Mutombo years and then into like the Carmelo Anthony years, they were like a 50-win basketball team all the time, right? But they would get into the playoffs and they lost in the first round pretty much every single year except for one. And so I don't know how relevant that made them, but they certainly were a team that we could all look at and go, man, they're just if they can just do these 3 things, they can get to a title. And I thought the Rockies early on. So when I was a kid, I was still late teens when I'd been 20 actually, with the Blake Street Bombers, right? So that was my famous, my most favorite version of the Rockies in history. Big Cat, Dante Bichette, just like Larry Walker, like that was by far my favorite iteration of the Rockies. They they hit the cover off the baseball. They got to the NLDS. They put a scare up into the Atlanta Braves, who had the best pitching staff I've ever seen.
Never
top
won
to
more
bottom.
than 83 games in a season.
Yeah, but they
never won more than 83 games in a season. They won 77 in a strike-shortened year in 1995.
I understand what you're saying. I don't care about the win total. It doesn't matter in baseball. It doesn't. Because I can't remember how many wins the Arizona Diamondbacks had last year. It was 80-something. They made it to the World Series. Baseball wins are the most overrated stat maybe in sports. And it's just like all you ever have to do in this sport is just get in the tournament. And so, yeah, they won 83. As a matter of fact, they won 77 the year they went to the actual playoffs. But that team, entertainment-wise, and the scariest lineup 1 to 9 the Rockies have ever put on the field. That team, I wished it had accomplished more. Even gotten to the playoffs just one more time, because you would have turned so many people over into Rockies fans, and they did, which is why we're so mad now. But I don't know, man. It's they're an interesting thing to me, but I do believe the city, even if you don't want them to win right now, if they did, you would love it.
All right, I want to get into this. If I gave you, and we will get back into that because you guys you're responding like crazy. We'll get back into the would you trade a current Avs or Nuggets championship? Not that you're taking it away. You still get 2022 and you still get 2023 for the Avs and the Nuggets respectively. But would you trade a future championship in the McKinnon and Jokic eras for a Rockies World Series in the next 5 years? We will get back into that later on in hour 2. But I asked you before the break. 2-2 for the Broncos after 2 weeks, which is where I had them. I just had them in opposite wins. I had them win-win, loss-loss, not loss-loss, win-win. 2-2 for the Broncos, 4-1 for the CU Buffs. Dempsey, if I gave you the roadmap to both of those records and you knew exactly how it happened,
yep,
would you take 2-2 and 4-1 right now? Because I think the answer is if I gave it to you blind, after 4 weeks, the Broncos are 500. After 5 weeks, CU is 4-1. I think the answer is emphatically yes.
Yeah.
On both sides, if you don't know how it happened.
Yeah.
But if I tell you in the middle of August, you as a CU buff, you're barely going to get by North Dakota State. Barely. You're barely going to win your your third game against Baylor. You're going to get the doors blown off of you at Nebraska. Granted, only 18 points at the end of the game, but there was a garbage time touchdown. In that game, you had no chance of winning. Chris.
You held them to 0 points in the second half.
Chris, there was no chance you were going to win that game.
They
You
had
were
0
never
points
in
in
the
the second
game.
half.
They were never in the game. They were never in it. Not once. Sure, second half was better, but they were never in the game. They never had a chance to win it because the first half was so bad.
Okay.
Barely get by North Dakota, barely get by Baylor, lose by 18, and never have a shot against Nebraska, but you're 4-1. Do you take it in August? Because I take it now.
Well, look, because I went to University of Colorado, I don't love losing to Nebraska ever. But I guess I didn't come into the season thinking CU was better than Nebraska, so I thought that might be a tough place for them to win. So I would take the 4-1. I just think you would take the 4-1 no matter. Look, you beat CSU, so great. At least you went 1 for 2 in the rivals. So we'll start there. I'll take that, and I'll take the 4-1, and I'll take it the way it's unfolding. Because Raj, I think the way it's unfolding for CU is exactly how a program starts to build itself from being not good into eventually whatever you're going to turn yourself into, which is hopefully a really good program.
And usually I did leave out the fact that you walk into UCF and smack them in the face.
Yeah. Yes. I think UCF, I'll set that aside. I think that when you start to turn the corner in a program, you have these games that are close that you didn't win last year. I think they had a number of 1-score losses last year. And then you start turning those 1-score losses into 1-score wins this year, or rallies to win.
Baylor, North Dakota State.
Exactly right. And then you turn the 1-score wins into, oh, wait, we went to UCF and just everybody was telling us how good UCF was, number 1 rushing offense and blah, 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 blah. And they
double-digit dogs.
And they, exactly right. And then they beat the brakes off them
27
in the bounce house. And so I'll take this 4-1 100% of the time, even if I would have knowing if you would have told me the roadmap, even though I wouldn't have been happy about how it went down in Nebraska,
well,
just because you want to be 4-1.
The first 2 weeks, I think, would have made you panic. You barely get away with a win at home against North Dakota State.
Nah, because you know why, Raj? Yeah, you know why, Raj? I think maybe I'm just a different animal in this kind of stuff. I just didn't. Colorado's not a football team that should have walked in the season thinking that they should beat down every single team on their schedule. Like that's if you thought that about CU, good on you. I mean, maybe you're a better fan than I am, but I just want at the end of the game when the clock hits 0, just have more points, and then we'll start to. But Raj, in subsequent seasons, and now that you're not going to have Shedeur or Travis, but like. Then you start to go into a season and say, okay, you are clearly better than these teams. The margins of victories should start to really reflect that. I just don't think this is that season.
All right, so
but I love it.
Let's go to the Broncos because again, I think at 4-1 blind, I take it 100 times. 4-1 knowing how Nebraska went and North Dakota State when I was in preseason mode, I think I would have been. I don't know if I really like that. However, my hope for this team is that you can compete for a Big 12 title, and you still can. You're undefeated in conference play. Like, you're still on the outside looking in.
Raj, I think they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the conference.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I
like, you think they're okay. So who is, as of right now, who is bona fide better than them in the Big 12?
Iowa State's bona fide better than them.
Kansas State, who they see on the 12th.
Yeah, but
no.
I don't know if it's bona fide. I mean,
they're coming off a loss. They're ranked number 20. And by the way, if you guys did not see this, Colorado received votes not only in the AP, but they received 9 votes in the coaches poll as well.
Yeah. Well, so remember you were asking me that question last week. Do you think they would be ranked if they beat UCF? And I said no, but because they just need to beat a ranked team. So Kansas State obviously got the doors blown off of them by BYU, but that was at BYU, right? And so then they go home, they beat Oklahoma State. So I think Kansas State is a good team overall, but much better at home. And I've been to Manhattan. It's very hard to play there. But then you get them on the road, which they will have to come to CU and win that game. And I think that's what gives Colorado a really, really good chance to win that. So anyways, Iowa State, Kansas State, BYU, and Colorado, I think are the 4 best teams. Yeah, you're right. I didn't say the Utah Utes now, did I?
No, you didn't. And that was my team to win the Big 12 at the beginning of the year.
Right, correct. Mine too. And until their quarterback comes back, Cam Rising, that team, they have it's very difficult for them to score points, and even as good as that defense is, it's going to put them in bad positions, and they're going to lose games until their offense can kind of pick up their defense. And so I'm just going to put them 5th, and then Oklahoma State a little bit. There's a gap, and then Oklahoma State, and then everybody else. And so I think that's how much that victory meant to Colorado. I think we're starting to see the Big 12 shake itself out as to who's like a legit contender and who's not. Nobody is talking about Iowa State, and they should be. But Colorado, yes, in the top 4 right as of this moment for sure.
2-2 for the Broncos. You're averaging 165 yards through the air from Bo Nix. He's got 1 touchdown through the air in 4 games. I tell you that they're 2-2, but Bo has yet to really impress with his arm outside of the second half on the road in a sloggy MetLife Stadium.
Yeah,
Do you take
that was
2
the
and
worst
2?
one. That weather
knowing
was so
exactly how it's gone. That Bo has.
Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Had the second half against the Jets not happened and they still found a way to win it, like the defense causes a scoop and score or a pick 6 and you win the game on that.
Yep.
I think at 2-2 and I see 1 touchdown pass, under 700 yards, 4 interceptions, 2 of which cost you 2 games. I think I look at that 2-2 and I go, yeah, I'm not taking that.
Mm-hmm.
But now I do. Knowing and it's because it's amazing. It's because of 2 quarters of football in New York against one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game,
Correct.
in Aaron Rodgers. The fact that he came out and slung that thing in the second half, the dig route to the middle of Cortland Sutton was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first throw that I went,
Yeah.
oh man, he's got it.
Yeah.
You tell me that in the middle of August, I say yes.
Yeah.
I say yes. 2-2 is fine. I don't expect them to make the playoffs, but 2-2, and now you get home games against LA and Vegas, who both look very beatable.
Yep.
New Orleans doesn't look the same as they did in the first 2 weeks of the season.
I know.
Carolina is a win. I mean, you could feasibly be looking at another 3 wins before the Baltimore game.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how quickly that changed?
Nuts.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah.
And it's, again, for me, a half of football changed it for me. A half. All right, on the other side, drama in the National Hockey League. A kid who played here in the Springs for Coach Sherman and the Colorado Rampage. He and the Boston Bruins aren't really getting along together right now. Would you trade for Jeremy Swayman? That and Michael Porter Jr. on the other side. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 2K Tuesday. Dempsey's rolling over there across the table. I'm Alex Ryanemi.
I love this song.
303-504-0925 is where you
classic.
can reach us. You guys can take us wherever you go throughout the day on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Before we get into how excited you are about Michael Porter Jr. and the weight that he's put on in the offseason, how he looks on the court heading into the Nuggets preseason games in Abu Dhabi, which start on Friday, October 4th.
They just took off last night.
Just took off. They're likely
Still in
just
air.
getting off of the plane like right now.
It's a 17-hour trip.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. Not a night. Listen, traveling to Abu Dhabi,
In the plane that they're traveling in.
the
Also,
plane-
yeah, it's awesome.
it's fine.
Yeah.
It's totally fine.
Yeah.
Like you're not stuck in a 353 in the back in basic economy
No.
with kids like you're doing just fine.
No. It's I saw a video of the plane and it's ridiculous.
So any of those guys complaining,
Yeah.
shut up.
Yeah.
Boston, Phoenix, OKC, and Minnesota is your 5-game slate there over 14 days for the preseason. We'll get into that in a second. But there's something happening right now in hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Swayman, who was part of the two goaltender tandem with the Boston Bruins a couple of years ago that set all those regular season records, and they never got it done. But he was part of that.
Did he lose in the first round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Booted in the first round.
Yeah.
Everyone thought that they were going to run straight through. Patrice Bergeron retires. They're still a very good team, the Boston Bruins, but they're just like, they're not there.
Yeah.
They're missing something. They move on from Linus Ullmark. I think he's in Ottawa now, if I'm correct. And Swayman was supposed to be the goaltender of the future. This is a kid who played some hockey here in Colorado, played a year down in like the Springs, Pikes Peak area. He's 25 years old, American born in Anchorage, kind of a journey to get to the NHL, but when he's been there, he's been awesome.
Yep.
And he's looking for a new contract. And it's been this back and forth summer between Swayman and the Boston Bruins. And apparently the Bruins said this yesterday. Team president Cam Neely. It's unfortunate that a deal isn't yet done. I don't want to get into the weeds with what his ask is, but I know that I have 64 million reasons why I'd be playing right now, which is saying I, Cam Neely, and the organization has offered a $64 million deal to Jeremy Swayman. And what went out yesterday from Swayman's camp was, we've never seen a $64 million offer. This is what his agent had to say. And I quote, "Normally, I don't release statements or discuss negotiations through the media. However, in this case, I feel the need to defend my client. At today's press conference, $64 million was referenced. This was the first time that number was discussed in our negotiations. Prior to the press conference, no offer was made reaching that level. We are extremely disappointed. This was not fair to Jeremy. We will take a few days to discuss where we go from here." And now Elliot Friedman, one of the NHL's insiders, is saying that the Swayman camp is approaching Boston for a trade.
I would too.
And I would too, right? Boston did him dirty.
Yeah, they sure did.
His market value right now is like 6 years, $6-ish million, maybe $7 million. So an 8-year, $64 million deal is way above and beyond what his actual market value is. Had that been talked about, he probably would have taken it. It's above market value. So let's say you can get Jeremy Swayman here in Denver for $7 million on an average annual basis. My question to you, Avs fans, and feel free to jump in the Twitch chat or text us at 303-504-0925. Would you trade Alexander Georgiev, a current rostered player, and either a first round or a second round pick to the Boston Bruins for Jeremy Swayman, 25-year-old goaltender, and you have him for the next 7 years at $7 million? Would you make that trade right now?
Who's the current rostered player?
Use your brain. He's kind of my size.
Look,
he's around my size. And the reason why is because of the money. So I'll even go further. Would you trade Alexander Georgiev, Sam Girard, and a first or a second round pick. Let's call it a second round pick.
Yeah, let's start with that.
With a condition on it that if the Avs win the cup in the next 2 years, moves to a first. Because you would have to move money, right? Because Georgiev only makes $3.4 million, and he's a UFA next year.
How are we replacing Girard?
Girard is replaced by this year Sam Malinsky, although they play different hands. Malinsky's a right-handed player. Girard's a left-handed player.
Mm-hmm.
He gets replaced by Malinsky this year. And 2 years from now, when the kid from Russia, Gulyayev, comes over, who is a thicker version of Sam Girard, skates just as well, if not better, there's your replacement. Is Gulyayev steps in, and he's the new Sam Girard. He's a little bit bigger, a little bit more physical, but skates like the wind.
And he could just pair with Malinsky?
Maybe. It's a small pairing. It's a really small pairing.
Yeah. Yes, I would do it. And
704 says I'd rather trade Colton.
Okay.
Max says I'll trade Georgie and Nuke.
No, maybe not.
I don't know about
that. I don't think so.
I think you got to roll the dice on Nichushkin one more time. And if it bites you, it bites you. And you go, we tried. And then.
Because here's why. Because you have to retain part of your personality, which is like your ability to still be a very overwhelming scoring hockey club. And so he helps you there.
He makes it. Jeremy Swayman is an upgrade over Alexander Georgiev, and it's not even up for discussion.
Yeah, it's just just the issue with the Avs though, and they went through this last year. Is like, how are you playing in front of him? How are you playing in front of your goalie? Because if he's just going to take 1,000 shots every night, well, it just doesn't matter who you are. You're going to let some goals in, man.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're saying that even in suspect nights, in defense, like he's going to come up with saves anyway, and in a way that maybe on some of those nights Georgiev just didn't. Yeah, you had Jared Bednar say on a couple of occasions last year, he's like, it's just sometimes that you might just need the save that nobody expects you to make, or even when we break down a little bit, like you just make that save and we win the game anyway. And there was just points in time where Georgiev didn't give you those saves. So is Swayman giving you those saves on a regular basis? And if he is, cool.
Now, the thing with Jeremy Swayman is he's always been a 1A, 1B. Like, he's never really been the guy. And he's young, like, don't get me wrong. But the most games he started in a season was last year when he started 43 of them, and he went 25, 10, and 8. But the year prior, he started 33, went 24, 6, and 4. If he steps in, like, that was the year that they won the Jennings Trophy for fewest goals allowed by a goaltending tandem, him and Olmark, and then they get bounced in the first round.
Yeah.
He's never been a guy that has been a true number one. And if you were to trade for this player, then the drafting of Ilya Nabokov in this year's draft, and again, Nabokov looks amazing in the Continental Hockey League in Russia right now.
Right.
Looks every bit the part of a starter to like step in as early as next year. He looks like a stud, but still a gamble on whether or not the game can translate from the KHL to the National Hockey League. There's a bunch of guys there. Who's the Gustafsson came over from the SHL a few years ago for I want to say it was Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
It might be like a decade ago, and just like he was supposed to be the next Henrik Lundqvist, and flat on his face, just couldn't do it.
Yep.
So there is a chance that happens. If you trade for Swayman, Nabokov then becomes your, and this is getting into the weeds for hockey, becomes your Yaroslav Oskarov, who is the number one goaltending prospect in the game that the Nashville Predators were forced to trade to San Jose in the offseason because he looked at UC Saros and went, well, I'm never going to start here.
Mm-hmm.
You would open up that type of equation. If you're
would
asking
he just
me,
become a trade chip at that point?
yeah, he might be, but you would lose a little bit of value on him. Just like Nashville lost value on Oskarov, you would lose value on perceived value on Nabokov. But I think with all of the turmoil that's happening in Boston right now, you might be able to get Swayman for a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
When I think my deal is fair. Georgiev, Girard, or Colton. I saw Colton there too, but I think the Avs have greater offensive defenseman depth than they do middle six forward depth in their organization. I would probably trade the D-man. I would trade, he's not aging, he's still young, but I would trade the D-man who is under contract for many years at $5 million to open up some space that you dearly need, because guess who needs a new deal? Mikko Rantanen. Guess who needs a new deal in 2 years? Cale Makar.
Yeah. Let me just ask you. Let me just reverse this because this is how you understand like a trade. If it's how viable it would be, why would Boston want Girard?
They haven't been able to fill the hole left by Torrey Krug in 5 years. They have not had that puck-moving offensive defenseman that they could pair next to. Funny, Colorado kid, Brandon Carlo, former Colorado Thunderbird. You could pair him next to Carlo. You could pair him next to Wallman if you wanted to in Boston. Like he provides an offensive need that they're missing. That say what you want about Sam Girard, the guy can move a puck, and he doesn't get a lot of looks in the power play because the Avs power play it's impenetrable. Like you're not putting Sam Girard in that power play 1, and you're also not splitting your power play minutes between unit 1 and unit 2. Like my thing, if I'm Jared Bednar, I go Nate, Mikko, and Kale go out there for 2 minutes, and if you don't score, bummer. Like, I don't even care about a second power play unit at that point.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think that's why it would make sense for Boston.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Okay.
Yeah, I would do it. Again, 303-504-0925. Would you make this trade? Alexander Georgiev, Sam Girard, and a first-round pick for Boston's Jeremy Swayman, and then sign him to a 7-year, $7 million deal.
And don't say anything in the media.
So much more to come, including KJ's NFL notes at 11:15. He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Let's get into the Nuggets and Michael Porter Jr. and why you think, Chris Dempsey, he's primed for a breakout season.
You mentioned getting stronger, and then you also talked about conditioning. Have you put on weight? Because you look a little bigger. Have you added muscle?
Thanks, man. I'm about 236, 237. So I'll probably play at 232, which is probably 5 pounds more. So it's pretty good.
5 pounds more, but he's carrying it differently, man. Like there's a different look to him. It was the change that I saw in Nathan McKinnon when his neck went from like, oh, that's a junior hockey player to the dude just spent the entire summer in the gym and his neck looked like it grew like Barry Bonds level of sizes, not using steroids at that point, thankfully. That's what Mike looked like when we saw him at media day. He felt like he was this skinny, always frail-ish player that might get hurt, Demps.
Yep.
And I saw him and I went, there's a change. There's a change here. And I wonder, because he's carrying a little bit more weight.
Mm-hmm.
It's, again, he said 5 pounds. It's not that much, but it is carried differently. Are you going to see him cutting to the basket a little bit more? Like a more physical version of MPJ, a guy who can be trusted on the defensive side of the ball a little bit more? A guy who's going to body up one-on-one?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because why put on the weight?
That's a good question. Well, so part of his explanation was he was just in better condition. Just sitting at the podium, he just looked like he was in better condition overall. And I think part of his own explanation was he wants to be able just to play harder, run harder on the offensive end longer. And, a la Steph Curry, like you are it's amazing to me that in the fourth quarter, he runs around the way he runs around in the first quarter. It's just, it's mind blowing to me, the type of conditioning that you have to have. And I think for Michael Porter Jr., he wants to have that type of conditioning himself. So I think he starts there in that space, which is, I'm probably going to take a couple of more threes per game because KCP's not here anymore. I want to be more of a movement player on offense than I have been in the past, and I think he will be. And I just think this too. He was asked the question, do you think that the team will run more plays for him? I'm here to tell you they ran a lot of plays for Michael Porter Jr. last year. Like a lot of sets to get him looks. And sometimes, look, the defense was there. He had to move the ball on, those kinds of things. I think he wants to be able to be the kind of player that in the fourth quarter has got the legs enough to still knock in 3-point shots. I think we started to see a little bit of him as a cutting basketball player last year. And look, part of that is there are some very romanticized views about how offense is played in basketball. So, and I think cutting is maybe right at the top of the list. Because I think the general consensus is it's just kind of like a player. You got to do it by your own. You got to do it. This is the player taking it upon himself to cut every single time, or a lot of times, depending on what's happening around him. I think that's half the time. Cutting in a lot of these offenses is built into the sauce. And so whatever they're running, you have options as to how the defense is guarding you. And so for Michael Porter Jr., there are just some situations where the cut is built into the play. And then there's situations where, okay, Nikola's got the ball at the elbow. They're kind of converging in on him, including my man. Now I recognize that. Now I'm going to just dive to the basket. Nikola will see me and I'll get it up. I think he'll do more of that this year. I think we started to see him do more of that last year. And the reason why I think it resonates with him is because he was scoring at the rim and he was getting to the free throw line. So more points for him, and more points for a scorer is the way to keep a scorer doing that thing. So because he was having success in those areas, I think we'll see him do that. But if he's going to be in this type of condition the entirety of the season, and that's going to translate to him working harder for longer, then I think we're going to see a much better version of him. And it wasn't a bad version last year, but I think we'll see a really, really good version of him this year.
Address the consistency with MPJ, because I feel as though that's the biggest point of contention that most fans have with Mike, is that like you see him and he around the league, it's a general consensus with the players that like Mike's a top 5 shooter in the league in terms of like jump shots that they would take on their team. But he's never spoken about as that lethal player. What is it going to take for him to get into the echelon of like, maybe he'll never be Dame, he'll never be Steph, but you got to be in that type of conversation when you think about the Nuggets, where Michael Porter Jr. going off for 3 or 4 threes in a game or 25 points is something that has to be like written into the game.
Yeah, I agree. And it has to be written in when the defense knows you're going to do it. So think about even the playoff series last year and the contrast between the Lakers series and the Minnesota series. So the Lakers series, you could tell he was down on the Lakers scouting report. Like, just so in other words, they had other priorities of players they were going to take out of the series that weren't Michael Porter Jr. First. So he was really able to work in space. He was able to be comfortable. He wasn't a lot of pressure, not a lot of physicality, and he knocked them right out, averaged 20 points in that series, and was a very, very impactful player in that series. Minnesota, he was right at the top of their scouting report. And one of the things they were not going to do is let him go off. So they were very physical, put their best defender on him, and he did not. So I think, to me, the number one piece of evolution for Michael Porter Jr. is when the best defender is put on you, when the defense is tilted to stop you, can you still score? Because that's what separates the great players from the players that are just very good. And I think that Michael Porter Jr. has another whole level in him. But you have to want to step on in that court every day, and no matter what you're facing, know that you're getting to 20 points at least per game.
This year's version of the Nuggets, maybe you just answered it there with the difference in round 1 to round 2 in the 7-game loss with Minnesota. This year's Nuggets, if Michael Porter Jr. is the number 2 guy on the scouting sheet, where it's like, we got to keep Nikola from going nuclear. Like, he's going to get his. He's the best player on the planet, but like, we have to keep him relatively in check. Number 2 is, you get the choice. Either you lock down Mike or you lock down Jamal. What's better for the Nuggets?
Oh, what's better for the Nuggets? I would say, okay, so I just think that Jamal finds ways to get to a point total anyway.
Well, but that's what you're saying, is that in terms of the evolution of Michael Porter Jr., you saw things last year where he was getting to a point total. He's not Jamal. He's not going to get to the line as much because he's not as
but he should. You know what I'm saying? And so like that. So the reason why I said that about Jamal is because I just think that he gets to a point total anyway. So it might just be the best thing for the Nuggets that the opposing team hones in on Jamal next, because then that leaves Michael Porter Jr. with a lesser defender that he can take full advantage of, versus you put another top flight defender on Michael Porter Jr. He struggles, and now because he's struggling, you can't have him. He can't be super inconsistent shooting wise because you don't have KCP. You just literally took one of your best players, shooting basketball players, and he's gone. So that means somebody else has to pick up the slack. And so, Michael Porter Jr., if you're just going to look at his stats in a vacuum, he shot 39% from 3, 39.7. So that's basically 40%. Okay, that's great. But here's the issue. I'm just going to take just a chunk of the season last year. And these are his 3-point totals in each of these games. 0 for 5, 4 for 8, 5 for 10, 2 for 6, 3 for 8, 3 for 10, 2 for 8, 2 for 6, 5 for 9. And so when you do this roller coaster and one night you're shooting 50% or more from the 3-point line, and then you have a 0%, and then you have 33%, and then you have a 25%, like that's the inconsistency that has to even itself out. Your 40% from the 3-point line has to be contained in a space of, tonight you shot 45%, the next night you shoot 37%. And if you're doing that all the time, then you are a much more dangerous individual. Then the volume matters, and you're able to get to 20 points per game, which he said he wants to get to this season. So we'll see.
20 seems like
reasonable.
20 feels like it should have been the expectation the last 2 or 3 years.
So the usage rate, though, is where, and this is where I get into it with, some of them MPJ detractors, because they look at the money and they say the money should equal a certain amount of production, which, okay, yes, sure, yes, yeah. On the surface level, it should. The issue, though, is that his usage rate was at best in any one game, third best. And
so is that a management? Is that more of a coaching issue?
Well, I think it's going to clear itself up a little bit more now that KCP is gone, because I think the opportunities for Christian Braun won't be as plentiful as they were for KCP.
No, and if they are, Christian if that happens, it's either terrible for the Nuggets because Christian hasn't shown that he can be a consistent outside threat in the game yet.
Right.
Or Christian has started to play himself out of Denver. Those are the two options that if Christian Braun gets more play this year, it's either, oh God, Denver's not scoring, or Christian Braun's time here in Colorado is very limited because he will have played himself into a starting role somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think in regards to Christian, the first thing he's going to see is teams back way up off of him. He's going to get the most wide open threes for probably the first month and a half of the season. Now, if he knocks them in, that's a really good scenario for everybody else, because you get space for your two best players, Nikola and Jamal, then everybody else is played a little bit more honestly. So we'll see in that respect. But I just think that the usage rate will go up for Michael Porter Jr. this year. And so now, if you're going to make the argument that the money should equal the production, this would be your best season to make that argument, because he should just be used a whole lot more. More of the shot should come his way. And now is he making them or is he not?
Well, as a result, then I think the conversation around 3 max players translates completely changes this year.
Mm-hmm.
It was 3 max players with Jamal and Joker and MPJ the past few years, but it always felt up until this offseason. It's because of the KCP departure.
Yep.
It always felt like Michael Porter Jr. was still a project, was still a guy that fell to you in the draft because of injury concerns, may have been the number 1 pick in the draft had he not had his back hurt in high school and at Mizzou.
Yep.
Very well could have been number 1 overall, certainly top 3.
Yep.
Had that not happened. But it's always felt as though he's been a project. And I think that's the reason why a lot of fans have looked at this stretch of 3 years, and it's been really successful.
Yeah.
They got a championship out of it, but there still is there's that loud piece of criticism that feels like they should have already gotten another one. And it's because they had 3 max players, but weren't getting 3 max players worth of production.
Well, and
it feels differently this year because it feels like MPJ is no longer a project. And I still, even going into last year, it felt like it was the final year of molding Mike into full-time NBA star.
Yeah.
And now this is the first year that you actually get to see that play out.
Yeah. The responsibility is now on him, and it's, I promise I think he's ready for it. I really, really do. The thing I've been impressed with most, and I think you termed this right, I think he was a project from the minute that he got here. The first project was getting him healthy, getting his body in a space that he could actually play a majority, if not every single game in an NBA season. Well, guess what? He played 81 out of 82 games last year. That's what he did. And the only game he didn't play is because he didn't have the right shoe on the trip. So he would have played all 82 games last year. He was very, very durable. So they got his body in the right space. Then you see a player that was just known as a shooter, and I think he just thought of himself as I'm a 3-point shooter. But he was an on-the-ball kind of guy when he was in high school in Missouri, so he had to learn how to play off the ball. All right, so now we got your body together. Now you got to learn how to play off the ball. He did that. Okay, so now we got your body together. You had to learn how to play off the ball. Now we got to get you to play with more of a dynamic offensive arsenal. So let's start cutting. Let's start getting to the free throw line. Let's start taking a mid-range shot. Let's start doing these things. Okay, now we've done those 3 things. Now we're putting all of this together, and I think this is where he is right here this is the road that he should be walking down. This is the season that he can, now that he's put all the different pieces together, he is now ready to flourish, and I think he will.
Nuggets open up the preseason Friday evening against the Boston Celtics. Avs have their final home preseason game of the year tonight at 7:30. You can hear it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Connor McGahee on the call, 7:30 against the Vegas Golden Knights. On the other side, KJ's NFL Notes. He'll take us through week 4 of the NFL season, a Broncos win. We've got power rankings. The Dolphins are falling apart. Our pets' heads are falling off. NFL Notes are next.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Dempsey and Company, as we roll into NFL Notes. Speaking of the National Football League, on Sunday, you can listen to Cowboys at Steelers on Sunday afternoon and evening right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, so don't miss that. KJ, what's up first?
Sean Payton yesterday spoke at his usual Monday presser, and he talked about the chemistry and the connection that's growing between Bo Nix and Courtland Sutton. But it's not just that connection he wants to see. It's something else specific he wants to see, and you guys will hear that towards the end of this response.
Yeah, look, they've thrown that type of play, 40 times, let's say, between minicamp, OTAs, and so Courtland, provides that size and sure hands. You have to get the right coverage look. There's a handful of ways we run it, but you like anything else, if you repeat something and you get more and more comfortable with it, then it becomes a play you like and it becomes one of your favorites. Then you get to it in a critical situation. That was a big drive. Obviously, that was an important drive for us to kind of take it from our end and convert there and then go on to score a touchdown. But I think that confidence level will continue to grow, and it's important that it grows. It's important that it grows with other route combinations.
It's important that it grows with other route combinations. We obviously know that Sean is kind of holding back a little bit with his play calling because he wants to make sure Bo is up to speed. From what you guys have seen thus far, what's the difference between what he was holding back with Russ versus what he's held back with Bo Nix?
I don't think he had an issue tossing the ball down the field last year with Russ, right? That Russ was going to do that. He was going to throw a deep, tight ball in either single or double coverage outside the hash marks. He was going to be fine with that. Because Russ had shown that he can do that over the course of his career. Where Russ struggled last season was in between the hash marks, and that was something that I think Peyton very clearly saw. Hey, we're gonna cut this thing out. We're gonna hold you back on in between the hash, but a deep ball down the side, we're fine with you creating one-on-one. I don't know if he, especially through the first couple of weeks with the questionable interceptions. Granted, those were closer to the red zone, if not in the red zone. I think he was waiting to see whether or not he could step up in the pocket and make a throw in traffic to a guy like Courtland. And I think you're going to see it unleash now. It was the difference. It was Russ had shown that for years that he could do that at an elite level. Let him do it. Let him cook. Sucks that he doesn't do it on your schedule, Sean Payton. But I still think Sean's learning a lot about Bo. As much as he loved him in the draft process, as much as he's defending him right now, I think he's still learning about what the kid can and can't do.
And having to call plays accordingly. I think he gave Russell the whole playbook, just to be honest with you. I think Russell just didn't operate it the way he wanted it operated. So I think the difference between the two is that and look, they called all the pass plays. Remember, we were actively upset at the beginning of last season thinking, why are they throwing the ball so much when, A, they fashioned their roster to be at the very least a little bit more balanced, if not a little more run heavy and then play action pass wise. And so I'm sure he just looked at Russell and like, you've been in this league forever. Like, here's the entirety of the playbook.
Yeah,
here's all the routes. You'll be fine. Whereas he clearly knows that Bo is not fine with all the routes. And there are apparently some routes that he is just not confident in throwing. And that's apparent to both of them. And so how do you get that through? I don't know how you get, Bo Nix from a space of not having confidence with some routes to a space where you do have confidence, because he just has to make those throws in order for him to be confident about making those throws.
If you ask Peyton about confidence, anytime that he is asked about Bo's confidence, he gets upset now. He's like, dude, he's a confident player. Trust me, he's fine. He has the confidence to make those throws, which tells me Yeah, we're bringing him along slowly. We have not, just like you said, you have not unveiled the full playbook or the full potential of this offense with Bo Nix through 4 weeks. And there's no way you could have. Yeah. It's insane to put that all on a rookie quarterback. Right. Bring it along slowly. He's looked fine. I still think the first wow Bo Nix could be it moment that I've seen this season. Sure, it was the scramble early on in the season, but that still felt a little panicky to me.
Tampa Bay game, he was good.
He was good, but I never got the wow. You got the wow early, the first series, right? First series, you got like, oh, like there's something there. The first wow moment was the dig route to the middle, and then finding granted wide open Cortland Sutton at the back of the end zone in Game 4.
And he overthrew that.
He overthrew it, and Cortland made a hell of a catch. Yep. I still don't know if that last toe actually came down, but it was irrefutable, apparently. KJ, what's next?
It's fair.
Mike McDaniel. Let's start off with this game from Monday Night Football. Mike McDaniel was at his post-game presser last night, and he was asked simply, hey, would you be open to change with your offense?
Like, do you need significant changes to your offense, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, everything's on the table. You can't argue that the offense is good or to me, in a situation like this, I haven't really been in one where we haven't had production consecutively like this. So you really have to open your mind to really all things.
If you're Mike McDaniel, like, why aren't you going to ownership and being like, I need my guy? Like, there's nobody in their quarterback room that's his guy right now.
No doubt. That's a lot of words to say, give me a freaking quarterback.
Yes.
Like, that's all I need. And he did say there were changes happening, KJ, right? Like, why? You're waiting. Now you're down in a 1-3 hole. And
in the AFC East.
You're at the
with
bottom.
Buffalo.
No doubt. You're already Buffalo's 3-1. The Jets are 2-2. They don't feel great about themselves coming off the Broncos loss.
Yeah.
But you're waiting until you're 1-3 to like say that we actually have to go and make this change? It was probably pretty clear that Tyler Huntley wasn't going to be the answer. Is George Payton's phone not ringing off the hook right now for Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson?
Evidently not.
It should be.
Evidently not.
If not, something's wrong in Miami.
I just think that Miami. Okay, let me just. From a roster construction standpoint, can I just ask a question? If your quarterback is Tua Tagovailoa, and you know that by and large he misses big chunks of seasons because he's injured, why don't you have a viable backup quarterback? Why not? I don't understand that from a roster construction standpoint. You are surprised by the fact that he's missing more time. He always misses time. And you don't have a solution at all at quarterback. And not only do you not have a solution at all at quarterback, their offense is so tightly wound to fine-tune for Tua to be the trigger man there that anybody who holds onto the ball for more than like 2.5 seconds is getting sacked, A. It just is very, 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 very poorly. They had no contingency plans. Was it the John Elway, there's no plan B? Like, there's no plan B in Miami, and they're paying for it from roster construction and a offense construction standpoint. They can't change things to help the quarterback. We watched the Green Bay Packers put Malik Willis in at quarterback 1 week after they got him, and he won games for them. Like, you have to be able to adapt to whoever is, and they are not able to adapt right now. So now he's being asked about it, and he's like, well, yeah, I guess he really is a genius, but like in this situation, there's been a lot of mismanagement on a lot of levels.
So highest paid guy that's not a rookie, like a slotted number, right? Because Michael Penix is $4.25 million, and JJ McCarthy's $13.5 million, and Drake May's $24.25 million. Like, in terms of veteran quarterbacks, the highest paid vet backup this year, Gardner Minshew at $12.5 million. Like, when you look at the roster management for Miami, you should have gone out and you should have paid someone between $8 and $12 million to be your backup, knowing what's happening with Tua. did it have to be a guy who plays exactly like Tua? Kind of when you're talking about Green Bay, Jordan Love and Malik Willis, they have similar traits. I don't think that needed to be the case. I think you could have gotten anyone. I think you could have gone out and gotten Gardner Minshew or Marcus Mariota. Heck, you could have found a way to pry Andy Dalton from the Carolina Panthers, and you would have been in a better spot now than you are at 1-3 with Huntley as your backup.
Yeah, exactly right. I'll say this: their offensive line isn't a fantastic offensive line, and part of the reason why it didn't matter as much there is because Tua gets rid of the ball so fast that even if you have a suspect offensive line, he's masking that because he's getting the ball out and then
getting rid of the ball quick. You know what that sounds like? Jarrett Stidham.
Okay, well then, yeah, so
you can trade for him.
So
Come on.
So then to more fully answer your question, the backup quarterback does have to be a quarterback that is used to getting the ball out of his hands quickly, so that you can run your offense in the same way if that's what you want to do. But if you're like Matt LaFleur, and you can, or Sean McVay, and you're just losing. Like Sean McVay's lost every single wide receiver on his squad, and he just goes, all right, we'll just put 2 or 3 tight ends on the field, and we'll still be okay. Like you have to either be able to do that, or your quarterback had better be able to emulate your starter in an appreciable way, and neither of those things is happening for the Miami Dolphins.
No, it's a mistake. I hope it doesn't cost Mike McDaniel his job because.
He's a smart coach.
He's a smart coach.
He is.
And I think
just remember he's 1-6 without Tua.
Oh, that's my point. This is not just a coach thing though. This is a GM thing. I promise you, it is.
That's a tough look, KJ. What's next?
It's fair.
Have you guys ever had a situation where you ordered something online and you're like, I'm not sure when this is exactly going to get here? Well, that'll never be the case with Mountain High Appliance, which is why we're so thankful that they are sponsoring KJ's NFL Notes. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store, and they have multiple locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention they have literally every major appliance line and brand you could ever ask for. So check them out at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's head to the other Monday night game from last night. Dan Campbell was asked about what did he think of Jared Goff 18 of 18, and he had this answer about what happened in the locker room.
To speak to the performance of Jared, 18, almost 300. It was really almost perfect today, Dan.
Yeah, well, I just gave the game ball to somebody else, so I feel awful right now. Yeah. No, I knew he played a heck of a game. I did not realize he was perfect. I did not know he was literally 18 for 18. But I knew he played really well. You could feel it, and he really found his rhythm early. And I thought he was seeing the field, played with rhythm. He had to move a little bit in the pocket. I thought what really kick-started him is he had to kind of move in the pocket, got spun around, and hung with J-Mo and hit him on the hook for the first down. It was big, man, because he was rolling after that. But just a number of huge throws, played with poise, got us in the right play. It was a heck of a play down in the red zone on the catch. Good throw by Saint, been working that. So I just thought it was excellent,
So, Rod, you did a little hypothetical earlier, and I was like, you know what? I got to get me one in today. Jared Goff I want to say year 9 for Jared Goff. And obviously his window for greatness is on the other side of the hill now. Bo Nix is still up on the uptick in regards to what his ultimate ceiling could be.
Oh, I hate what you're going to ask me right now. Don't do it.
Would you rather have Jared Goff or Bo Nix like at this exact moment?
You know what the answer is.
My answer's Bo.
Oh, is it?
My answer's Bo.
Jeez. Wow.
I like Jared Goff.
Why? I want to hear more.
I very, very much like Jared Goff. But I feel as though if they hit on this, man, if Sean hits on this quarterback, he's got a chance to be better. He's got a chance to have a better career. And Jared Goff has had an excellent career. Very, very good. He's gotten to a Super Bowl. Granted, it wasn't on his back, but he's going to have Detroit in Super Bowl contention over the next 3 years. Oh, man, that's tough. Am I going to let one half of football against the Jets talk me out of taking Jared Goff at 30 years old?
Yeah, you are. That's what you're doing.
I am. I'm a believer.
That's what you're doing.
Don't say I never was, Twitch. Don't ever say it again.
That's what you're doing.
Give me Bo.
I would take Jared Goff. And we know how much I love Bo Nix. Here's the thing. Hear me out. The reason why I would take Jared Goff in this moment right now is because your defense is literally a Super Bowl quality defense.
But hold on.
What?
Jared Goff is throwing to Jameson Williams, Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got Jahmyr Gibbs toting the rock, and his number 2 running back is David Montgomery.
Okay, let's play that game.
I grant you that.
If Bo is in Detroit, would he be producing like Jared Goff?
Right now, no.
With Ben Johnson as his OC?
Right now, no. He would not.
Okay.
He's too young. He's too green. He would not. And Jared Goff would have the Broncos at 4-1 after next week.
Yes, that's true.
Bo, I don't know. The promise of Bo seems
would be
so
better
nice
in that
right
offense,
now.
though. Bo would be better in that offense for sure.
The promise of Bo Nix feels so good because of what we saw in the second half of the Jets game that I feel like my mind's being clouded.
I know, but we're just talking about right now. Just right now. Who are you taking right now?
Oh, right now it's Jared Goff. Right now, Jared Goff is the better quarterback.
Yeah.
But if we're projecting out to what they could be, I feel like I have to trust the organization.
If Jared Goff was the quarterback of the Broncos,
terrible mom.
Are they're playoff
I'm sorry.
team, right?
What a terrible. I'm not great at impressions, Dems.
No, it's okay. we forgive.
Hey, you tried.
We forgive you.
It was awful. That's so bad.
No, but to answer your question, Demps, they would be a playoff team, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they'd be a playoff team. I mean, look, the only thing the Broncos would have to really get figured out. And I think they would get way more intel on this than they are right now because Bo is, he's still working through his own issues. Is which of these wide receivers is actually really good? Because Jared Goff is going to put it on them, and he's going to make them make plays. And so you would get a lot more intel much faster about which of these guys can actually help your team than the Broncos are actually getting right now. I think a couple of these guys would look better with him. And quite honestly, Josh Reynolds played with him last year. So, he understands Josh Reynolds already. Cortland Sutton probably would have a bunch more catches right now. The running game would still be a very big question mark.
Through 7 years, player similarity scores on Football Reference. Ken Anderson, Troy Aikman, Drew Brees, Boomer Esiason, Tom Brady, Carson Palmer, Joe Montana, Donovan McNabb, Joe Namath. Those are the similarity players for Jared Goff.
Okay.
It's not perfect, but yeah, maybe my answer changes.
We're glad we can walk you to
You can walk me down, but you guys are setting me up for failure. I'm already labeled incorrectly as a Bo Nix hater on this show, and I'm not. And you guys are now trying to pigeonhole me, and I don't appreciate what you two idiots are doing right now. You're setting me up for failure.
It's all good, man. Dak Prescott, he'll make an appearance tomorrow.
Give me one more, KJ.
That's fair.
All right, quickly, because I know we got to transition here.
I got you.
Mike Tomlin, he said today that they're going to ramp up Russ starting today, and by Friday, they'll know more in regards to what they want to do with Russ. Now, based off his answer in his press conference, Justin Fields will likely start this Sunday, but Russ is getting in position to where they will have to start asking that question again. If Justin Fields loses to the Cowboys this weekend, do you entertain a thought?
He's not going to lose to the Cowboys this week. Man, it's a hard one. I wouldn't. I mean, I think Justin Fields has been plenty good enough, and I think he allows your offense to be more multiple because he can run, and you can really design those in a way that you could with Russell Wilson, but he's got a calf injury. He's old. It's not the same. So I would go with Justin Fields from here on out. Like the Pittsburgh Steelers are not going to have a losing record because Mike Tomlin never has a losing record.
That's Chris Dempsey. That's KJ's NFL Notes. We'll come back on the other side, wrap things up with a pretty little bow, get back into our conversation that we had at the beginning of the day. I'll ask the question again in case you weren't here. Playoffs are around. My Mets got in. I got excited. I hope they can win something. And I beg for Rockies fans to feel the same way that I do about my team going into the playoffs. Would you trade a championship for the Nuggets or the Avs over the next 5 years for a guaranteed World Series for the Rockies? We'll keep opening it up on the other side and then hand things off to PhD. 2K Tuesday coming to a close. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You guys can use the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner. Scroll down to the bottom of the app, hit the little microphone, and then you can let your voice be heard. It gets sent to our producers, and then we play it on air. It's a fun little function there in the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. We're coming to you guys live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. And I open up the question that lit up our text thread in the first 20 minutes of the program. Would you trade? And I'm not saying you have to give away the 2022 Stanley Cup. I'm not saying you have to give away the 2023 Larry O'Brien. Would you trade an Avalanche Stanley Cup in the McKinnon era, a second one, or a second Larry O'Brien in the Jokic era, to guarantee that the Rockies win a World Series in the next 5 years? Because I opened it, I had a great day. The Mets are my favorite baseball team. The the Rockies are my second favorite baseball team. And it's a very similar existence for both of those fan bases of like, we're never going to get it done. We're never good enough. We're always the losers somehow. We're always going to screw it up and bungle it. I still feel the same way. Like, I think the Mets are going to get swept out of the wild card. I'm not expecting anything. I thought they were going to lose yesterday. It was an amazing game. My watch told me that I was having a stressful moment, and I was. I was sitting down. My heart rate was 145. And I just want Rockies fans to feel the same way I did yesterday. I want your heart to beat out of your chest. So my question is that, would you trade another championship in these two Nuggets and Avs eras to guarantee that the Rockies get one? Because it's the one thing that's missing. You have a CU national title. Granted, it's a long time ago, but you got a national title.
That's right.
You have multiple Stanley Cups for the Avs. You got 3 of them.
Yep.
You've got an NBA championship in the last 2 years from the Nuggets.
Yep.
You have multiple Super Bowl victories, 3 of them for the Broncos.
Yeah.
The one thing that is missing from your championship mantle is a World Series trophy for the Rockies. Would you trade it?
I would. I would.
Okay.
I would.
Does it make it harder if I say, since Demps, you're the Nuggets guy?
Yeah.
I'm the Avs guy. So I'm going to make it harder. Nuggets. You have to trade a Nuggets title.
I know.
You don't get to slough this off on the Avs, and I don't get to slough it off on the Nuggets, just because you and I are very entrenched in both of those teams.
Oh man, I'm gonna be in trouble. I would.
It's funny.
Because, the reason why, and the reason I got it.
The second hour of text messages is overwhelmingly no.
Yeah. I know.
I just got one from the 427. I would trade the Rockies never winning to guarantee that the Nuggets and Avs get a second title in this era.
Oh wow, that's
never
that's just taking it to the reverse level. I just think that people are. Rockies. Let's have an honest conversation, everybody. We know why you guys are so down on the Rockies, and I just want you to separate the team itself from anything else, because I think because we are so low on how this has been run over the years that we don't actively want them to be happy. And I don't think that there've been a lot of stuff that we celebrate about that baseball team that I think still matters. And I think that the one time that this team did make a run to the World Series, we saw that actually
magical.
It was magical.
What a feeling!
We all
postseason
loved
baseball
it.
is amazing.
Yes, we all loved it. So don't we want that feeling again, everybody? Don't we want that feeling again? We want another October. It's great. And we're not taking any current title away from.
I'm taking a future title, though.
You're taking the future title.
And as a result, you would almost guarantee that the greatest of all time discussion for Nikola Jokic doesn't happen. Because he's on that trajectory, especially if he wins multiple championships. If Joker gets 2 or 3, then you're talking about, is he top 3 of all time? Right? He's already an all-time great. He's a shoo-in Hall of Famer. But you then get into that and if you take away the Nuggets championship, if you take away a second one, you're never going to have that conversation nationally about Nikola Jokic. Ever. If you take it away from the Avs, you're never talking about Nathan McKinnon and Mikko Rantanen and Cale Makar in the same light that we hold Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Patrick Waugh. So is it worth it to remove that type of conversation from the next 50 years of your life? Because we're still talking about those players right now. And that 1996 championship is almost 30 years old.
Raj, why are you making this so difficult? Why are you making it so difficult?
It's my job.
Can I be a pessimist for a second?
Of course.
No disrespect to the Tulos, the Larry Walkers, the Todd Hiltons, the Nolan Arenados, depending on how you feel about them, and everybody else in between. If the Rockies were to go away from Denver sports, how much would that impact our daily lives?
I mean, I'd miss it a ton. I would always want it back. I
think from the standpoint of nobody cares, or very few people care.
What do you mean very few people care? They're top 10 in attendance every year. I know it's not because of the product on the field,
it's not
but
because of the baseball.
You would miss going to Rockies games.
Also,
the city would miss going to Rockies games.
Just hold any event at Coors Field.
Oh, so you just have a baseball diamond but no team? So the stadium stays up. It's still called Coors Field because they bought that name in perpetuity, which is an amazing deal for Coors. In perpetuity.
Yeah.
So you just have a stadium in the middle and it's just, hey, we're just gonna hang out on the rooftop. There's no game being played.
It'll become the greatest concert venue in town.
It would be.
It would overtake Red Rocks.
I mean, Raj, if you're standing up on that, if you're standing up at the rooftop bar, if you're sitting in one of the high top, can you see the field? You can't even see the field. You have to walk yourself all the way over to the railing to actually even see the field. And so
certainly, if you're me, I'm 5'7".
There are places
you've got an easier way.
Well, I'm just saying, it's a venue that has active places in it that doesn't matter if you even see the field. Just that you're in the venue. And they understand that because we just all want to sit in the sun. We don't care what's happening out on the field. And so that's why their attendance is always great. There are a lot of us that would miss that team anyway, because we spent so many years wishing for a Major League Baseball team. And I'll never forget.
Do you want to be do you want to be an Oakland fan right now?
Right. You do not. With your team just leaving? Because
it's also a little different for them because they lost everything.
Yeah,
they lost the Raiders.
Yeah.
They lost Golden State.
Yep. They did. Nobody wants to be in Oakland anymore.
No one wants to be in Oakland. Oakland sucks. Let's be completely honest. It's not a fun place.
They messed up the
Christina, if the team left town, I would literally have to move to a different city.
Well, there you go. I just think there's more. We hear more from very frustrated. I actually think the people that we hear from on a regular basis really actually love the Rockies. That's why we hear the vitriol from them, because they want to love them. And so do I want this team to, would I do? Yes, because I want the actual Rockies fans here to experience the joy of a title. And they got close. But let's do it, because the energy in the city, Raj, even during that run, there's not three other times in sports history, in the city sports history, where there was more energy in a city behind a team than that one. And
Nuggets title 2023, Broncos 96, because you had gotten there so many times, gotten blown out.
So the issue with the Broncos and the Nuggets are this. I think the Nuggets had more energy in the buildup, because once they swept the Lakers, it was like, whoa.
You've gotten over the skeleton in the closet.
Yeah, exactly right. Whereas the Broncos, here's what was happening back in the day, Raj. The Broncos were active. People didn't even want them in the Super Bowl because they had lost so many.
Mm-hmm.
But then they won it, and everybody's like, yeah, this was amazing. But the Rockies had this entire run, like a month of just energy in a city. It was great.
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan. I mean, it's going to do it for us today. It's amazing. The second hour of your texts on that question, way more negative than the first hour. It was split like 60-40.
Who are you people out there?
It's like 90% no in the second hour. Love you guys. Thank you so much for listening. For KJ, for Demps, I'm Raj. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
Linsanity again!
Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. They are the absolute best. AAAHomeImprovements.com. I come in today feeling very confident
Thank
about
God.
something.
That's amazing because, other than you and Tyler, guys above us, below us, I mean, how many people actually work 2 days in a row here? I mean, saw a handful yesterday. I was kind of surprised today.
I did walk in today. We got the motion sensor lights on in this building.
Had to come on.
And the front entry is dark. Like the main area is dark. And I opened it. There's actually people in here. But as I walked in, I'm like, is nobody here on a Tuesday?
Yeah.
Well, it's they're out, working.
They're either off or they're taking their mandatory 2 hour
To be
lunch.
fair, we do work during the lunch hour. We do start the show during the lunch hour.
That's what I'm saying. They could be in their 2 hour lunch break.
I feel a little bad for our guy, Mike McDaniel, Smoky Hill grad, because I like him. I think he's a cool dude. But he said everything's on the table as if they're not giving up. I see two directions for the Dolphins. They can try to do something this year and try to salvage. And if you watch Brian Baldinger's breakdowns, Tyreek Hill's open. There's opportunities. There's opportunities to score.
You mean Tyreek Hill on Scott's fantasy team? Tyreek Hill.
Yeah. Well, if you haven't hold on. If you haven't benched him by now, that's on you.
Who are you gonna bench him for?
Whatever else you got.
You could bench him for little Jordan Humphrey and get just as equal numbers right now.
Just about. Well,
no, exactly.
What's the rookie for Buffalo? I played him 1 week.
You're in a tough spot, my friend,
Yeah.
because Tyler Huntley ain't it. There's one of two things for Miami. If they do want to salvage this season somehow, they should call the Broncos. If not, they should tank it out for Shedeur.
Or call Pittsburgh.
They would be fools, outright fools, to make a move right now.
Well, I'll tell you this: if I'm George Payton, I am actively, because this is it. This is where you cash your chips in on Zach Wilson. You needed a couple things. You needed Bo Nix to be effective enough that you didn't have to break glass in case of emergency. You got that. It's not a meme. You got it. Oh, no. It's done. If you were 0-4.
What's your sell price, though?
If it was 0-4 and it was a bit of a disaster, maybe. But what you need to do right now, if you're George Payton, is try to get as good of a draft pick as you possibly can to trade Zach Wilson to the Dolphins today. And it has to happen this week, because any decision the Dolphins are going to do is going to happen this week one way or the other. You can't wait until the trade deadline. But you really literally rolled the dice that Zach Wilson would have value for you, either on the field or off the field. You got it. You got it right now. And it's time to make that happen. The value for it, I'm not even sure. I would hope a 4th round or better.
See, look, don't get me wrong. I would trade Zach in a heartbeat. So if Miami calls and they want to make a deal, I'm open for business. I do think that Miami would make a very, very foolish decision if they were going to give up anything of value. Look, man, if they give up a 5th rounder, okay, that's not punting on the future to try to salvage a season that's unsalvageable. But if they give up, even to me, if I'm that organization giving up a 4th rounder, that just seems foolish to me, man. I mean, you got a lot of stuff to figure out. The odds of Zach Wilson coming in there and figuring it out this year is going to be very, very low.
That's the key, though, with Zach Wilson. It doesn't have to just be this year. Zach Wilson could be. Zach Wilson could be.
You're overhyping him, brother.
Zach Wilson could be your Sam Darnold. He could be your Baker Mayfield.
Sam
Don't
Darnold,
tell me he couldn't be.
Of course he could. Of course he could.
Sam Darnold helps you know.
Well, it's not just Sam. I mean, it's Baker. There's a lot of guys right
Sam's
now.
Sam's doing it from nothing last year to all of a sudden now he's 4-0 and slinging it. I mean,
slinging
dude, I don't know if you watched that game this week and he's slinging it. Difference is Zach hadn't had the shot, and Zach, Darnold spent some time with another guy that runs a similar offense to what McDaniels does, and Zach really hasn't. He's got Sean Payton.
You don't have a lot of better options if you're the Dolphins. And here's the key for the Dolphins. It's only going to cost you a draft pick this year to figure out. It's not going to cost you cash. And if it does cost you cash on Zach Wilson, it's going to be Sam Darnold $10 million money, not $30, $40 million money like Baker Mayfield or these other guys. You could get it done. It is way better than Russell Wilson because Russ's ceiling is, he's getting older and it is what it is. You don't know where Zach Wilson
it's
could
Russ
go.
If you think Tua can come back by the end of the year or next year.
Right. And that is holding out ridiculous hope. Yeah. Listen, man, if you got Zach Wilson, he's your future maybe. And if not, Tua comes back, okay, fine. but at least you're set up for a longer run than just this year. This is the ideal situation for the Broncos to do a deal with Zach Wilson.
What would you take, Tyler, for Bo Nix from Miami?
Well, it starts with the first. It starts there. But in terms of the Zach Wilson conversation, the first thing you do if you're George Paton is nothing. That's the first thing you do. You don't pick up the phone. You don't call them. You got to make them call you. You got to play the game. It's a dumb game to play. But the second you pick up that phone and you're actively trying to trade Zach Wilson, you immediately lose whatever appeal you have of how attractive this guy is. So you have to just cross your fingers and hope that they hope that they call. If they call, you answer it, and you're more than willing to have the conversation. Look, I think that what's going on here with Sam Darnold certainly does help your case here. That's a fact, and it's not just Sam; it's a league-wide thing going on. That you've got redemption stories happening all over the place at the quarterback in the quarterback market. I do think the Miami, you got to look at it holistically, right? And if I'm Miami, this is just me. I'm not telling you you're crazy. I'm just saying this is just me. If I'm Miami, I'm looking at this season and I'm thinking, okay, we got a problem with Tua that is long term. He's going to want to come back and play. For sure, he's going to want to come back and play, but we know we've got a long-term problem here. Even if he does come back, he's probably getting hurt again. So we have to address the future of our organization. That's the long-term future of your quarterback plans. So do that the appropriate way if I'm Miami, and I'm doing that in the draft personally.
Would you take Tyreek Hill and give them a 5th rounder for Zach Wilson?
No.
Hell yes.
No, I definitely wouldn't. You need to stick to the plan that you have in developing a quarterback and your commitment to Bo Nix. That's what you're asking, getting rid of Bo Nix, right?
No. I said for Tyreek Hill.
Say it again.
For Zach Wilson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you get Zach Wilson in a 5th or 6th.
In a heartbeat.
Would I trade Zach Wilson for Tyreek Hill?
Would you give up Zach in a 5th to get Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, of course. I'd give up a 1st rounder to get Tyreek Hill.
Okay, you came around. That was good.
All right, I thought I heard a Bo Nix thing in there. I'm sorry. Yes, of course. I would give up anything to get Tyreek Hill. But that's not where I think they should go on the receiver front because they're never going to do that. And it'd be tough because it's in the division. But Devontae Adams ain't long for the Raiders. And I think he's faking a hamstring injury right now.
He's also not long for the NFL though. So that's
like 13 or 14 years.
Yeah, that's a tomato situation right there because I agree that that's a very likely trade candidate. Devontae is frustrated. He probably clearly does want out. It's a deal you probably could get done. But be careful on how much you're giving up for Devontae Adams.
Tyreek Hill's like the best player in the NFL. Like
they're not giving him up.
I mean, that's absurd. But I'm not going to sit around either if I'm George Paton. Listen, man, you rolled the dice. You rolled the dice in keeping Zach Wilson. It didn't make a lot of sense. You didn't have to do it. It cost you cash. What we realized about the Denver Broncos, which is pretty awesome if you're a Broncos fan, money is whatever. These guys will spend money. Ain't no doubt about it. They're not worried. They're not nervous about it. So, okay. But why else did you keep Zach Wilson if it's not for a moment like this right now? Why else is he on the team?
Because you like him. I mean, the short answer is because you like him enough that he was worth carrying on your roster.
But here, let me ask you this.
But the long answer, and I'll keep this short on the long, but the long answer is that short term, you like him. Long term, you cross your fingers and you hope and pray for a situation like this, right?
Here we are.
Right. So, but then you got to ask yourself, what is the price that you're willing to sell him for? Me personally, I'd sell the dude for a 6th rounder.
Okay. Well, that's
so. If you're Miami, why would you take the inactive 3rd-string quarterback when Stidham's right there as your backup quarterback? Why wouldn't you go after Stidham?
The ceiling and the possibility, because you look at Darnold and you look at Mayfield, you look at these other guys, and you look at Stidham and you realize there's a reason he's only started like 4 games in the NFL. And Zach Wilson started 34, and you can look at the Jets and how dysfunctional they are as a reason of like, well, some teams just suck. And the Browns suck, and the Jets suck.
Yeah. And Darnold was with the Jets.
That's right. And Mayfield was with the Browns. I mean, there's some organizations. By the way, the Raiders suck too. Okay, I'm watching the Raiders' last 2 games.
They did beat Baltimore.
I don't even.
That's a hell of a win right there.
They did, but they did it within the first 2 weeks of the season when things are very unsettled. The true Raiders have popped out the past couple of weeks, and they got lucky to beat the Browns too. The Browns had a touchdown late in the game that got called back because of holding. They missed an extra point. If they don't miss the extra point, they can easily kick a field goal to send that game into overtime. They had a 10-0 lead. This Raiders team, their coaches accused them of quitting. I think Devontae Adams is faking an injury right now. Max Crosby is hurt. The Broncos should freaking kill the Raiders this weekend. Kill them. They won't, because it'll be a one-score game because the Broncos' offense sucks right now. But the way the defense is playing, you should be breaking the streak against the Raiders. Relatively, I'm rolling my eyes, relatively easy. I'm excited about it. But I'm excited about getting a deal for Zach Wilson, too. And you have to hope there's a team in the pit of misery. And right now, the Dolphins are in the pit of misery with some really talented players on that team. So I'm excited about hopefully the Broncos being aggressive here because I don't know what else. I don't know what else.
Let me ask you a no dumb question. Say Miami goes the other thing. So let's play for the future. Let's play for Shedeur Sanders,
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward, who's down in Miami too, right? So they say a lot of him. Whoever it might be. Could you see any kind of scenario that Miami would trade Hill back to the Chiefs?
No.
That team is invested in their wide receivers. They're invested in their playmakers. That's their identity, and for them to fold off that, look, they succeeded in getting to what they wanted, right?
But I'm just saying if they're going to say we're going to fold tents and we're going to play for that first pick in the draft.
But I think Miami would be looking at it like we just need a quarterback. Like give us the quarterback and we can win. So I again, just me personally, hell no would I give up on any of those dudes.
1-3, they can't wait to the trade deadline, though. That's in week 9 this year. It's actually back a week. Their season would be over. There's no point in that. I'll give you this. If they're 1-7, I mean, okay, fine. Forget it. The season's over.
Play for Shedeur.
Sure.
Let me just ask you this. In your heart of hearts, do you really think they would look at Zach Wilson like he's a long-term solution?
They would look at it as we've got to give this season a shot. We're not sure about Tua, and we don't know. But he's worth a shot. Do they think of him as long-term? No, but you don't have to treat him like a long-term solution. You can make a trade for him, and you can see how it goes.
So then it comes down to, and I agree with you. So then it comes down to what's the selling price, right? Because if you're Miami and you're not looking at him as a long-term solution, well, then you're not going to give up more than a fourth. You're definitely not doing that.
This is the same.
Is Bo Nix a long-term solution?
Well, the Broncos think he is,
yes,
for sure.
So why is Bo Nix and Zach Wilson at same age?
Because they're not invested in him.
But you're talking about Miami wouldn't be as a long-term solution either. You're talking
Miami's not invested already.
Zach Wilson is not going to be a long-term solution for anybody.
I'm not saying he couldn't be. I'm just saying, would you look at him like a plan, right? Could he pull off a Sam Darnold? Sure he could. Anybody could. But you're not going to look at it like I'm going to go give up a first rounder or second rounder or third rounder for Zach Wilson, because in the back of your mind, you got a boatload of film that you're like, that didn't look so good a couple of years ago. So I'll cross my fingers. I'll make a trade where I cross my fingers and pray.
Sometimes you need to evaluate, is our coach an idiot or not?
So do you think Mike is?
Or is our GM an idiot, perhaps? Because I want to ask you about the Minnesota Knicks trade a little bit later on. Because I think this is all about, is Tim Conley an idiot or not? I think.
You're talking about in basketball?
Yes.
I told you I'm an idiot, right?
I don't know.
So sometimes it boils down to, is Mike McDaniel an idiot or not?
I got an opinion on that.
Okay. What is it?
Hell no. One of the smartest dudes I've ever met.
Okay. So if Mike McDaniel tells you, I can make it work with this guy, what's that worth? Broncos just spent $2 million at the Greenbrier to get one win. What's a third rounder worth, or even a second rounder, if Mike McDaniel, who's not an idiot, tells you, I can make it work with this guy?
Well, I think, in my opinion, when you ask, is he an idiot, would he think that? And I don't think he would think that.
Well, then there you go. But it's worth finding out, in my opinion. It's worth, shaking the bushes a little bit and trying to figure it out.
Of course.
And this is where I would give George, this is the skill of being a GM, man. Managing certain situations that pop up, having the flexibility and the creativity to do it. So I say, hey, George Paton, you're on the clock, bro. Let's see if you can't get something done. You're not, in my opinion, you're not going to have a better opportunity to get more value for Zach Wilson than you are right now. And let's see what the Dolphins do.
Because they blow another one next week, and then it goes up even more, right?
Sure. Well, but then you do get to the tipping point where the season is done, and then you shouldn't give up stuff. But do not forget, the Dolphins were so desperate or so optimistic, they gave the Broncos a first-round draft choice for Bradley Chubb. We got a first-round pick from the Dolphins for Bradley Chubb. That happened.
Chubb played pretty good football for him, brother.
Okay, awesome. And we turned that first rounder. You know what we got for that first rounder?
How's that working out?
Sean Payton. Hey, man, you're not the 28th scoring offense in the league after 4 weeks because, you don't have Sean Payton.
So is the 28th scoring offense in the league the same as like being the 28th best quarterback in the league? Would that be equal?
It's not good. And
I think the math says yes on that.
I sort of have an idea why Sean was so surly. I mean, that's a hard one to live with.
I got a
man.
no dumb question
Yeah.
that deals with Peyton that we could throw it out and it'd be a hell of a topic.
All right.
Want to do it now? We'll talk about it later.
Let's talk about it in a second. And I do want to ask you if Tim Conley's an idiot. Also, Paul Feinbaum.
Great trade.
We're going to get to it.
It's
We'll
called
get
the
to it.
tease,
We'll
Scott.
get to
Like
it.
we're supposed to make him think if you think he's an idiot.
The tease is you're going to hear why I think it is.
Okay. Paul Feinbaum also had to eat some major crow. And we'll hear from the coordinators of the CU Buffaloes a little bit later today. Glorious day right here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, it's a bad feeling. I know it. It sucks. You're not happy with it. You try to do something about it. You invest your money, your time, your resources, and try to solve the problem. Well, stop spending all your money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, and the potions. They don't work, and they're expensive. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration because they've got a simple one-day treatment that is going to change your life. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They just put your hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows back. Matter of fact, it's actually science. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. I worked with her. She's the best in the business at what she does. The entire team at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best. They guarantee that your hair is going to grow for life. How can it get any better than that? They guarantee it, guys. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR. Guys, if you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. This is an incredible offer for a limited time. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, so go change your life just like tens of thousands of other people already have. It's your turn. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
That's what we want. We want that kind of balance. We desire that kind of balance, and I know these guys can do it, and I believe in them wholeheartedly. I want you guys to put your fingers to work and your pens to work. It's the same way you do when they're giving up sacks. I want you to have the same passion, the same commitment to blessing them and giving them encouragement and motivation as you do when you're ripping them apart. It's only fair. Just equality is only fair with everyone in life. These kids have feelings and emotions, and I'm so darn proud of them. Defensively, we gave up a couple explosions, which we knew first down, shot down. They ran a darn wheel route. We gave up that. That wasn't indicative to who we are. But even starting the game with a pick, Shedeur don't do nothing stupid like that. I tell you what, I wanted to turn into Dad right there. I really did, but it's just not who he is. Thank God we got over that, we got by that, and we went on to play as we're capable of playing.
Well, Prime, don't have many bad things to say today, that's for sure. I don't know who would. In fact, not only are there not bad things to say, but my man Paul Feinbaum, who I think this specifically is who's bugging Prime the most. I do. I think it's national voices, not local voices. And very specifically, I think it is Paul Feinbaum. So here's Paul Feinbaum eating crow on Deion Sanders.
Stephen A., you're close to being right. And this is where I say to you, I should have kept my mouth shut a couple weeks ago. But I came after you. I came after Prime. And here I am scraping the egg off of my face. And I'm glad to be doing it because this is a fascinating story. And what happened last week down in Florida was really the first time, I think, since Prime has been at Colorado that this looked like a legitimate football team. They didn't beat a great team, but they beat a good team, coached by Gus Malzahn, who's played for the national championship. So if they can continue on this path, now I'm not issuing qualifiers, I'm just saying if, then Stephen A., I think your story about Coach of the Year is dead on.
Guys?
Well, they win 8-9 games. I don't see why not. From when he took it over and where it would go in just 2 seasons.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this specifically about Paul, okay? It would be easy as a Buff fan to point the finger, ha, you idiot, look at him eating crow right now. Look, man, when you speak...
they aren't.
Well, I know. Well, I'm not going to, is my point here, okay? And look, when you speak in the microphone, the burden that we carry is that we say things that we end up like idiots. We've got opinions. We get paid to give opinions, right? He had a very strong opinion of Deion. I'll actually give him credit. I think that was about as good of a job as he could do of eating crow there, right? So, and who knows? Look, man, we're 5 games into the season, and there's still a lot of football to be played. Maybe Paul ends up right in the long run. I hope not. But I'll just say I give him credit for it, right? Because I don't blame anybody that's got an opinion and is going to turn around on it and do a 180. That's fine. I do think that right now on a national stage, Deion Sanders has absolutely earned the respect of everybody in the industry, everybody. And I think there's still some people out there that are looking at it like they are thriving in a circus based off of talent. There's a lot of people that still think that it's a circus that talent is just overcoming. So some people are just going to never get over that. But the reality is they're overcoming it one way or the other.
There's so many things. Can I show you guys what's parked right in front of the Champion Center this morning? This is that truck Tesla thing.
That's I saw a thing with there. It's Shiloh's.
Shiloh's? It's just hysterical. It's so funny, man. But whatever, man. This is it's Tyler. There's this.
Well,
hold
on. That's college football, brother.
Okay.
That ain't CU. That's college football. Go look at any of these schools. They're all driving them things.
Who's the guy that was driving the Lamborghini last year? Wasn't that the quarterback of Georgia? Or something like that?
Yes.
It's a different.
That's the
different world.
Residual effects of Pandora's box being opened a few years ago.
But I understand why you look at it and you laugh. I mean, it's college football. It's going to take a long time to get accustomed to this.
How soon? No dumb questions to start way early. How soon before we start reading about tax issues from 19 and 20-year-old college players? In a year, 2 years, 3 years?
It won't take long, but we hear that about professionals also.
I think the key for Prime, and I give him all the credit in the world for it, he had to be flexible enough, and I think it was tricky in his first year with the coordinators to know what to trust and how to trust him, and it probably led to a lot of miscommunication. He's got 2 guys in Livingston and Shermer right now that he feels he can trust, and he is trusting them. And the result, very quickly, and he's doing other smarter things too, gradually, not putting Travis in where he doesn't need to play. Last year, he's definitely playing. 2 weeks ago, against CSU, he was playing. So to Prime's credit, I give him the utmost compliment on this. You need to realize and need to grow as a coach, and you need to recognize it. Now, if you can just trust your coordinators to do their thing, and you got good coordinators, you're already a master recruiter and vibe builder. You rule in that like nobody else in college football. You just ain't a great like X's and O's coach. While Sean Payton, I think, is the exact opposite. I think Sean Payton is a good X's and O's guy, game management, all that stuff. The vibes that Sean builds, I don't know, because it's all about Sean. Even though it's all about Prime at least.
Prime is entertaining.
Yes, Sean Payton's not entertaining. He's prickly. He's a prickly pear. But he just knows what he wants with X's and O's, and Prime is sort of giving that up. And guess what? It's really working. And they had the most complete game. Feinbaum's right. And you could have been critical to this point, but I don't know how you're critical now. That was the most complete game I remember CU playing.
Top to bottom, that was the best game I've seen from CU in decades.
I mean,
if you really put into context, that there've been bigger wins, of course, but when you put into context what like the organic growth of getting to the moment, having a very challenging game in front of you, 14 freaking point dogs. Vegas ain't wrong much, especially 14 points off in a game in which they got their butts whipped, and to go in there and dominate in a style that is atypical of what your normal style is, running the hell out of the football. You threw the hell out of the football also. But top to bottom, to me, that was the first like solidifying moment that I was like, all of this is real.
Well, listen, here's what they did last week that they didn't do in some games last year when they had leads and lost them, Stanford game, so on and so forth. UCF threw a touchdown pass or scored either late third or early fourth. CU answered.
Mm-hmm.
They went on another drive. CU came back and answered. Last year, they didn't answer when they'd have a lead. They never answered a scoring drive. And Tyler will tell you, in the NFL, it's important too. When a team goes up and scores, Bo Nix did it. The Broncos did this week. They lost the lead. Guess what they finally did? They put a drive together. They put a hell of a drive together, took the lead back. So that to me was the biggest growth sign I saw, that you can answer a team scoring, cut it down to 13-point lead. Boom, boom, boom. Here you go. We're going to drop it up. Now it's 21
And,
again.
dude, that game against Kansas State on ESPN starting at 8:15 p.m.
But another bad question.
Oh, my God.
Is the 2 weeks before you play K-State, with how CU usually operates, beneficial or not beneficial?
It's probably better if they were to play right away, frankly, because the momentum is so strong. But the schedule is what the schedule is.
Well,
I feel you, but you don't have a choice on it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Almost every team struggles coming out of a bye except for Andy Reid. Andy Reid's got it figured out. He doesn't ever lose coming out of a bye. Every team I've been on, the second you get back from the bye, you got to start it over practice. You know, it's like, oh, boys, this sucks. What have you been doing the last 3 or 4 days? Start the damn period over, right? And you do usually struggle coming out of byes. You would think it would go the other way around. I'm just telling you what my experience has been.
But this is why college football actually is freaking awesome. You only get 12 of these. You only get 12 of these bad boys. Usually, 5 or 6 at home.
When's college football going to 15 games?
Oh, man. You could see it, couldn't you?
You know when?
I hope
you
not.
could see it.
I'll tell you when. When they decide to pay the players a direct salary, because now the money's coming out of their budget, now it's coming out of the university, and now we've got more money we got to make, right?
I could absolutely see getting rid of all these dumb bowl games and just extending the regular season. I think the universities would make more money in total. I know that's the big driver. You make money, but I think you'd make more if you just had 3 more games in your season. I think it probably does come because these bowls are stupid.
I will
Who
say
needs
this,
them?
though, for the kids' perspective, I hope it never happens. I know I talk about this all the time, 100% injury guaranteed sport. the more these dudes play, the more odds the odds just go higher and higher that they're going to have a career-ending injury. And their goal, they're making decent money, but they're trying to make that big-time money in the NFL.
Yeah, but look what it is right now. So say you're Alabama or Georgia, okay? You're going to play 12 games. Oh, well, we're going to play the SEC championship. There's 13. Oh, now we're going to play 3 more games to get to the net. No, that's 16. I mean, and
yeah, they're
already doing it.
The teams that go to the top are, yeah.
And they're playing longer than NFL teams. Most of them, up until the Super Bowl, they're playing past all those guys too. It's crazy. So we're almost there, kind of. Once they start playing the kids, paying the kids on a regular, that's going to happen too. Brock Huard will join us in about 14 minutes. He was on the call. We love Brock. He's a great guy. And he was on the call the CU game down there in Florida. Look forward to getting his insight. Is Tim Connelly an idiot or not? Scott, I do not understand this trade with Randall and what's his name?
Cat.
DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo, thank you. Randall DiVincenzo for Cat. I don't get it. Can you help explain what the deal is and why it makes sense?
Well, I'll say this. One, a lot of people question Tim when he traded for Rudy Gobert. 2 years later, got you into a Western Conference Finals, right? Dallas beat you. Randall has to stay healthy. But I think it cleans up a log for your big men because now you've got a hell of a backup center in Naz Reid, who now you don't have to worry about playing him and doing it where you're going to do it. He's going to get his minutes now. Rudy's going to be Rudy and, still probably the best defensive center. I know everybody likes Bam because he can get out on the floor, but Rudy's still an intimidating presence down low. And DiVincenzo is a shooter. And now, if you've got the ability to make plays and get going, I actually like the trade.
Nate and Andy
for Minnesota. You like it for them?
I like it for Minnesota.
Nate and Andy are calling basically Tim Connelly an idiot.
Who won this trade between the Timberwolves and the Knicks? The Nuggets did. You just got smaller. Okay. First off, you're putting 6'8" Julius Randle onto the floor. Jokic could be bothered by Cat sometimes. Not terribly, but he could be. Jokic doesn't even get to see Julius Randle.
Dude.
He's going to shoot right over him. So that's no problem. Secondly, any lineup that you want to have now with Gobert and Julius Randle on the floor together, that is 2 dudes that are not floor spacers right there. So number one, all you've done is limit how dynamic you can be offensively, and number 2, you've clogged the floor. And who's that guy on the perimeter? Oh yeah, Anthony Edwards. Why are you making it harder for him to get to the rim? Oh, if I was Chris Finch, I'd be beside myself that my organization just made that trade. Yet they did it. This is a win for Jokic and the Nuggets that Cat is out of here.
Very intelligent Nate Kreckman, but he's calling Tim Connelly an idiot. Is Nate right or wrong?
Yes, I think he's wrong. Here's my thing. Now I got to get personally. I don't like Cat. I don't like his game. He's a big man, the 7 foot that would rather stay at the 3-point line and do nothing else. He's not a plus defender. Julius Randle is a banger and a stronger player. Here's what people like Nate Kreckman and those of his ilk. I don't know what else to say.
Them people.
Okay.
Them people.
All right.
Did they stop Nikola Jokic in the postseason?
No.
Wait a minute. They had 3 big guys.
Mm-hmm.
They had 3 big giant guys. They didn't stop Nikola Jokic in the postseason?
They did not.
So what was the benefit with 3 big guys? Who now you get another perimeter defender, and I'm not sure DiVincenzo's great, but he's scrappy. You got a scrappy guy that will compete defensively and is a hell of a shooter. You get another guy that's a physical presence. Then now you got somebody that's more athletic to bounce up against. We'll just keep it with the Nuggets and Aaron Gordon now. I think they made themselves better, and I don't.
By the way, Nate's insinuating that Tim Connelly is doing deals without consulting Chris Finch, who have known each other since the Nuggets days.
And that's another thing that Nate didn't look into, in my opinion, is that, and I don't know 100%. I would bet you Chris Finch hated coaching Karl Anthony Towns.
I guess I'm assuming you're right about that.
I think from Minnesota's perspective, it's actually pretty simple. You don't have to overcomplicate this thing. You had not only the best 6-man in the NBA, but one of the dudes at the end of the year looks like he's just one of the better players in the NBA, right? And you got to clear a path to figure out how to, and you touched on this, Scott, but you got to clear a path to figure out how do we make this guy a full-time part of our puzzle. And they did that, and you do it in a way, and you're getting cheaper and younger and all those things. And I think it's just a path. I think this clearly was just simply about Nas and how do we just simplify things.
When I would watch Anthony Edwards, who's young, 22, sit there with Towns.
And that's your team. Now you have, by the way, no fight of whose team it is.
And he'd sit there with Cat, who's older and more, senior than him. And I'm looking at the alpha, and the alpha was Anthony Edwards. And Cat seemed soft to me, both on the court and in that sort of leadership setting.
That was a lot of personalities on that team. That was a lot of personalities.
I think this is an improvement for Minnesota, and I don't think their goal is just beating the Nuggets anymore. I think they're looking at things in terms of how do we win a championship. Just beating the Nuggets, they've done that. They've competed. There's something that they're missing that they think they need. And unless you think, I guess Nate thinks Tim Connelly is just an idiot, I suppose. But I don't think he's an idiot. And I think, the Nuggets are going to have to deal with all sorts of changes in the NBA. Well, but I didn't understand exactly what Julius Randle would do for you. And I also don't know how it helps the Knicks, who I thought were a pretty good team.
Well, it gives them a legit big guy. Their big guy's been hurt in and out the whole time, and they've struggled with some size. Here's another thing that when you talk about in the NBA and names and you're trading, is you just traded $50 or $49 million away, and Julius Randle makes 24, 28.
Right. And we know in the NBA, a lot of these deals are just the first piece of a later puzzle, which could be the case for both teams.
Here's Towns, 49-2 this year, 53-1 next year, 57 the following year.
Wow.
And the fourth year is a player's option at 61.
Golly, man.
Yeah, how much is this salary cap?
Here's Julius Randle's contract. 29, or excuse me, the cap is 26 this year. What is this, 23, 24, 28 this year, player option next year at 30, and then free agent. You save $60 million in 2 years.
Let me boil it down. Simple
with
question.
A new ownership group that I don't think has Penner money.
Did the Wolves just get easier to beat or more difficult to beat for the Nuggets?
The same.
The same.
Yeah.
Did the Wolves improve their chances, if it's the same, to do better in the playoffs where they stumbled last year?
Yeah, because you probably got a more athletic guy in Randle that can score inside and outside. You got Dave Vincenzo that can now hit shots outside, a more capable outside perimeter shooter. I still think they're going to need sooner rather than later really improve their point guard position. I love Mike Conley. He's one of my favorite players of all time. What a class dude. But the guy's like 50. I mean, I think he was a rookie my last year in the league almost. I actually played with his dad, by the way. His dad was in Arkansas when I was there. So they're going to have to address that. They knocked, like I said, $50 to $60 million off their salary cap the next 2 years. Big.
Mm-hmm.
They also, I'm not sure, and Towns might have been loved by the people of Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure the coaches in the locker room loved it, and I think there was a rub between Towns' team for 8-9 years to now it's this young kids team, and I'm not sure that really 100% set well. This, you can say what you want. I don't know if they're going to be better. We'll see and all that, but they didn't get worse.
Just an update. The Nuggets have been in the air for 12 hours and 40 minutes, so that means they have another 4 hours and 20 minutes until the plane lands. It's fun traveling to Abu Dhabi.
Wow.
Our guy, how about that for just a little context?
Wow.
Brock Huard joins us coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, this is what you need to know. Erectile dysfunction is simply a medical condition like any other. And for most men, it's fully treatable, which means you can get your sex life back. Get back the ability to enjoy intimacy without the anxiety that affects so many men who have ED. And remember, that first time you failed to perform, not great. Maybe you just laughed it off. But now it's become a problem. It's a problem that can be solved with the help of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they have success rates well over 90%. They've been in business for nearly a decade, helping tens of thousands of men, and they can help you too. Just go in for your initial visit. It's $99. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. With 5 locations, there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. Just hit them up, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
First down and 10. Play action. Sanders throws for Hunter. He'll walk in for 6.
You know why he is so remarkable? Because he knows exactly what a corner's thinking. And when he sees this technique, watch. He sees him bail, does Brandon Adams, and Travis Hunter knows the minute I close that cushion, I'm breaking my route off. Do I break it at 10? Do I break it at 12? Nope. I break it right when I break that corner's cushion, and I know what that feels like on the other side. The dude is just different.
Our guy Brock Heward on the call. Rockin' Valor Christian High School. I think his daughters dominate every sport in the universe there these days.
His son's playing quarterback now.
Oh, is that
Titus? Great name, by the way.
That is a great name. Brock, what grade
is Roman Empire.
What grade is your son, Titus?
Yeah, my girls are all done, man. My oldest getting married in June.
Oh my God! Oh my God! That's crazy.
Yeah. Found a cowboy up there in Montana. She graduates, and
that's awesome.
Starts their life, and then number 2 is a hooper at Oklahoma State out in Stillwater. Yeah, which is pretty fun. And then Titus, little Titus, who'll probably be Tyler Columbus' size maybe one day. Little Titus is a freshman over there at Valor. Big one. Number 2 versus number 3 Friday night. Mountain Vista Valor. Big one Friday night.
Is he freshman? He's not playing varsity. Is he playing varsity?
He is backing up on varsity. And we'll see.
Wow.
He's got a chance. He got his clock cleaned a bunch last Saturday for the first time in the JV game. Their JV team has kind of killed everybody, and then Saturday played a really good Ralston Valley, and I came home from that game you just heard, and his big cut on his neck, he had the scratches on his back. I'm like, what animal did you get into for homecoming? And he said, no, that was in the game Saturday. So we'll see. But no dumb question.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Brock, great listener. Before we get into the CU stuff, I got to ask you this.
He's about to ask us.
He had a no dumb question.
He's going to ask it.
Oh, what is the no dumb question?
No dumb question. $5,000 goes to the charity of the winner. If Tyler Columbus and Hastings were on the basketball court in Abu Dhabi playing 1-on-1 to 11, the winner gets $5,000 to a charity of his choice. Who wins?
Scott wins 7-0 because we have found out with one-on-one competitions with Tyler, he can't score. And in one-on-one competitions, if it's a 7-0, apparently it's a skunk and the game's over. Scott would win 7-0. He wouldn't have to move. He would stand at the three-point line and just hit like 7 out of 12 shots, and Tyler would make one bucket even if it was a layup.
Hey, I can't fight it. Matter of fact, Brock, we were just at the Nuggets practice facility last week, and D-Mac starts running his mouth about how he's going to beat Scott in a three-point contest. He goes out there. D-Mac takes 12 shots. Scott takes one, and it wasn't the best shot of his life. Drains his second one, and he walks off midair.
It was like Larry Bird in a three-point contest.
I Larry Birded him, Brock. I shot it. I knew it felt good.
But here's what we didn't talk about. Tyler was bricking up shots left and right. He wasn't just bragging about anything, but he was trying to make a shot. But
I never claimed I could.
He didn't claim it, Brock. He didn't claim it.
Like you, I didn't run my mouth.
I get it. You didn't run your mouth, but you also didn't make a shot. I mean, both of those things are true.
Big difference here.
And this started because I got this little yardstick that for all because you know this, everybody and his dog has a blog, or if you're DMAC you have 12,
right?
And if you're gonna have a podcast or a blog or a video and you're gonna cover teams, I say before you can ask a question to a pro player, you have to be able to curl 40 pounds.
Ooh,
so that's how it started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Brock,
is DMAC close?
I got it.
He got a couple with his right hand. He was afraid to do the left.
Yeah. Well, you weren't specific about it, so I just did it, and that was the end of it.
So who's Brock Heward, by the way? What are we doing here?
Brock Heward is a phenomenal analyst for Fox Sports and was on the CU-UCF game. How surprised were you, Brock, in your preparation that that's the performance CU turned in?
Yeah, I was pretty surprised because they had not played that game, I would argue, since TCU in the opener last year, where you felt like, man, that is substance. They've had great wins, obviously. They've had heroics and just phenomenal playmaking from Shedeur, Travis, or any of that. But in all three phases, and you leave the game going, man, Dion and his staff have that thing buttoned up. That is a professional operation in all three phases. I honestly don't remember that other than Fort Worth in the opener last year. Compound that with the fact, so I went up there to Boulder on Tuesday and met some of the coaches. It was great and saw some of the people. And then I, like the team, flew out Wednesday to beat the Hurricane. So they flew out Wednesday. And at that point, from Wednesday to Saturday was pretty much chaos because we're trying to set up meetings. They're thinking, okay, this time, no, we're going to go practice in Tampa. Nope, can't practice in Tampa. Don't know where we're going to practice. Oh, UCF is opening their indoor to us on Thursday night. Isn't that nice? So we'll at least get a sweat on. I mean, it was chaos. So to be that buttoned up in the midst of all of that off schedule from, the routine of the week was that much more impressive.
Brock, I got to get your thoughts on Shedeur. You and I had chatted a lot last year, just off the record, and you certainly weren't a Shedeur Sanders hater by any means, but you kind of communicated to me that he had a lot to work on, right? Hadn't arrived. Where is he now in terms of the best quarterbacks in college football? Where give me the ballpark.
Well, I think homeboy down in Georgia opened the door for the conversation of who's going to be the top guy in this upcoming draft. He's in that conversation, Tyler. I would say, and I think I even texted you this last week, or I know I texted a few people, like, I appreciated Shedeur from television, but you're right. I was not overwhelmed other than his accuracy. I wasn't particularly overwhelmed by a lot of things with his game. But then when you study the game tape, the actual eye in the sky, totally newfound respect. And actually in our production meeting the night before, I said, here's what I would really like to do. I try to go into these games kind of like you guys' radio show every day and try to bring content or information that's not just been regurgitated in game notes or stories. And I said to our producer and director, I said, I'd really like to tell the story of Shedeur's toughness because it does not get talked about enough. Last year, I thought, Tyler, in full discretion, like I thought there were times last year, Wazoo game or others, where it was like, ooh, no. You gotta stay in the fire, even if you're on fire for your team and everything else. This year, the dude has been absolute nails. And so I said, I'd like to at times not just follow the ball. I mean, we got to follow the ball, but I want to make sure that we show all the times that he picks himself off the ground because the TV copies don't show that, right? They follow the ball. They don't show him getting his clock cleaned again and again and again and again as he did against Nebraska and as he did against Baylor. The problem in our game is he didn't get hit very much, like we didn't tell that story because there were probably 3 or 4 times instead of 15 to 20 times like some of the other games he's endured.
Travis Hunter's obviously another big name in this, and you got to see him firsthand also. Somebody threw out some stats the other day, and obviously now he struck the Heisman pose, which was, perfect timing and all that stuff. And you look at his stats and go, well, he's got up there in catches, but he's not killing people. He's up there at the yards, not killing people. Touchdowns are okay. He's got a couple picks. But the one stat that everybody tends to leave off their graphic is he's averaging like 123 snaps a game, which I don't know about you. I've never heard of anything like that.
No, and we tried, and it was just such a funky week. So I think we could have our crew of Colorado Wins could have Colorado at least 2 more times, which I will love because, because we tried, and I even reached out and started to talk to our Fox people and the equipment guy at Colorado. I would like to put a tracker inside his shoulder pads.
That's awesome. That's a great idea.
Yeah, and just to show, the D coordinator, who is tremendous, by the way, and if you want to ask me the biggest acquisition that Deion made to transform the program, I think it's him. The dude is awesome, and the guys are buying in. But he told us and told me that, there were times during training camp he was up to 12,000 yards. I think I shared that on the air. That's almost 7 miles.
Damn.
And I would love to, in a game, and nothing, and I guess he wore an Apple Watch at the CSU game, so that would have been easy. I'm not going to ask him to do that. But just put a little tracker inside his shoulder pad that, weighs nothing, and just show the national audience how unique this is. Because to try to say that, Scott, to say, wow, he's playing 120, that sounds amazing, but what does that really mean?
Right.
If you show him running 7-8 miles on a field, and who knows, put one of those trackers on Tyler Columbus at left tackle running, 800 meters, you kind of get the picture.
Brock, you can't measure a wrestling match, Brock. You can't do that.
I know, but it shows the unique nature of what he's doing. So we're going to, if we have them again, try to tell that story in compelling ways that hopefully the country can grow to appreciate that much more.
Is he the best player in college football right now?
I'm a Heisman voter. He would have my vote today. If I had to cast my Heisman vote today, he would have my vote today. I'm not allowed, once we cast it, Deloitte and Touche, I get arrested and, thrown in Russian prison if I were to tell you I voted for him. But, yes, today if they were out, I think Travis Hunter gets my vote. Shermer said it, like OBJ and him, that's it. I asked Deion in our meeting, and by the way, Deion was so, speaking of substantial, just talking football without the other stuff was so it was what I needed to hear from him, because his football eye and his football acumen and what he actually does see in a game was really impressive, and it kind of showed itself over those 60 minutes as well. But Shermer in our meeting said it's OBJ and him, and I asked Deion, I said, okay, come on, like you and him just simply tracking a football. You and your day, him right now playing the ball. And he kind of gave me one of those, come on, man. I played in the major leagues. I mean, I went over my left shoulder. I went over my right shoulder. I tracked balls at the major league level in baseball. And I bet you Travis could do the exact same. The way that guy tracks high points, snatches, catch radius, it's just different. And I think he will be an NFL receiver, by the way. Seeing him in person and seeing the frame and the size, and it'd be more valuable to him anyway, the way it's all trending. But, yeah, he is. He's kind of Garrett Wilson. That's what Daniel Jeremiah told me before the game. I said, who do you think he is? I see a lot of Garrett Wilson in his frame, in his elusiveness, and his ball hawking. And, yeah, man, he's a pretty special dude.
Well, Brock, excellent. We'll have you on again. That's great that you're going to do a bunch of games. We love having you, love talking to you. And as always, we always root for those scrappy underdogs at Valor. How they overcome all those obstacles to do what they do is just amazing.
Yeah, I know, because Cherry Creek is from the hard scrabble up there too, right, Tyler?
Hey, brother. Hey, I beat my old school when I was coaching at Valor in the state championship. You know.
Hey, you don't want. Hey, you don't want to go near that Cherry Creek Reservoir, Brock. I mean, that's you know.
Yeah, now listen, man. Logan may have 8 state championships, but he's lost 4 also.
Oh, wow!
Look.
Wow. Thanks, Brock.
Love you, brother.
Man, throwing.
Well, that's pretty good. I mean, think
so are you
it.
saying Dave's the Tom Brady of high school coaching?
Well, I thought Pressure was winning championships.
This is PHC on 92.5.
Hey, what's happening, guys and gals? Tyler Plumbers here, my friends over at Revitalized Health. You deserve to feel your best, so call my friends at Revitalized, and they're going to get you taken care of. You're going to look better, feel better, sleep better. Whether you need help with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, or medical weight loss options, Revitalized is going to come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs, and I'm telling you, you're going to be amazed at how much better you can feel. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. I promise you'll be grateful that I did. And visit them online at revitalized-health.com.
Bo had -7 at half passing. Yeah. Did you contribute that to the weather, and what was the key for him in the second half?
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Yeah, you had to pay attention to the game, and you would say the weather was a factor, with the balls. But we'll look at the tape and try to improve on that.
What was the key to getting?
That's it. I mean,
yeah, but you never lost confidence.
Heck no.
What was the key?
At some point, we'll stop with the confidence. This kid is confident now. I should send him out to dinner with every one of you, and you'll see. He played well.
Where would you go to dinner with Bo Nix to ascertain his confidence, Tyler? What would be the right spot? Now, you gotta keep things in consideration.
Yeah.
His where he lives and his time and you don't want to go to some place cheap.
Oh, we going Sizzler. Yeah, we going Sizzler.
Going Sizzler?
Yeah, that's where we going.
You're going to learn about Bo at Sizzler?
Yeah, that's where he's going to be at his most comfortable. He's not a ritzy guy. I know he's got I know he's got a nice house and everything.
He bought a $4 million home in Castle Pines.
Well, I mean, why are you looking up the price tag anyways? Okay.
It was in the newspaper.
Number one, it's not your money, okay? So
I get it, but that's beyond Sizzler money right there.
Second off, unlike you, I'm going to respect another human being's wallet, and I'm not getting. He's giving me his time, and I just feel like Sizzler. That's
what do you mean his wallet. You're going to make him pay?
No, yeah. You're
going to make him pay?
Yeah. Well, he did buy a $4 million house.
So
you what?
I mean, if I'm asking Bo out to dinner, I'm going to pay.
No.
You're going to make him pay.
Yeah.
Bo, I want to go out to dinner with you to learn about your confidence as suggested by your coach. By the way, you got to pay.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm picking up the tab.
Right, but when you go to the nice steakhouse, everybody just gets all uptight and everything. You got to go. You got to go middle class.
Well, I got to figure out a restaurant to take Bo at so I can figure out what his confidence. I'm not actually sure what that means to exude confidence at dinner. Is he ordering for me or something? I
think you go to a place like Twin Peaks and see that way his eyes got to be right there. His eyes got to be right there on you.
Listen, bro, I'm not saying anything bad about Twin Peaks. I think they're great, but
you would find out a lot about his confidence there. I mean, there's a lot of.
He is a married man at age 24.
That's what I'm saying.
Though.
So that means he's going to be focused down on you.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a test.
Or
also.
is he like, what's his name? He has a Taco Bell in his house. Just go over to his house and eat a Taco Bell.
See,
also has a golf course, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, you could do that too. I mean, if he's that confident at dinner, like Sean Payton is suggesting, I mean, I don't even know what that means. What would he start the conversation? He would be, he would assert his authority and all that sort of circumstance.
There's been a lot of bad leaders in this world that have been confident in what they thought.
Can you learn about somebody's confidence at dinner?
Sure.
No.
Depends on what you're asking about.
All right. You said no. You said sure.
Well, are you going to Twin Peaks or not?
All right, we're at Twin Peaks. How am I going to know you're confident? What are you going to exude? How you order chicken fingers? I mean, what's going to be the play there?
There's a lot of ways to ask for the chicken fingers. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to ask. Do you just ask for it, or do you have a conversation along the way?
Well, I don't know.
Hey, D-Mac, you like wings?
Sure.
Hey, give us 2 dozen wings, mild sauce, ranch.
Oh, so you're asserting your authority. You're taking over.
Now
you're the captain of dinner.
Now you're going, oh.
Exactly.
You're the captain. How about if we go to a nice place? Go up to that.
No, you know what? Actually, let's get the oysters also. Let's get that.
That's what. That's
especially at Twin Peaks.
That's the confident guy.
Yeah.
That's what he does. He takes over the dinner.
What do you have? Oh no. Okay, I think you get a burger. Okay.
Or
what do you like? What you get the waitress go? What do you?
Yeah. What do you think is the ultimate lack of confidence is? What do you think is the best thing that you guys serve?
What do you think Stidham's like at dinner?
Because I was thinking about getting the salmon, but I also am thinking about the chicken. And yeah, which one do you think?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Which one do you want?
You think that's Stidham at dinner?
I would order which one you want.
I don't know. That's Sean Payton's.
What are we doing here?
Logic.
Now we can do Zach Wilson at dinner. Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
What's your number?
Is your mom still married?
So he would go to the waitress at Twin Peaks and ask about her mom.
Yeah.
I mean, fruit probably doesn't fall far from the tree.
Well, that's what I say. Hey.
I mean, her mom might work there too.
Wow, really? Really?
Saying.
You think that's a good mother-daughter sort of hangout?
I've seen weirder things.
Oh, well, okay. Well, that's Sean Payton. He's back in Bo no matter what. That's it. The end.
But he has to be. I mean, we can get tired of the rhetoric and say that we heard you the first 8 times.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to say he put his neck out there, but I mean, we evaluate quarterback talent better than anybody else. He's this, bing, bing, blah, blah, blah. We're going to take him 12. Well, draft experts say he's a second or third rounder. No, we were better. He has to. Bo Nix could go the rest of the season and have 8 touchdowns and 23 picks, and he's still got to back him.
I'm looking at the Shop Mazda text line. Ordering a burger is complete lack of confidence, according to DMAC.
Not true. That is such false logic by DMAC. Ordering a burger at a steakhouse is the ultimate baller move.
Not when you're out there.
That is the ultimate. I am going to get whatever the hell I want because I know what I want. I don't care what I'm supposed to do at this restaurant. This is what I'm going to order because I like a cheeseburger.
Or you're cheap.
You're a schlub.
No, you know the other person's paying.
When you
Vic
go
Fangio,
out,
Vic Fangio, this all comes back to Vic
I'll
Fangio.
Take the tomahawk, baby.
Exactly.
Medium rare.
Exactly. But if you don't want that and you order a cheeseburger, that's the ultimate sign of confidence.
when you go to a celebratory dinner at a steakhouse and you order a hamburger, you're a schlubby drip.
No.
Yes. You can go on your own. For example, if you just like the hamburger at steakhouse, and a lot of steakhouses have great hamburger, and it's lunch, and you just want a great hamburger, and you go on your own or with one other guy because it's lunch, sure, order a hamburger. Ain't no problem with that. Probably a great hamburger. But when you go out with a group of people to celebrate something, as Vic Fangio did to celebrate the hiring of George Payton, and you order at Elway's a hamburger.
Well, he is a schlub.
Life's about simple pleasures, man. He likes cheeseburgers.
Yeah. He also didn't own a suit when he was hired as a head coach.
Why do you always get back
Again,
on
because there's some guys who are made for it, and there's some guys who ain't. And he ain't. And you cannot have, in a multi-billion-dollar organization, somebody who ain't made for that head job.
What about the guy that goes to steakhouse and orders lobster?
D-Mac wants to go back to the 70s where all the head coaches are wearing ties on the sideline.
You need to own a suit, Tyler. You can go to Men's Warehouse 2 hours before the press conference and figure yourself out a suit. The fact that he had to
They got khakis in the equipment room.
It was one of the more embarrassing moments that I can recall. You need a guy in charge. I'm being a little bit serious here. Is that what you want as a head coach?
What is it?
Head coach.
Don't dress for the job you have, dress for the job you want.
Ain't no doubt about it. And to a certain degree, when you get comfortable
Why not be where your feet are?
Well, when you get comfortable and you've established yourself, fine. Also, you're an assistant for 30 years. You're just an assistant, dude. You ain't got what it takes to be the head guy. And George Payton being an assistant for 14 years in Minnesota ain't good. I mean, that just shows me a guy.
But he also worked his way up, though. He started as a scout.
14 years? Yeah, okay, fine. 14 years, you're making some decisions.
How many years was Gary Kubiak an assistant before he became a head coach?
What do you mean? George
I don't
turned
know.
down
Good
like 15
question.
jobs. Didn't you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. And I don't believe it for a second.
I will say, come back to Vic in his khaki pants. I was at his opening presser, and I did see the khaki pants that had literal staplers on the bottom or whatever.
Safety pins. Safety
Thank
pins.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. Safety pins on the bottom. And you could see it, right? Like it wasn't hard to see. So I pulled up my phone and I was zooming in on it, and my phone wasn't facing at his face, right? And he sees that my phone is not facing at his face. I'm taking a photo of his khaki pants.
Yeah.
Boy, did I get the Vic Fangio death stare then.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't like that.
Yeah, that was a fun press conference. That's when he said, Von Miller could get better. That was part of that one, too. What a schlub, man. What a freaking schlub. And he got the job because he told Elway, death by inches, some sort of weird cliche that meant nothing. Lord almighty. Nah, you need a guy who's in charge. That's the one thing I can tell you about the guys who are in charge right now. They all comport themselves like head coaches, except for Bud Black. What time is he getting fired, by the way?
And by the way, 14 years as assistant coach before he became a head coach
Gary?
in Houston.
Yeah, and then how long was he a head guy there in Houston?
Well, just a couple of years, right?
No, it was
Oh,
longer
no.
than that, wasn't it?
06 to 13. Yeah. Wow, I didn't realize that long.
Yeah.
I can't explain why Gary wasn't a head coach earlier than that. But, it wasn't 30 years, Scott. That's what Fangio was, like 30 years.
That's true.
He was terrible, man. You need a head coach that knows what he's doing. You got any doubts about the head coaches right here in town right now? Seriously.
Yeah.
You got doubts about some of them? Who?
What do I got to tell you?
Yeah, because we're doing a radio talk
Why can't
show.
I just have doubts? Can I not just have doubts?
You can have inner doubts. It's not as entertaining.
I have inner doubts. Wait, what's this? Hold on. Inner doubts.
Scott's doubts on Sean Payton are well documented, but it is beyond fair to have doubts on Sean Payton. And I'm not a Sean Payton hater. I'm not at all. I respect Sean Payton, but it is beyond fair to have doubts about Sean. What has he done? I mean, seriously, what has he done? What have we seen this year? Like really, what are we? So you know what he did? He hired Vance Joseph. Excuse me, he hired Vance Joseph, and that was a hell of a move. And you know what? The biggest baller move he's ever done. And Mike Sanford wrote a great article about it today in the Gazette. He didn't fire Vance Joseph when everybody in the world was calling for Vance Joseph's head. Sean said, "No, I believe in the dude. I'm sticking with this guy," and it paid off. Outside of that, though, what can we look at really? And I would ask you, D-Mac, other than drafting a quarterback, which I know is everything you needed, but outside of drafting a quarterback, what has Sean proven since he's been here?
He drafted a quarterback. I'm not going to play that game. You can't tell me to discount the most important thing he's done is not meaningful enough. He did the one thing nobody wanted to do for the past decade here, and he did it. And it is the most important thing, and you go from there. So I'm not going to discount it. I can't throw that out the window because
But again, I'm not a Sean hater. But I mean, but it's more than drafting a quarterback. It's developing a plan. It's getting a system that's going to work for the guy. Right?
You know what he's done?
Have we seen offensively a quarterback and a head coach that are on the same page this year?
Yes, and you will. Yes, you have, and you will see more of it to come for sure. You're about to see them roll over the Raiders. They are going to destroy the Raiders, probably by about 8 points. Again, it's going to be close. I can give you that. But you're going to see the Raiders are a mess, man. Have you guys watched a little bit of the Raiders so far this year?
I've watched pieces of.
I don't think they're as big as a mess as you do.
Okay.
I think it's a competitive football team.
I think Crosby being out changes that team.
It does, and Devontae being out, whatever's going on with Devontae, those two things change them drastically. But if those two players on the field, it's a damn good team.
It's a team that you just can't roll over.
Hell no. I get it. And they're not. It's probably going to be a one-score game. Every game this year is probably going to be a one-score game.
Can I go back to the
because we can't score more than one score.
It's been difficult, yes.
So when Coach writes an article that the best move that he made was not firing VJ when they gave up 70.
I got a thought on that, but go ahead.
Doubters might say, well, he's such a narcissist, he needed a scapegoat in case it really fell to pot.
Mm-hmm. Who are those doubters?
There's somebody out there that doubted.
Yeah, just someone. They call anybody that likes the word narcissist.
You know what smart people would say in that circumstance?
I was right. I mean, that person was right.
The buck stops with Greg Penner, not with Sean Payton. And I think Greg Penner has a more balanced approach of how to make things work. And that's what the Broncos have been missing.
That's why he wasn't fired and had nothing to do with the head coach.
Hold on. We're relying on Greg Penner's advice in football matters?
Yes. It's not football. It's managerial.
Vance Joseph.
It's managerial.
Brother, that is as much of a football decision as you could possibly get.
No, it's not.
A head coach knows whether X's and O's work. An owner that has been on the job for 2 days, he doesn't know that.
Penner had been on the job long enough to understand.
And he knows management.
And he is not.
Management is different than coaching.
Oh,
management is different.
Well, management is keeping everybody in place.
Correct.
In the middle of the year, you don't blow it up.
You don't panic.
To make it, to panic and to get rid of it all the way. If it wouldn't have turned around, maybe he makes a change in the offseason. But
Correct.
I think because I think Sean probably could have fired him right
Greg
after that
Penner's investment in management is Sean Payton, not Vance Joseph, not any other coach on that staff. His investment in the management of that football team is Sean Payton.
I'll tell you this.
If Sean Payton wants to fire a dude, Sean Payton will fire a
dude.
No
way.
Nope.
Yes, he will.
You're just wrong about that one.
Nope.
I would say you're wrong on that too.
I strongly believe you're wrong on that one because Greg Penner's running the show there, not Sean Payton. Give me evidence that Sean Payton is running things more than Greg Penner, such as?
All the media shit. Wow. That was the first one that was my fault in my radio career.
Tell me why you shouldn't.
The other one that was my fault, was not my fault, was when the boss man hit me with an ice cube.
Okay. Tell me why you shouldn't do a podcast on your own.
That's right. I haven't done that.
You're going to do bad habits.
You're exactly right.
Terrible habits.
Bad habits.
You're exactly right.
On the Sean Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. My dad took my wife and I to Shanahan's to celebrate our wedding. And as soon as I sat at the table, my dad looked at me and said, quote, "You're not allowed to order a burger." LOL. Text of the day.
So you like the dad?
It's PhD. The dad is a smart guy. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's E-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, you don't know where to start, AAA Home Improvements is the way to go. They're the premier design and build contractor in the metro area, helping hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. Toby Hurdle, you've done such an amazing job, and the reviews are in. Kathy in Arvado, we've used AAA for 3 projects and been delighted each time. Bob, love Bob. Bob was thoughtful in his designs and was able to work with our budget. Reviews like that are commonplace, and you can search it out for yourself. With 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience, they'll take it from the beginning to the end with close communication. So if it's that master bedroom, you want to open up some rooms, move walls, expand living spaces, build an Airbnb, whatever you need to do, it's AAA Home Improvements. Find them at aahomeimprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. I got no dumb questions coming up in just a little bit. Also, we'll go around the league and all about the NFL here in just a pinch. See when Tyler curses again. That was fun. Never know when that's going to happen.
Hey, the first time he found that dump, I don't even know where mine is.
I found that thing quick, though. I found that thing real quick.
So for the record.
No dumb question. When you can't read things in front of you without your glasses, if I say the words, all the cuss words he just spewed.
Well, easy.
I mean, I've never seen it strung together like that.
It shot your face.
Hey,
one little innocent mistake, and it was the most innocent of all the curse words. Most innocent of them all.
A little PhD trivia here.
Ship high in transit.
Who are the two most notable people to actually curse on this radio show besides Tyler? My dad.
Yeah, your dad, Tyler. That's right.
Sean Brennan.
Sean Brennan.
That's right.
Welcome to that fraternity.
Yeah. That's right. Oh, you got that too. Here is
an 80-year-old, a 50-year-old, and a 30-year-old walked into a radio station and cussed. You do the punchline.
My dad dropped a bomb on the radio here. He's 87, closer to 88.
Say 80 years old. It's an 80-year-old. Brennan's closer to 60 than 50, probably.
Scott is right, though, man. I've been doing radio for like 9 years. Seriously, one time Dave Fleck hit me in the face with an ice cube. Thank you. Hard for me to figure out. And I dropped one right then. It was accidental. This was my first one that was my fault in 9 years. And Scott is right. I started a stupid podcast, and all of a sudden you do have different standards over there.
Well,
your standard should always be your standard. This is just sage advice. I had to get used to when I go on with D-Mex, one of his 13.
Yeah.
And he starts dropping F-bombs and S-bombs, and I'm going to keep my standard.
Well, on everything. I actually haven't sworn on the podcast, but it's lucid.
I curse it with him. Have you heard him curse on him?
all the time.
I curse like a sailor.
But I haven't dropped a single
every
one.
day.
Yeah.
I love it. It's so much fun.
Okay, Richard
well, because
Pryor.
I just talk like I usually talk.
Okay, Lenny Bruce.
Well, what can I tell you? Potty mouth. Not that smart. On another note, I got.
What are you doing? You got peace hands. What are you doing?
I got two options here.
Uh-huh.
Let me do this because we're gonna get to no dumb questions. Pete Rose passed away.
Yeah. Yes, he should.
Yeah.
It's such, I'll tell you, in the world of lazy sports talk, you're listening to sports talk in July or just a bad show when the topic of should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame. It's one of those classic, And let's say,
what's your favorite sports movie?
Hey, what's coming
one
up?
Of those.
Dogs or cats? Hey, when are you going to do the Mount Rushmore of whatever? I got it. Sports talk for morons. Okay. But that being said,
he's dead now, so it's a valid question.
We are a bunch of morons, though, anyways.
Now that he's dead, I guess Bart Giamatti in baseball wins. He's dead. Does he get in?
I thought Woody Page had one of the more simplistic explanations ever of why he needs to be in. Cooperstown is a museum, not a cathedral. That's it. He's in. It's a museum.
Now that he's dead, he's in?
No. I mean, but that's
what he is dead, though.
I understand. I mean, that doesn't mean that Woody's opinion changed. It just happens to be his opinion.
Hold on. Did Woody write that before or after he died?
I read the tweet today.
Okay. So Woody's saying this now that he's dead.
I have no clue if Woody has ever said this.
Because you don't have to have him come up and give a speech. You don't have to run risk of him blasting other thing, whatever.
But just like we're talking about it because he's dead, Woody talked about it because he's dead.
Oh, that's right. Because every topic with this now is framed because of the passing of Pete Rose. It's not in the context that he's still around to profit off of it. And you're right about that. He would go to Cooperstown on that weekend, right down the street, and do autograph signings. And more or less, he did benefit from not being in the Hall of Fame, probably just as much as he did of being in the Hall of Fame. So now that that's not available and there's nothing else to glom onto, because Pete Rose was Charlie Hustle in all aspects of life his entire life.
Yeah.
And he made just as big of a career as not being in the Hall of Fame as being in the Hall of Fame. He did.
It became a career. You're absolutely right.
So now that he has passed and that's no longer some sort of other thing, is it time to just recognize what he did on the baseball field?
I had to actually go do a little research this morning because, of course, I know Pete Rose, he got banished because of gambling, right? Of course I knew that. But I really didn't know the details of what he gambled on, when he gambled. Was it a player as a manager? And all the things that went with it, including the fact that he agreed to a self-imposed banishment that happened to have language in it that could go away at some point in time, right? So the reason he's banished is because he agreed to be banished. In other words, he agreed to be banished because in that banishment, he didn't have to admit to betting on the games.
But because another guy died, according to Pete, there was agreement, sit it out for a while, and then we'll readdress this thing in a year or so. Right. Bart Giamatti died in 30 days after that.
Right.
There have been multiple commissioners since Bart Giamatti put that, meaning there's been multiple opportunities over the years. A lot.
Yeah.
Pete Rose fought about getting in the Hall of Fame longer than he played, much longer.
Well, and this is why also, what's the guy that played here? Golden Thong guy.
Jose Canseco, Jason Giambi. Jason Giambi.
Baseball guy.
Was one of the few guys got caught with steroids and came out and mea culpa'd right away.
Yeah.
Forgiven, loved, finished his career with people loving him. Fans loved him. I think Pete, one of his biggest problems, is a little bit like Lance Armstrong also, because even if he was blood doping, whatever, he still ran them races, right?
Sure did. And everybody was doing the same thing.
But he brought people down and crashed and burned people all around him.
That was his worst sin.
It was a worse sin than even blood doping because everybody in the sport was doing it.
Correct.
Pete denied, lied under oath, I think even in some court cases.
Yeah, he did.
Too long, right? Too long. Had he come out a year after the banishment and said, you know what? Like he did. I watched a video today about him saying, you know, everybody deserves a second chance. And listen, I made a lot of stupid mistakes. First time I'd heard him say that. I didn't hear it when he was live saying that. Had he done that early, he'd be signing Pete Rose Hall of Fame on all the autograph shows he's been doing. But I think the MLB was PO'd at him, not only because of what he did, because that's some of the cardinal sins in baseball since the Black Sox. But I think it would have blown over, and he would be in the Hall of Fame. But he held on to his innocence and lied on his innocence for too long.
So you're right. He did eventually come clean, but it took a long, long time to get there.
I mean, 15, 20 years at least.
Before I say this, first, plain and simple, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. Steroid guys should be in the Hall of Fame. They're just a part. You can't write the story of baseball without them. They're in the Hall of Fame. That being said, as I was reading about it today, and admittedly I should have done this a long, long time ago, the specific allegations of how he was gambling are pretty dang unique. The dude was a manager that allegedly was in the dugout signaling to his bookie or to whomever was putting the bets in for him when and where to put the bets in at the specific time of the game based off substitutions, whatever. Now, Pete denied that, okay? So that's not a fact, but that's what the allegations were about him. It was it wasn't just a simple, I'm betting on my team to win. The allegations were very damaging of like controlling the game.
I think the punishment is served. He's now not with us. And I think it's hypocritical for a sport like baseball, which was maybe one of the most discriminatory sports of all time.
Right.
To sort of
it is past in history.
Correct.
Right.
To think that baseball is just some sort of fairy tale poem that George Will is reading over Field of Dreams music and is innocent is one of the most ridiculous things of all time. The history of baseball is scarred with horrible behavior, not only by certain players, but by baseball itself.
By owners, by management.
Correct.
Yeah,
so to actually have the pomposity to ban other players for their problems,
well,
to me is absurd. And it's the biggest hypocritical consistency with baseball that I have a problem with.
I agree with you, and that goes back to what Tyler said with Woody Road, and he's right. It's a museum and it's not a cathedral. And so just from that standpoint, sits exactly what you just said. But I guarantee he waited too long to apologize and accept his wrongdoing, and baseball is afraid of giving him that platform of sitting up on Cooperstown and having 1,000 cameras in front of him, and I don't think they wanted that to happen. But now, and listen, the world's changed. Reggie Bush is suing the NCAA and USC about getting all sorts of stuff back and back pay and blah, blah, blah. Because now all these institutions that fought against gambling for 1 million years are now making billions of dollars a year on gambling, apps and sites and casinos and everything else. I mean, how many baseball stadiums has casinos on their walls and advertisement around their place? So it becomes a little tricky now to sit there now. If you knew nothing about Pete Rose and you just looked at stats, you go, oh, well, Hall of Famer right there.
Ain't no doubt.
Hall of Famer.
4,500 hits, more.
Yeah. 2 championships, I think.
Do you know you could get 200 hits for 20 years and you still wouldn't equal as many hits as Pete Rose had?
Think about that.
It's mind-boggling. But he does deserve to be punished. He's no longer with us. And I do believe you too. Like, Roger Clemens isn't in the Hall of Fame. Give me a break. I mean, you got to get over yourself. And the
has Barry Bonds really truly apologized and fessed up?
No, I don't think so. Mark McGwire did it because the Cardinals, they made it a requirement for him to become a coach. He had to come out and he had to admit it. So he did it. Sammy Sosa is permanently estranged from the Chicago Cubs because they want him to admit it, and he still, to this day, has not admitted it. I do think Barry eventually got there, but it was because of the court system.
Here's the difference, though, between Barry and Clemens, you mentioned a while ago.
5-time Cy Young winner.
They're Hall of Famers. Their careers and stats scream Hall of Fame.
No doubt about it.
Sosa McGuire's stats don't scream Hall of Fame.
I'd have to look at it. You might be right. How many home runs? Hold on. How many home runs does Sosa and McGwire have? Do they both have over 500 home runs? If you got over 500 home runs, you should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I mean, come on.
Does that number go up nowadays?
Well, no. Like Shohei Ohtani is never going to have the numbers that some of these guys have because he played so many years in Japan. But if he ain't a first ballot Hall of Famer in Major League Baseball, I mean, there's something broke with the system. Sometimes you just know
Sammy
what you know.
has 609.
Oh,
so McGwire does have 583.
They both should be in the Hall of Fame. Give me a break. You know how hard that is to do what those guys have done?
With a 263 batting average.
Got to get over yourself, baseball. Got to get over yourself. No dumb questions. Let's go. Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Visit oldchicago.com to order online. Find a location near you. It's Old Chicago. Scotty, what you got?
Did you realize that McGwire, when he hit 70 in 98, that he followed that season up with 65 in 99? That is pretty good.
Maybe his Hall of Fame. He didn't stop juicing.
1,500 strikeouts.
He absolutely should be in the Hall of Fame. And listen, man, baseball just had their head in the sand on a lot of things. Yeah. And that's just the way everybody played. Do you know who won the Tour de France, who was given the yellow jersey the 7 times that Lance Armstrong was taking the jersey away? You know who got it? Nobody.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
Nobody got it.
And you know why? Because 18 of the 20 people that shared the podiums with him were all banned at one time or another either. All right, no dumb question. Best coordinator on the Denver Broncos, offensive or defensive?
That is a dumb question.
VJ's killing it. VJ's killing it, man.
I thought this was no dumb questions. You're not supposed to be able to ask a dumb question.
One guy's making $1.5 million, the other one's making 18.
Is that what you know what Vance is making?
Well, I'm assuming coordinator.
You're actually technically the offensive coordinator for the Broncos is Joe Lombardi. No, I'm not trying to be a stickler here. I'm not trying to be the correction, please. But if we're going by titles, that's the case. But I know you're implying Sean Payton. Broncos offense, number 27 in total offense, 28th in scoring. Broncos offense, 15.5 per game.
Ooh, that wins a long game. That gets you 2 for 2.
VJ, Denver's defense, 4 games in. This stats start mattering.
First quarter of the season.
Number 2 in total defense yards per game. Number 3 in scoring defense, 13.8. That's a phone stat drop right there.
Yeah.
It's
13.8. You better win 13 games this year.
You certainly
Well,
could.
you got to be able to score more than 13 points. We've already lost the game when an opponent only scored 13 points. I think people forget that. When D-Max predicted we go 3-1 in the next 4 games or 4-0.
Well, we already won a game where we scored 10.
I got it. My point is we got to figure it out offensively.
That's a big one. All right, no dumb question. Driving to work today.
Congratulations.
And remember back in the, was it 80s or 90s, when the big sticker on the side of the car, baby on board, the big sign of that?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys realize, do you realize those kids, the baby on board, are now drivers?
Okay.
And I think are now parents, because if you now not noticed lately, the more of be patient, beginning driver, student driver, young driver.
Oh.
I've seen that in the last 2-3 days.
I have not noticed that.
On about 4 or 5 cars.
Well,
and I'm thinking, did the babies that grew up with the big yellow signs stuck to their side windows, are they now the ones putting on their cars because their kids are driving?
Yeah.
Be patient, young driver.
Yeah, they're still babying the kids. Right.
Well, they're the kids that were babying. They're now babying their kids.
Let me give you
no doubt about that.
That's my point.
Are you kidding me? Of course.
Yeah. Let me give you a better
Shocker.
no dumb question along the same lines. Why do kids these days not want a driver's license? I don't know if you guys are aware of this, because you might be
Because we're stifling the confidence of kids.
I am not kidding you. Kids don't have a desire to have a driver's license. My nephew waited till he was like 18 to get his driver's license. Kids don't even want to, they just don't want it.
I've got a mind-blowing story for you on
Mommy
that
and
exact
Daddy
thing.
drive me everywhere.
My son, my older son, just finished a marathon this weekend. Good for him. Did not want to get his driver's license until he was 19.
What the?
Can I give you something crazy in the state of Colorado? You have to get your permit before you get your license. However, when you are past 18 years of age, do you know how many days you have to have your permit and then go for your license? Do you know?
None.
1 day. So my son literally, and he failed his permit test 3 times. He didn't study for it. It was hysterical. He got his permit. 2 days later, he went for his driver's test, and he had barely driven.
Did he not have driver's ed, or do you
Had
have that
all
stuff
of it.
anymore?
To Tyler's point, he just wasn't interested.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my
I
life.
couldn't explain it.
That was like if you think back,
because you know what, we got bad parents.
if you think
Sorry.
back on like
Calling
milestones
you
in
two
your
out are bad
life.
parents.
First off, my kids aren't 16 yet, okay? But the milestone of getting your driver's license, that was like the equivalent of getting married. That's how big that
I
milestone
lived in the town,
was.
in a small town, and I was PO'd because there was all sorts of people getting their learner's permit at like the dudes out in the country could get it at like 14 or 14 and a half,
Yeah.
15. And I had to wait till 16.
Did
These
you?
guys were driving for a year and a half before me.
In Massachusetts, if you took driver's ed, you could get your permit at 15 and 9 months.
But you had stipulations.
And you could get your driver's
Isn't it-
license if you had your permit
Yeah.
and you had a certain amount of hours. You could get your license at 16 and a half. I got my license the day. And it was in December. It was like, I'm June 22nd. So it was December 20. Like, I was so excited to get it. It was the day, the very first day I could get my license. I don't know how to explain kids that don't want their license. I do not know how
took
to
driver's
explain it.
ed, 15, you get a learner's permit, but it's, only drive with a parent, which, by the way, and God rest her soul, my mom, learning to drive and my mom in the front seat with me.
Oh, I had the same thing here. It was terrible.
One time,
She thought the brakes were on the dashboard.
I'm driving, and we're going to cross a big intersection, and she screams, "Ah!" I'm freaking out, slam the brakes. Light turns yellow. And I am 35 yards before the intersection.
Oh, my Lord.
And I'm like,
What do I do?
I freaked out. And she goes, I didn't know if you saw the yellow light.
Oh, my God.
I'm 35 yards before the stop sign, the stoplight. Anyway, so the one sign I saw the day, and I'm praying to the Heavenly Father please, I hope you're not teaching your kid to drive because you've got 3 of those. Be careful of the young kid driving, right?
It's a great question.
Go up behind him. He's on his phone, doing the phone. It's a man. He's doing his phone. Then he goes up. He's going to take a left. I'm going to take a left. He just pulls over, doesn't use a blinker. And I'm like, dude, you're saying beware a student-ass driver, and your dumb ass is on the phone and not using blinkers. Anyway.
Should they get off your lawn now or later on? Which one should they?
Dude, don't tell me to watch for student driver. And if you're the one teaching them, you're an idiot.
All right. When we come back, we'll walk around the NFL, you stupid kids. All right, boys, let's take a look around the NFL and games we, happened and we should talk about. We start with the Ravens beating the Bills.
Pistol with Derrick Henry has the bat. There goes Henry up a big running game against Dallas. Derrick Henry on the run. Hamlin and Lewis chasing at the 40, at the 30. He will score!
Biggest takeaway from this game.
What game was that? I didn't even.
It was the Ravens and the Bills. The Ravens beating the Bills. Kind of dominating the game, too.
Bills always say, I sent a cool meme to our buddy Rob today, this morning. Derrick Henry finally blew up.
Yep.
Right? And Buffalo looked like a for all my years of Buffalo, here's what, and you were there for a while, D-Mac.
I was.
My like certain teams have an aura about them, and here's what you always thought. And I always looked at Buffalo as one of those teams that was a very physical team. They got punked. They just got. The more physical team was Baltimore. Now Baltimore's usually a physical team too.
Oh yeah, they're notorious.
Yeah, they're always a physical team too. But they made Buffalo look like a finesse team.
Well,
in my opinion.
I'll tell you this: they are the two most confusing teams in the NFL every single year. Hands down. And name another team more confusing than the Buffalo Bills. And look at this season. It's a prime example. Buffalo, expect people like, oh, this is the year Buffalo fall apart. Well, they come out the gates, they look like they're on top of the world. Baltimore can't win a game. Starts out the season 0-2. Now Buffalo's tanking, Baltimore's rising. They're always confusing football teams. At the end of the year, their fan base will always be conflicted because there will be enough frustration and enough excitement Go ahead.
See, I was going to see if you guys agree with this. They're exactly what the NFL wants. They want a team, teams that can win 9, 10, 11 games, whatever, and really not going to have a chance to win a championship. Neither one of those teams have a chance to win a championship.
In Indianapolis, Joe Flacco's the hero.
I do have to tell you, Anthony Richardson told us that you were cooler than he thought he was.
Listen, he told me his mom is 8 days older than I am. So there's no chance in the world that he thinks I'm cool, so...
All right, what about your kids, though? What do you think they think of this one?
This is the first game they've come to this year, and Dad's on the field. So I'll look up there for him and see if I can find him.
Too funny. He's got plenty of kids, 27-24. Fields actually played well, then they lost. He was 22-34 for 312 yards and a touchdown. But, that is a weird-ass game right there.
That's a hell of a statement right there. The starting quarterback's mom is 8 days older than Joe Flacco.
Flacco's 40.
He keeps going. Good for Flacco. Do you think the Steelers are closer, if Russ is healthy, to playing Russ over Justin Fields?
This opened up the window again.
A little bit, huh?
All it really took was a loss. That's it. Mike Tomlin has been confused. I do think he's got a weird loyalty to Russ that he really believes in him, right? And he's refused to anoint Justin Fields as a starter when he had every reason in the world to do it when they're having success. So I do think this opens the window.
But they had success, and it wasn't like he was lighting the world.
I couldn't agree more.
It's like being a 2-2 team and your quarterback's not really doing anything.
100%.
None of your businesses.
Meanwhile, we have the Vikings and Sam Darnold undefeated over the Packers, 31-29.
Two tight ends, first and goal, Jones the back. Darnold 9-12. Blocked by Jones to the end zone and caught! Jefferson! That is a touchdown!
What is going on there in Minnesota with Sam Darnold?
I'm going to say this. Tyler, I want you to talk on this. My memory is Darnold, icy ghost, New York. I thought the career was done.
Yeah.
Because not many guys come back from a broken soul. Only what's his name from England? What's that guy's name? He lost his mojo.
King Luther.
No,
don't know.
Powers, Austin Powers.
Austin Powers.
Only Austin Powers ever lost their soul and come back.
Okay.
So Sam Darnold is pulled an Austin Powers.
Okay.
And has come back after his soul was gone. And I'll just say this. I have not seen prettier throws through 4 weeks of the NFL more consistently than what I've seen from Sam Darnold. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, he's on track to be comeback player of the year. As his coach is on track to become coach of the year. Look, why did the Vikings look at Sam Darnold with as much belief that they had to give this dude $10 million when he really didn't play?
He was a backup
in San Francisco. I'll ask you guys that. I'll just leave that open-ended. Why do you think they did that?
Because Kyle Shanahan probably talked to his other guys, said, listen, this kid's still got something.
Because of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
That's it. It's because they looked at Kyle Shanahan, and I tell you, if you go back and you look at Kyle Shanahan's entire history, nobody has done more with average quarterbacks than Kyle Shanahan. So they looked at Kyle, and they said, we believe anybody that spends a year with this guy is going to have a fighting chance. So the question is, when you come back to D-Mac's question to open up the show, when we're talking about Zach Wilson, do teams look at Sean Payton the same way they look at Kyle Shanahan? Like, okay, we think because Zach has spent some time with Sean Payton, he's going to have a rebound year.
Meanwhile, you have the Buccaneers bouncing back. Baker Mayfield, 30 of 47 for 347. Nick Sirianni, remember when the Eagles were good a couple weeks ago? On why he didn't give the ball to Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, we had 9 plays. I mean, you had 9 plays, and 3 of them are third downs. So now, he had 2 carries on 6 plays. I mean, that's the way football. I mean, when you go 3 and out, that no one's going to have any touches. Nobody's going to have.
That's what happened to the Broncos as well. It's a pretty legitimate excuse if you don't move the ball. I mean, how are you going to run the ball?
Maybe if one of them plays, you'd have given it to him.
How much does that – think about this for a second in terms of the Broncos. The Buccaneers beat the Lions. Lions put up 42 points last night, looking pretty good. Buccaneers beat them, okay? Broncos
and
dominated.
Held them to 17.
That's right. The Broncos dominated the Buccaneers defensively as well. The Buccaneers just put it on Philadelphia. Let me just frame it that way. How good is the Broncos defense really?
Well, I said it yesterday. Look at what Tampa Bay did this week, and look what the Jets did the week before Denver played them. And sit there and not saying, and you put the numbers, second total defense, third in scoring defense, allowing over, just 13 points a game? Yep. Come on now.
By the way, we know who the Rookie of the Year is right now, and he plays in Washington.
7-yard penalty, first and goal, and Daniels trying to follow his block. Jayden Daniels to the end zone, and he's got a touchdown.
This is amazing. 42-14 over the Cardinals. And Daniels, this is as good of a start as a rookie quarterback could possibly have.
Yeah, them boys are for real. They are. They got a great coach in Dan Quinn. They hired the perfect offensive coordinator for Jayden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury.
Got the right ownership now in.
Although there's been some weird reports by that ownership, they're a bit overbearing from what I've heard. But yes, I mean overall they got the package going on.
There can't be any worse than what was going on there. That's for sure. I don't know.
I forgot this. Where did Jayden Daniels start? He finished in LSU. Where did he start?
Oh, I know this.
Yeah, you're asking D-Mac?
I watched every snap at Arizona State.
Who was his coach there for a couple of years?
Herm Edwards started there. He didn't finish there, but
I
he
think
started there.
But he's the one that got him. Recruited him there.
That is true.
It was neat because I had forgotten that because it feels like Herm's been back on TV forever. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about Jayden Daniels and what he saw in this young man coming out of high school. And I went, oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. And the listen, man, we were all excited as Sun Devil people about Jayden Daniels. But what I saw at ASU, you could knock me over with a feather if you told me it was going to be like this a few years later, okay? Even when he went to LSU, he was in a quarterback competition. It was not a slam dunk. He was even going to play at LSU. Never mind end up winning the Heisman. Never mind developing into this. If you think he's skinny now, you should have seen him at 18 years of age. It was ridiculous.
Right.
But boy, oh boy, is he putting it together. And is that a playoff team? Is your old Washington team there, Tyler?
They're leading that division right now.
I mean, are they a playoff team? You got to look at the division first off. And because the Cowboys are being Cowboys early on in the season rather than later on in the season, I do think they're a playoff team.
Well, let me tell you, the one more game that I want to go into, and we'll bring it up next, is the Raiders. And this is Raiders week. We'll kick it off here right after 2 o'clock on PhD.
So this big story happens where they think your coach, or your coach did, I actually don't know, likes this post about you getting traded. When you heard of that, I guess my first question is, how soon did you hear from Coach?
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. I haven't talked to him. So I haven't, I don't know. I don't really know exactly what that was about. Obviously, I got, social media is a beast. So it's a lot of people out there that saw it and, wondering what's going on and people reaching out. And I haven't spoke to him.
The big question of the day is, what kind of disaster are the Vegas Raiders going to be this week? Now, the answer may be not a disaster at all, and they could play really well. Or a wicked big disaster, and they could fall apart. They are, and it's so amazing, culturally, what a dysfunctional organization. That was Kay Adams talking to Davante Adams. The Adams connection there.
No relation.
No relation that I know of. First of all, can I just say something about Kay Adams?
No.
She is a excellent interviewer because she is able to bring up awkward sort of moments in a way that
How does she pull that off?
I think she's really smart. I think she's incredibly skilled, and her approach to asking questions, I think, is kind of next level. She does it over and over and over again. I'm really impressed with her. But asking Davante Adams about his coach, Antonio Pierce, liking a social media post where Antonio Pierce liked the fact that Adams would be traded, that is a tricky sort of question to broach. She did an excellent job with it. And it just goes to show, with his hamstring injury Thursday, kind of fishy, fellas. Kind of fishy. Now, we've watched that documentary, Receivers, and my respect for Davante Adams is through the roof. I think he's an excellent human being and a leader. So how weird is that situation right now?
Especially since he, in that documentary, seemed to be all on
he loved
Antonio Pierce's side.
Yeah, he loved him, and that's what makes this a little bit surprising because he was a big Antonio Pierce fan. I don't know if you guys remember what I said last year about Antonio, and everybody was anointing this guy because of the rebound that the Raiders had. I said, hey, be careful. This could very easily just be an interim coach. We're just relieved. Everybody's playing with joy. We don't know if the guy can coach football or not. And I'm not calling him a bad coach. I tend to actually like Antonio Pierce a lot. I love the human being. I don't know if he's a good coach or not. But I think we're finding out a little bit of both things here. Maybe Antonio Pierce isn't quite the dude that maybe you thought he was going to be after a couple games last season. And Davante, I think he hit it pretty well in that documentary, even though it was clear he was an unhappy camper. Look, man, he's a diva. He is. They all are. And that's not a shot at him. But he's a diva that wants things to go his way. I do still think, call me naive, call me dumb. I really
You're
do
naive,
think.
you're dumb.
That's fine. I really do think that this had to be a fat finger from Antonio Pierce. I don't think he would do that.
Or he's just trying to troll him and thought it was kind of funny, and then everybody takes social media so seriously.
Okay, let's say it is. Fine. Why wouldn't he call Davante Adams and say,
Because
hey,
he probably didn't even know.
Okay. Well, he knows now.
Yeah, he knows now.
He knows now. And Davante Adams said that it was brought to his attention by 1 million people. Seems weird that Davante Adams would get that much notice about it,
they had to have had
Pierce wouldn't.
Well, today's Tuesday. Doesn't coaches speak on Tuesday? Or no?
No, usually Tuesday's the day off.
So we get to hear from him tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Antonio Pierce did that, like on purpose, he's got no clue how to coach. I mean, that dude is in way over his head if he's playing childish games on social media.
I'll tell you something the Broncos need to do, and the Raiders do have talent, and they are a very physical team, but they're disorganized at starts of games. The Panthers rolled down the field to put up 7 on them, as did the Browns. So 2 for 2 in Vegas, just rolling through the Raiders. Broncos need to take the ball to start the game. They did defer last week, but they took the ball against Tampa to their benefit. You got to play the team that's in front of you. But playing with the lead in front of the Raiders is going to be a meaningful thing in this game. And you don't need to wait around for your defense. Your defense is going to snatch some souls out. Put some points up, then have your defense roll them out and be up 10-0 or 14-0 right from the jump. Because the Raiders are sieve-like at the beginning of games.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I never mind an aggressive personality. So if you want to do that, fine. To me, You take the ball against a team when you know you're the inferior opponent. You do that because you're trying to tell your boys, hey, I got ultra confidence in you, right? But it's a card that you don't want to play too often because it is a strategic disadvantage. There's no question it is. And I think when you go to that well all too often, it's going to come back to bite you. To me, the Raiders is not a team that I would do that with because I would be going to these, I'd be telling the boys, hey, I expect to beat this team. I expect this. Like, we are better than the Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders. To me, I would set the standard the other way.
Do you have analytics behind that, by the way? And if you do, fine. But do you really have numbers and analytics about, deferring and that whole thing?
Do I have them? No, I do not have them.
Then why?
But I do know. But I do know that there is a reason why every single head coach wants the double score. Because when you get the double score at the end of the first half, and then you get the ball back, you immediately turn the momentum of the entire game.
You can change the element if you score.
Right, but it's all about that. And I will tell you this. Nobody was better at that than Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels, and I give him the credit, not Bill Belichick, because he figured out how to get that field goal. It's not even about getting the 7 points, but he was the first coach that I've ever heard, and you guys know I don't have a lot of respect for Josh, but he preached this double score thing day in and day out, and I believed it from that day on, and I'll never go back.
All right, Scott, what do you got?
Teams that won the coin toss and elected to defer, those squads have won 52.4% of the time.
Okay.
52.4.
Here's what I want to know. Here's what I want to know analytically. Do you have a better likelihood to win a game if you double score or you score first? That's what I want to know. And if it's a double score, okay, I'll roll with you. I'm not going to fight this battle too hard. I just inherently believe it's better to play with the lead.
I always thought, the way I looked at it, that you want your best squad first.
Yeah.
And if your best squad is defensively, then go play defense.
Well, there ain't no debate about what that is for the Broncos.
Right now it is, yeah.
Right, because, dude, trust your offense to really go do it. But I'll give you this, T-Mac, to your argument. Which is better? I'll give you this. Which is more likely? You score once the first time or you get the double score? And I, even though I'm an advocate of going for the double score, I would think it's theoretically easier to get a singular score than to get the double score.
Listen, I could be convinced game to game who your opponent is. I'm just pointing out the Raiders have allowed first possession touchdowns in back-to-back games, for what it's worth. They've tightened up a little bit later on, but against the Panthers and against the Browns, they did allow both of those teams to roll right down the field on them on the first possession. So I'm not saying it's that way all the time, but I would look at a little history. For whatever reason, this Antonio Pierce team comes out slow.
I'll say this, and this for me as a fan, I'll give you my fan thoughts. There's nothing more deflating, whether it's starting the first quarter, first possession, or third quarter, first possession, and going 3 and out. So whatever, if you start the game, you go 3 and out, and you punt. To me, that is deflating.
What if you're up 7-0 and then you go 3 and out and you get the ball right back? How's that going for you?
Do what now?
You score. You go.
I just said you went 3 and 0.
No, you get them to go 3 and out.
Well, then yeah, it's deflating. Heck yeah, it is.
Right?
Absolutely.
And you can deflate them and have the lead.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I just think 3 and outs kill me.
By the way, the Panthers, that game was not like a big blowout right away. The Raiders just folded. Like, they really did look like they just gave up in that game, which was so weird to watch. You just don't see that all that often. And all of a sudden, the Panthers, with Andy Dalton and Josie Jewell, all of a sudden, they're rolling on you?
Yep. Football's weird, man.
Football's weird.
Final thought on the taking the ball here, and this goes back to Scott's point. I got zero faith in this offense to march down the field and score. So for that reason alone, I am not taking the ball.
They did against Tampa.
Yeah, they sure did.
How'd they do that?
They pulled it off.
Is Max Crosby going to play this week?
I got a whole lot more evidence saying that they can't pull it off than they can.
What's the weather supposed? Hey, let's look at the weather here on Sunday. We got
we had good weather. We've had good weather for 3 out of 4 games.
Yeah. 76 and sunny so far on Sunday. Actually, this is a banger week.
I don't know how that helps your argument. We've had good weather.
There wasn't good weather against the Jets. It was lousy. And I think diagnosing or saying anything about the offense based on last week is silly.
No, it's not off last week. It's off the season.
it improved massively between weeks 2 and 3, and then you ran into
that's 1 out of 4.
Hurricane Helena. Do we know what the name of that hurricane was?
Helena.
Is it Helena?
Or Helene.
I'm not good at math, but I'm pretty sure 1 out of 4 isn't good.
I'm pretty sure as you go and you get better things are going to happen. Are you really? What are you down on right now? You seem to be real negative on stuff right now. Like what is?
I couldn't be any more high on the
303-504-0925. Pick on Tyler.
I couldn't be any more high on the defense, and I think that this team has got a very good chance of going 500. Very, very good chance because of this defense.
What has got you hung up on the offense?
Bo.
Okay, what are you not digging about Bo?
I challenge you to go back. Have you rewatched the game yet?
I have.
Okay. There were some throws in the first half that had nothing to do with weather. Nothing to do with weather. I'm talking like there was one weird throw where like he tries to shot put it 15 yards down the field.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, to me, the ultimate sign of an unconfident quarterback. Because when you get confused on your throwing motion and what you're going to do there, it's because you don't know what's happening with the route.
You just haven't had dinner with Bo.
Well,
you
that's
need
true.
to go out
His
to dinner.
best throw was that third
to
quarter
Cortland.
dig route to Cortland,
Yeah.
picked up 20-some yards.
Yeah.
Right down the middle.
That was the best throw of the game. Not even question.
I would actually challenge you to show me the plays that were impacted by the weather.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd say all of them. I'd say the weather had an impact on. Look at Aaron Rodgers. What he did.
Do you remember that ball you picked up the other day at the Nuggets?
It's kind of slick.
And what happens when you get your hands wet or the ball a little wet?
It gets a little tacky. It gets, theoretically, right?
Are you catching Scott's drift here?
If you guys got something to say about Bo, just say it. Don't ask me questions.
I
Just
think
say
I
it.
said it.
You don't believe in him.
Not yet. I'm not out on Bo Nix by any means, but what I'm telling you is the level
He just
that he's
jumped on my
playing
boat,
at.
didn't he?
What I'm telling you is the
A
level
little
he's
bit.
playing at is not going to win football games.
Okay, but we understand he's improving as time goes.
He improved a game, yes, and that was a radical improvement.
Do you believe he will continue to improve or not?
I do, long term, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
short term, he's not there.
I think you still got to play him, and you got to go with him now. You got to roll, but you also got to let him go. You got to make him learn to throw NFL throws. There's got to be more of those dig routes to Cortland. There's got to be more. I mean, let's be honest. Cortland saved that was not a good throw that Cortland got a touchdown on. And I went back and watched it today. I mean, that ball was wobbling and high, and Cortland went and played SMU basketball.
He saved
basketball.
He saved his bacon, no doubt about it.
But we said that, and I said that at the beginning of the year. You got to have receivers that can help your quarterback out once in a while. That was a good play. Bo has not made the NFL correlating throws yet, but do I think he can? Well, we'll see. I mean, that's I got to see. That's all I got to see.
Well, it's Raiders week, and we'll dig into it as we go, as the Broncos get ready to prepare for them. Dan Campbell admits he's a dummy. Details on that with Let's Football Go coming up next. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Hey, we have some great news for you, a chance to win right now. The Colorado Rapids are officially bound for the 2024 Audi MLS Cup playoffs. Woo! But the fight is far from over. A couple of home games remaining, and the Rapids are taking on two Western Conference powerhouses that I hate with all of my soul. The LA Galaxy on October 2nd, and even worse than them, the stupid Seattle Sounders on October 5th. So be there to support the Rapids as they push for a higher seed and a coveted home field advantage, because you bring the noise out there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Tickets are on sale now at coloradorapids.com, but you can text RAPIDS at 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a pair of tickets. We'll randomly select a winner at 2:45. Dan Bud Squints Tanner, what in the world is going on?
All right, we're going to hear from Pat Shurmur here in just a second. He spoke up in Boulder today. He had a really interesting question in regards to Travis Hunter. But I did want to go back to Sunday post-game and talk about Sean Payton's comments on Javonte Williams. I know we've been pretty up and down on what Javonte's role is going to be in the run game for the Broncos this year. Sean Payton liked what he saw from Javonte, 16 carries, 77 yards. How did Sean Payton think the Broncos got the run game going against the Jets?
I thought the key started up front. We got to some 6-hole, some 7-hole wide zones. We got to some duo schemes. We hit it. We blocked them. We knew analytically this was a team that was better in coverage, and yet a little bit more susceptible, if you will, in the run game. We hit a couple traps. I could tell the linemen felt like at halftime that, hey, this just keep and well, that's easy too when it's as wet as it was. Ultimately, though, when it dried up, we were going to have to make a play or two in the passing game. But those guys up front, I think, were the key.
Okay, so Sean Payton giving a lot of kudos to the offensive line. Where does your guys' confidence level lie with Javonte Williams after his performance on Sunday?
Well, first off, I'll just back up what Sean said there a little bit. Look, this isn't going to happen because football can be dumb and politics matter and money matters and all those sorts of things. Well, I'm not so sure Alex Palczewski shouldn't just be a starting lineman on this team. I'm not even sure where. Maybe try him at center. I mean, if you got to try him at center. But the dude is one of your best 5 offensive linemen. I put out a little highlight reel on Twitter of him and Javonte Williams just to really showcase what these guys were doing in that game. And it starts with what the offensive line was able to provide for Javonte Williams. You go back and you look at all of Javonte's poor runs previously. Could a great back make more out of it? Of course. But there just was not anywhere to go on 9 out of 10 of Javonte's runs. And then you look at this game, and there were gaping holes. Sean talked about the trap. I highlighted 2 of those. I'm talking a hole the size a semi-truck could run through. That being said, Javonte did look fresh, spry, younger, faster. Why? I can't explain it other than sometimes when your job is threatened, you find the second gear.
Yeah, I don't know how much more my belief in Javonte has changed. Listen, man, I think most of these running backs are pretty good to get to this level. You got to hold on to the ball. That's the most important thing. And I think a lot of guys could do the same thing, actually.
You also didn't run him in the first half, and now all of a sudden as you get a little wearier as the game goes, playing in the rain and everything else, all of a sudden a fresh pair of legs came in, and he looked like a fresh pair of legs.
Well, I think his mindset, Tyler, is saying it true. Your job's on the line here, bro.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing guaranteed, and if you've got a brain in your head, you'll know how short running back careers are in the NFL. So step to it.
I thought the entire offensive line had a pretty good game except for one dude. Luke Wattenberg flat out struggled. Luke, man, he got bowled over in a handful of running plays.
Well, we do have a little bit of breaking news that we just saw. Davante Adams has informed the Raiders he wants to be traded. So our speculation about his hamstring on Thursday looks like we're right on that. Looks like the case.
I guess Pierce didn't fat finger that thing.
I guess he didn't. So that's breaking news happening right now. Sorry to steal your thunder there, Dan. Davante Adams informs Raiders he prefers to be traded, and I just read something too that they seem to be open to it. So, hey. Dan, do you want to say, should the Broncos trade for Davante Adams? Go for it if you want to.
Guys, should they trade for Davante Adams? Would the Raiders trade inside the division?
Oof.
Don't do it. Don't do it. If Davante's not happy there, he's not going to be happy here. And you don't need to add an older aging player that's not going to be happy.
Oh, man.
I'll say this. Devontae was the only one of that group that came across as a bit of a diva in that show last year, but I think he hit it relatively well.
I thought Justin Jefferson did.
Did he? Well, okay.
Yeah,
in my opinion, I thought Devontae did. I think he really hid how much he really can be.
Would you trade for Devontae Adams?
Not yet. A's older, B the money. And they're not ready to compete for anything, but there is another team in this division that is short of wide receivers right now that would be a
maybe, but you guys realize there's one by far logical destination, right?
Kansas City.
No.
Yes.
Who?
D-Mac?
Who?
The Jets. The Jets. He's going to want to go back to his buddy. That's exactly where he's going to want to go.
He'll want to go back.
Well, wait, hold on. Who's his buddy? Is it Aaron Rodgers or is it Derek Carr?
Well, fair, but Aaron Rodgers now.
Well, so there you go. Jets, New Orleans, and Kansas City. Which team
you say he's older. He's 31. He's not, he's 31.
But of those three, who gives you the best chance to win a championship?
Kansas City. No
by
doubt
far.
about it.
Of course, by far.
They would hate his.
I heard Dum Dum in the afternoon, Nate. He asked Andy yesterday.
Wow.
Now he's Dum Dum.
Wow. Damn.
Ilk and Dum Dum.
He asked Andy yesterday, do the Chiefs have problems this year? No, he said, is this it for the Chiefs? And Andy goes, no, they're 4-0. Like, what are we talking about? I get it. They're sleepwalking out there, but they're winning games. They're 4-0.
No, they're not sharp as attack, but the dynasty is rolling on. They're undefeated. Of course, they have the one staple of really great teams. They find ways to win games when they're not playing their best.
And they still got the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, and they got a guy who's in a Leonard Skinner cover band as their leading running back. So, and Travis Kelce will get himself in shape. He will, and he'll be tough to stop.
And their defense has played better the last couple of years.
By the way, speaking of everybody who loves tight ends, anybody's just dazzled by Brock Bowers with his 5 catches for like 60 yards over the past 2 games. Is that really catching everybody by storm? There in Vegas?
I was pretty dazzled
by
his
now
first
he's only
couple
up
games.
to 28.
Oh, okay. First couple games are good because the last 2 were 5 catches for like 60 yards.
Yeah, I am very impressed with Brock Bowers' start to his career. Extremely impressed.
I love the jet sweep.
And that is not being facetious on my behalf.
No, I get it. But in his last 2 games, he has a jet sweep for 12 yards, which was cool.
It's a dependent position.
And he has 5 catches for 60-something yards.
It's a dependent position.
Okay, just checking on everybody about Brock Bowers. Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas. Pat Shurmur.
Are you a Brock hater?
I'm not a Brock hater, but the impact you have as a tight end compared to a quarterback is laughable.
Oh, is that what this comes back to?
Absolutely, that's what it comes back to, because there were many people here on this station who wanted Brock Bowers instead of Bo Nix, and it was ridiculous then, and it's proving to be ridiculous now.
Well, he's got 20 catches. Who has 20 catches for the Broncos?
He's got 5 in his last 2 games.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
It's a season. Just like Bo Nix is a season, not a game. Brock Bowers is a season.
According to this, he has 15 in his last 2 games. Oh, no, I'm telling you, you're right.
That's
5.
wrong.
You're right. He had 15 in his first 2 and 5 in the last 2. 3 targets, 2 catches last game.
Mm-hmm.
That's on him?
No, it's not on him. It's the position.
But
it's the position. It's not on him, but the impact of the position is relatively limited. It's not on him. But you can only do so much when you sit there and you wait for somebody to throw you the ball. I'm sure he's a great blocker, though. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Pat Shurmur. He spoke in Boulder today, and he was asked, when Pat Shurmur speaks to NFL scouts about Travis Hunter, what are the scouts asking him specifically about Travis? More of a wide receiver or a corner at the next level?
Both. I think any team is going to be very, very lucky to have Travis, and then they just got to decide where they want to play him. He's displaying every week why he could be an impact player on both sides of the ball. So those are the decisions that the teams as they prepare for the draft, right? Or the team that eventually chooses him, that's their decision what they're going to do. But he's showing everybody that he can play on offense or defense.
All right, let me ask the question to you guys this way. let's just envision a world where the Broncos are able to select Travis Hunter in the draft, like D-Mac's pining for.
Yes.
What would help the Broncos more? Travis as a corner or a wide receiver?
They already got 2 corners.
Wide receiver.
So of course, be a wide receiver. Draft him and figure it out. That being said, do have more breaking news here. I'm not sure what this is regards to. Maybe it's old stuff. NFL has suspended Von Miller 4 games for violating NFL's personal conduct policy.
Whoa. Who's that according to?
Adam Schefter.
Wow.
Yeah. Not sure what it's – I have no clue what it's in regards to.
He wore a Chuck Nasty shirt the other day.
Did you see, like, there were Jets fans burning Von Miller shirts?
That. Yeah, like why? Why Von?
Von just got suspended for 4 games.
Yeah. And he doesn't give any details. I'm not aware of anything that was. Are you guys aware of anything?
No, I'm not. I mean, Von obviously has had relationship issues in the past, and I don't know if that's got something to do with something. He's had a past. Von's had a past.
He was just tweeting happy-go-lucky stuff over the last 48 hours. He tweeted the Charlie stuff, which was awesome. That's the Von Miller that we all know and love. That absolutely is in love with Colorado. And then he actually saw the tweet of burning of his jersey, and he retweeted it and simply wrote, "What did I do?" Right? So he's out there being Von happy-go-lucky, at least publicly.
What do you get suspended for 4 games for?
Well, typically
what's the reason again?
It says
a PED test that came back.
Yeah, but
that's what's most common. But it says that it's for personal conduct.
Do PED tests fall under personal conduct?
No, that would say performance enhancing.
So what under personal conduct violations is the standard of 4-game suspension?
I don't know.
And it's by the league and not by the
Bills.
That's
why it makes me wonder if it's something old that's caught up, right? Because it's a very specific kind of short-term suspension.
Yeah, the number of
4 games is not that big, really.
No, it's not.
So it doesn't feel like there was some egregious new event that happened.
I agree. Boy, I'd have to know some precedent because it doesn't feel like it's a PED thing. Personal conduct
might have been something that came out. Didn't something happen last summer that was and then maybe the league finally investigated and said, okay, boom.
He's had a lot of baby mama drama. Ain't no doubt about it, but that to me feels like if you're guilty on something like that, it'd be more severe than 4 games.
Man, I just texted with them last week.
I don't know. That's really interesting. I don't know. I guess we're fixing to find out. That's too bad, man. I mean, he'd been fitting in pretty well and playing all right for the Bills, and
he was more limited in the last game that he'd been previously. They were doing what you thought they were going to do, which was just put him in very key situations.
Specialist, yeah.
He'd been averaging like 28 snaps a game, which is about half of your defensive snaps. But the last game, I did notice his usage was way down.
Well, I thought it was pretty effective, and having Von Miller as kind of a pass rush specialist would be pretty cool because you would get the best out of him in situations that a pass rush is going to matter.
Okay, I'm reading this real time here, so bear with me.
And by the way, we'll have Schefter on tomorrow.
Oh, we will.
This is from Fox 31, KDVR.com.
Thursday.
It says Broncos star Von Miller under investigation for alleged domestic violence. God, no, sorry, somebody got me. That's an old article.
Oh, okay. All right, well, why don't we just wait to see? But it was Schefter that put that out there.
Yes.
Okay.
And I did make sure I didn't get got. It's the real Shefty.
Okay, well, that's important too. Yeah, Adam will be with us Thursday at 1:40.
I've lost a day this week.
I understand. You're in Abu Dhabi.
No, I thought today was Wednesday.
I understand. Your head's
Which it is Wednesday in Abu Dhabi.
Your head's with the Nuggets, which is completely understandable. They're in Abu Dhabi, so your head's in Abu Dhabi.
My head's in Abu Dhabi.
When are these games, by the way? What time are they happening?
At 10 a.m. I'm actually calling with Cause.
So are those games going to be here on the radio at 10 a.m.?
No. That's not big enough for the radio. We're going to put on 950.
Oh, okay. Well, that is the radio, too. The 950 is also
so if you want to listen to the Nuggets game, it's going to be on 950 at 10 a.m., I think.
I think that's great.
Pre-game, Dan, 9:30.
Hey, let me just say this as I'm thinking about this out loud. I'm not positive the personal that might be PEDs. That might be lumped into the same category.
Okay. Well, let's do some research on it.
If it's a negative or a positive test, then I think they would come
Because
out
4
and say
games,
PED.
that is typical PED stuff.
But if it's PEDs, and it was a positive test, they would come out and say positive. If it came back and it was like one that looked like it's been blanded or whatever you call it,
inconclusive,
and come back inconclusive, they might say, "Oh, well, you tried to mask something."
All right, well, let's do a little.
Well, Adam will know by Thursday.
Let's. We could probably just hit up Adam right now, bro. You want to call Adam? See if he could come on just real quick.
No.
No.
No, because if I don't want to call him now because if he knows the answer, is he not going to say it? He's going to say it, and if he doesn't know the answer, then we're wasting a hit for Thursday.
No, I'm not. It would be.
I
don't think it's got to be either or.
In addition,
listen.
In addition.
You getting paid for one appearance a day? You coming on 2-3 times?
All right. All of our guests join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find him at ramoslaw.com. We'll do some more research on this breaking news about Von Miller and hear more from the coordinators for CU as they talk about Travis Hunter. This is PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, why don't you go to the best car dealership in Colorado? Don't waste your time driving all over trying to find that new car, truck, van, SUV of your dreams. I know you used to have shop all over Colorado when you're looking for a new vehicle. Not anymore. Go to Phil Long Ford because the inventory is incredible. Cars, trucks, vans, electric vehicles, as far as you can see. One-stop shopping, and you're going to get the best price. Don't have to haggle. Don't have to negotiate. You're just going to get the best price. I promise you they're going to respect it. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They know that your time is valuable, and you're going to love the experience. You're going to have a relationship with Phil Long Ford. That's what I have. I've been going over there since my rookie year in the NFL, the only car dealership that I deal with, because I formed a beautiful relationship. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer that comes into the doors over there at Phil Long Ford. Great. The interest rates are solid right now. Incentive deals are great. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a very long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Let's go to our ESPN insider, Adam Schefter, with the breaking news about Von Miller. What can you share with us, Adam?
Well, the NFL suspending Von Miller 4 games for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy, DMAC, and he's going to be eligible for reinstatement October 28th after the Bills' Week 8 game against the Seahawks. Now, we don't know exactly what happened here, but we do know that there was an incident back in 2023, accusations and allegations against Von Miller with the mother of his children, and I'm going to guess that it's related to that. But in all honesty, the news has just come down. We've got the Raiders open to trading Davante Adams, which just came down, the Browns' rookie defensive tackle getting suspended 5 games, which just came down. So you're asking me for information that's come down within the last 7 minutes all at once.
Wow.
And I obviously have to figure out exactly what's going on here.
All right, we'll get back on the phone and we'll talk to you on detail on Thursday. Thanks for hopping on with us, Adam.
You got it. Thank you very much.
There you go, Adam Schefter, our ESPN insider.
He thanked you.
There you go. Respect his time. But
And you know what? I know you, right?
Yes.
And I know the little subtle to make sure, because my fear is, I did my one hit. I don't have to, because there are a-holes to do it. I don't think Adams won.
Well, you did.
And we'll have you with your regular time Thursday. That's right. We'll see you there. Okay. Yeah, I know what you do. I know your game.
It's the benefit of having Adam Schefter as part of the number one sports talk station here in Denver, Colorado. That's what you do. That's how that goes.
Well, Adam brought back the domestic violence stuff, right? Which obviously is at the top of a lot of folks' minds. I was just purely speculating during the break that PEDs actually would make a lot of sense in theory. If for a dude that's in year 100 holding on for their career, he wouldn't be the first guy that ever done it. Adam doesn't know entirely. I don't know. I think Adam's probably got a gut. He's probably got a hunch.
I don't think he would mention what he mentioned if it wasn't leaning, not cemented, but if it wasn't leaning in that direction.
Yeah.
And the league will take its time investigating.
Well,
and if they thought there was some issues, they're almost like a civil court, right?
I think once they make a suspension, it's determined that the investigation is done, that they've figured it out to whatever degree. So we'll likely hear more news on this as time goes on. Unfortunate, obviously. Sad to hear about a guy that we love and respect. He just, Vaughn just, man, it's tough. Can be difficult when you're in a relationship that just has some sort of roller coaster moments, man, and Vaughn seems to have been in the middle of that quite a bit throughout his life.
I'll just say this as a guy that considers Vaughn a very close friend, and I really hope this doesn't come across the wrong way because I never want there to be any issues at all, specifically with domestic stuff. But as a friend, I'm a bit relieved that it's old stuff, that it's not something new, because that's always another fear also, right? So felt like he was going to survive that one because it's been a long time now. It felt like he was going to survive that one. I guess I'm just a bit curious as to the timing of why now. Was there some court case that had to be resolved?
The NFL does not require a court ruling in order to determine punishment. That happened a long time ago. It does not matter.
So why?
It used to.
There could have been a settlement. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, boy, the timing just feels very unusual. It's been a long time.
I think, well, we'll see what happens. Why don't we wait a little bit and we'll just sort of see where it goes. How about that?
In other words, get it right instead of speculate.
Mm-hmm.
Saying that, just came across on ESPN that Davante Adams, the Raiders, have let teams know he is available and they want at least a second-round pick and other compensation.
You realize that means he faked that hamstring injury before.
It has to.
Of course.
Not the first.
That's wild, man. Talk about falling apart. And, sometimes you see bad body language on the sidelines and it doesn't mean all that much.
You talking about Springer?
No, his body language is spectacular. It's just getting ready for another award-winning show open. I mean, just one banger
those
after the other.
openers are pretty solid. I'm not going to lie.
I get
that immediately gets me dialed into that show.
Yeah, Dan. Anyways, this is a meltdown of nice proportions there for the Raiders. 31 years of age. He ain't that old. Come on, man.
Yeah. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound that old. There's a lot of mileage on that body, brother.
Would you take Davante Adams for the next 2 years, considering what the Broncos have?
Yeah, of course.
He's got $72 million with 2 more years of a contract, but none of it's guaranteed.
Would it be a trip if he was traded to the Broncos this week and they play the Raiders this week? How wild would that be?
Yeah.
The Raiders would make sure the trade not happen until like Monday.
What would you trade for Davante Adams? If it's nothing, it's nothing. But what would you give up for Davante Adams?
Oh, I would definitely be interested. I'm not saying I'm out on Davante Adams.
What would you give up?
Third
rounder.
Yeah, maybe you could talk me into second probably. Here's the problem. It's not for me. It's not so much about the age as it is. We already know this dude has been unhappy multiple times in his career. I find it very unlikely that he's going to come to Denver in the twilight of his career when he's looking for championships and he's looking for a well-oiled machine, that he's going to come here and be a happy camper.
Does he have a no-trade no trade deal?
But he can do what he's doing right now. He can be an unhappy camper. He can fake an injury. He can do whatever. So when a guy's got precedent of that, I would concern, is Denver the right place for him?
I don't know, man. I like to stick it to people I hate, so him coming to Denver would certainly, be something. Listen, there's got to be other people that want Davante Adams, though, I would think. I think the Raiders would be able to easily. And I think
why the hell would the Chiefs not want him?
Well, they probably would, but the Raiders wouldn't do that for the same reason they wouldn't do the Broncos. I would say it screams that the Saints would want to try to get him.
It's screaming Jets.
Jets, I think Saints would be in the conversation.
But again, why would you do a deal if you're the Raiders with a team in the same conference?
It's a little different. It's not as close to home.
Okay. I think if all things are equal, though,
So it's NFC only?
I think Davante Adams would want to go with somebody that he's got a close relationship with.
No, I'm saying for the Raiders' point of view. Like, it's NFC or nothing.
We'll see how much they hate his guts.
How about Cleveland and pull back one of their wide receivers and a second pick?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, you're saying you get Amari Cooper, you get Jerry Jeudy.
Get Amari Cooper or Jerry Jeudy and the second-round pick.
Yeah.
We'll see what the Raiders do, but I'm just excited that they are going through this type of crap this week. And yeah, they did beat the Browns, but it was not a pretty
And you
game.
have lost 8 straight games to them.
You know what, man?
They are a hot mess right now, aren't they? They are a hot mess.
They are a hot mess.
By the way, Brock Bowers does lead all tight ends in receptions.
Super.
Last week they were talking about changing the quarterback. They ended up sticking with him. They had that drama going on. Davante ends up sitting out. Now you got a coach playing childish games. Look, Antonio Pierce, I don't care that you don't like Davante Adams. I really don't care. That's fine. Why are you playing childish games, liking tweets about getting rid of the dude?
Got me, and there's maybe a reason why he wasn't talking to Davante. That's pretty obvious right now. So there's bad blood there, and now they're a mess going into this Broncos game. Bring it on.
And if that was one of those fake hammies, and Pierce seems like he's a little bit of old school, maybe he knew that, and that's why he did like the tweet.
Agreed. It's a mess. It's the Raiders being the Raiders.
Jerry Jeudy and a second-round pick for Davante Adams. Do you do that if you're Cleveland or Raiders?
No, I definitely don't do that if I'm Cleveland.
Why?
Because Jerry Jeudy has big-time possibilities on the long term, and they've made a big investment in. You can roll your eyes all you want.
By the way, Tyler has less catches.
I was just looking it up. What's he doing this year?
He's got at 18 receptions.
I gotcha. And they got big problems there. Jerry Jeudy isn't one of them. They got to figure out how to get him more involved.
Did you just say Jerry Judy's not a problem?
He's not a problem. Of the problems the Browns have, Jerry Jeudy is not one of them. They've got other bigger issues. Their biggest issue is their quarterback's a bizarro, a weirdo.
And you owe him
you have no possible way out.
Yes.
You think Russell Wilson was a bad deal.
Jerry Jeudy is actually playing okay for them, and he's not creating any kind of problems. He's whatever with Jerry Jeudy there.
I'm just saying they want other compensation. Is Jerry Jeudy, though, better than Davante Adams?
Well, from the Raiders,
and you get 2 years of contract. It's not guaranteed. So if you needed to save money, you could just let Davante go after this year.
From the Raiders' point of view, it's a hell of a deal because you're getting rid of Davante, you're getting another talented wide receiver back.
Well, we'll see where it goes, man. What an interesting moment there. It was great that Adam had the time to just jump on with us real quick. But that is going on right now. Davante Adams will be traded at some point, it seems. And by the way, we haven't even talked, sadly, about what's going on with Christian. I feel terrible for Christian right now, man. He's got to be going through something that he must be pondering if this is the end for him right now, which is awful. Have you guys kept up with this Christian story at all? Are you aware with what's going on?
Yep.
Yep, Achilles tendonitis, man. It's no joke. Chris Harris Jr., our Chris Harris, he put out a tweet this morning that he was struggling with that for the last 2 or 3 years of his career. And he said, it's just today that I feel like I got my Achilles back, right? So that's an injury that it's tough to overcome.
And that could be out for the season at the least.
If they're being smart, they probably should. Just, pack it in. We need you. We need you. Let's get you healthy.
So is their season about to circle down the drain too?
Well, they've had other injuries too.
You never know this year with the Broncos, guys. You got to kind of hang in there.
Here we go.
You kind of never know. That's what makes the NFL so fun.
Well, there was somebody on the text line just wrote, trade Devontae Adams for Bo Nix and then go all in for Shedeur.
Let's go.
Are we doing mock drafts?
Give me my theme music.
No. By the way, in Miami, Mike McDaniel has said we've got to do whatever it takes, some sort of like we got to do something here about their quarterback situation.
Oh, you said that?
He did.
Okay.
Do the Dolphins make a move for a quarterback sometime this week?
Well, if you said it, then probably
you got to
yes.
wait till week 8. He's not eligible to come back till week 8, I read.
Tua? Well, if you're 1-7, man, your season is over, and what's the point of having him come back?
They don't like Snoop Huntley?
We had his parents in the crowd last night. You see that?
If they are just trying to survive like 3 or 4 games, they should make a deal for Russ. He would give them their best shot to try to get through like 3 or 4 games.
If they're trying to win.
Yeah, and Fields has done enough to cement himself as, the starter the rest of the year, even though they lost this week. He actually played pretty well. Lots of drama. Of note, the Nuggets, Scott, have landed in Abu Dhabi.
Yep.
What time is it in Abu Dhabi right now?
2:55.
Do you really know?
It's 10 hours behind, so
10 hours behind?
12:55 a.m.
Wait a second. It's 10 hours behind?
Or ahead. No,
it's 12:55 a.m.
Oh, so it's 12:55 in the morning.
Correct.
So they're going back to bed again.
Nate, what do you call Nate earlier?
Dum-dum.
Okay. Him and Andy are coming up next.
Dum-dum and Lindahl.
Give you all the breaking news on this Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday.
Or Dumb and Dumber.
Or Wednesday. Van down by the river. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
At the end of the day, 1-7 doesn't create any of it. So people can say what they want, but I'm just chilling, trying to be the model for, not stirring the pot and just locking in and doing what I got to do.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Andy, can I give you my my favorite NFL stat that I saw so far here?
You've got one.
On this very day after the Week 4 Sunday.
I'll give you my least favorite stat when we're done.
This is apropos of nothing because I have nowhere else to fit this in. But I just wanted to give it. Sam Darnold.
Hey, keep that drop.
I know, right? Apropos of nothing, and yet I'm going to say it anyway. The Kreckman and Lindahl Show story.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Maybe that's what we can call the new bit. Apropos of nothing. Here was my apropos of nothing topic for today. Welcome in, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Tuesday. We do a really stupid show, okay? Let's just start dumb. Unless did you have something with any gravity to it?
I got a little something, but hey, man, we got 3 hours. I want some more.
That's some serious
3 hours.
gravity right there today. So I was thinking about the Chiefs.
Why?
Because I think about football.
Okay.
It's one of those things that I do. And because here's where I sit today. All right? I'll take you down the rabbit hole of my brain. All right? I think we're going to have a Lions-Ravens Super Bowl.
Really?
That's where I'm at.
All right, look at you.
After 4 weeks of the season.
Calling your shot.
Lions-Ravens Super Bowl is where I'm at. I got to be honest with you, I don't remember what I said before the start of the year. So I think right now as I sit here today, Lions-Ravens Super Bowl. And Lions because their offense rules. And Ben Johnson kicks ass, and Jared Goff doesn't throw incompletions anymore. He had more touchdown catches than incompletions last night, which is incredible. But then I'm thinking about the AFC. Who's going to come out of the AFC? I think the Ravens are the most complete team. All right? I think the Chiefs have problems. And the thing that worries me about the Chiefs is what that offense now looks like without Rashee Rice. And then, because I'm dumb, my brain went, what's the best kind of box of rice to buy at the grocery store? And then I literally started power ranking them in my head.
Yeah, I did a microwave bag a week ago.
How was it?
It wasn't good.
No?
It was dry.
No. I gave it thought, and like I want to say something exotic, like a nice like a Zatarain's red beans and rice, which I do.
Oh, look at you.
I do like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're fancy?
Oh, it's very good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I recommend. They got in the in the deli section, they got an andouille sausage. You throw those on the grill, you slice those up, you put them in with the Zatarain's. It's a half-hour dinner that you've put no effort into.
It's like you're on the bayou.
Very much. Yes.
You're driving that little big fan boat.
Crawdads everywhere. Hoodat or whatever.
Sweating in a straw hat or something. I don't know.
Yes.
Fishing.
Right.
What else they do in Louisiana?
Whatever they do. Yeah. I can't understand a word they say.
Yeah. Let's just go back to every Waterboy reference we can come up with.
Talk like Ed Orgeron, whatever it is. All right. So that was what I was going to say. But no, I had to give it further thought. And does this make me lame? Number one is just a good old-fashioned rice-a-roni rice pilaf.
Okay.
Nothing to it. And I always add a little bit more butter when I initially like to, kind of fry up the vermicelli a little bit. Then you add that water, you add that flavor pack, you walk away, you come back in 23 minutes, whatever it is, Andy, and it's heaven. I could eat an entire box of that stuff right now. And I had a donut before the start of the show today.
Yeah, we got a guy bringing his donuts.
Desert Donuts is here.
And he had a bunch of cool ones.
I know. They had an entire box of all these exotic donuts, and I took the chocolate.
Which is a good call.
It was phenomenal.
How can you go wrong with that? They've got the maple bacon, I think it is.
They make them fresh to order in the shop.
Really? Okay.
Yes. And it was still warm. He was like, oh, if you get them in the shop, they're even better. These are like 20 minutes old. They were fantastic. So I'm a huge, huge fan. But anyway, power ranking grocery store boxes of rice. That was my apropos of nothing topic for today.
See, that the only snag we run into.
You got a
is
snag there?
I don't really do the rice.
Oh,
Now,
you don't
we'll
do rice?
the noodles in the little packet.
Ah.
I don't even remember what brand it was. Knorr's, I think it is.
Do you want to? Then the topic could evolve to what is
Just side dish?
is the best boxed grocery store side dish.
Yeah.
In which case, like, it's tough for me to top Kraft macaroni and cheese.
See, for what you're talking,
Mhm.
I will put a roast in the old crock pot.
All right.
And then we'll do a little of the
I'm listening.
stroganoff noodles.
Okay.
Just a kiss of sour cream of your own in there.
I'm interested.
Then you mash up the beef, you throw it on the noodles.
Mm-hmm.
Magic.
Yeah.
Kids think you tried.
Yeah.
Kids are
Mhm.
like, you tried at dinner tonight.
Mhm.
I did. I slaved.
Yeah.
No, it was easy. The crock pot does it all. 15 minutes of cooking a noodle.
And you look
You're
brilliant.
good to go.
You look brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until you're doing this because there's some,
Because the amount of sodium in
yeah,
the dish.
you're pumping your own chest there.
Paul's
you
talking.
don't want to die.
Paul's talking up Uncle Ben.
Yeah, the Uncle Ben. That's what I did, man. It's just the
No
chicken
good?
rice.
No
Yeah, It's
good?
dry. Wasn't great.
You microwaved it?
Yeah,
Man.
I was lazy.
It's a choice.
I was lazy. I'll admit I was lazy.
Yeah.
Everything's better when you try harder. Now, where do you fall on the hamburger helper? That's a box something? Hamburger helper used to be big fun. Now hamburger helper is just I'm missing a segment of the show if I have hamburger helper.
I don't think
the
I've
night
had
before.
hamburger helper since I was 11.
Ooh, potatoes au gratin. That's a good call. That's a darn good call.
Anyway, these are all Rashee Rice.
I feel like we
influenced
just
topics.
did the Matthew McConaughey commercial with Christian McCaffrey, who, judging by the updates, going to have plenty of time to keep doing more. Like everything.
He's got time on his hands.
It's just nothing but cryptic tweets about what's going on with his Achilles.
What's happening with him now?
They're both bugging him. And everyone's just going, well, it's not good. Ah, great. Great.
Doesn't seem good.
I'd like to know this before, if nothing else, half of us took him number one in the fantasy draft.
It's a bad situation.
Yeah, man, this isn't good. I mean, I'd like to joke about it. The problem is, he
He's on
gave
your
us
team.
one of the greatest interviews ever.
Mhm.
So I was doing the show with his dad, and we didn't often, Lisa didn't come in a lot. His kids didn't come in. You get it. You want to lay out. You don't always bring in the family connections because you don't want something to go awry. But when Christian did declare for the NFL draft, he did agree to do an interview with us. Me and Romy were like, come on, you got to get him on. We just, the one time.
Book your kid.
And so it was funny because I started kind of making fun of his dad, as I'm prone to do. And he, of course, was getting a big kick out of it. And then he started giving his dad a hard time because I was like, well, what are you going to do with your signing bonus? He goes, I don't know. Maybe I'll buy a boat, Dad. How do you feel about me buying a boat? And then, of course, Ed, oh, you're going to invest that. You're not buying a boat. He goes, no, I'm going to buy a boat. And then he gets drafted by Carolina, so it could have been more perfect because he had water to own a boat by.
He's got boat money.
He
has got boat
I do think he ended up buying a boat.
Good.
So
if you have boat money, it's incumbent upon you to have a boat.
Right.
Yes.
And he does.
Good.
He had quite the spread at Carolina. He showed it on his Instagram all the time.
I don't even like the phrase "FU money." I like the phrase "boat,
boat
money."
That's
Yeah.
right. Because you know what? My uncle's got a boat.
Uh-huh.
And he says it stands for something. It's like bank on another 1,000 or
I've
something
heard
like that.
about-
Is
yes.
it? Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they tell me. Mhm.
It's just always apparently broken. So anyway, I'm bummed about Christian. I don't know what this is all going to mean. The Niners to me are becoming. I told this to you yesterday. I know that they got some backups playing well, but man, when you got everybody healthy, you got to take advantage of it. You got to get this thing done. I hate to say it.
They were close.
The Avs got a little of that going on too. Now, they did take advantage of it, but my man, since that one cup, you and I are getting ready to stack a couple more in the pantry
Tough
next
to
to
do.
the Uncle Ben's rice.
Yeah. And then Landeskog.
Hasn't quite worked out that way.
And then Nichushkin.
So I'm really hoping this is going to be it.
Problems hit you. Yeah. That's the thing about sports.
At what point do you want to have the Devontae Adams conversation? Hey, we don't have to have it right now.
We can get beefy.
No.
We can get beefy today on the show.
We need to delve into the beef at
Yes.
some point.
Yes. Wait, are you going to do the Broncos should
But,
trade?
oh, come on, baby. Oh, come on.
I am coming on your come on. Okay?
Please rephrase
Save that forever.
Please
Save that forever.
rephrase
Yes.
that.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Now, if we're all feeling saucy, I do
Knock
have
it
I
off.
have a legitimate
Stop.
new question
Stop.
for you. But it is all in the same vein.
Don't trade any of your draft picks. Keep your draft picks. Draft young, cheap, good talent. Don't mess
but
with it.
let me ask you this.
This team that is scoring 13 points a game on offense is not worth giving up any future draft capital for.
For the sake of our already apparently tense marriage, according to some listeners.
We have a tense radio marriage?
I don't think so, but I get it. I'm sure it comes off that way sometimes. People don't realize that we will yell at each other and then go to break and be like, hey, you need some water? Because it's radio, folks. These are all like big radio personalities. They're not real personalities.
We don't take this very
Yeah,
seriously.
we really don't.
I don't know if you guys know that or not. We
yeah.
just ranked Rice.
Yeah. I don't care for Rice.
Uh-huh.
So in the order of what you and I are trying to accomplish, how about I don't just ask you a question?
Good job.
And when we come back, I will give you the question that pertains to Davante Adams, but it is a bigger topic.
What's the question?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Sean, because I'm sure you'll weigh in.
No. Come on. No.
I just got a picture from a listener of the rice aisle in the grocery. Look at
Yeah.
this. Look at this photo that just came in. That is a Safeway rice aisle right there that was
We
just
were
sent
just
to
there
us.
a week ago.
We were.
Almost.
We love stopping by Safeway. Our Twitch feed is brought to you by our friends at Safeway. Order online. You get your rice online. Safeway does the rest. They deliver the rice to you. Get easy delivery or free pickup of the rice, Andy. With the same great deals, get started at Safeway.com and order to cart. Just load your rice up right there. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. We have got baseball in progress right now. Why are the games not on the television? Anyway.
I didn't get in here soon enough. What, is this not it? Isn't that it? Is New York not playing?
Well, no,
I thought
that's
New York came back and won.
That's the Mets-Brewers game, which is just about to start, but we got 2 games in progress right now. Detroit's a 3-0 lead on Houston as they go to the bottom of the ninth. So the Astros trying to come back and get back in this thing and maybe tie it up or win it in the bottom of the ninth. Skubal was lights out today for the Tigers. Kansas City and Baltimore, no score right now in the bottom of the 5th. The Mets are in Milwaukee where they almost never win, plus the Mets had to play 2 games yesterday. And, oh, yeah, don't forget about the Braves in San Diego tonight at 6:30. How about that, okay? You make the postseason. Your reward was play a doubleheader on Monday and then fly clear across the country to open up a series against the Padres who have just been hanging out. Yeah. Thank you, Hurricane Helene. You've messed some things up. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yeah, come-ons all over the place, and you can do with that
No
what you
HR to
will
be seen.
on Altitude Sports Radio.
Don't take it so hard, Tony. I got traded for Wade Boggs and a side of rice pilaf.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
That's one of those other just seeds that was planted in my brain when I was a kid. Denny's commercial, 1996, for free baseball cards with like a Grand Slam breakfast. That was Sammy Sosa telling Tony Gwynn, don't take it so hard. I got traded for Wade Boggs and a side of rice pilaf.
Well,
but I have to say it every single time in Sammy Sosa voice, which I don't think would be appropriate to repeat on the radio. Breaking news out of the NFL, Andy. Adam Schefter tweeting this out a few minutes ago. NFL suspending Von Miller 4 games for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. Von will be eligible for reinstatement October 28th following the Bills' Week 8 game against the Seahawks.
All right.
Mm-hmm. All right, Andy.
All right.
What do we make of this, okay? Here's some more of the details. Suspension stems from allegations. Miller assaulted his pregnant girlfriend last year. We remember the story. Miller turned himself in on an arrest warrant for a charge of third-degree felony assault on November 30th. Miller has said the allegations are false and overblown. Well, the NFL seems to disagree. According to a police affidavit regarding the alleged assault, November 29th, Miller twice put his hands on the neck of the woman, pulled out a chunk of her hair, and threw her onto a couch. The woman was treated for minor injuries, including bruising on her neck, officers wrote. Miller said back in July no charges were ever officially filed and believed the case to be closed. The NFL had been conducting a separate investigation, clearly. Andy, Von Miller is a guy who his off-field sloppiness affected him early on in his career with the Broncos, to the point where he was suspended 6 games, to the point where the NFL even considered possibly banning him for life for trying to coerce a drug tester. He was missing court dates, but it was all stupid stuff. It was speeding tickets and nonsense like that. But he's missing court dates. His name just kept popping up into negative headlines. The 2013 season, which is one of the all-time great ones in Bronco history, was a complete disaster for him. He was barely on the field. He was suspended 6 games. He came back. He was overweight. He got injured. He's trying to go to the Seahawks Super Bowl party after they blow out the Broncos in the Super Bowl. All right? Von Miller is a dude that, great player. There's no doubt about that. He's a Hall of Famer in my mind. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He's one of the great Broncos of all time. But a guy that has, when I read this story and when I see this, and again, this doesn't even go into, and you can go on the gossip sites and you can see text messages between he and the girlfriend, and it's just, it's a lot of bad stuff. The word that just keeps coming to mind with me with Von Miller, and I'm not trying to accuse away the seriousness of any of this, but it's immaturity. It is immaturity that all these years later, as good of a player as he was, as good in the community as he was, because he was when he was here in Denver, but just a massively immature dude that didn't know how to live a clean life off the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. The problem, what's troubling about this situation is this just seems like a toxic relationship.
Extremely.
And they're not good for each other.
Yeah.
This came up. I believe we said this is the same person that he had the issue with in Denver near the end of his time.
Andy, when we talked about it on the air, and again, when we were going through this, when the details were all out, I said, wow, they both seem terrible in this whole thing.
Yeah, nobody really came out looking good.
No. Now, he's the only one that plays in the NFL and the only one that the league could punish because they take any sort of domestic allegations very seriously.
But there was not, I mean, if this one involves bruising, I don't believe that was part of the story last time.
It was.
Right?
Yeah.
It was?
It was the hair pulling and all of that.
Okay.
Yeah. It
all
was.
Right.
He allegedly slammed her laptop, smashed that, took away the phone. It was a whole thing. Yeah. It was the incident was gross. But both of those people need to be in a different situation.
Now they do. I'm a little surprised people from both their lives haven't just said, that you guys just aren't the best for each other.
Probably have.
So
I would hope they did.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, man, I was wondering, does Buffalo try to get out of Vaughn's contract with this?
He's been okay this year. He's got 3 sacks. I mean,
he was a lot of money for okay.
He was invisible last year.
Well, he was hurt.
I mean, they desperately need anybody they can get on their defense.
I mean, he came back from an ACL injury last year, right?
Yeah. I mean, if anything, again, I'm not trying to be crass about any of this, but if you're Buffalo and you got a 35-year-old pass rusher that you're paying that kind of money to, and you're Buffalo, you're going to be a playoff team regardless, then you're probably looking at it going, maybe 35-year-old Von Miller taking a month off ain't the worst thing.
Is any of this going to be tough for his Hall of Fame? Does this matter? Does this come up?
It'll come up.
Just because
I think it will come up.
Twice of this.
Von Miller, yeah, and
twice of this kind of thing.
What's wild about it, Andy, is the year that this went, it was year 3 of his career. It was coming off of his 18.5 sack season in his second year. That was the year that him and Doomerville were just lights out.
Right.
In 2012. They were unbelievable. And then 2013, he's a mess. He's a huge mess off the field. Like, after 18.5 sacks the year before that, you're looking at Von Miller and you're going, this guy's going to be the highest paid pass rusher in the league. Then he's a complete mess, and you're just sitting there going, should the Broncos be committing to this? They could they could franchise him a couple of times and keep him around through his prime. They could have done that. Instead, Von, at least as far as the public was aware, cleaned up his act to the point where he goes out in 2015 and he wins the Super Bowl MVP. He was incredible. He was the best player on one of the great defenses in the history of the NFL. To me, that year,
and the best player in the Super Bowl.
He solidified himself as a Hall of Famer that year. Then Elway fights him over the contract the whole offseason. Von doesn't blink. He gets a $70 million guaranteed. And it seemed like he had his head screwed on straight. And he was pretty good for the length of that contract.
Yeah, he was.
Team was lousy around him. They had no quarterback.
Yeah, the last year, the thing when they finally traded him, we always talk about that moment where they had the zipline camera going back and forth, and they caught Vaughn just staring up at the sky.
Oh, he was so frustrated.
In Cleveland on a Thursday night,
so
as
frustrated.
Cleveland's running, their third running back and a backup quarterback, and they couldn't even seem to compete with them.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, look, I think it's too bad. I think we all want to love Vaughn.
He's an all-time great Bronco.
But it's tough to hear stories like this. I can't, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's tough to hear stories like this. And I'm not even
not
sure.
Appealing.
Story is that even the right word for it? It's tough to hear about these things going on.
And again,
especially when years ago, I would have thought you guys would have maybe just decided, hey, I don't know.
NFL digging into the whole thing.
Yeah. Because again,
separate investigation and just saying, now we got to do something about this.
I'm trying to remember, how did it even end last time? Did everybody just drop charges and walk away friends? Is that why the NFL's like, all right, we're looking into this one?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
It's the standard messy domestic violence. He said, she said. It becomes tough to prove. How hard does she want to go with it? She's no saint either, to be clear.
Right.
And the entire thing was just an absolute dumpster fire. And this is the result. He gets suspended 4 games. And this is good. This is on his resume. To your point, this is on his resume. I don't think it keeps him out of the Hall of Fame, but it's gonna get brought up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Someone writes in, stop being naive and won't affect him. Lawrence Taylor got into the Hall of Fame. It was a different time when Lawrence Taylor got in. Not everybody's personal business was out there. Remember, Lawrence Taylor was out of the league by the time we started hearing about the cocaine and everything else. And the women, they did the documentary. Now, look, do I think it's going to prevent him from the Hall of Fame?
Girls, don't you mean girls, not women? Girls.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Literally a quote from Lawrence Taylor, right. I don't card them.
You're right. You're right. Yeah. So, but a lot of that came out in the documentary long after he'd been put into the Hall and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
This is out before. And some guys, again, it maybe wasn't even about some of the off-the-field stuff, but I know plenty of people that were irate that Terrell Owens had to wait as long as he did to get in the Hall, and a lot of people thought it's just because he was a bad teammate, and it sat unwell with the voters. Now, maybe this doesn't prevent him from getting in on the first vote, but maybe it does. I don't know. Depends on how this one all shakes out.
Terrell Owens is one of the best receivers of our lifetime.
And who vouched for it? You want to know, and this is where I was kind of surprised about it, okay? I was doing the show with Ed when he finally got in, and I mean, when we got the word, Ed went off on one of the angriest tirades I'd ever seen the man have about it is complete horse bleep that Terrell Owens had to wait this long to get in.
Yeah.
Because Ed was like, about on the field, there was nobody better than Ed was just raving about the guy, which maybe tells you maybe he wasn't the worst teammate as everybody made him out to be. But again, those kind of things made him wait his turn a little bit. This is the kind of thing that might make Vaughn wait his turn.
Terrell Owens was the only receiver that I ever saw make Champ Bailey look bad when Champ was in his prime.
Right.
Okay. Obviously, Torrey Smith made him look really bad in that last game against Baltimore, but I'm talking prime Champ. T.O. he was something else. He was on another level.
Oh, yeah.
He was just that good of a player.
Just so ridiculous.
Yeah. And that big of a pain in the rump.
All right. I want to transition to this question on you.
Okay. Transition away.
Because frankly, this bums me out. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know. It bums me out for all the people involved, frankly. I really wish, just get away from each other, please. Please. Might be a more peaceful life for everyone involved. All right. The classic question, because Davante Adams is out there. He is now, for those that missed it, the beef is out. He did hear from somebody that apparently Antonio Pierce may have been talking about him with people making business decisions. It started this morning with an interview with Kay Adams and him making some comments, and here we are. By the time we hit the showtime, his trade request is in. The reporting is that the Raiders have told the whole league, hey, we're willing to listen. I'm sure they called the Jets first thing.
Yeah.
You look like you could use another guy, this kind of thing, all that. I know here's where I don't want to give you the traditional question for the traditional conversation you and I have had. Should the Broncos trade draft picks for Davante Adams? The easy answer is no, because still right now, from the evidence we've had to this point, the Broncos may be better than we thought, but you're probably looking at a top 10, top 15 pick, right? Mm-hmm. That's not going anywhere. And so that means that you'll be picking about that high in the second round too. Okay?
Need those picks.
And the last reporting I saw, and I don't even remember which insider because they all blew up with the reporting on Davante once out and what the Raiders are asking. I saw one that said a second-round pick and some other stuff. Okay?
If Les Snead once said, bleep them picks, I want to marry these picks. I want to spoon these picks. I want to couple up with these picks.
You want to raise these picks.
I want to cuddle
settle
them.
Down.
I want to hold hands with them, Andy.
Okay.
You know how I get
But so here's where I would ask you this, though. We've now seen 4 games of Bo Nix.
Yep.
I'm not overly impressed with what I've seen, and you and I put that out on the air. How bad, though, what hasn't changed since any regular season tape of Bo Nix is this team doesn't have a lot of playmakers, and they continue to not look like they got a lot of playmakers.
Right.
How tough is the evaluation of what you got? Look, I don't think Bo Nix is a win a game by himself kind of guy.
No.
But could Bo Nix be a guy that does get the ball to a playmaker in opportune positions to where, again, his skill set could be more utilized? Because the thing for me is, look, I wouldn't be telling you that Broncos they don't need a Tyreek Hill running down the sideline because I don't know if the arm strength's there or the accuracy on some of the deep balls to hit him all the time. But if Davante Adams can shake loose in space and give me a little bit more of what we saw out of Cortland Sutton with a wide open area to throw to, does that not give you a better read on what your quarterback right now is? Is that, for that reason alone, would it be more intriguing to talk about a trade? Because how good can the evaluation be when the skill players, again, and I don't know. Maybe the skill players, I thought Cortland did a great job of making a play for him on his first touchdown because that thing was heading out of bounds.
Yep.
And he jumps up, he makes a play, he drags those feet. He did it for Russ. That's the Cortland we want to see more of. You get paid, matter of fact, a lot of money to do that kind of thing. But I'm just asking you, how true a read? Like, would a couple more playmakers make the Bo Nix experiment look a little different?
Yes.
So then why not try to get a better read?
Because that's not the life you get to live. And that's not a good answer. That's not a fair or just answer. That's not even necessarily fair to Bo Nix. But that's not the life that you get to lead, okay? You are the team that gave Russell Wilson a 5-year contract extension and then cut him loose before the thing even kicked in, okay? You are the team that has not drafted an impact wide receiver since Cortland Sutton. What year did they draft him? 2019? 18, whatever it was?
18. You're right. 18.
Okay.
He was the Bradley Chubb second-round pick.
So
draft.
they have not drafted an impact player at that position since then. All right?
They've tried.
They've tried.
But they haven't.
But they have not. Jerry Jeudy, swing and a miss. KJ Hamler, swing and a miss. Marvin Mims, does he even play offense? So there you go. This is the bed that you made. Right now, your salary cap's a disaster. You need good, young, cheap players. There's signs of promise. Right now, you have Vance Joseph that is coaching a defense that has a single first-round pick on it, and it's a top-5 defense in the entire league. Vance Joseph is doing what good coaches are supposed to do right now. He is coaching a group of players to be better than their collective talent suggests they're supposed to be. Sean Payton presently is not doing that on offense. Is it tough with a rookie quarterback? There's no doubt about that. But the bed that the Broncos lie in is one where Sean Payton is going to have to develop Bo Nix with a bunch of okay wide receivers.
You bring up an intriguing point there. Kind of caught me off guard.
Okay.
Why is it that the defense is getting better, like you said, without a lot of first-round capital invested into it? And quite honestly, I don't think Zach Strief gets enough credit in this town for what he's doing. I'm not telling you that they've got the Broncos' 1998 offensive line that led Terrell Davis to 2,000 yards.
This group's been pretty good.
But the line doesn't stink. Now, again, I do think some of it is Bo Nix's quick release anyway, and sometimes maybe too quick. But I do think him getting rid of the ball helps a little bit.
And they've paid for it. They spent.
That's true. That's true.
They paid to have a good offensive line. The McGlinchey injury aside, they paid to have a good offensive line.
You're right, but can I also say, the Bulls thing has probably been fine. It's worked out fine. Not great, not bad, fine.
Yeah.
You overpaid for Powers. Bottom line, you overpaid for McGlinchey. That's what you do in free agency.
Yeah.
That's my only kind of problem. Like, I still think they're good players. I still think the coaching of Zach Strief is take that maybe a level above. I like what we're seeing out of Wattenberg this year. He's actually developed when it looked like he wasn't early on. Because he's a third-year guy or a second-year guy? I think he's a third-year guy, is he not?
Could be right.
Like, he had a lost year under Hackett. Miners.
Yeah, third-year guy. You're right.
Miners really is coming into his own as well, obviously, with the contract.
Great player.
But that's your guy. That's what you're hoping to do when you get in the draft. Why the hell is it not happening with the skill positions? Why are we not? Because you're right. They've given you first-round soil to try to grow seeds in when you get a Jerry Jeudy. KJ Hamler, that was no throwaway pick. They were picking high that year, too.
It was a second-rounder.
Mims, you traded up to get.
Yeah.
Why are none of these guys developing? Frankly, why isn't Cortland developing a little bit? I think Cortland's been fine, but would you ever been,
But also, Andy, okay, you had a year of Hackett disaster. One of the worst offensive coaches, one of the worst coaches we've ever seen. You had a year of Peyton over there grinding his molars over Russ hanging onto the ball and taking sacks. There hasn't been good infrastructure to develop skill position talent.
Yeah, but here we are with this defense this is a bunch of castaways. A lot of these are Vance Joseph guys.
I know. It's incredible. Really, VJ is doing a hell of a job right now.
I'm telling you, Brandon Jones is on par with, why do I always forget his name? The safety that we signed from Baltimore to finish off the no-fly zone.
Darian Stewart?
Stewart. Has he not got a little, again, I don't think they're the same type of player. Stewart was more of a hitter.
Yeah.
Kind of a near-the-line kind of safety
Brandon
dude.
Jones has been an impact
Brandon Jones
guy.
has been really good.
That's been a
really, through 4 games, really savvy signing.
The other thing VJ is doing is and he was loath to do this a little bit last year. But he's calling blitzes constantly. Broncos have the highest blitz rate in the entire NFL right now. So, again, this is a guy that's looking at it and going, okay, I don't have a bunch of world beaters out here on the edges or anything else like that. They're good, hard-nosed effort players or but like Jonathan Cooper or Nick Benito, they're not going to be approaching TJ Watt kind of contracts when they go onto the market. So what's his answer is, I'm just going to try and confuse the hell out of quarterbacks, and I'm going to send the house. And it's worked. The pressure has been great. I love watching this defense. I love watching an aggressive defense.
I also feel like it's been savvy blitzing.
Yes.
It's not been Larry Coyer 2005, Here comes the house.
Right.
Like you called it out the other day. The perfectly called zone blitz where Locke comes off the edge and the linebackers dropped, and frankly, Aaron Rodgers completely misread what he was looking at.
Yep. Him and Breece Hall are confused. That's one of those good plays. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, Dan Issel, legendary Nuggets coach, Dikembe Mutombo stories with Dan Issel. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, Kreckman and Lindahl on a Tuesday afternoon. We got power rankings as well. But a quick break. When we come back, Andy, baseball playoffs are underway. One team that is distinctly not in the playoffs is the Rockies. Any glimmers of hope from what we saw in 24? We'll tell you next. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. Rad Power Bikes. They've been in Denver for 3 years now. And in fact, they got a brick and mortar store at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. You can stop in and test ride a Rad Power Bike today. Benefits of Rad Power Bikes. They're built for everyday use. If you're a commuter or you need hauling utility for your life or your job, Rad Power Bikes are perfect for you. Replace your expensive car with a super fun and affordable e-bike. That's right, guys. When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. If you're looking for a car replacement, get a Radwagon, cargo, and utility bike. You put the kids on the back, haul groceries, whatever you need. And right now, at AltitudeSportsRadio.com, you can enter to win a Radster Trail e-bike. Enter online right now at AltitudeSportsRadio.com/Radster. We got open entry through November 29th. But that's right, we're giving you an opportunity to win your own Radster Trail e-bike. Again, go to AltitudeSportsRadio.com to enter. RadPowerBikes.com. Check out the full lineup or go check out their shop at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's AltitudeSportsRadio.com. Want to throw in just one quick additional. You may have heard it there in the break, but we are giving away an e-bike right now at AltitudeSportsRadio.com/Radster. You can register to win right now a Radster Trail e-bike, open entry through November 29th. So go and sign yourself up, and your name could be drawn, and you could have an e-bike, which they are extremely fun. And if you get one, you'll want to ride it every single day. RadPowerBikes.com. Check out the full lineup, but Rad Power Bikes win a Radster Trail e-bike that we are giving away right now at AltitudeSportsRadio.com/Radster. They must be fans of the movie.
Can I get in?
You can. Yes. I don't know if you can win, but you can get in. Mm-hmm.
I don't believe I can.
61 and 101, Andy. 61 and 101. Second worst year in franchise history in the books for the Rocks. Hey, only last year was worse. Okay. Let's look for signs of life with this thing right now.
Okay.
All right. I can't find him. Brenton Doyle had a good year.
Yes.
Led the club. 4 wins above replacement. Outstanding Gold Glove caliber center field that he is playing. But 764 OPS, led the club. 53rd in baseball. Your best offensive player is 53rd in baseball. Tovar right behind him at 54th in OPS at 763. Those are not good numbers. Not that they're... That's fine if that's, your third and fourth best offensive talents, not 1 and 2.
Brenton Doyle was the best offensive player this year?
Sure was.
I had no idea.
Sure was. Mm-hmm. Tovar hit 26 home runs. He got a 295 on base. That's not good enough. That's just not good enough. Tolia hit 25 home runs. He, struck out 147 times. Hell, Tovar struck out 200 times. Rockies had the highest strikeout rate in baseball at 27%, and they were 25th in walk rate at 7.5%. That's a bad combo. Really bad. Park adjusted, runs created, 29th in baseball. That's just kind of overall offense. Only the White Sox were worse. So that's the place the Rockies are operating right now. Offensively, it's not good. All right, well, how was the pitching?
Bullpen was not good. How was the starting pitching? Starting pitching all right at least?
No.
Yeah, it's good.
Staff ERA at 5.48, 30th in baseball. Strikeouts per 9, 7, 30th in baseball. There's only 30 teams. Walks per 9, 27th in baseball. Walking 3.6 batters a game. Led the majors in home runs allowed at 221, 1.4 home runs allowed per game. That's the most in baseball. And park-adjusted ERA was, you can't say it's a Coors Field thing because that was dead last in baseball as well.
Well, how many, didn't they set the record for most blown leads in the 9th inning or something like that?
Yeah.
Largest blown leads in the 9th inning?
Yep, pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah, so it was a long year, and I'm like,
okay.
You need a high-powered telescope.
All right.
To see something where you're like, okay, they're on their way back to respectability.
You brought this up yesterday. I like blood. I like Bud Black a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I do. I don't know. Asking the question, is it time for a fresh voice? Yeah, probably. But it's also time for some fresh prospects, some fresh talent to try to pull from an actual major league bullpen, from a reliable closer, not continuing to do the Justin Lawrence experience. No matter how much he goes out there and blows leads, they still trot him out there because that's all you got. I mean, this is what's hard about baseball. There are not a lot of quick fixes. This isn't football where you can hopefully go win the offseason, sign 50, 4 or 5 guys and think you're going to compete. It's certainly not basketball where a couple of moves can put you right back in the thick of things. I don't know how you solve this. Your farm system, is just okay.
It's only
right?
okay.
It's okay
Yeah,
at
it's
best.
only okay.
You have some intriguing prospects from around the league.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like, see, when the Cubs and the Astros and all this team did this, they lost a couple years, right, in a row of 100 games, but then they had this just flood of talent coming up from this farm system that they had been, coaching up and you don't have that here. There's no Todd and the Toddlers showing up next year.
No, and what really concerns me about what's going on with them is like, you go through the top prospects in the system and – like, yes, Chase Dollander is your number 2 prospect, and he looks like he's ticketed to be a good major league pitcher. Who else you got? It's they hope that investing in Marquez and Senzatella and these guys have pitched too many innings at Coors Field. They
and
can't
I know
stay
there's
healthy.
a couple guys in the really lower ranks but again. The lower ranks, first off, sometimes they don't even make it here to the big leagues.
It's a long way away.
There's
an eternity and probably a surgery or two between there and where you need to get to.
And look, Jason Hirsch has told us 1,000 times. They don't even have like the same philosophy all the way up through the system. They're not
good. You have to have that.
If you were to move on from Bud Black, though, don't you have to also move on from Bill Schmidt?
Yeah.
I just don't think it's one or the. You got to do both.
I don't think they will.
All right. Why does Bud? How about I ask it from this point of view? Bud Black, good baseball man. Why does he come back for this? Just the job, the paycheck? I mean, it's
a good life.
It's a good life. But you've now got 2 years in a row where you lost 100 games.
I mean,
isn't there some competitive pride for a guy like him?
People are okay with that sometimes here. Chris Bryant didn't have it.
What is going on with him? What is even going on with him? Do we know?
His foot's screwed up. His back is arthritic, and he's got 4 more years on the contract. Oh, it's death. It's a killer. It's an absolute killer. Yeah.
Charlie Blackmon's gone. Who are you going to You know what? Again, Dick Monfort has always been good about at least having 2 big contracts on the team.
Hunter Goodman, Jordan Beck, Nolan Jones. Okay, there's some youth there, but Tovar is good. He's good.
Yeah.
He has development to do with his bat, but he is a good player. Brenton Doyle has to get better offensively, but he's good. Yeah, 2020 season.
And really a great outfielder for Coors Field with his speed.
There are guys, like if you squint hard enough, you could be like, okay, I could see a world where a lineup with Tovar and Doyle and Tolia in it is a good major league lineup. But like those are, that's your 3 best hopes. That's your 3 best offensive players right now. They can't be that. Not with what they appeared ticketed to be. This isn't like Baltimore where it was just like, hey, we got a bunch of all-stars coming up here in the system. That's not what they have going on right now. It's just it's a ways off.
Yeah, but it's depressing. Okay?
It is.
Seriously, it's
honestly,
absolutely
Andy,
depressing.
I don't see a path. I don't see it right now. I see a path back to them being a 75-win club. Okay? That's the best I can give you right now. I do think that there should be a managerial change, and it's no diss to Bud. Well, I don't even think this is on him. They need a fresh voice that's talking to younger players.
No,
right
there's
now.
no doubt about it. You lost 200 games in 2 years.
Yeah.
All right, it's
Yeah.
time to try something else.
It's stale
somehow. The problem is who. I guess, is it naive to ask who would want the job?
It's a big
because
league
people
managing
always
job.
want the big league job.
It's a big
My
league job.
gosh, dude.
It's a big league job. You can get somebody. You absolutely can.
Walt Weiss again? I always felt bad for Walt Weiss because Walt Weiss is a former player. And again, he didn't have any talent to work with, but the guy was a high school manager when you hired him.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of it.
Yeah. One of the serious shames of this whole thing is like a Jake Cave edition. It was fine.
It was fun.
It was fine.
He gave a little of that red rear end we talk about with Westbrook to that young clubhouse.
He wasn't a bad player on this club.
Hey, man, he showed up, competed every day.
He did his
He
job.
wasn't a part of the problem
but
a
he's
lot
kind
of the time.
But when you add somebody like that to a 60-win club, it doesn't do anything.
Right.
And that's the sort of ancillary, just trying to fix the trim You got a hole in your wall. You
well,
know?
this is their classic thing. Go find some big leaguer to fill the last bat on the bench, give him a chance to play another year.
Yeah.
You remember what wasn't Jake Cave the guy that said is what it is when he got traded
Right.
here?
He didn't want to be here.
That was his reaction?
He didn't want to be here. Not at all. Oh. Oof. By the way, I did break it down real quick on Fangraphs. They had both the worst bullpen and the worst rotation ERA in baseball this year.
Oof.
If you
care.
we're interested.
If you need it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it's all going well. I mean, other than that, a couple little tweaks.
They were better than they were last year.
Okay.
Two
By
wins.
how many wins?
2 wins, I think.
Two?
Two wins
Yeah,
better.
Still lost 100.
That's something.
Still lost the old hundo. 101, matter of fact, right?
101.
Highway 101.
101.
Well, you moved up to.
Hey, I've got
2-win improvement. You only lose 99 next year.
I got some fun notes on Vance Joseph's defense.
All right.
Let's celebrate good defense next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. This great Colorado business has been at it for almost 25 years. If you need anything for a truck or 4x4, this is your place. Use them for so much. I've been with this company for 5 years, okay? Anytime I need something, talk to Jerry Jones about it. And again, he'll help you the way he's helped me. I don't get any special treatment, quite honestly. It's just how he handles folks. I've been around now. We record commercials every month. You probably hear him running every time I'm in the shop. He just did it the other day. Somebody looking for a bumper could have made it easier for him. Told him exactly what he needed. Got the deposit that was needed right over the phone. I believe right now that person's been taken care of because it was yesterday they were going to get it done. Another time I was in there recording, they wanted to know about some bed covers. This is actually an Altitude listener, so I appreciate him giving Jerry a call, and Jerry had to talk about the bed covers. They settled on the right thing for him. My neighbor went over there. He got hooked up with a bed cover too. Step rails, remote start kits, heated seats, floor mats. Got the daughter a new car. She's going to get some floor mats now. He's got it all, and he'll help you out, and he'll point you in the right direction if you're not quite sure what you need, even though you know what you're looking for. Again, it's Colorado Off-Road. Call them, have a conversation at 303-761-1264. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Again, the showroom is just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
That's Andy. I am Nate. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is this Broncos defense, which right now is absolutely kicking ass. It's a lot of fun to see. And let's be honest, Andy, if this defense wasn't doing what it was doing, given what the Broncos offense is at the moment, this is a 1-3 or an 0-4 team. Legwald said it yesterday, and he was dead on. If the Broncos were just an average defense right now, they don't have 2 wins. But here we are, and this is what this defense is doing here at the moment. So I got some numbers here. Broncos defense has been on the field for 22 possessions the last 2 weeks. 22 possessions, not counting end-of-half or end-of-game scenarios. They have allowed a touchdown, 1 touchdown in the last 22 possessions. That's fantastic. That's 2015 stuff right there. If you want to get into and I love the analytics, Andy, DVOA, EPA per drive, defensive success rate, the top 5 in the league in every single one of those metrics right now. By DVOA, Broncos are number 5 on defense. On offense, they're number 28. Okay, they're down there. Okay, we know the offense is finding its way. I'll put it as nicely as I can, finding its way. And we brought this up before. VJ is blitzing like crazy, and it's working so far. He's always been an aggressive defensive play caller. For some reason, they weirdly got away from it for a while last year. It's back. Right now, he's blitzing opponents at a league-high rate, 46%. On 25 dropbacks against the blitz on Sunday, Aaron Rodgers, 4.5 yards per attempt, and he was sacked 4 times. So it's not only are they doing it a lot, but it is working. Vance Joseph is dialing up pressure from all over the place. He's doing it with a bunch of misfit toys, quite honestly. And he is putting these guys in a position to succeed, and are they ever doing it?
Yeah, it's funny because I love you keep saying, so tell me if you don't feel maybe the same way. You keep talking about how much they're blitzing, and yet I feel like he's savvy about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not, I referred to this last segment, last hour. It's not like Larry Coyer coming all the time with the blitz because that was all you had to get to the quarterback before any throw was made. That's what 2005 was. But he's exotic with it. Again, I think you're seeing some of the Wade Phillips influence on him this time. He just really knows what he's doing. They're all on the same page. I guess it almost surprises me that you tell me they're blitzing so much because it doesn't. Again, I don't feel like it's full house blitzes, right? It's 1 extra guy or 2 extra guys, right?
No, it's and he's done a lot of that of the show it, drop, and then you're not going to be sure where it's coming
from. Here comes
from.
A guy off the edge you didn't account for. Because again, perfect example was the last sack of Rodgers? The one where he got mad at Breece Hall. I guess there was another drive after that.
That was the PJ Locke.
Yeah. So where they just didn't know where they were going. Mm-hmm. So
who's the best player on this defense right now?
I think it's Zach Allen. Well,
okay, I was going to say non-Surtain category.
Yeah, I was going to say, how can you not say Surtain?
Don't worry, I was going to get there.
Zach Allen.
I agree.
Is it not? He's wrecking fools in the front. That's part of the reason why this is so good.
Yeah.
They're causing that defensive line with those vets, Malcolm Roach, savvy addition. John Franklin Myers, I mean, come on. The Jets have got it. Somebody ought to get fired for that move alone.
Right now, Zach Allen is joined in the conversation by John Franklin Myers, and I got to give some love to Brandon Jones, who's been an impact player. You can't miss that guy right now. And we didn't see him in training camp. He was hurt the whole time.
I know. And I kept thinking, I know how this is going to go.
Good instinctual player. He's fun to watch.
Is this fun to watch, though?
The defense
is fun to watch.
The defense is.
But is this a town that's a little worn out on watching so much defensive football?
Okay. So along those lines,
okay.
I investigated this a little bit, okay? So it's Tuesday, so Aaron Schatz puts out the new DVOA ratings. And so I just took a look at it. And DVOA, it's some dorky stuff. But basically, it's not just the the total number of yardage, it puts in the importance of the yardage, okay? If you get 6 yards on 3rd and 3, that's great. If you get 6 yards on 3rd and 16, nobody cares. They shouldn't count the same. So DVOA weights the importance of the yardage. So basically, how good are you in critical situations? It's just a more valuable tool. All right? And so I dove into it a little bit. And I'm trying to find comps for sort of what this Broncos team is right now because, again, they're number 5 in defense, number 28 on offense. We're 4 games in. There's an eternity to play. It's only October 1st. But last year, the Cleveland Browns, playoff team, all right, 11-6. They were number 2. They were ranked 2nd in defensive DVOA and number 28 on offense. And they went 11-6, and they made the playoffs. It is doable to be able to do this. Now, at the same time, the Jets last year were number 3 on defense and number 32 on offense, and they were 7-10. And they didn't make the playoffs. They didn't have a Joe Flacco to come to the rescue at the end of the year. They probably should have gotten him. You know, it is tougher to make it in the modern NFL if you're only great on defense. Last year, top 10 offenses all made the playoffs. 6 of the top 10 defenses made the playoffs last year. Sometimes those teams overlapped a little bit, you know. So just being great on defense alone, the degree of difficulty is going to be higher for you. Still feels very unlikely that this Broncos team is going to be a playoff team, but I'm not going to say that it's impossible. They're 2-2 right now, and the schedule sets up kind of nice for them. Raiders are a mess. Herbert's banged up for the Chargers. Peyton might have the Saints number, and then you play Carolina. So this could set up really, really well. There's a world where I could see the Broncos at 5-3. It's also a world where I could see the Broncos at 3-5.
Right. Well, hey, Peyton does, again, have the better record in October than he does September.
Hey, something.
There is something. Well,
something.
Hey, this month, here's what's interesting. This month sets up really well for a run because whereas the first 4 games goes into a whole bunch of defensive coaches that we thought were going to eat your lunch. And look, the defensive coaches did all right against this team. Let's not kid ourselves.
Right.
But just survived it. You're 2-2. Still don't know what Tampa was doing, but Sean seems to own Todd Bowles. Now, the Raiders seem a mess. Their star receiver, if you missed it, has asked for a trade. They're looking to probably accommodate him, so things are going swimmingly in Las Vegas. Herbert, who knows? Now, they've got the bye. Maybe it heals them up and Herbert looks better. But even, you know, I think the Chargers will come and try and play physical against you, but the Broncos are showing they can play some physical football.
Yep.
They played physical against the Jets. They didn't have any problem with that, right? So I don't know that the Chargers
They're
style
tackling
football.
well. They're really
They
tackling
really are.
well.
They really are. And so I don't know that the Chargers style of football is going to make the Broncos chatter their teeth too much. Then you got, the short week against the Saints. Saints are an interesting team. They've been playing a lot of really good football. And again, Clint Kubiak is bringing the Shanahan-style offense that has given the Vance Joseph defense some of the problems, i.e. Miami and the 70-point game. But they're no world beaters. Taysom Hill, we'll see. He looks like he's out a little bit. He's been hurt. See if he's back for that game. I can't remember if they IR'd him or not. And then you finish the month with Carolina. These next 4 games, if the offense is going to show us improvement, I would think these next 4 games would be probably a good time to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, Sean. Now you're not dealing with so much. Let's see what you can do. Adjust your coaching to now help what you've seen through 4 games.
Right. And figure out a way to help the quarterback out a little bit more.
Yeah. Yes.
As much as you can.
Best you can. By the way, I did mean to ask you.
Throw the ball past the line of scrimmage more often for the love of God.
Please do that.
For the love of
Just
God.
The side stuff, get it out of there. Give him the back shoulder throws. I don't know. Maybe he is. So that's the hard part. We don't know what Sean's giving him, and he's just choosing not to throw. Real quick, though. Did you think, I could not believe in a game they were playing so well that the 70-point game got brought up the other day on the broadcast. Right? I was like, holy cow. How did Nate and I not make this a prop? That should have been housed in a whole bourbon.
Should that be the prop the rest of the year, if anybody mentioned? Because really, it is the same defensive coordinator. It's a lot of the same dudes.
No, it is. I get it.
We're going to have
But the way they were playing, I did not expect that to come out.
That's red meat to a broadcaster, though. Really,
You're right.
Because
You're right.
you want to tell the story of Vance Joseph and how he turned it around. And he did. He put up one of the worst defensive games in the history of the NFL. And really, since that day, there's a couple exceptions. There's Houston last year. There's Detroit last year. Those were also awesome offenses. But for the most part, he's done okay. By the way, Detroit's offense right now, whew. That game was great, by the way.
Yes.
Both of those offenses were kicking ass last night. That was really, really fun to watch. Geno's out there balling out, and it's just like there's no margin for error because every time Detroit touches the ball, they're going to score. 18 of 18, 292, 2 tutties for Goff. Not a perfect passer rating because he didn't throw enough touchdown passes. Maybe if they would have included the one that he caught.
Yeah, why didn't that count?
155.8.
You still had a hand in it, literally. 2 hands.
I mean, Jameson Williams has added a completely new wrinkle to what they're doing right now offensively. They've already gone hook and ladder this year. Last night they go Philly special with Amon-Ra St. Brown throwing the touchdown. It's like Ben Johnson is kicking so much butt that he's just like, well, I'm bored. Let me throw this one in here, and boom, they score a touchdown. Yeah. And Seattle's offense, no slouches themselves. Kenneth Walker is good. That guy's a
Kenneth
good
Walker
player.
is good.
Yeah, and he gave the Broncos problems. He did.
He was the one that kick-started the second half, right?
That's what's funny about it is like you look back on week 1 now and you're like, you gave up 26 to Seattle. And at first you're like, I don't know about that. No, Seattle's a good offense. Ryan Grubb is a good offensive coordinator. Geno Smith is a good quarterback. Their 3 top receivers are monsters.
God, that's a game you should have had. You go back and look at that one. That's a game you should have had.
I don't know. Seattle's good.
Seattle is good, but
Their
you had every
defense isn't
opportunity
good.
to really jump on him,
No,
and you
you're
didn't.
right. You're right.
Defense gave you 2 stinking safeties that couldn't block anybody.
Yeah, Seattle's defense is suspect to say
Are
the
we
least.
undervaluing the pass rush? Just real fast.
16 sacks so far this year, second in the NFL, trailing only Minnesota. That's the Broncos pass rush
I
this
bring
year.
that up because you brought up the Seattle game, and again, I was like, man, what a mess of an offensive line, yet they just did it to the Jets again. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out the Jets' offensive line is still a mess, too.
Yeah. No, Broncos pass rush has been pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Dan Issel is going to join us on the show. Legendary Denver Nuggets player and coach, the horse Dan Issel, going to stop by the program, and we're going to talk about Dikembe Mutombo. The coach is going to share some stories of coaching the great Dikembe Mutombo and just being around the person and around the basketball player. We're very much looking forward to this one. It's funny, Andy, when Dikembe Mutombo passes away, and we've watched, 2 massive titans in professional sports pass away in the last, 24 hours. One of them, it's just like, okay, red meat to every broadcaster out there. Okay, everybody have the Hall of Fame debate now. Debate the legacy of Pete Rose and what kind of person he actually was. Dikembe Mutombo, there's nothing that even closely resembles that. It's just a lot of people talking about an amazing human being. So we would like to do that with Dan Issel coming up next.
Mutombo backs, slowly, methodically turns with a sweeping hook.
Rejected by Mutombo.
Back come the Nuggets. Mutombo! Monk Williams takes it inside of Mutombo, who had him all the way from behind. Mutombo comes out of nowhere and terminates it.
The Defensive Player of the Year award goes to our own Denver Nuggets center. Dikembe Mutombo, Philando Makamba, Jean-Jacques Mutombo.
Love the full name. One of the all-time greats, one of the best defensive big men to have ever lived, one of the best big men to have ever lived, and one of the best humans to have ever lived. Dikembe Mutombo passing away yesterday at the age of 58. Heartbreaking news. Joining us right now, the man that knows a thing or two about big man play, and also the guy that coached Dikembe Mutombo in his second and third year in the NBA, including coaching Mutombo and the Nuggets to the unbelievable comeback against Seattle in 1994, and then that great series against the Utah Jazz. The legend, the horse, Dan Issel, is with us right now. Coach, welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Sorry to be visiting under these circumstances, but I'm enjoying being with you.
Well, Dan, it's great to have you back as always. Let's just start with you coached Dikembe his second and third year in the NBA. He's still a young big man out of Georgetown at that point of his career, but you really started to see him rounding into his own as one of the best rim protectors, shot blockers in the entire NBA. Before we talk about Dikembe, the amazing human being, let's talk about him, the basketball player. Tell us about kind of what he was when you first encountered him, and kind of where you saw his game grow as you worked with him in years 2 and 3.
Yeah, his rookie year was the year before I got here, and they had won 24 games that year. And Dikembe and the rest of the players on that team, Mahmoud, Reggie Williams, were tired of losing. And because of that, and because of the character that Dikembe had, he was ready to go to work, and he absorbed things like a sponge, and you never had to tell him anything twice. And he just got better and better and better, especially on the defensive end. Now, on the offensive end, if we didn't run a play for him every once in a while, he'd get mad. And so we had to call his number every 6 or 7 or 8 times down the floor. But on the defensive end, I didn't get to see Bill Russell play, but I can't imagine anybody being a better defensive player than Dikembe was.
Coach, Dan, I don't know. Once you're a coach, I kind of always call you coach,
life.
so I hope that's okay. But how much fun was it just with him around those couple years? I was telling Nate yesterday, I didn't get to know Dikembe very well. I wasn't even in the media really until he had already left town. But like a piece of my childhood died watching him, and that was sad because I remember the fun, kind of the joy back to, after your guys, your kind of era left, there's some really rough years there. The drafting of Mahmoud kind of started the comeback, but getting to Dikembe, and it just made it fun again. How much did you enjoy that time getting to coach him those first couple years?
Yeah, it was one of the best experiences of my life. We had the players that you mentioned, and then my first year here, we drafted LaFonso Ellis and Brian Stiff, who were two of my favorite, not just basketball players, but two of my favorite individuals. And as I said, that team worked very hard. They were intent on turning the franchise around, winning basketball games, and it was just a joy to coach that team. We won 33 games that first year, and then made the playoffs by the skin of our teeth the second year, and of course, that's when we went on to upset Seattle in the first round of the series.
We're visiting with Dan Issel here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, celebrating the life and the career of the great Dikembe Mutombo. Coach, the iconic, one of the most iconic moments in the history of the franchise, Dikembe Mutombo on the floor clutching the ball in Seattle, Game 5. You go back and you look at that game, 15 rebounds, 8 blocked shots for Dikembe that day. Just making life miserable on the Seattle Supersonics and Sean Kemp and company up front right there. Coach, when you think back on that series, maybe that game in particular, what comes to mind about what you and Dikembe and that group accomplished?
Yeah, if you look, that game went to overtime. And if you watch the overtime, guys, it was some of the worst offensive basketball you've ever seen. I think we had 3 24-second shot clock violations. Everybody was scared to take a shot. And I remember I really reamed Fonz. Fonz had like a wide open 15-foot jumper in overtime and passed the ball off. So, that offensively, it wasn't very good. Defensively, Dikembe and some of the other players, I remember Robert Pack in particular, really checking down Gary Payton in that overtime. But there was one play that I remember that in my mind is more iconic than Dikembe being on the floor, and that was Sean Kemp took the ball to the basket, and it looked like he was going to dunk it. And Dikembe came out of nowhere and blocked the shot so violently that he took Sean Kemp all the way down to the floor. And so it was Dikembe's defense in that overtime period that won that game for us.
I want to ask you another one about Dikembe, but I've got to ask you, since you brought this up, just that series, what do you remember about Game 3 at home? I'll tell you, the first time I listened to a game on the radio, because I didn't have ESPN, I want to say it was on cable, and so I listened to Jerry Schimmel call your game on the radio in my basement, right? And I'm like a teenager, and I'm just having to imagine everything, but I could hear through the radio, like it felt like McNichols was going to just blow from the noise. Was that the loudest arena you'd been in? What do you remember about that first home game of the Seattle series?
Yeah, I remember John Elway being there and waving the flag and getting the crowd up. And I think was it Game 3? There was one game where Sean Kemp, I think it was Game 3, maybe it was Game 4. Sean Kemp had 2 free throws at the end of regulation, and if he makes either one of them, the game and the series is over. And he missed both of them.
It had to be Game 4, Coach, because I think you guys blew him. Like, you guys ran him off the floor in Game 3.
Game 3, yeah. But, it was, we were a bunch. We were a young roster, didn't have a clue what we were doing. We just played hard. And Seattle, the longer that series went, the tighter Seattle got, because they were supposed to sweep us. They had the best record in the league that year, and we were a 500 team. But the longer it went, the better, the more we enjoyed it, and the less Seattle looked like they were going to win it. Guys, everybody remembers that series, but then we went to Utah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we were down 3-0 in that series. And
went to 7.
Nobody's ever come back and won an NBA 7-game series after being down 3-0. But we won the next 3 games. And recently I saw there's only been 4 teams in the history of NBA playoffs that have been down 0-3 and forced the 7th game. So that playoff run was magical, not just winning the Seattle series, but what we were almost able to accomplish against Malone and Stockton and the Jazz.
Oh, I wanted you to get that one. God, I hated Stockton and Malone. It felt like they got every damn call, Coach. Couldn't take it. They made me yell at the TV. Hey, I told you I want to ask you one more about Dikembe. What was it like? It's not like football, right? We get a match. I don't know. You get the 2 quarterbacks, whatever. You get a week of build-up. But what was it like around Dikembe when he had to go and face Patrick Ewing with the John Thompson connection? Or wasn't Alonzo in there too? I feel like he always got up for facing Ewing. Was that the case? What was it like?
Yeah, Dikembe was rightfully so a very proud man. He was proud of his heritage. He was proud of the fact that he came over here and got a degree at Georgetown. He was proud of what he was able to accomplish. And so you're absolutely right. When he went up against one of his former teammates in Ewing or Mourning, there was a little extra bounce in his step. And, that pride carried over from the basketball floor to everything that he was able to accomplish after his basketball career was over.
Yeah, Coach, and let's talk about that part of it. We're talking to Dan Issel about the great Dikembe Mutombo. You knew Dikembe when he was a young man. He came to the United States at the age of 21. Born in the Republic of Congo.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Maybe 20.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Exactly. No, it's that's the thing. We kind of have no idea, right?
Exactly.
And he managed to get to Georgetown. Has the great career playing for John Thompson with Alonzo Mourning there at Georgetown. I mean, they were just unbelievable. But he was a guy that, Coach, like you talked about, he never forgot where he came from. He did unbelievable humanitarian work in his life for his people from the Congo, but also helping the entire continent, bringing basketball over there. When you talk about unlikely success stories, Dikembe Mutombo, I mean, right at the very top of the list. When you knew him at that age, at that time of his basketball life, and kind of coming into his own as a man, what kind of person was he? And what did you kind of see in him for what he would try and do with his platform?
Yeah, he was. We joked. We had a good time with that team, and enjoyed being together. One of the closer knit teams I've ever been around. We had this ritual. Of course, Dikembe was never late. He was always on time, never missed anything. But when somebody would be late for practice or miss a bus, we'd go through this every time. I'd say, Dikembe, how much is the fine? And he'd go, "Oh, Coach, about $2,000." So he wanted to fine everybody $2,000 for being late. But when it was time to be serious and in practice, he never took a trip off in the games, in practice, and he and Fonz especially had that great character. And when your best players are the ones that show that kind of leadership, it makes it easy for a coach. And so you knew, just the way he conducted himself around his teammates, you knew he was going to be successful in whatever he took up. And, I think one of the smartest things Silver ever did, Commissioner Silver, was make him the first global ambassador. With that huge smile, that terrific personality, and that booming voice, there was nobody better than Dikembe to be in that position.
Coach, you may not know, but I'm going to take a chance here anyway. Do you know where the iconic finger wag came from? Why did he decide to go with that? Where did we start the no? Did it start in practice? Did you just notice it in a game?
I don't know that he ever did it in practice. I think he had too much respect for his teammates to do it in practice. But I remember the very first time that I saw him do it, he got a technical foul.
Right.
But I think they enjoyed it so much. They told Dikembe, you can't wag the finger in somebody's face, but if you turn to the crowd and wag the finger, then we'll let you get away with it. But that was certainly with the commercials, and he was one of my biggest honors was when the Nuggets retired Dikembe's jersey. He asked that I introduce him. And so it was at halftime of one of the Nuggets games. And so I said, when I first became coach, Bernie Bickerstaff said, "You're going to love Dikembe. He's the hardest working guy on the team, and he's brilliant." He said he speaks 7 different languages. And I told the crowd, I said, "However, you're about to learn that English isn't one of them." And he got up and gave me the big finger wag for saying that.
It's a good line right there. That's a zing right there, Coach. Did you have a particular affection for coaching the big men, by the way, as a former big man yourself? Oh, you're still a big man, actually, Coach, now that I mention it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm bigger today than I was then. That's another story. I felt like I knew what I was doing. We had our assistants, my assistants that time were Gene Littles, who had been a teammate of mine when we won the championship in the ABA with the Colonels, and Mike Evans, who was a teammate of mine here. And they were both guards, and Mike was, outstanding offensive player. Gene Littles was one of the best defensive guards that I ever played with or against. And so I felt like those two guys kind of had the backcourt covered, and I enjoyed working with, Dikembe and Fonz and some of the big guys.
Coach, I got to ask you, by the way, Scott Hastings cannot quit texting me how angry he is at Bernie Bickerstaff for Dikembe leaving. But I do.
You know what? He's absolutely right. It took this franchise a number of years to recover from letting Dikembe walk out of town scot-free.
Well, so that's in the vein of my question. I told Nate yesterday, look, Rodney Rogers, LaFonso Ellis, Dikembe Mutombo, Bryant Stith, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, Robert Pack, Dale Ellis. I love those guys. Yeah, there were no championships. Still one of my favorite Nuggets teams of all time, right? Just always look back at that with fond memories. It sucks what happens to LaFonso's knees. It sucked that Dikembe left. You had McDyess years later. Do you ever just allow yourself to imagine what that team could have been if not everything breaking apart? When I see that Game 7, Dick Enberg was the announcer. And at the end of that game, he said, "This is a young team that's going to be around in the NBA for a long time." And the following year, Bryant's hurt an ankle. Dikembe breaks a kneecap. Whoever heard of that happening? And there were several other things that affected the climate of the locker room. Mahmoud, was he really wasn't getting the rest and wasn't eating the way he should. And halfway through the following year, we were a 500 team, and I was out. So it's amazing how fragile the locker room can be. And so, if some of those things hadn't happened, we would have been a good team for a long time.
Well, you had a great team in 1994, and you guys had an unbelievable playoff run, and you got a chance. You're a Hall of Fame big man. You got a chance to coach another Hall of Fame big man in the great Dikembe Mutombo. Coach, we can't thank you enough for giving us a few minutes this afternoon, telling us those stories. We really do appreciate it. We hope you're doing well. We hope to see you soon, Coach.
I'm doing great, and thank you. It's a pleasure being with you. And tell Hastings to buy a razor, will you?
He needs to grow it up top again, Coach. That's the problem. So,
well, I've got that same problem. It ain't gonna get any better. I'll tell you that.
Thank you, Coach. We appreciate it so much. The great Dan Issel, the Hall of Famer himself, with us right there on the Tuesday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I kind of chuckled at the, every few plays, you got to give Mutombo the ball.
It was, you know what? He's so right.
Yeah.
God, somebody on Twitch said, what a great memory, and they're not wrong, because I forgot about that. Yeah. He did want to be a little bit more of an offensive player, right? But he didn't have a lot of post moves. He was the defensive big man. He wasn't Alonzo Mourning offensively. You know what I mean?
He wasn't Patrick Ewing.
Again, he had the big, he was so long, but he was real thin. You remember that, right?
So, Andy, I'm looking at his numbers right now. Basically, really, it started with his rookie year. But his second year, when Issel started coaching him, 3.5 blocks a game. Next 3 seasons, he led the NBA 4 blocks, 4.5 blocks, leading the NBA. He's one of those guys. He won 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards, but in his prime, you could have given it to him every single year. He was just that good.
And he loved jawing at Michael Jordan. You probably remember that too, being
sure.
a Bulls fan.
Oh, sure.
And that one time where Michael went up to him and closed his eyes, he
On
goes,
the free
"This is
throw.
for you to Kim H."
Yeah.
Shot him with his eyes closed.
Watch this. Then he drilled it. It's good stuff right there. 90s NBA. That is right in the sweet spot. Thank you again to Dan Issel. Love that guy. It's Greckman and Lindahl. Hey, dudes, want to tell you about Rad Power Bikes. That's right. They got a showroom and service center right here in Denver now, 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Have you tried out an e-bike? Rad Power Bikes are super easy to ride. They're very comfortable. Guys, anyone can ride an e-bike. You don't have to be wearing medium spandex to get on a Rad Power Bike and just go rip it. Rad Power Bikes, they're an industry leader. First widely sold fat tire e-bike, and these things are great year-round. You can ride them in any inclement weather, rain, snow, cold. Rad Power Bikes can handle it all. You can replace your car. They're customizable, super low maintenance. You can get 50 to 60 miles per charge on a Rad Power Bike. Plus, they're all-new Safe Shield batteries. They're UL tested and certified. These are the safest batteries in the industry. And right now, we are giving away a Rad Power Bike at altitudesportsradio.com/radster. Go to our website, enter to win right now. Rad Power Bikes, better bikes at better prices. We want to hook you up. altitudesportsradio.com/radster. But go check out their showroom and service center in the York Street Yards, 3863 Steel Street. You can test ride any bike anytime you want with Rad Power Bikes. You should listen to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 all day, every day. You should never turn the radio off. You should just sit directly in front of it and stare at it while we talk at you. But if you do have to go somewhere and you're away from a radio, well, then you can listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, which is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. High five coming up at 5 o'clock.
Now, see, now you're tickling my brain
What's that?
on a memory. Turn the radio up for that sweet sound.
Turn the
Oh,
app
it's Make Me
up.
Lose Control by Eric Carmen. Remember that?
I don't. Keep singing it, though. I want to hear more.
That's all I got. That's all I remember. You know, 104.3 was KS 104.3, if I'm not mistaken, and it was a music station. And they used to play that song.
Cool.
Maybe go back.
Cool, Carl.
Yeah, turn the radio up. Although there's also another one by Autograph. Maybe it was Autograph. I don't know. Eric Carmen or Autograph. Now I got to find out. You don't remember this at all? Did you not go to the pool in the summer?
Just going to keep staring at you.
Look, I can tell you this. If I find it, you'll enjoy it more than peel-off rice.
It's rice peel-off.
Either way. What makes it peel-off?
I think it's the little.
Does it have little peas in it?
It's got those little things in it.
What are the things? Are they not peas?
I think it's called vermicelli.
Are they green? Little green deals?
Nah, they're kind of brownish.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of peel-off.
I know.
In my life going on.
You don't like rice pilaf?
It is. Yeah, it's Eric Carmen.
You're missing out.
Why should I like some rice pilaf?
It's delicious. The end.
Do you feel into the box to make sure the pilaf is to your liking too?
Well, it's a box. You can't really do much with it.
Oh, yeah, you could open it up and rip that bag. You could be invasive.
You know the Rapids, Andy.
They're not invasive. They're invasive.
Do they like
to
rice
teams'
pilaf?
defenses?
That's what we don't know.
When they score goals.
The Rapids are officially bound for the 2024 Audi MLS Cup playoffs. But the fight is far from over, Andy. There are 2 home games remaining in the regular season. And the Rapids will be taking on 2 Western Conference powerhouses with the LA Galaxy tomorrow and then the Seattle Sounders on October 5th. Be there to support as the Rapids push for a higher seed and a coveted home field advantage in the postseason. Tickets are on sale now at coloradorapids.com. Do you want to win a pair of tickets for the Rapids?
I'd love to. I can't, as I understand. But thank you for the offer, Nate.
And the Galaxy tomorrow night?
You know, all you're doing is offering me stuff I can't. I can win a bike.
You can win a bike?
I can win tickets. Not qualified for either. I'd take them both, though, in a heartbeat. I would take the bike and ride to the game.
Rapids take on the Galaxy tomorrow night. Out there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. You could be there. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to that game right now. We'll get it going at 7:30 tomorrow night, but this is how you can win. So, Andy, they're going to take on the LA Galaxy, right? You know, the 1999 cult classic Galaxy Quest. Unbelievable cast. Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver, Alan Rickman. I always thought Alan Rickman kind of looked like Joe Sakic. And the great Tony Shalhoub.
Tony Shalhoub, who could forget?
Tony Shalhoub played Fred Kwan in Galaxy Quest. 303-504-0925. Text in the correct answer. 303-504-0925. Text in the correct answer to the Champ Mazda text line. The great Tony Shalhoub got his start, or really broke out. I wouldn't say got his start, but broke out in what legendary 90s NBC sitcom? 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now at 303-504-0925. One lucky listener that has the correct answer will win a pair of tickets for the Rapids and the Galaxy tomorrow night. Again, Tony Shalhoub, Galaxy Quest, Fred Kwan. Tony Shalhoub got a start in what legendary 90s NBC sitcom? 303-504-0925.
Real quick from the Twitch chat room. Peel-off means that the rice was cooked with garlic and onions and other spices first before adding and cooking with liquid.
They don't put that in the Rice-A-Roni box. There's no onions and garlic in there. Maybe I suppose the powdered form it is in the little bag.
See, I want to make a smart ass guess at your. I'm worried I'd be right by accident
about the show.
Because I got no idea.
You don't know this one?
No, I don't.
Oh, you missed out.
Did I?
While I was not listening to Eric Carmen, I was watching this show.
You were watching TV. That's why.
I was watching.
That's why you weren't at the pool.
I was watching this show on Thursday nights at 7:30.
Was it? What was it? Must See TV? Wasn't that what it was called? What was Thursday nights? Must See TV. Remember that on NBC?
No, I think you're right. Yeah.
Cheers and Seinfeld and
wasn't either of those shows. Caroline in the City.
Yeah, that had a run. Mad About You.
Friends later broke
Friends,
out.
Oof.
In there. Mm-hmm.
Friends was a great one.
Time slot hit.
Cosby Show. But we'll move on from that. I did love that show. Too bad I had to find out all the stuff.
All right. We got beef.
What?
Are we going to get beefy?
I'm sorry I didn't. Gosh.
Let's have beef.
I feel like you're overreacting.
You literally.
I've done nothing to you.
Don't ever disrespect Rice-A-Roni again on this show.
You really are into your peel-off. My bad.
Respect a good peel-off. Are we doing beef tweets today or what, Spring? Beef tweets time.
There's beef.
Yeah, let's get beefy.
Who's calling out who?
I'm a Be Real.
If he says he's got beef.
Hey, catch me outside.
Kreckman and Lindahl present
They Find Us, really.
Beef Tweets. Brought to you by GQ Barbecue.
Proud presenting sponsor.
Colorado's only championship barbecue.
Get out to GQ Barbecue.
Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQBBQ.com.
Andy, obviously, all social media beef can fall under the umbrella of beef tweets. It doesn't have to be specifically that platform.
Yeah, we have a loose
determination as to what constitutes a beef tweet. Sometimes there can be a beef Instagram-like.
Yeah, this has its roots in social media, like all things tend to do.
So, apparently, Antonio Pierce, head coach of the Raiders. This is also the first time I remember that something like this happening from a coach. Antonio Pierce, in his free time, is scrolling through Instagram, sliding into DMs and whatnot. We don't know what he's up to.
Looking for receivers.
Yes. But apparently, Antonio Pierce liked an Instagram post that brought up the idea of Davante Adams playing his last snap with the Raiders. He liked an Instagram post from Michael Fabiano of Sports Illustrated. So Antonio Pierce, I don't know if he's claiming fat thumbs or what.
Oh, come on.
But he liked a post about the potential that Davante Adams, who did not play last week, has played his last snap with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Again.
Beefy. Coach is liking it on the gram.
First off, you can't claim fat fingers. If it's Instagram, it's easy to unlike something, right? Oh, whoops, and you just hit it again, right?
But
you've unliked it.
But isn't the permanent record there of the like?
Not if you're like, whoops, and hit it right away. Who's going to see it?
However brief it may be.
You know what amazes
That's
me?
just the thing, though, is you say who is ever going to see it, this stuff always gets out.
No, you're right, but that's if you leave it there.
Mm.
If you leave it there, I was just going to ask you, how do people find this stuff?
I don't know.
I do not understand how people find this stuff.
I don't know. Well,
you know
this
what I
was
mean?
Michael Fabiano.
Who's just scanning the universe for this isn't even like a Davante Adams tweet that I could see a bunch of people. Michael Fabiano, fine host, I believe he was on NFL Network doing the.
He noticed.
Oh, he noticed.
Yes, he noticed.
That
Look
makes
who liked this.
that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Why are you liking a media member's tweet then? Or whatever, Instagram post.
Because he's bored while he's pooping and he
my
doesn't want
gosh.
Davante Adams on his team anymore. Clearly.
It's a number 2.
So Davante Adams responds.
Gets word. His camp finds out.
The camp has found out. This is via Up and Adams.
He was too busy ordering Taco Bell in his house.
She wasn't talking to Sean Payton today? Okay, so Up and Adams, Davante Adams appears. And here we go. This is Davante Adams on Antonio Pierce liking an Instagram post regarding Adams playing his last down with the Raiders. Here we go.
So this big story happens where they think your coach, or your coach did, I actually don't know, likes this post about you getting traded. When you heard of that, I guess my first question is, how soon did you hear from Coach?
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. I haven't talked to him. So I haven't, I don't know. I don't really know exactly what that was about. Obviously, I got, social media is a beast. So it's a lot of people out there that saw it and, wondering what's going on and people reaching out. And I haven't spoke to him.
Well, I'm surprised by that. I would think he'd hit. That's okay. Well, I would think he'd. I mean, you work together every day, so if that, I would say, oh shoot, I accidentally hit that. I unliked it. Now it's this huge story. Is that just kind of like what the dynamic is? That's not something that you want to hear from him?
Honestly, it's hard to comment on. I'm sure you would imagine as such, but it's one of those situations where I just keep my head down and keep doing my thing, and let the chips fall where they may, as it pertains to that. But I haven't. There's been no communication with anybody from the team since that became a thing. But it's kind of just like the weekly "What's up with Tay" thing. It's always some sort of drama. But at the end of the day, 1-7 doesn't create any of it. So people can say what they want, but I'm just chilling, trying to be the model for, not stirring the pot and just locking in and doing what I got to do.
All right. Was this a morning conversation?
No fat fingers because, as was just broken 2 hours ago, the Raiders have informed other NFL teams they would consider trading Davante Adams for a package that will include a second-round draft pick and additional compensation.
Well, but also Davante, I don't know what hit first because the reports were flying fast and furious. He also requested a trade. I was wondering, did that
Pierce doesn't want him.
Did that conversation, I wonder if that got Davante irritated.
I'm sure it did.
So, yeah.
Because, again, his coach is liking something on Instagram. His coach.
I know. That's odd. That's odd.
Never changes with the Raiders, does it? Never changes.
I guess not.
They always figure out a way to be a dumpster fire. Yeah. Antonio Pierce, good locker room guy, and then he gets on the gram.
This is the team that went upset the Ravens, mind you, in their own building.
That game is going to go down as a blip, right?
Oh, totally.
That's going to go down as the Ravens had the crappiest fourth quarter of the year, and somehow the Raiders took advantage of it.
That was, best as it got.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. That's your beef tweets. It's brought to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue. Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQ Barbecue at GQBBQ.com. Colorado's only championship barbecue. That was our first ever beef Instagram like on the show, but it has led to a trade request. That's a strong Instagram like. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Get in the game with Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Join Dempsey and Company live at the grand opening of Desert Donuts, 8501 East Arapahoe Road in Greenwood Village. Friday morning from 10 to noon. Desert Donuts are cooked to order from plain to ridiculous. Small batch coffee is served cold or hot with specialty flavors. Get ready to meet your new favorite meal.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road, owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. This great Colorado business has been at it for almost 25 years. If you need anything for a truck or 4x4, this is your place. Use them for so much. I've been with this company for 5 years, okay? Anytime I need something, talk to Jerry Jones about it. And again, he'll help you the way he's helped me. I don't get any special treatment, quite honestly. It's just how he handles folks. I've been around now. We record commercials every month. You probably hear him running every time I'm in the shop. He just did it the other day. Somebody looking for a bumper could have made it easier for him. Told him exactly what he needed, got the deposit that was needed right over the phone. I believe right now that person's been taken care of because it was yesterday they were going to get it done. Another time I was in there recording, they wanted to know about some bed covers. This is actually an Altitude listener, so I appreciate him giving Jerry a call, and Jerry had to talk about the bed covers. They settled on the right thing for him. My neighbor went over there. He got hooked up with a bed cover too. Step rails, remote start kits, heated seats, floor mats. Got the daughter a new car. She's going to get some floor mats now. He's got it all, and he'll help you out, and he'll point you in the right direction if you're not quite sure what you need, even though you know what you're looking for. Again, it's Colorado Off-Road. Call them, have a conversation at 303-761-1264. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Again, the showroom is just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Men, this is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It seems like everything we hear these days is about political races, and yet there's a far more important race that you run for yourself every day. It's the race to be the best that you can be. But if your libido is low, if your workouts aren't productive, if you've got brain fog and you're tired all the time, you may feel like you're losing that race, and maybe even that your best days are behind you. But the truth is that they're likely not, because if you're feeling like this, it's probable you're simply suffering from low testosterone, a condition that affects a huge percentage of men as we age. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating low T. We've successfully treated thousands of men for the condition, and if you're like most guys, you'll start seeing results in just a few weeks. Better sleep patterns, higher energy, improved mental clarity, more productive workouts, and your libido will likely increase as well. So get back to winning your race by calling us. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's D-Mac from my long-term partners at Premier Heating and Air. They are the Premier Heating and Air experts. Listen, winter cold is coming, and now is the time to get your furnace tuned up with the Premier Special $49 furnace tune-up. Also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and even a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. Call 720-547-8009, 720-547-8009. Visit PremierAirColorado.com and mention my name, D-Mac, for exclusive off. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
Discover incredible savings at the Mountain High Appliance Clearance Center in Denver. I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. Our clearance center offers a huge selection of ranges, refrigerators, laundry, and more. Save up to 60% on open box, scratch and dent, display models, and overstocked appliances from Bosch, Thermador, KitchenAid, and many more. When you're looking for great deals on appliances, our clearance center is your go-to destination for the best prices and selection.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Emergency bridge work on eastbound I-70 approaching Denver West Colorado Mills is blocking the two right lanes, causing delays back to C-470, and there is a crash on northbound Spear Boulevard just after I-25. This report is sponsored by LifeLock. This Cybersecurity Awareness Month, updating your password is one way to help protect yourself. But for comprehensive identity theft protection, choose LifeLock. Start your 30-day free trial at lifelock.com/cybersafety. I'm Dave O'Brien with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
This is Vic Lombardi. This is D-Mac.
Hey, Colorado, it's Brett Kane.
You've got the station for all Denver sports.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
All right, got a few more minutes to get in on our big contest. Big contest, and we're giving away a pair of tickets for the Rapids game tomorrow night out at Dick's as they take on the LA Galaxy. Tony Shalhoub, one of the stars of Galaxy Quest. What 90s NBC sitcom did he get a start on? 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Text your answer in right now. We'll take your entries for a few more minutes before we determine our winner. One lucky listener that gets the correct text into 303-504-0925 will win a pair of tickets for the Rapids game tomorrow night. Ready for football news?
I am.
Are we doing football news? Let's do some football news. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. It starts with the high five. Go ahead, Spring.
Yeah, it's the high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Buffalo Bills, former Broncos Pass rusher Von Miller has been suspended 4 games without pay for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. The suspension stems from allegations that Miller assaulted his pregnant girlfriend in November of 2023 during the Bills' bye week in suburban Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, 4-game suspension coming down for Von Miller. We talked about this at the start of the show today. Von Miller was a guy that early on in his career, Andy, maturity issues plagued him. At the age of 35, and I'm not trying to I'm not trying to reduce what he is accused of having done, because Von Miller has denied the allegations, but I would say immaturity has continued to plague him in his life. And the NFL, basically what they're saying here is we're sick of it. And he is about to be suspended 4 games. The news that came out of this, the allegations that were made against Von Miller, the incident with his girlfriend, allegations included him putting a hand and later both hands on the woman's neck for 3 to 5 seconds, pulling her hair, trying to shove her while she was attempting to gather her things and leave after he told her to get out of the apartment where they both lived. Per the affidavit, the woman told Miller she was going to call the police, which prompted him to leave the residence. Police arrived at the condominium, observed minor abrasions on the woman's left hand and bruising to her neck. Yeah, Von Miller just at no point did this guy figure out how to not be doing something stupid. And whether he got a reprieve out of luck for a while, whether he was actually making good life decisions for a while, we have no idea. But one of the things about Von Miller is, as great as a player as he has been and as great for this city as he has been, there's also been a lot of stupidity that has gone on in the non-football stuff.
Yeah, and it's disappointing that, again, this is the same person, and he needs to make better decisions, as you say. He also needs to they need to quit being in each other's lives at some point.
Yes,
So,
get away from one another. Absolutely. Von's having an okay season. He's bouncing back a little bit for Buffalo. He's got 3 sacks already this year. He's a part-time pass rusher. He's a well-compensated part-time pass rusher. Honestly, if you're Buffalo with Von at age 35, you're like, hey, missed 4 games, not the worst thing in the world. We need you in December and January.
yeah, they're 3-1 now, right?
Yeah.
After this weekend.
Yeah.
So,
But that's another knock on Von Miller. And this kind of nonsense is just going to continue to follow him around. This is a guy that has never been known for making good decisions off the field.
no, there's just no doubt about it. You listed it all earlier, whether it was speeding or missing the drug tests or whatever
Missing
it was.
missing
court dates.
Ignoring court dates, whatever it was.
It just is. You just would think, and it really felt like he'd kind of turned it around and became a more mature person after his time with DeMarcus Ware and those 3 years they spent together on the Broncos.
I think he became a more mature football player.
He did. But here we are again.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, I asked you, do you think Buffalo, this is a conduct policy thing? Is it something where they look into the contract? He said he's been playing well enough, so probably not. But it just is disappointing that this type of story is popping up again.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Raiders have informed other NFL teams they would consider trading 3-time All-Pro receiver Davante Adams for a package that would include a second-round draft pick and additional compensation.
Who are the teams that should be calling the Raiders right now?
Well, if I'm the Raiders, look, he's a heck of a receiver. He continues to show it. So I'm shopping NFC teams right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Do the Niners want to dance? And we keep hearing Deebo Samuel's on his last year. Do you try to add that?
How do they make that thing fit?
I don't know. Well, look, somebody just put out there. I sent you guys a tweet. Is it going to be? Everyone's guessing the Jets, but I don't know.
Natural connection.
We got another little interesting going. There's some more beef I just found on the internet after we got done doing beef tweets with Garrett Wilson and his quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's the flop. Maybe they get rid of Garrett Wilson. They bring in Davante Adams. Better hope that Aaron Rodgers is planning for a while. But the Chiefs are thrown out there. Now, again, you tell me, how do they make that fit? I don't know. It feels like the Chiefs spent all their money. But we know if there's a team out there that needs a receiver, it's the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But if they were to get him, please don't do that. Please don't do that for 1,000 reasons.
Chiefs are obvious. By the way, Vientos just hit a 2-run single. Mets took a 6-4 lead on the Brewers in the top of the 5th. What about the Manders? They were in on Brandon
Ayuk. About him, but that's not a bad idea.
That's a 3-1 team. Jaden Daniels is crushing it. McLaurin obviously is a star, but they were flirting with Brandon Ayuk the entire offseason.
All right. What about the Packers? Do they choose to revisit the situation? Didn't Christian Watson just get hurt this past weekend?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got issues on offense.
Hey, man. Now, I don't know. Maybe Jordan Love felt like that was one of the guys that didn't believe in him, but I think Devontae just wanted to be paid. Well, the paid part's handled.
Yeah.
You want that?
Now
they're a young team.
That's what's funny about it is like, okay, there's Devontae, and he's with the Packers, and he's doing all of that winning, but now it's like, okay, now it's time to go get paid. Well, he went and got paid, and he turned out the grass isn't always greener. Like, yes, the money is greener, but hanging out on a crappy team that is losing all the time with a coach that can't stand you isn't that great. I think now he wants to get back into a winning situation.
What about the Vikings? Vikings are kind of set up. What about the Seahawks? Although they got DK Metcalf.
If I'm the Vikings, I'm not messing with anything I've got going on.
I would ask you though,
and Justin Jefferson rules so much. I'm not gonna mess with any sort of target share right there.
All right. What about the Bills? Bills sure look like they could have used a better receiver the other night.
A wide receiver.
Yeah.
They very much do. Yes. My guy Khalil Shakir is having a nice season, but no, they need a number one. I'm sure the Bills are making that phone call right now.
What about Houston?
They've got to be thinking about it. Tank Dell's banked up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me. My whole fantasy team's on. What about Jacksonville? They love their coach.
Saints going to make that phone call, reunite him with Derek Carr? That's
his
buddy.
Hey, they're best buddies. You're right.
That's his buddy.
I really did. Like, at first, I'm like, what's wrong with you? No, nothing's wrong with you. I forgot. He's part of the reason why I went to the Raiders.
Chiefs are so obvious, but wouldn't you be amazed if the Raiders moved him in the division?
How did the Chiefs have the money to do this, though? They're paying everybody. I didn't think they had the money to pay Chris Jones, and they paid Chris Jones.
I don't know.
And you got Patrick Mahomes. Do you really need Devontae Adams? Seriously. I know we're all freaking out. I don't know if Mahomes is. They're 4-0. They're 4-0.
Plus 20 on the point differential.
If you're the Raiders, are you really dealing him in division?
All 4 wins are one-score wins. They need to be a little nervous right now. I don't think the Raiders would do it.
Not them, not the Broncos, not the Chargers.
I can't imagine they would do it.
None of them. I don't want to see this guy roll through here twice.
No, I can't imagine they would do it. Washington's my.
That's a great call. I did not think about that.
That's my dark horse, and I'll put the Saints in the conversation as well because of the Carr connection, and they're trying to win right now too.
Unless he get a stay in a dome.
Yeah, that would
After
be good
playing
for
in
him.
Green Bay, though, he may not. I don't know. Is Buffalo worse than Green Bay when it comes to cold?
You've
been used to it.
One in the same. I would say one in the same. Maybe a little colder in Green Bay. Buffalo more snow.
God, could you see Josh Allen and Devontae Adams? Although Josh Allen's been.
Did you see that stat? The next gen stat where they were tracking it. Okay, throws within 1 yard of the sideline. Okay, so think about that. You're within 1 yard of the sideline. What is it, 53.5 or whatever it is wide, within 1 yard of the sideline. Since Josh Allen has come into the NFL, he is on those throws 6 of 7 with 3 touchdowns.
So you're talking about the one to describe from the other night's game where he's about to step out of bounds and finds a receiver and hits him anyway.
6 of 7 with 3 touchdowns on those throws.
Pretty good.
Every other quarterback in the NFL combined since Josh Allen got into the league, 1 for 16.
Wow.
1 for 16 on those throws within 1 yard of the sideline. Meaning, like, and what's funny about it is Allen is almost like it's kind of a hack if you think about it. It's like a video game glitch because nobody wants to hit him right there because it's such a dangerous spot to hit him. You can get a flag. He knows that. He slows down, and because he's got the cannon for an arm that he does, he just keeps his eyes downfield, and he's also massive, so he can take shots if he's going to take one anyway. But isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
It's like his own little personal hack that he's come up with. I saw that stat this week. It blew my mind. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Aaron Rodgers, again, making his Tuesday appearances on the Pat McAfee Show. This coming off of the 10-9 home loss to the Broncos and all the hubbub about his cadence. Robert Saleh saying the Jets weren't ready for it. Aaron Rodgers saying, mind your own business. Then Robert Saleh backtracking. Aaron today commenting on all of that and his relationship with Robert Saleh.
There's always going to be messaging and narratives out there, and you have 2 choices. You can ride the wave, really a roller coaster, or you can say, F it, I don't care. And I'm the latter. I don't get into what the conversation is going on outside the building around myself, the relationships that I have. The most important ones are looking a guy in the eye in the locker room or in the meeting room and knowing, he's got your back, you got his back. Rob and I have a great relationship. We have since day one when I got here. We have, text message conversations, threads that we're in, conversations about a number of different topics outside of football. We got a good friendship. Yeah, he was interested in Egypt for sure.
All right.
He was interested as to where the hell you were.
I don't believe that they have a great relationship.
I don't either.
But now let's throw another little onion in the stew.
Okay.
Rich Cimini made a report because, again, Garrett Wilson decided to go talk to Barton Hahn today. And he said, I don't think we do a lot of, or he says, I watch football Sundays and I think I see a lot of teams mix it up and stuff like that. I don't think we do that. And then he goes on to just basically say, I've got meh routes, I've got mid routes. I don't like my route tree. So now Garrett Wilson is popping off.
Not a fan of the play calling.
Not a fan of the play calling.
Which is a Rodgers thing.
Exactly. It's his offense.
Right.
I just told you I was laughing when Hackett had his play sheet and one talking into his mic.
One of the things that is so weird about this is when you coach a player, by the way, Mets have now pushed across 5 in the top of the 5th. They've taken an 8-4 lead. Sad Brewers fans all over the place in Milwaukee. So you take a player like Rodgers, who's, he's 41 now? He's a 4-time MVP. He knows the game inside and out. That's what's weird about when you coach a dude that's been around that long. I would imagine that the dynamic is strange. I bet it was weird between Foxy and Manning. I bet it was weird between Kubiak and Manning. I bet it was weird.
Yeah, we know it was.
I mean, especially like Belichick and Brady, we know it got weird, but like Arians and Brady, it was probably it is probably weird to coach somebody that is essentially, like your football peer, and in many ways has surpassed anything you could ever hope to accomplish inside the game. And then you try and coach that person, and these are legendary top 5 all-time quarterbacks that are all going to be egomaniacs anyway. It probably makes the dynamic really, really strange, and a special kind of coach to be able to handle it. And I don't think Saleh's handling it.
Well, not only that, but it is also, to your weird dynamic point, one of the reasons why I think Manning agreed to come here was Foxy said, fine, run your
I'll leave you
offense.
alone.
I'm not going to get in the way.
Yeah.
And that's where the weirdness came, because Gary Kubiak's like, yeah, we're probably going to revisit that. But to your point now, I mean, Saleh, I think, still wants some control. And Rodgers is used to having free reign of things. Although I think, LaFleur tried to probably change some of the stuff up, which is maybe why I wanted out of there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Look, I don't think a lot of people are having fun in New York. We got to get the next story in, though, don't we?
Yeah, fire it up, Spring.
High five. All right, the Steelers and Justin Fields are now 3-1. Fell just short in a comeback bid against Joe Flacco and the Colts, but Justin Fields had a good game. 22 of 34, 312 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks.
2 rushing touchdowns.
His coach, Mike Tomlin, was asked today, is it his job now? Can we just make this official?
Is Justin getting to a point where his play is such that Russ's help is sort of immaterial? You're just staying with the guy where the team's producing with?
There's a potential for that, but we're not there as I stand here today.
Is there anything Justin can do to prove it right now while Russ is injured?
Play well, win. That's our business.
Tomlin is in such a win-win right here.
Yeah.
He knows it. He's sitting pretty up there. He's just like, I can blow these questions off, because guess what? We're 3-1. We're winning games right now. We're scoring points. The second that guy stinks, I can flip him out for Russ, and I don't have to say for 1 second that I went back on my word.
No, and on top of it,
He's
he
doing
doesn't have
great.
to tell the other team who to get ready for.
Exactly.
I might play both of them.
He's
We'll
doing
see.
great. You know what this reminds me of? Do you remember, and this is going way back, okay? This is 1023 The Ticket stuff. And our buddy Gary Miller asking John Elway on the Vic and Gary show in the morning, hey, has Tim Tebow done enough to be the quarterback of the future here in Denver? And John infamously just went, no.
No, we'll see.
Yeah. And people hated Elway for that so much. It was so great. But Tomlin's in the exact same spot right now. He's just like, guy's playing well right now. He could just revert back to what he is. I don't have to commit to anything right now. We're not paying him anything. I'm not stuck here. No, Mike Tomlin is scatting and bebopping all over the place. He couldn't be happier. He's got a 3-1 team right now.
Yeah. And he's got everything right in the control that he wants.
Yep.
So
couldn't possibly be happier. You guys want to rank some power?
Rank it.
Oh, we've got power rankings. We're going to do that when we come back. Where do the Broncos rank? Plus, we got to give away a pair of Rapids tickets. Tony Shalhoub, a Tony Shalhoub-based question for Rapids tickets. That's right. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Colorado, if you're looking for your next vehicle, consider a new GMC Denali truck or SUV from Johnson Auto Plaza. GMC Denali is the epitome of luxury and power. The Johnsons not only have a great selection of new GMCs, but also beautiful new Chevys and Buicks as well. Shopping gets no more convenient than that. Visit Johnson Auto Plaza today, just north of E470 on Highway 85. Johnson Chevy Buick GMC.com.
It's time to get ready for spooky season by eliminating all that spooky dirt, grime, and spills. Give my friends a call at Zero Res, because they'll help you out with all of that. Don't ghost your carpet this fall, as Halloween brings out the best in people, but also the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. This is Brett Kane. I just had them in my house recently, and they cleaned up all the carpets. They got everything perfectly clean and smelling great. Dog hair eliminated from my fall months. So give them a call today, as you can get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $119. Also, take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Don't forget to clean out the dryer vents. They did that for me as well, and it was, speaking of spooky, really spooky in there. Don't miss out on this deal. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 raving customer reviews. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResDenver.com or call 303-471-5150 and ask for the Altitude Special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com and get yourself signed up right now. Sport Trade is bringing you the premium sports betting experience. That's right. Best prices in the market. We're talking minus 106 as the main lines that they're giving you right now on Sport Trade. That means more money when you win, plus instant in-play betting, best live wagering experience in the industry, and a huge menu of prop bets. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week. Terms, of course, do apply. Guys, the best feature on Sport Trade, it's the tape. The tab is right there on the app. You see every bet happening in real time. Follow the smart money, the sharp money in real time with Sport Trade and do well for yourself. Go to getsporttrade.com or download the app on your phone today. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Kreckman and Lindahl.
Andy and Nate say a lot of right things. They say a lot of smart things.
Altitude Sports Radio.
That's my one pump up of them.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Kreckman and Lindahl. Presented by Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road. Online at cooffroad.com. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What we need out there now is another Tim Daly.
Who's Tim Daly?
I don't even know who that is.
From Wings?
Nope.
Tim Daly. He was on Wings. What? No, nobody here watched Wings.
Is that the one where there's a guy and he's like he's a pilot or something?
Oh, there's two guys. They're brothers and they're both pilots.
Yeah, wasn't there a fat guy with a mustache?
That was Roy. He's hilarious.
Was this a cartoon?
No, my God, no. It took place in an airport. The thing was on for 10 years. And the funny repair guy was Lowell. It made Tony Shalhoub's career.
Who? The tennis player?
Yeah, you know what? Screw you guys. I don't even know you. Crazy people living under a rock don't know Wings. I love Wings.
Wow, deep pull on the theme song, Spring. Sandpiper Airlines, Wings, Tony Shalhoub. There it was. Yes, for a pair of tickets for the Rapids and the Galaxy tomorrow night, Tony Shalhoub was in Galaxy Quest. Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver. That was Oscar-worthy clavage in that movie. Whew.
But you went with...
But I went with the Tony Shalhoub-based question. Could have gone with Alan Rickman.
Yeah, hey.
Bad guy in Die Hard. Nope. I went Tony Shalhoub. Tony Shalhoub was in Wings.
What was he again? I watched the show. I don't remember his character.
Tony Shalhoub on Wings? I think he was like a local cab driver.
Oh, is that it? I remember. Wasn't Roy the mechanic?
That was Lowell.
Lowell.
Yeah, he was in Sideways.
I remember that.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Roy was the... I think he ran like the competing airline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of an early Nick Offerman type of character. Fat and grumpy.
Sort of like Gary from Gary's Old Town Tavern, but in the airline world.
Very much so, yes.
You have watched some TV.
Yeah, Tony Shalhoub was he was Antonio. He had Helen in there, Tim Daly and Steven Weber.
Ah, it's good. Good show.
Good show. Wings. Hey. All right, so Spring, who was our winner? Who was the one lucky listener that texted in Wings, the 90s NBC sitcom that launched the career of the great Tony Shalhoub, who would go on to be in Galaxy Quest, and then there's an MLS team called the Galaxy, who the Rapids play tomorrow night, and we're giving away a pair of tickets to them. See, the rabbit hole, it's not that hard to follow. Go ahead, Spring. Who won?
Yeah, the winner is James Houtsma.
Houtsma.
Uzma?
Houtsma.
What?
Weidsma?
Don't you dare.
Weirdtsma. It's all about Houtsma. Wensma?
Uzma?
Houtsma.
Your
well, way to go. James Houtsma. He's going to see the Rapids. They're officially bound, Andy, for the playoffs, but the fight is far from over. Rapids got LA Galaxy tomorrow night. The Sounders coming up this weekend. Be there to support as the Rapids push for a higher seed and a coveted home field advantage in the postseason. Tickets still available. ColoradoRapids.com. Not for Houtsma. He's already got his tickets to the game.
You don't hear this every day, injury alert? Real quick?
Do I?
Well, why
is the question.
Do your thing.
Do I want to know about an obscure injury? This concerns me.
Well, no, it's wild because I wonder how many guys have this, but they don't call it this.
Okay.
From Adam Schefter. Get this. Titans D lineman Jeffrey Simmons, who's pretty good if you haven't heard.
Good player.
Said he suffered a Tommy John ligament injury to his elbow that caused him to miss the Tennessee win last night in Miami.
So a UCL.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
But again, like how many guys, I started thinking, I'm like, wow, you never hear about that. And then I started wondering, do you just not call it that? I got to imagine playing those guys with those braces that, looks like they'd keep your house attached to its foundation.
I have heard of football players having UCL injuries. I've never heard Tommy John.
Right.
Is that the thing now? We just call it the Tommy John ligament? Hey, you blew out your Tommy John?
I just have never heard of a football player having that, and yet I bet you that's not the first time a football player, especially a defensive lineman, has had it.
Yeah, UCL injuries have definitely happened before. The Tommy John part of it I had not heard. But, yeah, is that just Shefty trying to make it a little more user-friendly right there?
I don't know, man. I'm getting all these insiders, like all this weird language about, the whatever's going on with the Achilles tendons of Christian McCaffrey. I don't. We're all just getting funky. We're all just getting wild. I don't know. You're right. Why not just say UCL?
I mean, if you're a scoopster, injury news after a while it gets a little boring, right?
Should we ask? I think his next appearance, because Schefter's on these airwaves. He talked with the morning guys yesterday, as he always does. What is it? 2:00, I believe it's coming up here. Is it 2:00 Thursday?
Totally.
Now I'm worried. Is it on that board over there? You see it?
I'm looking at
you
the
see
board.
it anywhere? There we
Let's
go.
see. We're at number 38 in Rhino
There
on
it is.
Thursday.
All right.
PhD's
Anyway,
at Joe Willie's on
Schefter
Friday.
will be on. Maybe it's 1:00. Schefter will be on with the guys on PhD, and we ought to ask him, what's this UCL deal?
Okay.
Ryan brought it up. Didn't Brock Purdy hurt his UCL in the NFC Championship?
Indeed, he did.
Well, there you go.
That was
But nobody called it Tommy John.
That led to Josh Johnson
Is that
coming into the game.
Are we just so used to letting it be baseball's deal? Like, again, I totally could see football players having that same injury.
Think about this, okay? It's in terms of like normalizing it for the average everyday Twitter flipper guy, okay? Most people have heard of a Tommy John surgery. If you were to be like, what ligament is that? They'd go, the elbow. There's multiple ligaments in there.
It's a good call.
Just happens to be the ulnar collateral ligament.
Nice.
When I was in college, I was a speech comm major. I had to do I had to give a speech on a process. That was the only assignment. It was like you just have to describe a process, and I did it on Tommy John surgery.
Wow.
Yeah, at the time, Kerry Wood of the Cubs was undergoing like an early Tommy John, and so I did the research, and I don't remember much of it at all. But I do remember, like, I had, diagrams and everything. I was explaining what the UCL was to people. And when I say people, I mean the 13 bored people in my speech comm class that could not have given a bleep less. Yet I was into it.
I was a speech comm major as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have to do an acting class?
No.
Yeah, we had to do that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was kind of fun.
Okay.
I had to take the words and give life to them. It makes sense now. At the time, I was like, what the hell is this?
Come alive!
I had to go to a different building in Metro. There was some side building by the DCPA.
Yeah.
Never any parking by that thing. Yeah.
No, they didn't make us do that.
We did a serial killer little thing one time. Me and 4 other guys scared the hell out of the class, apparently. So I read A Christmas Story the next time.
Was it like an improv class?
Yeah,
Like
it was.
Michael Scott bringing out the finger gun on everybody?
We reenacted something from Seven. We'd all seen Seven and thought it was cool.
What's in the box?
Yeah, we should have done that. What's in the box? Oh, the ending to that movie's so good.
I gave I was in college. Okay,
you gave Kevin Spacey a lecture.
What? I was 20 and I was in college. Okay,
all right, that's fine. We all would like to redo things.
This was I have nothing but pride in it. Trust me.
Then why are you?
So
all right, go ahead.
So this is 1999, 2000. It's a different world, right?
Oh yeah.
I may or may not have given several speeches on why I believed marijuana should be legalized.
Oh, okay.
While I was in college,
Yeah.
after one of them, a man who is now a well-regarded NFL assistant coach, came up to me after the speech and was like, "Can you hook it up, bro?" I was just like, "Look, man, I'm just giving this speech, all right?"
Then ultimately you told him yes.
And he talked to me in the stairwell later. Yeah, I might know a guy.
As you're passing the card, no, I cannot.
You give me a sideline pass in the next game?
Yeah, hey, we can talk about a few things
Make
if
a
you'd
couple of
like to
things
talk about a few
happen.
things. Hold on, you were in college for Y2K?
I was.
I did. See, I was a KOA.
I was.
We didn't know what was going to work.
Oh, I bet those listeners were totally chill about the whole thing, right?
If you only knew. I think I woke up to DMAC in the locker room convincing us Australia had gone under, and I was like, what's going on?
I was in Steamboat for Y2K.
Really?
Yeah, my brother lived in Steamboat. I was out visiting him
The
over New
lifts
Year's.
worked just fine. Yeah.
I was on the lift the next morning.
You were on the mountain.
Wasn't
No
a
big
problem
worries.
at all. Let's do it, Spring. We got power rankings right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Dun, dun, dun.
I feel like now we've got. I'm trying to think like what other power things can we tie into.
Let's
this
see how
deal?
many
You
more
know what
we
I
can
mean?
find.
I mean, I've already him finding the He-Man is just that might be spring's finest work.
He-Man, by the way, the Dirk Diggler of action figures.
Dude, there's so many He-Man jokes that can be made.
Let's do it. We got power rankings. And, Andy, I think you're going to like some of these numbers. I have perused.
Really, a 10-9 victory. All right.
10-9.
I thought that might cost them a couple spots. Let's do this thing.
People are buying into this Vance Joseph defense. Some of them are. Not all of them, but some of them. Wide range this week.
All right.
Okay. Varying opinions on your Broncos. ESPN last week, 27. Remember, just 2 weeks ago, everybody had the Broncos 30. ESPN 27 last week. This week, 22.
Boom.
22. Up 5 spots, says ESPN. NFL.com, not as impressed. I mean, they are, but they aren't. You'll see what I mean in a second. Had him 22 last week, this week 20. So up 2. Up 2, says NFL.com. The Athletic, they've been the most down on the Broncos. Of
Nick
any
Kosmider not pitching the cause.
Yeah, apparently not. Kosmider, you need to talk to the people.
Step it up.
Last week, 28. This week, up 3 spots, 25.
Boom.
Still top 25.
Hey, you'd be psyched about it in college.
The Ringer, not impressed by a 10-9 victory over the Jets in the rain.
Lindsey Jones crew, right?
Last week, 26. This week, 26.
Okay. All right.
No movement. They would be in the others receiving votes category if this was the top 25. CBS. Fine folks over there at CBS. They televised that game the other day.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Mm-hmm. Last week, they had the Broncos at 22. This week, Andy, 17.
Hey!
17.
Hey! All right.
Yes. Up 5 spots. USA Today. Perfectly cromulent publication. Last week, Broncos 22. This week, 18.
There it is. Open your hotel room door for that copy just to get that ranking.
That feels good to see that right there.
Tastes right.
Mm-hmm. However,
okay,
nobody is a bigger fan.
Really?
Nobody believes more than Mike Florio and his hair helmet.
Pro Football Talk.
Pro Football Talk.
He loves him some Peyton.
Oh, Florio's hair, it wouldn't move in Hurricane Helene.
Glorious. It's a helmet.
21 last week. This week,
top 15.
Up 6 slots, Andy. 15er.
Boom!
15er.
Boom!
Up 6. Both the highest ranking and the biggest movement. Florio, East Coast biased as he can be. You beat the Jets on the road, Florio's with you.
You win a game in rainy, beloved New York. He's about it.
At 15.
15.
You're a spot out of being good enough to make the playoffs.
Was that their high mark ranking last year during the playoff run, or did they get to 12?
I believe during the 5-game win streak, they got to 12.
Yeah.
In one of the rankings, they got to 12, which is the highest we've ever had.
And then it all fell
on the Kreckman and Lindahl power ranking.
Oh, it slid.
Mm-hmm.
Like you on your board down the hill.
So there you go. ESPN 22, NFL.com 20, The Athletic 25, The Ringer 26. And then we get into the teens. CBS 17, USA Today 18, Pro Football Talk 1-5. It's Jokic's number. It's good luck.
I like it.
Yes. A little bit of
I'm a freak of nature. And
damn right you are. Beautiful, beautiful man. We got the Avalanche and the Golden Knights of Las Vegas tonight over at Ball Arena before they open up the
not Dallas. Yay.
regular season.
Connor will just be happy it's not Dallas.
Just a little bit over a week. We're 8 days away from hockey that counts.
I can taste it.
You'll be listening to the Avalanche all season long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Everything we hear these days is about political races, but there's a far more important race that you run, and that's for yourself every day. It's the race to be the best that you can be, but if your libido is low, if your workouts aren't positive, if you got brain fog and you're tired all the time, you may feel like you're losing that race, and maybe even your best days are behind you. For me, when it came to the topic of low T, I got curious in this because I was wondering about why do I get up and why do I want to take a nap about 2-3 hours later. That's when I decided it was time to talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You could start losing some of your T levels early to mid-30s. 2 to 3% of those testosterone levels, your testosterone production can go down every year. It does happen gradually, but you may feel like it jumped on you. Again, whether it's maybe something like the decreased sex drive, putting on weight, less productivity at the gym, or the brain fog, these can all be signs. If you'd like to take a quick test to see if anything further maybe would help you make a decision on this, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can take the low T quiz. It's right on their website. 10 simple questions, yes or no answer. Takes about 2 minutes. Then get over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who will review the results with you and discuss your options. And the cost of the appointment's only $99 and includes that consult, a T and PSA test. Let's get that right. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it's going to be free. Real easy to get a hold of these folks. You can give them a call if you'd like to, or you can go to the website. The number is 720-440-7900, or as I mentioned, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hell yeah, Turnstile on a Tuesday. Crackman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs and Golden Knights coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. Final game of the preseason for the Avalanche. You'll have 1 hour of the Blitz with Spring and Birdo taking you up till 7 o'clock. Connor's got the call this evening over there at Ball Arena. Should be a fun one tonight. And then we get to have actual regular season hockey, that beginning Wednesday, October 9th on the road at Vegas. Thank God, Andy. Let's do this.
Yeah, we're getting close to that. It was a little chilly like this morning. I guess our guy Bianchi tweeting out that this was the chilliest morning we'd had in a while.
Did you put your hoodie and jeans
degrees.
on? Were you happy?
Nah, I was in bed. I was all right. I
Good
got
move.
up.
Good move.
You know, my hoodie and jeans. We'll get that coming up soon, though. Coming up soon, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the Dan Campbell thing? Dan Campbell, his post-game presser, I just continue to like the guy. I like the Applebee's commercials.
He had the big overlook on this one. Did he not look at the stat sheet? Did he not realize?
But that tells you he's in the game,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Should someone have come up and said something? Like, do you think he didn't tell anybody what he was going to do? Did he just go in there like, game balls, yeah, I'm on rye, here you go. I don't even know who got the game ball, but because he just said in the quote that I heard, he just said he gave it to somebody else. But
let's have it. Here we go. Dan Campbell on Jared Goff going 18 for 18 last night, 292, couple of touchdowns. He also caught a touchdown pass last night. Jared Goff playing out of his mind. The emergence of Jameson Williams in that offense. He had that 70-yard touchdown last night. That's one of those plays where you're just like, yeah, that's what awesome offenses have. They have a guy that takes a play that's going to be decent and makes it unbelievable.
Even better.
What a concept. Dan Campbell on Goff's game last night. Here we go.
okay.
I would say so.
Did anyone ask Goff about this? Because I didn't see any quotes from Goff. Like, do you think Goff knew?
That he was 18 for 18?
If you haven't had an incompletion as a quarterback, do you think you even know? You know what I mean? You got so much going through your head the whole game.
Right.
You probably
You're
you
thinking
think it dawns on you. Has anyone dropped a pass? Like,
Right.
I don't think that's probably registering.
You're
with you,
thinking
right?
series to series. I haven't even had to throw one away or anything else like that. Does it occur to you?
Whose job is it? Get back coach's job to tell somebody, hey, you know, he's perfect.
Yeah, and
You know, like at the end of the game, hey,
single
don't make him
incompletion.
spike one or whatever. You know what I mean?
No stopping the clock. Fortunately, Geno threw a late pick. Seattle was forcing it, so they didn't get that option right there. Yeah, it's a good call right there. It is odd to, and maybe I'm so used to basketball where a coach is like handed a stat sheet the moment he's going off the floor and just scans it really quick. But you will hear football coaches that will immediately cite after the game like specific statistics sometimes. So maybe Campbell just in one of those dudes.
All right. Sanford's texting in and saying, oh, you know. As the coach of the quarterback, Sanford, like if you're the quarterback.
Yeah, Campbell's a vibes guy.
Okay, now.
He's not the OC. It's what he's got Ben Johnson for.
But I bet you Sanford is OC.
You would know that.
Yeah.
I bet Ben Johnson knew it.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
So shouldn't he say something? See, again, did Campbell just not discuss the game balls and he just went in and was like, yeah, get me a coffee. There's your game ball. Let's get out of here.
Ben Johnson would have told Dan Campbell, but he was too busy calling his agent to be like, am I going to get that 15 mil per now? I like that.
Yeah.
If Jared Goff wins an MVP, somebody is going to meet the Ben Johnson asking price.
Ryan said Goff didn't know until the presser either. See, I totally could see that. He says, well,
they're in their own world.
Mike says no as a QB, you know.
Thinking about the game. I don't know. This is Jared Goff. Remember, he was stunned when he learned about sunrise and sunset on Hard Knocks?
Yeah, I guess so.
Whoa. He's in his own world over there. Doesn't Jared Goff have a $200 million contract? He's good.
Right.
He can buy his own damn game ball. He can buy a game ball factory if he needed to.
I just love how Dan Campbell outed himself to the world. Well, I just gave the game ball to the wrong guy.
I feel terrible.
Man, I cannot believe the turnaround from what felt like the disastrous first year to what Campbell is now, and now Sirianni, who was the toast of Philly his second year, right? Wasn't the second year when they went to the Super Bowl? And now everyone's got him on the clock for when he's going to be fired.
I mean, he has no responsibilities.
That's true. He's given everything up.
He's I guess a little bit of vibes and like the game management stuff, but that's it. That's all Sirianni gets to do. He didn't even get to hire his own assistants.
That's when you know it's over, right?
Yes.
When you're basically being given a coaching staff.
Detroit is also they are like, you know, you mentioned before baseball rebuilds. You brought up Houston and the Cubs, who did the, you know, the full just like gut it and build it and do it with your own guys. That's what the Lions did. They've taken a ton of dudes in the first and the second round, and they've coached them up. And Campbell's got a great culture going on, and they move Stafford, but they get draft picks along with Jared Goff, and it turns out Jared Goff was no total slouch. Maybe Sean McVay could have loosened those reins a little bit, and Goff would have been okay in that situation. I just think that, you know, I don't think Goff thrived much under the heavy-handed coaching of Sean McVay. He gets with Dan Campbell, who just, you know, wrapped an arm around him, and he's blossomed. He's turned into one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL.
You know, it's funny because you say that. Like,
I mean, really, both those quarterbacks last night, both Goff and Geno are balling out, and they're both second chance guys.
But I was going to say, boy, the vibe between your coach and quarterbacks probably got to be pretty good, which made me think of it not being so good in New York with the Jets.
Yeah.
And probably, I'm not sure Daboll and Jones are loving each other, their company right now either. And yet I think about how Tom Brady and Belichick really got sick of each other at the end. I think about the fact that Elway and Reeves didn't get along but they did a lot of winning together.
Right.
You know, I'm not even sure. You just can go through it and you think about all the coach and quarterback combos where Favre didn't seem to be feeling everyone's chili in Green Bay by the end. Who was Favre's last coach? Was that Holmgren?
Yeah, I think it still would have been, right?
Or was it McCarthy? Was it McCarthy after Holmgren?
Yes. I don't know. I haven't checked it recently. I haven't looked at my Packers history in a while.
No, I'm just saying it. I mean, again, maybe because I'm trying to think.
You're
right with what Goff is showing us. What was the problem with McVay all of a sudden?
Honestly, they were two dudes that like they did not vibe.
They didn't do things, yeah.
No, they really didn't. By the way, speaking of coaching quarterback situations, or at least coaching situations, Mike McDaniel's lost right now. He is, it's bad what's going on right there with the Dolphins.
Well,
how does that team, tell me how that team of all teams isn't going to get Sam Darnold or whomever this past off season, finding somebody, because you have got such an injury risk at quarterback with Tua, who always struggles to make it healthy through an entire season, and you've got those weapons. You got Hill, you got Waddle, you got HN, you got all those weapons, and you didn't account for the part where Tua might not make it through the year.
Here's the deal.